Behold, on the Isle of Augustus in the West Sea, the notorious pirate captain, Lords, was preparing to abscond with his treasure when he was intercepted by a young man donning a leather hat. The youth rose, drew his pistol, and fired, effortlessly shattering a colossal blade with his bare hands, swiftly vanquishing Lords. It turned out he possessed a talent system, and slaying pirates yielded rewards. Now, on the brink of a significant upgrade, what astonishing feats would follow? In the heart of Augustus Island, Captain Lords, wielding a massive cleaver, scrutinized a chest of treasure before his crew. "Is this all the treasure?" he inquired. "It's about all we've got," came a reply. "Then let's be on our way." Nodding, Lords directed his men to move the chest as they prepared to flee. However, before they could take more than a few steps, a young man in a leather hat emerged at the end of the street. Not particularly tall, he had a pistol at his left hip and a short sword at his right, engrossed with a yellow paper in his hands, paying no mind to anyone around. What sort of brat is this? Lords was taken aback, having already plundered the island's civilians into submission. Who dared obstruct their path? His crew chuckled, with one drawing a gun aimed at the youth. "Get lost if you don't want to die." The young man, under the threat of the firearm, leisurely lifted his gaze, disregarding the weapon, and fixed his stare on Lords. "A bounty of 16 million berries, the great cleaver Lords? You got a good eye. Now get lost before I lose my temper." Lords elevated his chin, reveling in the glory of a 16 million bounty. "Glad I recognized you." The youth tossed the yellow paper aside. "Then I shall claim this 16 million bounty on your head." Bang! Bang! No sooner had he spoken than he drew his gun, firing 6 shots in rapid succession, leaving the pirates stunned by his audacity and speed. With 6 shots, 5 men fell. The bullet aimed at Lords was deflected by his massive cleaver. The fallen yellow paper revealed its true nature, the bounty notice for Lords. Although Lords had blocked the bullet, he watched in horror as 5 of his crew collapsed, his fury boiling over. "You shall pay for this." He charged forward, wielding his cleaver with such force that it could cleave a man in two. The young man, Rose, calmly reholstered his gun, clasping his hands together as if to catch the blade. Lord sneered. "Seeking death, are we? That blade is both hard and heavy, no one can withstand it barehanded." Yet the instant his palm met the blade, Lords turned pale. An eerie force coiled around the weapon crack. Crack! The massive cleaver twisted into a spiral. The power surged toward his hands crack. With a scream, Lords fell, the mangled cleaver mixed with blood and shattered bone littering the ground. "You are the bounty hunter, Ghost HandRoz's," he gasped, eyes wide with terror. "Correct, but there's no prize for guessing," Rose chuckled, drawing a short sword and sweeping it through the air. One bloody head soared into the sky. Simultaneously, a crisp electronic voice rang in Ross's ear. "Bounty of 16 million berries. Great Cleaver Lords has been hunted, granting 45 points of talent proficiency and 1 free talent point." Instantly, a surge of joy illuminated Ross's face, having triumphed over a 16 million berry pirate for the first time. The rewards were simply extraordinary. To acquire a free talent point as well, it was a tremendous profit. He was originally an intern from another world, who, in a state of confusion, stumbled into the realm of One Piece a year ago, and within his mind he had acquired a talent system by vanquishing bounty pirates. He could accrue proficiency and free talent points. With this advantage, he thrived over the past year, now effortlessly handling even pirates with bounties of 16 million. With a mere thought, 3 semi-transparent peculiar trees, visible only to him, sprouted forth, their crowns inscribed with life, general, and combat. The life talents were flamboyant, encompassing navigation, culinary arts, music, and more. He simply allocated a point to navigation for the sake of it. The general category included enhancements for strength, agility, and stamina, alongside minor aspects like running and jumping, requiring 2 points for major enhancements and 1 for minor ones. He had currently activated only the agility enhancement. The main event was the combat talents, his true forte. Upon opening the combat tree, most branches appeared dull and gray, with only 3 golden activated items. Firearms proficiency 50, melee combat 80, and the twisting fruit 50. 4 firearms in combat. 50 indicated mastery, 100 represented control, and the maximum value was 200 clear and straightforward. Firearms proficiency is sufficient, mastery level will suffice. I shall focus on maximizing melee combat control. Roz decisively poured 20 points of proficiency into combat whoosh. His proficiency soared to 100, golden light bursting forth, instantly elevating him to control level. His body became astonishingly agile, various combat techniques embedding themselves in his very bones, an exhilarating sensation. With the remaining 25 points, I shall invest them all into the twisting fruit. Roz contemplated this talent. This fruit was not a gift from the system. It was something he had hastily consumed during a near-fatal encounter, at a time when he had no inkling of its powers, a pure gamble. To his surprise, after consuming it, a significant branch had appeared in the system's combat tree. The fundamental ability of this fruit was formidable. It could twist anything it touched, easily contorting even the hardest steel into spirals. However, within the system, its evolutionary paths were even more explosive, twisting light, twisting gravity, twisting space, with the pinnacle branch inducing sheer suffocation, twisting time. Yet, unlocking these abilities required not only the accumulation of proficiency, but also the expenditure of free talent points. Twisting light necessitated 100 proficiency, twisting gravity 300, twisting space 600, and twisting time a staggering 1,000, each a formidable challenge. It was precisely for this reason that after slaying Lourdes and obtaining one free talent point, Roz felt such excitement. Coupled with the previous point he had hesitated to use, he now possessed 2 free talent points, brimming with confidence. Before long, Roz allocated all 25 remaining proficiency points to the twisting fruit. The talents within the talent tree grew stronger with higher proficiency, surpassing thresholds such as 50 and 100 would lead to immediate ascension. Defeating another foe of Lourdes' caliber will allow me to unlock the first branch of the twisting fruit. Feeling his mastery over the fruit surge, Roz's eyes sparkled twisting light, seemingly unremarkable, held tremendous potential. It could create illusions and clones, and even distort bright light to blind enemies unless one possessed the hockey of observation. They would surely fall prey. Observing the observation hockey, he gazed up at the talent tree, where the observation hockey, armament hockey, and conqueror's hockey all remained gray, indicating they were not unlocked. Either he lacked the freedom talent points or his physical strength was insufficient. He would have to take his time. Suddenly, while scanning the talent tree, he noticed a section had turned green. Could activate it. The Navy's 6 powers have been unlocked. With inner techniques such as shave, moonwalk, tempest kick, iron body, paper drawing, and finger pistol, with only paper drawing and shave glowing emerald green, while the others remain gray. It appears that reaching mastery in close combat triggered the conditions for shave and paper drawing. Indeed, one must possess considerable physical strength or activate specific talents to unlock new abilities. He pondered, noting that activating shave and paper drawing required 1 freedom talent point each, and he had precisely 2. However, acquiring freedom talent points was exceedingly challenging. After defeating 4 or 5 million-level pirates over 6 months, he had amassed only 2. Ultimately, he decided to invest in shave first and extraordinary technique for high-speed movement. In the face of danger, he could escape swiftly, and if necessary, he could later invest in paper drawing. He wanted to retain 1 point in reserve to avoid the embarrassment of having enough to distort light, yet being unable to activate it. With a swift motion, he allocated a freedom talent point to shave, and the branch instantly turned golden. A surge of power coursed through his body, and within moments it felt as if he had trained in shave for 3 months. The footwork was etched into his very bones. He tested at shave. He vanished in an instant, darting forward, leaving ordinary onlookers unable to perceive his trajectory. After several attempts, he gasped for breath, laughing. The stamina consumption is significant, but my speed is 2 to 3 times the norm. With his inherent agility enhanced by shave, pirates below the 2 million bounty appeared to move in slow motion before him. It's time to make my exit. He grasped Lourdes by the head and made his way to the shore. 2 vessels were docked. The larger one bore a pirate flag belonging to Lourdes, whose 2 subordinates had already been dealt with, while the smaller one was his own. With a decisive motion, he tossed Lourdes onto a small ship, leaping aboard with ease. He deftly untied the ropes, raised the sails, and began to row. His actions were fluid and graceful. He had invested in sailing as part of his lifestyle. Talents navigating in the world of pirates was essential for survival. You see, the Arctic Sea where he resided was densely populated with islands. Though it was the West Sea, the pirate presence was far more formidable than in the East Sea. The highest bounty reached 35 million, with countless million-level pirates to reckon with. Yet, counting Lourdes, he had already dispatched 4 million-level pirates, truly a meat grinder. Now, a decade into the Great Pirate Era, the 4 emperors had solidified their territories, and the 7 warlords had yet to gain substantial influence. For him, confronting the 4 emperors or kicking the 5 elders was still a distant prospect, but his rapid development was undeniable. Half a day later, he arrived at a small island housing a Navy branch, where a quaint town awaited one he frequented. It's the ghost HandRoz's. The townsfolk, frightened, hurried to pull their children inside and shut their doors. Though bounty hunters like him hunted pirates, their reputation paled in comparison to the Navy's, as most acted out of greed. Roz, however, was indifferent, despised pirates, and held little regard for the Navy. Pirates were perpetually on the run, while the Navy was riddled with rules and scoundrels, often acting more repugnantly than the pirates themselves. Being a bounty hunter was liberating and exhilarating. Rogue Roz has arrived. It has only been half a month. The Naval Division erupted into chaos as the recruits, upon seeing the severed head he carried, broke into a cold sweat and gulped nervously. Before long, Colonel Moby, draped in his cloak of justice, entered with a sour expression. After all, their base had failed to apprehend a single notorious pirate in 2 or 3 months, while Roz had delivered 3 within just 2 months. Wasn't this a slap in the face for the Navy? The great Blade Lords, with a bounty of 16 million berries, Roz declared, tossing the wanted poster onto the table. Moby was taken aback, had previously pursued Lords, but failed to capture him. How was it possible that Roz managed to do so in merely a month? After confirming the news, he retreated to his office to report back, only to emerge stating, "The bounty will be delivered shortly. By the way, the headquarters inquired whether you would like to join the Navy, offering you a special promotion to the rank of Major." "Major? Does that mean I would have to follow your orders?" "No thanks, I abhor being commanded," Roz replied with a chuckle. Moby, internally rejoiced, had never wanted Roz to join in the first place, and his refusal was just perfect. A few hours later, the 16 million berries arrived, filling a backpack to the brim. Roz cast a quick glance, too disinterested to count, and simply carried it away. "Colonel, is it really acceptable to do nothing?" Lieutenant Colonel Laika stood beside Moby, glaring at Roz's retreating figure, his expression dark enough to twist water from it. "Do what? What do you propose?" Moby shot him a glance, snorting heavily. "Want to salvage your reputation? Go to your job. Capture all those errant pirates." Laika bristled at the rebuke, his face twitching in annoyance. He lowered his head in agreement. Leaving the naval branch, it was already midnight. Roz was not afraid of being robbed as he carried the money bag to the coast, jumped into a small boat, and returned to the medium-sized island where he lived. This island had 7 or 8 small towns, and in the center, there was a bustling city where he lived in one of the small towns. The next morning, when he arrived in the town, the residents were very enthusiastic. "Roz is back. Was it smooth sailing? Are you hurt? Come eat noodles at my place." A few months ago, when pirates attacked the town, it was Roz who single-handedly took them down and saved everyone. So the people here all recognized him. Roz smiled and greeted them, returned to his small house, threw the money bag onto the bed, and collapsed into sleep. He slept until the afternoon, woke up, and counted his wealth. Over 40 million berries. Enough to buy a large ship, but he lacked crew members. Nico Robin was on this island, hiding in the underground intelligence agency of the central city, making her suitable in many aspects, but that 79 million bounty was too intimidating. He still lacked strength. If he had the ability of the 4 emperors, why would he be afraid of recruiting Robin? Would the Navy and the world government dare to talk nonsense? Roz shook his head and went out to find something to eat, planning to return and practice. Although training did not increase his talent proficiency, improving his physique was real progress. His current physique was average, and there was plenty of room for improvement. "1 seafood noodle, please." He sat down at a restaurant in the town and called out to the owner. The owner recognized him and cheerfully poured him water, then went to the back kitchen to get busy. Roz sipped his water and pondered how to practice next when suddenly there was chaos in the street. A large group of Navy soldiers with firearms and steel swords were searching everywhere. What was going on? Just as he was watching, a Navy soldier spotted him in the restaurant and immediately shouted, "Over here." In an instant, all the Navy soldiers in the street rushed over, surrounding the restaurant tightly, with countless firearms aimed at Roz. "Criminal Roz, surrender immediately. Don't resist, you can't escape." The leading Navy major raised his sword, looking serious and shouting. Roz, holding a teacup, looked at the sudden turn of events, completely dumbfounded. "What are you doing?" He glanced around. He was the only one in the restaurant, furrowing his brows and putting down the teacup to ask. The major frowned and coldly shouted, "Don't play dumb. You think you can evade responsibility for your crimes? Surrender." "Me? A criminal?" A strange look flashed across Roz's face, mixed with anger and confusion. Was being a pirate hunter and killing a few pirates also considered a crime? He hadn't even gone looking for Robin. Could the Navy read minds? Could they foretell the future? Just as Roz was in disbelief, the Navy major, seeing him playing dumb, shouted sternly, "Come out and surrender now, or we'll take action." Roz frowned, his expression darkening. Choosing to be a pirate hunter was partly to kill pirates for the system and partly to avoid conflict with the Navy. But avoiding conflict didn't mean he was afraid. To randomly label him as a criminal and try to cuff him? Did they really think he was easy to bully? First tell me, what crime have I committed? Rods coldly scanned outside. The major was furious. You'll find out at your trial. As soon as he finished speaking, he ordered to fire. Flames roared as bullets flew toward Rods. Bang! The ground beneath Rods' feet exploded into a spiderweb of cracks. The table in front of him shattered instantly, and he vanished like a shadow, bursting out of the restaurant. Where'd he go? The major slashed wildly with his sword, but he caught nothing. Rods had long disappeared. Not far away, on a rooftop, Rods hid behind a chimney. Seeing the town surrounded tightly by the Navy, with 2 warships anchored at the coast, his brows furrowed deeply. What was all this commotion? Aside from killing pirates, he hadn't done anything else, and it was clear he had been set up. Rods was filled with rage, his eyes flashing fiercely. Whoever made him take the blame would not have it easy. First, he needed to find out what was going on. He slipped down from the rooftop to the alley. A squad of Navy soldiers passed by, and he quickly covered the mouth of the last sailor, dragging him into the alley. If you dare shout, I'll twist your head off. Rods pulled out a dagger, pressing it against his neck, coldly letting go. The sailor was scared out of his wits, wanting to shout, but not daring to. The dagger against his neck was chilling to the bone. First question, what are you here for? Rods asked. To arrest the ghost HandRoz's. The sailor stammered, his face pale. Rods nodded, staring into his eyes. Second question, why are you arresting me? The sailor was taken aback, confusion flashing in his eyes, but he still trembled and said, It's the Tarot massacre. You were the murderer. Rods frowned, about to ask again when a loud shout came from outside the alley. Yes, over here. They had been discovered. Rods didn't want to ask further. Obviously, he was being blamed for the Tarot massacre, and this matter could be easily inquired about anywhere. Whoosh! Rods used shave, and in an instant he vanished, leaving the sailor leaning against the wall, looking bewildered. He didn't know why he was being arrested? The Navy in the West Sea was different from that in the East Sea. In the original story, in the East Sea, capturing a pirate with a bounty of 15 million could allow a lieutenant to be promoted to major, as the highest bounty in the East Sea was only 20 million. In the West Sea, however, the highest bounties reached up to 50 million, with the highest in this sea area exceeding 30 million. Thus, promotions in the West Sea Navy were much harder than in the East Sea. The overall strength was also much stronger, ranking first among the 4 seas. Second only to the Grand Line. A pirate with a bounty of 20 million, when encountering a Navy major here, could basically only turn and run. Thinking of winning? Dream on. Every major had captured pirates worth over 30 million. But after Rods used shave, his strength directly crushed ordinary 30 million level pirates. The Navy's encirclement? He slipped away effortlessly, escaping the small town. Not wanting to be chased down on the island, Rods intentionally created the illusion of fleeing by boat, then quietly returned. How long he could hide didn't matter. He just wanted to find out what was going on. He headed to Gel City. He glanced back at the small town where he had lived for a year, then turned and took the small road to the bustling city in the center of the island. There was an underground intelligence organization there, where he had received information on many pirates he had killed before. After crossing mountains and ridges for 2 hours, Rods, wearing a wide-brimmed leather hat, walked on the streets of Gel City. He didn't deliberately hide, and the reactions of the people here were not great, indicating that the news of the Tarot Town incident had not spread yet. But he not only wanted to know about the Tarot Town incident, he also wanted to expose the person who framed him and get rid of the Navy's pursuit. Just as he was heading toward the underground intelligence organization, suddenly, a pile of newspapers was thrown down on the street. Someone picked one up and was shocked. What the hell? Ghost HandRoz's plundered and slaughtered the town? Was he the one who took down several pirates with bounties in the tens of millions? Rods paused, lowered his hat brim again, slipped through the crowd, and quietly picked up a copy. Tarot Town Massacre. A cozy small town of over 70 people was slaughtered and burned in one night, and the Navy identified the culprit as the pirate hunter Ghost HandRoz's. Flames of fury ignited in Rods' eyes. Passers-by beside him were wildly discussing. I didn't expect Rods to be so ruthless. I always said pirate hunters are just like pirates, willing to do anything for money. Hurry up and get the Navy to catch him. Rods crumpled the newspaper in his hand and threw into a trash bin before turning into an alley. After passing through several streets, he arrived at an empty tavern where the owner was yawning at the counter. He directly entered the back room, pushed open the door, and walked down the stairs. though the stairs were narrow. The space below opened up, resembling a high-end tavern. This news was too shocking. Ghost HandRoz's was finished. He would lose a competitor for business. The Navy would definitely put a bounty on him, starting at least at 20 million. Several pirate hunters were chatting while holding newspapers. At this moment, Roz walked down. The chatter abruptly stopped, and all eyes were on him. Some with cold smiles, some with sinister grins, and some with nervous expressions. Roz had no expression on his face, only a calmness that made people uneasy as he scanned the hall indifferently. The room fell silent. No one dared to joke around. Even though Roz's situation was terrible, and he might be wanted by the Navy, his strength was recognized as formidable among pirate hunters. Most other pirate hunters banded together, targeting pirates with bounties below 10 million, occasionally encountering those in the tens of millions. But someone like Roz, who worked alone and had taken down several tens of millions level pirates in just a few months, had strength that was off the charts. Here in the underground world, strength equated to status. Everyone could see that Roz was in a very bad mood. Seeing that no one spoke, Roz withdrew his gaze and walked straight into the depths of the hall, pushing open the door. The door closed, and only then did the people in the hall dare to breathe. Damn, he still dares to come at this time? The Navy's encirclement had completely flopped, still so incompetent. What does he want? He can't be a pirate hunter now. Who knows? Maybe he wants to gather intelligence and run away. The underground inner hall was much quieter than outside, soundproofed to perfection. Once the door closed, nothing could be heard. The inner hall was small, with just a sofa, a bookshelf, and a desk. Behind the desk sat a middle-aged man with a big beard, smoking a cigar. This was the head of the intelligence organization, Trent. Beside him stood a girl of about 16 or 17 with long black hair, diligently organizing documents and quietly taking notes. Roz had recognized her at first sight a few months ago. This was the Devil's Child, Nico Robin. She was still struggling to survive, hiding in the underground world, relying on her extraordinary memory to gather intelligence, making her a key figure here. Yo, Ghost HandRoz's. Coming here at this time, you've got guts. Trent looked up at him. The timing was not great. Roz calmly said, "You definitely know what I need. I want intelligence." Trent smiled and took out his cigar. "About Taro Town? I have insider information, but it's risky to sell it to you. It costs double." Roz stared at him for a few seconds. "Fine. That's straightforward." Trent winked at Robin. "The insider information about Taro Town, it's not burned, right? Give it to him." The 16-year-old Robin nodded, pulled out 2 pieces of paper, walked over to Roz, and handed them over. 2 copies, no encryption. Roz took a look, and Robin quietly returned to her spot to continue taking notes. Though Robin was still young, she had a bounty of 79 million at the age of 8 and had managed to survive in the West Blues underground world until now. With a clever mind and outstanding adaptability, her memory and learning ability were beyond question. She was an archaeology PhD at the age of 8, a total academic powerhouse. If he were to form a team, besides her, Roz had also considered people like Trafalgar Law. They were all meticulous and acted in a way that suited him. But for now, he didn't want to take the blame and clash with the Navy for no reason. The notes contained few words. After Roz finished reading, he frowned and pondered over the notes. He initially thought it was some pirate trying to frame him, but it turned out to have nothing to do with pirates. It was the underground gang in the West Sea causing trouble. The Capone family. Is that the gang family of the supernova Capone Beach? Roz thought, his expression growing colder. No matter what power it was, trying to pin the blame on him and still wanting to be safe? Dream on. I want information on the Capone family in this sea area. Roz looked up at Trent, who had just stood up. Trent flicked the ash from his cigar. "I know what you want, this amount." "All right." Roz nodded, and Trent signaled to Robin. Robin responded and walked to Roz's side, her gaze meeting his for a moment before looking away, quietly repeating the information. Roz memorized it, pulled out several stacks of money from his bag, tossed them to Trent, and turned to leave. Robin stared at his back for a few seconds before looking down at her documents. Upon exiting the inner hall, the expressions of the pirate hunters in the outer hall varied, and Roz walked straight out. Just as he reached the alley entrance, he ran into patrolling Navy officers. "Ghost HandRoz's is here," someone shouted, and gunfire erupted. Roz wasn't T-armed and didn't have hockey. Gunfire could still hurt him. Annoyed, he stepped forward and dashed into the alley across the street. This group of foolish Navy officers was simply challenging his bottom line. Even provoking the sea god would be a mistake. Whoosh! Roz sprinted through the alley, and a figure in a justice cape caught up, moving incredibly fast. "Roz, surrender. You can't escape." It was a lieutenant from a nearby base who had captured 18 million in pirates and, surprisingly, could use Soru. "You can use Sora too?" Roz caught a glimpse of him. Though both were lieutenants, the difference in strength was vast. A lieutenant from the East Blue might not be able to take on a million bounty pirate, and many from the Grand Line were devil fruit users. Some in the New World could even use hockey. Surrender. The lieutenant chased him down the street, roaring as he threw a punch at Roz's back. Roz impatiently turned around, meeting the punch with his own. I don't have time to play with you. Get lost. Bang! Their fists collided, and the lieutenant's strength fell short, causing his arm to go numb and take 2 steps back. Roz swept his hands against the wall, which instantly twisted and collapsed, crashing down toward the lieutenant. When the lieutenant broke free from the rubble, Roz had already vanished. Indeed, a devil fruit user twisting the wall. No wonder they call him Ghost Hand. The lieutenant looked at the wall, rubbed his fist, and broke into a cold sweat, feeling a bit scared. The Navy had set up a web on the island, and the cannon fire made things a bit tricky for Roz. But he still managed to escape using Soru. Having lost his own ship, he commandeered a small boat, throwing down hundreds of thousands of berries to make his escape. The information Robin provided about the Capone family was extremely detailed, even marking the base's location, Heg Island. It wasn't far from here, just a 2-day journey. Roz had been there before to kill pirates, so he was quite familiar with it. Drifting on the sea, he was no longer pursued by the Navy. On the vast ocean, the Navy couldn't easily locate him. Otherwise, all pirates would have been extinct long ago. However, during the voyage, something troublesome happened. A newsbird flew overhead and delivered a newspaper. Roz casually bought one, only to find his own bounty notice. 22 million berries? The speed was incredible. Roz had been killing pirates during this time and was used to seeing others' bounty notices. Now, holding his own made him feel uneasy. Being chased by the Navy due to his bounty was a headache. He hated it the most. What was worse? Even if he took down the Capone gang and threw the truth of the Navy, would they retract his bounty? Roz's expression grew grimmer, and he took a deep breath. No matter what, he had to go to Heg Town. They dared to make things so troublesome for him. They had crossed the line. Heg Town looked ordinary, but the residents lived in constant fear. Capone gang members roamed around every day. These people colluded with the authorities, secretly communicating with the Navy, committing murder and arson as if it were a game, while the Navy merely pretended to look the other way. In the center of the town was a building that looked plain outside, but was extravagantly luxurious inside. In the main hall on the top floor, a tall, overweight man in a black suit sat, looking at the intelligence handed to him by his subordinates with a disdainful expression. The Navy is still this incompetent. They can't even take down a single pirate hunter with an early encirclement? He was Capone Lecky, a high-ranking member of the Capone family, overseeing this underground gang. Beside him, a bespectacled man in a black suit frowned. What if Ghost Hand Roz's strength exceeds expectations? What should we do if it involves us? What's it to us? He's a lone wolf. Can he turn the world upside down? Our forces could stand against the Navy branch without losing. Lecky sneered, raising a glass of red wine. Just as it reached his lips, the whole building suddenly shook violently, and with a loud bang, the wine splashed all over him. Lecky was furious, slamming the table and standing up. What the hell? Boss, someone has broken in. His subordinate rushed in, pale-faced. The hall instantly froze, and the maid wiping Lecky's suit trembled, startled. Lecky was taken aback. Who? The Navy or the DOP gang? Why wasn't there any news? No, it's not. It's Ghost HandRoz's. He charged in alone. His subordinate stammered. Lecky's eyes widened. Just him? Are you all useless? Why aren't he even take him down? As soon as he finished speaking, with a loud bang, the exquisite red oak door exploded into pieces, with chips flying everywhere, and a figure walked in. Who was Capone Lecky? Roz's clothes were a bit disheveled, but his gaze was as cold as ice, making anyone who met his eyes feel a chill. Everyone in the hall looked towards Lecky, and Roz's gaze swept over. The matter of Taro Town was done by you, right? He stared at Lecky, his eyes devoid of emotion. Lecky was stunned by this aura, but quickly regained his composure, sneering. So what if it is? As he spoke, a group of Capone gang members rushed in, filling the corridor. I'm glad I didn't find the wrong person. Roz didn't even glance at the swarming Capone gang members. As he nodded, his wrist flicked, pulling out a pistol, and bang, bang, bang. He shot down the 6 who charged in. Then he tossed away the gun, lunging forward straight towards Capone Lecky. Being surrounded by over 100 people wielding firearms was not fun. He didn't intend to waste any time. Kid, don't be too arrogant. Lecky's eyes burned with rage. He wasn't slow either, pulling out 2 pistols and firing rapidly. Rod's forward stance paused for a moment, his foot stomped down, using the shave technique to move sideways and evade the bullet. Damn, Like he didn't expect to dodge at such close range. After firing a shot that missed, he drew his long sword and swung it at Rod. Rod's gaze was icy. He didn't retreat or draw his sword. Instead, he tightened his fist and charged at the blade. Buzz! Rod's fist wasn't armed with hockey, but it was wrapped in a mass of distortion power, like Whitebeard's Tremor fruit, but colorless and transparent, resembling the distorted air above flames. This was a new skill unlocked after stacking his distortion fruit proficiency to 75. It allowed him to attach the distortion power to his fist, making it impossible to use long range, but he could easily intercept blades with his bare hands. Crack! Likey's sword hit the distorted area and was instantly stuck, unable to move an inch. Devil fruit. Likey's pupils constricted, caught in a dilemma. He roared and pressed down on the sword handle to strike fiercely, but no matter how hard he tried, the long sword visibly twisted and broke, crackling into spiral iron shards. Rod retracted his fist, clapped his hands, and crushed the twisted sword into an iron ball, then threw it backhanded at the doorway, smashing into the head of an incoming gang member. You! Likey finally panicked, backing away and trying to jump out the window. Before he could take 2 steps back, Rod stepped forward, grabbed his collar, and pinned him against the wall. Get your men out. Likey had been in the game for so long, and it was the first time someone had single-handedly stormed his base and pinned him down. Feeling the strange power on his neck and recalling how his sword was twisted into a pretzel shape, he was terrified. Don't come in. Get out. The gang members exchanged glances but still slipped away one by one. Rod glanced at the doorway, then turned his gaze back to Likey, who was pinned against the wall. Now there is no one to disturb us. What do you want? If it's money, I'll give it. Likey thought his life was the most important. Rod was a bounty hunter and must be after money. No, I'm not interested in money. Rod released him, pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket, and threw out a recording device. I don't like taking the blame. The incident in Taro Town has nothing to do with me. You need to honestly explain what happened and then inform the Navy. Likey was taken aback, looking at the paper and pen on the ground, suddenly shaking his head. So that's your plan? Sorry, it's useless. This matter wasn't orchestrated by me. Not you? Rod frowned. Likey smirked. Want to know who set you up? I can tell you. Before he could finish his sentence, the muscles in his entire arm twisted at a terrifying angle, accompanied by the horrifying sound of muscles tearing. Who did this? Rod's tone was as cold as ice. You bastard. Likey's face turned fierce and angry. Halfway through his curse, he met Rod's cold gaze, and the second half of his sentence got stuck in his throat. In the face of death, he cowered, his tone softening. It was Navy Colonel Leica. He proposed it. Everything was done by the Navy, and it has nothing to do with me. The air froze. The Navy. Colonel Leica. Rod muttered quietly, his expression difficult to read, suddenly shaking his wrist. Crack. Leica's arm twisted into a pretzel instantly. Flesh and blood ruptured, causing him to gasp in pain. I want to hear the truth. Rod was icy cold. Leica, in pain, cursed angrily. You bastard. What I said is the truth. Is it? Rod pressed again, twisting his other arm as well, repeating it several times until only a puddle of flesh remained in the hall. Looks like it's the truth. Rod withdrew his hand, walked around the corpse to the window, and looked out at the sea, his expression shifting again and again. He had already suspected that the Navy was behind the scenes. The framing of Taro Town had such a big loophole. It couldn't have happened without the Navy's tacit approval. Now the question was this Leica's personal idea, or was the entire Navy corrupt? Rod had never wanted to confront the Navy head-on. After all, who likes being chased with a bounty? But that didn't mean he was afraid. The Navy really did a beautiful job. Rod smiled. He planned to go to the Navy base to settle things. He didn't want to be wanted, didn't want to be a pirate, but if there were no other options, then let this world turn upside down. In the highest office of the Navy branch, Leica listened to his subordinate's report, his face growing grimmer. Rod attacked Heggy Town, and Likey was brutally killed. His salary was low, and capturing pirates only earned military merit without bounty. So he had been doing underground deals with the Capone gang. This time, Capone massacred Taro Town and gave him money to cover it up. He had a sudden idea, not only to cover it up, but also to shift the blame onto Rod, completing the deal while putting Rod in check to prevent damage to the Navy's reputation. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But he didn't expect Rod to be so tough, able to escape from a heavy encirclement. Now Likey, who was trading with him, had also been killed by Rod, meaning Rod might know the truth. Likey's face darkened, coldly snorting. So what if he knows? You're already labeled as a ruthless pirate. Even if the truth is revealed, who would believe it? The Navy always stands for justice. And in the eyes of the civilians, the Navy's credibility is the highest. Rod wants to clear his name? Dream on. The only trouble was that if this dragged on, Colonel Moby and other colonels might find out. Although Leica handled the Taro Town incident, others also had the right to inquire. At that point, he would be in big trouble. He had to eliminate or capture Rod as soon as possible. Just as Leica was pondering, a Navy soldier rushed in, reporting urgently. Colonel Leica, the ghost hand Rod's whereabouts have been discovered on the island. Where? Leica jumped up suddenly. The soldier quickly said, West Coast Dock. Colonel Moby and Colonel Tomo have already taken people over there. The nearby major looked confused. Is that guy crazy? Daring to come to the Navy base and walk into a trap? Leica frowned, puzzled. Could it be that Rod knew he was up to no good and came for revenge? But this is the Navy branch. He had already barged into Hegi Town, but dared to storm the base? Is he insane? Just as he was thinking, chaos suddenly erupted outside, with gunfire ringing out. Immediately after, a lieutenant rushed in, his face pale. Colonel, the ghost hand Rod has stormed into the branch. What did you say? Leica's eyes widened like saucers. He knew Rod was difficult to deal with, but he didn't expect this guy to be crazy enough to storm the base. It was simply reckless. Leica felt a bit uneasy, but he gritted his teeth and shouted, How many people are still in the base? Call them all in. At all costs, crush Rod. Yes. The lieutenant immediately dashed out. Leica listened to the gunfire and shouting outside, unable to sit still, gripping the sword hilt as he paced back and forth. You go out in command. He shouted to the major beside him. The major took a deep breath, grabbed the firearm, and walked toward the door. Just as he pushed the door open, the door suddenly distorted bizarrely and exploded into wood chips. The major instinctively raised his gun to shoot, but a hand reached out from the wood chips, twisting the gun barrel. Crack. The firearm snapped in two. The major was so scared that he stepped back, wanting to draw his sword to resist, but Rod was much faster than him, charging in with one step and delivering a punch to his chest. The major flew back and crashed heavily into the wall. Long time no see, Colonel Leica. Rod brushed off the wood chips from his clothes, looking at Leica with a calm tone. Leica's face turned ashen, drawing his sword and placing it in front of him. Do you know where this is? The Navy's base. So what? Rod stepped forward, a hint of mockery in his tone. As a pirate with a bounty of 22 million, isn't it reasonable to storm a Navy base? Leica was pressured by this feeling and couldn't help but swing his sword fiercely. Rod didn't dodge or evade, throwing a punch straight at him. Crack. Leica's sword, just like Leica's, couldn't break through the distortion power on Rod's fist, getting stuck in midair, and then the entire sword twisted into scrap metal. Leica hadn't reacted, yet when Rod's other fist smashed into his chest, bang! His internal organs felt like they had shifted, and he spat out blood, collapsing to the ground. Stop! Just as Rod was retracting his fist, a group of people in justice cloaks charged in. It was Colonel Moby and the others. Seeing Colonel Moby and the others rush in, Rod flicked his wrist, drawing his sword from his waist, and casually placed it against Leica's neck. Everyone stepped back. Moby looked at the scene and shouted angrily, Rods, do you know what you're doing? Of course I do. Rod stared back at Moby. But I don't know what your Navy is up to, so I can't ask you directly. Leica, kneeling on the ground, turned pale at these words and, suppressing intense pain, shouted, Colonel Moby, take him out. Bang! Rod stepped on Leica's back, pressing him down, with the sword still against his neck. You don't have a right to speak now. Moby's anger flashed, but he also sensed something was off and said in a deep voice, what do you want to ask? First question, was the incident at Taro Town arranged by both of you? Rod was too lazy to beat around the bush. Moby frowned and countered, Taro Town? What are you talking about? Rod stared at him for a moment, then pulled out a recording device from his pocket and tossed it over. Moby pressed play, and the conversation between Rods and Capone Leakey came out. Everyone present was stunned. No one expected this twist. Damn! Moby glared at the Leica he was stepping on, wishing he could slice him in half with one strike. Several majors looked grim, and the junior officers and soldiers felt like they were in a fantasy. Major, take everyone out. Moby ordered in a low voice after pausing halfway through the playback, instructing the major to take everyone below the rank of colonel out. Then he looked up at Rods and said, this matter is my oversight, but I can't give an explanation. I need to report to superiors. Rods didn't say anything. Moby took a deep breath, walked out of the room to his office, and dialed the phone bug. Is this Major General Stolleberry? I have something to report. In the naval headquarters, the core of power that governs all bases and branches. In the second-floor office, Stolleberry opened his half-closed eyes wide after hearing the report. Such a thing happened? This concerns the Navy's prestige. If not handled well, it will be a big problem. He walked into a private office. Vice Admiral Dauberman, we have a troublesome matter. Dauberman frowned after hearing it and said in a deep voice, "This matter must not get out. Otherwise, the Western Sea Navy will lose face, and the government will hold us accountable." "Then how should we handle it?" Stolberry asked. Dauberman pondered for a moment, his eyes cold. "Eliminate them all. The report should state that the criminals were shot dead on the spot, and that Colonel Leica died in the process." Although Stolberry guessed this, he couldn't help but say, "But Rods didn't. You want the government to retract the wanted order?" Dauberman interrupted him, indifferently stating, "A mere pirate hunter. Do you not understand what is more important, the Navy's prestige or him?" Stolberry's expression changed, and he finally sighed in agreement and left the office. Dauberman shook his head and continued processing documents. Complete execution? Receiving orders from headquarters, Moby was not surprised. He had planned to do this. For a small pirate hunter like Rods, why would the Navy slap itself in the face by retracting the wanted order? Dream on. Hanging up the phone bug, Moby's face was as cold as ice as he returned to Leica's office. The atmosphere in the room was very strange. Rods was stepping on Leica, who was lying on the ground, pale as death, while the other majors looked conflicted and awkward. They had originally thought Rods was the town's butcher, but it turned out Leica was colluding with the gang, and they had all been deceived. Colonel Moby. The majors looked at him as he returned, waiting for orders. Moby stepped forward and looked at Rods. "The superior's orders have arrived." Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Moby suddenly sprang up and drew his sword to slash. This strike was much fiercer than what Leica and the others had done, the sword edge even carrying a hint of sword aura. Rods stepped lightly, floating back to the wall to dodge. Leica was doomed, as Moby's sword had already put him within the attack range, and he was directly cut in half. The majors were stunned. "Colonel, the headquarters order states that all involved must be executed." Moby did not pursue Rods and announced the order. The majors exchanged glances. Rods was clearly not the perpetrator, but thinking about it, they understood. How could the Navy and government possibly retract the wanted order for a pirate hunter? "Well done." Rods stood against the wall, the corner of his mouth twitching, looking like he was either smiling or mocking, sending chills down the spines of the majors. "From today on, I'm a pirate." Moby glared at him coldly. "You will die today, with Leica to accompany you. Rest in peace." Whoosh! Moby charged again, swinging his sword fiercely, storm slash. The sword, accompanied by sword aura, danced wildly up and down, like a storm trying to cut Rods, who was backed against the wall, to death. But Rods faced this fierce attack without panic. He looked up at Moby, his body suddenly moving like a piece of paper, dodging all attacks with ease. No matter how the sword and sword aura flew, they simply couldn't touch him. Then, Rods countered with a sword thrust. Moby was shocked and swung his sword to block, but was still pierced in the arm through the gap, instantly injured. "This is paper drawing. How do you know the Navy's 6 styles?" The shave might have similar moves, but this evasion was definitely the paper drawing of the 6 styles. Rods didn't respond, relying on paper drawing to dodge. He advanced with his sword to exchange several moves with Moby, then suddenly activated his twisting fruit ability. Both swords instantly twisted into scrap metal. Bang! Rods threw a punch, and Moby instinctively crossed his arms to block. The moment the fist landed, excruciating pain shot through. His arms were twisted into a spiral. Blood and flesh were a horrific sight. The majors finally reacted, scared, and rushed forward to assist, with swords and fists all coming at him. Buzz! Rods pushed his arms up forcefully, fully activating his twisting fruit ability. All the descending swords and fists were halted in midair, then violently repelled by the explosive twisting force. Swords and weapons shattered. Rods coldly stared at Moby, who was lying on the ground with a face full of horror, then stepped down, splattering blood and flesh. The majors, who had been blasted back, felt a chill run down their spines, all displaying shock and fear. In the silence, Rod stepped towards the wall. "Tell those high-ups giving the orders, I don't want to be a pirate. You force me." His tone was calm to the point of being eerie, the blood on the ground resembling a hellish scene, his words like a demon's whisper. "I am now a small character. You may not care, but remember my words. Your actions today will determine the future direction of the seas. I hope one day you won't regret it, because by then, it will all be too late." Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Rods reached out and pressed against the wall, which instantly twisted and collapsed, and he leaped out. The only sounds left in the room were the falling stones and the voice that lingered in the major's ears. In the naval headquarters, in Dauberman's office, bang! Dauberman slammed the table, cracking it, and stood up, shouting angrily. Who does he think he is? Arrogant. Too arrogant. There are many great pirates, but few dare to speak harshly to the headquarters, Most of them are in the New World. A little brat from the Western Sea dares to be so arrogant, lawless. Major, HandRoz's strength is beyond what the Western Sea Division can handle. What should we do? Stolberry asked coldly, standing in front of the desk. At first, he sympathized with HandRoz, but after HandRoz killed Moby and made threats, his sympathy had turned to anger. Dauberman took a couple of breaths to suppress his anger and said coldly, "Notify all branches and bases in the Western Sea to include Ghost HandRoz on the list of dangerous pirates and let each branch handle it at their discretion." "Yes," Stolberry responded. The base chiefs in the Western Sea Division were all at the rank of major, many of them being officers sent down from headquarters. More than enough to control the seas. In front of the colossal entities of the Navy and the world government. Arguing was useless. The public clearly trusted the government and the Navy more, believing the news they released. The Navy represents the government and can easily turn black and white. Argue? Protest? It's a waste of effort. Therefore, from the moment Moby attacked, HandRoz decided, since the high-ups were determined to smear him as a pirate, he could not bear this name in vain. He had to make the Navy satisfied. To quickly finish off Moby, he utilized the paper drawing of the 6 styles, which consumed some talent points, but the effect was significant, quickly killing Moby without being surrounded. Bursting out of the division, HandRoz arrived at the southern shore, where his small boat was waiting. "I don't know how the Navy will frame my crimes." He rowed away from the port, shaking his head at the sea. "Whatever. From today on, he is the captain of the Ghost Hand Pirates. After today, the Navy will likely increase my bounty, launch a massive hunt in the West Sea, and even send a rear admiral and fleet. Running around without intelligence makes it easy to fall into ambushes and get surrounded." HandRoz pondered. Since he's become a pirate, he must withstand the Navy's pursuit and blockades. A small boat is definitely not enough. At least a medium-sized ship is needed, and various intelligence is essential. To become stronger, he must either train himself or kill pirates. But killing pirates also requires intelligence. With that, the first crew member choice became clear. Hiding in the underground world, holding vast intelligence. Nico Robin. Let's go to Gel City. At the Underground Intelligence Organization base in Gel City, Nico Robin was standing by her desk, organizing intelligence reports. She earned a PhD in archaeology at the age of 8, with extraordinary memory and analytical skills. After working here for months, she could memorize even the most chaotic information in seconds and answer questions without hesitation. Truly a prodigy. After finishing, Robin put down the last note, closed her eyes for a few seconds, then opened them, nodding to Tren behind the desk. Tren took a sip of coffee and said with satisfaction, "Not bad. Burn these documents. Taking in the son of the devil with a bounty of 79 million is risky, but Robin's ability to handle intelligence certainly made him pleased. Otherwise, he would have sold her to the Navy for the reward long ago." Robin grabbed the notes to dispose of them and returned to her desk. "If I remember correctly, you're 16 now, right?" Tren stared at her. "Yes." Robin nodded. Tren leaned back in his chair, the corners of his mouth curling up. "What a great age. If it weren't for that 79 million bounty, you'd be the perfect assistant." Robin remained silent. Tren put down his cup, stood up, and began to look her up and down, slowly walking over and reaching out 2 rough fingers to try to lift her chin. Robin's expression changed slightly, and she stepped back half a step. Not able to touch her, Tren paused, losing interest, and withdrew his hand behind his back, his gaze casual. "Take off your clothes." "Nico Robin." "What?" Robin was stunned. Tren emphasized, "I said take off your clothes. Didn't you hear?" Such a request. Robin's pupils contracted, taking another step back, unsure of what to do. After being on the run since 8 years old, duped to the bounty, hiding in the underground world for 8 years, she had seen much darkness, but this was the first time she encountered such a thing. "What? Dare to defy me?" Tren's face darkened. "You said you could do anything, right? I'm the one taking in someone with a 79 million bounty at risk." Hearing this, Robin's expression changed, biting her lip. It was because of this high bounty that she had hidden for 8 years, fighting for survival. If she weren't calmer and smarter than most people, she would have been gone long ago. To survive, she could endure a lot, but this humiliation was truly unbearable. She bit harder, her lip breaking, blood dripping down. Tren looked at her like this, instead feeling amused. What a boring way to have fun for him. "Look at you. It seems you've never experienced this. That's such a loss. With your bounty, you could be caught by the Navy at any time. If you really get caught, you won't get the chance to experience it." Robin remained silent. Surviving was too difficult to the point of losing her last shred of dignity. Just then, bang, the oak door was forcefully pushed open. The lock shattered, and wood chips flew everywhere. "Who?" Tren was staring at Robin. Interrupted, he shouted angrily, turning to look at the door. Roz walked in. He had arrived half a minute ago, intending to wait outside when he found the door locked, but unexpectedly stumbled upon this scene. "It's you?" Tren frowned fiercely upon seeing Roz. "Sorry for breaking your door." Roz walked to the middle, amidst the astonishment of both, looking at Robin. "Not happy here, huh? How about changing your identity and becoming my crew member?" Roz didn't beat around the bush. Robin was smart, just giving her a choice. Robin didn't respond, and Tren's face darkened. "Ghost hand, Roz. Poaching in front of me? No doubt about it." Roz's words choked him. "What do you say, Nico Robin?" Roz looked at her. Robin was stunned. This was the first time someone actively reached out to her. She analyzed the situation in a second and calmly nodded. "It would be an honor to serve you, Captain Roz." "Very good." Roz smiled. Dealing with the steady and smart Robin was refreshing. No nonsense, which was also why he wanted to recruit her. Tren was first stunned, then furious. "Nico Robin, do you dare to betray me? Who has supported you in the past 6 months?" Bang! A gunshot. Roz had a gun in his hand, the barrel smoking. Tren froze, looking down at his chest. One bullet hole, blood staining his suit. "You." He didn't expect Roz to shoot. Roz held the gun steady as a rock, coldly saying, "You just bullied my crew member, didn't you?" Bang! Bang! 2 more shots, and Tren added 2 more bullet holes, collapsing with a look of unwillingness. Robin glanced at him, slightly moved, but then calm. Tren belonged to a large intelligence organization. His death might cause trouble. "Oh." Roz put away his gun, and no matter how big, could it be bigger than the Navy and government? Robin shook her head. "Of course not." Roz smiled at her. "So don't worry about trouble. I'm a pirate now. If the captain thinks it's fine, then it's fine." Robin nodded. She was the son of the devil with a bounty of 79 million. No matter how bad the situation got, it couldn't get much worse. "How many people are on the ship?" "Counting you too." Roz said, "I need a ship, some hands, and then I'll find formal crew members." Robin immediately fell into character. Unperturbed. "There are ships at the port. We can find something suitable. As for the hands, with your name, you can probably attract some." "That sounds too troublesome." Roz shook his head. "You have intelligence on pirate crews in the sea area, right? The more accurate, the better for those with bounties over 20 million. Although he wanted to be a pirate, Roz was not like other pirates, nor was he like Luffy, plundering and slaughtering civilians. That would only make civilians afraid. The government and Navy wouldn't be afraid, only angrier. If he wanted to kill, he would kill those in the Navy and government who provoked him, as well as those infamous pirates. His biggest trump card was not the devil fruit, but a talent system. Killing pirates would earn him proficiency and talent points, making his strength soar. From the West Sea to the Grand Line, then to the New World. When he reached the end, it would be the moment the world trembled. Pirates with bounties over 20 million. Robin was momentarily stunned. Was Roz planning to directly take over a pirate crew? That was much more dangerous than robbing ships at the dock. But she had no doubt about Roz's strength. He had killed quite a few pirates with 10 million bounties, and recently stormed into Capone's lair and wiped out Riley. After thinking it over, Robin said, "The Furo pirates, led by Captain One-Eyed Furo, have a bounty of 27 million. They appeared 3 days ago in the Core Sea, the closest to here." "Good." Roz nodded, telling Robin, "I was once a bounty hunter. My ghost hand pirates do not rob civilians, only hunt strong pirate crews. The danger level is extremely high. Are you prepared?" There are all kinds of people among pirates. Those who rob civilians, those who take risks like Luffy, and those who specifically kill other pirates in a black market, especially hunting other pirate crews. Robin thought to herself, having stayed in the darkness for so long, she could accept any darkness. But that little bit of kindness in her heart had not been eroded, and this purpose suited her perfectly. A day later, the Navy and government issued a new announcement. Ghost Hand Roz had insidiously ambushed and killed Colonel Moby and Lieutenant Colonel Laika. The news quickly spread throughout the West Sea. His bounty rose from 22 million to 40 million, making him one of the only 10 pirates in the West Sea with bounties over 40 million. The West Sea was in an uproar. Top pirates, formidable bounty hunters, all focused on this suddenly emerging 10th pirate of the West Sea, Roz, killing a Navy colonel. Another fierce character has emerged in the West Sea. Some pirates looked at the newspaper and said, "A bounty of 40 million. Who is this Roz?" Pirate hunters are eyeing the bounty greedily. More so, the terrified civilians. They slaughter towns and kill colonels. What is the Navy doing? Why don't they arrest and execute them? For most common people, how would they know the truth? They can only rely on government announcements and newspapers. The truth is entirely written by them. 3 days later, in the Cold Sea, A small boat is rising and falling with the waves. Though it's small, it actually has 2 decks, one for food and fresh water, and one for living, with 2 rooms that can accommodate 3 or 4 people. It looks like a storm is coming. Rod stands on the deck, looking up at the sky. His sailing proficiency, derived from his life skills talent points, is truly proficient. Although it can't compare to Nami's talent, it's not far off. Otherwise, if he were rowing a small boat alone to hunt pirates every day, he would have been capsized by a storm long ago. With his current strength, how could he possibly keep the small boat safe in a storm? Difficult. Robin, raise the sails, paddle, and hurry up. Okay. Robin, worried about the weather, after hearing the command, brings her arms together, activating the flower fruit. Numerous arms sprout from the mast, swiftly lowering the sails. Many hands also appear on the 6 paddles. Vigorously rowing. This fruit's ability is just too convenient. Bringing Robin on board was definitely the right choice. She can do the work of a whole group of people, and Rods is extremely pleased. If she were treated as a crew member, they probably wouldn't need to look for laborers anymore. With Robin's operations, the sails are filled with wind, and combined with the 6 paddles moving rapidly, the small boat speeds across the sea. Rod's isn't idle either. He steers while watching the sky. Thanks to his true sailing proficiency, he quickly breaks out of the danger zone. To avoid the storm, they have already ventured deep into the cold sea. There are 7 small islands and 2 medium islands here, and the nearest one is just 2 hours away. Rods checks the nautical charts and compass for positioning. From Robin, he learned that the Floro pirates had passed through here 6 days ago. Pirates generally don't stay on one island for long, or else the Navy would surround and wipe them out. The Floro crew had resupplied on Dill Island, and according to their style, they might raid one of these islands before leaving. Robin recalls and analyzes the information. Then let us go to the nearest island. Rods decides. In the past, when hunting pirates, he had received information from Robin before heading out to sea, encountering them 5 times out of 8. His luck is off the charts. Captain, you have a bounty of 40 million now. The West Sea knows about it, so be careful with your identity. It could be troublesome if exposed. No need to worry. Rod shrugs. There's only a small Navy division nearby. No base. By the time they react, we'll have slipped away. Although Robin is calm, she hasn't fully moved on from her days of fleeing and hiding. She has a bounty of 79 million. Yet her combat power is not even close to that of a 20 million pirate. Hearing Rod's words, she pauses for a moment before realizing. Rods had previously stormed a Navy base alone, killed a colonel, and escaped unscathed, so there really is no need to hide. The feeling of not needing to conceal oneself is quite nice. Soon, the 2 arrive at the nearest island, but they find no clues about the Floro crew. So they head to the next island. This island has an underground world, and 2 seasoned veterans quickly find information. Half a day ago, the Floro crew raided Mokal Island. After they finished their raid, the Navy division would definitely send warships to pursue. Based on the route, they absolutely wouldn't take these 2 paths. After analyzing, Rods and Robin plan their route and set off in pursuit. Why can't the Navy end the era of great pirates? One reason is that there are many pirates with mixed strengths, and another is that pursuing them at sea is too troublesome. The pirates quickly leave the island, and the late-arriving Navy's pursuit is like finding a needle in a haystack. Rods and Robin analyze the chase, which also involves betting on probabilities. There are only 2 routes. Let us see which one the Floro crew chooses. On the deck, Rod scans the sea with a telescope, and Robin stands beside him, holding the nautical chart. A route with a 70 probability is indeed more reliable than one with a 30 probability. Our analysis isn't flawed. After observing for a while, Rods pauses and glances in one direction, handing the telescope to Robin. Robin takes the telescope, looks in the same direction for half a minute, and puts it down, saying, "We need to get closer for confirmation." Rods nods and steers the ship towards the target. The closer they get, the clearer the shadow in that direction becomes. Through the telescope, they can see the entire ship and the emblem on the sail, a skull with one eye covered. It is indeed the Floro pirates. The prey has finally arrived. Rods confirms the target, muttering calmly. He has studied the talent system. The proficiency for hunting pirates is divided by bounty intervals. For the same level, the first give a lot, the second is halved, and the third is halved again. For the 20 million level, killing 2 or 3 is worth it, and any more would be a waste of time. Moreover, the first time killing a pirate within a certain bounty range will definitely grant some free talent points, and after that, it's all about probability. If he gets some points this time, it means his guess was correct, Rods thinks to himself. A few months ago, he had killed 4 or 5 pirates with bounties of 7 or 8 million, but the returns were diminishing, So he raised his target to 10 million and kept raising it higher. If he wants to become stronger, he needs to keep hunting pirates. 20 million, 30 million, 50 million, 100 million, 200 million, 300 million. And the ultimate goal? The 4 emperors on the fluoro pirate ship, regardless of whether their eyesight is good or not. All crew members wear eye patches over their right eyes. This is Captain One-Eyed Fluoro's order. A small boat has approached. Hey, it's just a small boat. The lookout pirate shouts down. Upon hearing it's a small boat, the pirates lose interest. What treasure could a small boat possibly have? But someone wonders, is it coming over on its own? Don't they see our pirate flag? Yeah, they even accelerated towards us. At first, the lookout didn't take it seriously, but seeing the small boat charging at full speed, he suddenly feels something is off. Normally, wouldn't ships encountering pirate ships turn around and run? Only pirates would actively charge forward. The lookout is startled. Quick, report to the captain. It might be a pirate hunter. A pirate hunter? Once this is said, the previously uninterested pirates all change their expressions, and someone quickly rushes into the cabin to report. One-Eyed Fluoro, who was taking a nap, is furious when woken up. Yawning, he steps onto the deck and looks at the distant small boat. A pirate hunter? I'm One-Eyed Fluoro, with a bounty of 27 million. Who dares to provoke me? Tired of living. Destroy them. One-Eyed Fluoro rubs the back of his head and gives the order. Yes. Several pirates respond and hurriedly load the cannons with gunpowder, aiming at the small boat to fire. The cannonballs arc through the air and crash into the sea, creating massive waves. Cannon fire? Rods takes a deep breath. Robin, get into the cabin. His current distorted power can block ordinary swords, but bullets and attacks with a bit of sword energy cannot be withstood, let alone cannon fire. Fortunately, the pirates' cannon fire isn't as organized as the Navy's. It's south all over the place and doesn't form a concentrated rain of cannonballs. Moreover, Rod's never intended to block the cannonballs. He can't block them. He no longer cares about this small boat. As long as he can get within a certain distance of the fluoro pirate ship, he can use Soru to jump over. Whoosh! A cannonball comes flying at Rod's, and he steps hard, dodging swiftly. Boom! The cannonball crashes into the bow of the boat, with splinters flying, smoke billowing. Trying to use his fruit ability to block the cannonball, or using a sword to slice the cannonball, that is no easy task. Facing cannonballs that could severely injure him with a single hit, Rod's remains steady. Thanks to his current agility and speed, he can dodge the cannonballs coming from afar as long as he stays focused. Boom! Boom! As the small boat gets closer, the cannonballs become more accurate. The nearer they get, the harder it is to dodge. Rod's maintains a calm expression, his eyes locked on the fluoro pirate ship, his attention heightened to the utmost. He can instantly evade any shadow flying toward him. Captain, at this rate, we might not make it close enough to their ship. Robin, hiding in the cabin riddled with holes, shouts from beside a pillar. Rod's glances oddly at the mouth that has appeared on the pillar. He understands that the flower fruit can create body parts anywhere. He is not surprised. Don't worry, we don't need to get too close. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters. Rod's calculates the distance to the fluoro pirate ship. That's enough. His gaze flickered, and he leaped to the highest point of the small boat, stomping down hard. The wood splintered and shattered, and he arced through the air, plummeting towards the pirate ship. The members of the fluoro pirate crew were grinning as they watched the small boat falling apart under cannon fire. But suddenly they saw a figure jump over, leaving them all stunned. Watch out above. Captain, someone's coming. By the time they reacted, Roz had already collided with the sail and, releasing his momentum, floated down lightly onto the mast. This jumping distance was something an ordinary person could never achieve. Many pirates were left gaping, and someone looked up and thought he looked familiar. Suddenly realizing something, their faces turned pale. You are the demon HandRoz's, the one who killed the Navy colonel, with a bounty of 40 million. Good. Saves me the trouble of introducing myself. Roz glanced at the pirates below and jumped down from the mast to the deck. For pirate crew, I didn't get wrong, right? You broke my boat. Sorry, I'll take your ship in exchange. A few pirates nearby swallowed hard. Though they were fierce, the news said Roz slaughtered a town and killed a colonel. Going berserk was much worse than they were. They thought he was some blind pirate hunter, but it turned out to be you, former pirate hunter, now Pirate Roz. One-Eyed Floor stepped out from behind, his single eye narrowed, his gaze dangerous. Although Roz was fierce, he wasn't a soft persimmon. What's 40 million? Just one person. Want my ship? How about joining me? One-Eyed Floor spread his hands. With your strength, teaming up with me, there aren't many who can fight in the West Sea. If Roz were still a pirate hunter, he would have made a move, but Roz was now a wanted pirate. And alone, Recruiting him as a combatant would allow the Floor crew to dominate the West Sea. A bounty of 27 million, one-eyed Floor. Roz slowly walked forward, his expression cold. You want to be my subordinate? Floor's face darkened, sneering. Seems like you don't understand the current situation, Roz. As he spoke, the surrounding pirates all drew guns and gripped knives, getting ready for a fight. Roz stood alone against a group of pirates, his face unchanged. The one who doesn't understand is you. Whoosh. In the next second, Roz stepped down and appeared at the right side of the ship's railing, punching one pirate away and kicking another into the sea. At the same time, he drew his gun with his left hand and fired 6 shots in quick succession. Everything happened as fast as lightning. Only one-eyed Floor was on guard the moment Roz moved. The other pirates didn't react at all. By the time Roz knocked down 7 people, they finally came to their senses. Open fire. Kill him. The remaining pirates were sweating, stunned by Roz's speed. Terrified, but still hurriedly raising their guns. 6 or 7 pirates aimed at Roz simultaneously. Gunshots rang out, bullets hitting the wood of the ship, splinters flying everywhere. But Roz had already left his original position and charged into the crowd when they fired. Watch out. He's here. In close combat, guns were useless, and the pirates decisively drew their swords to slash at him. Roz faced the incoming blades, not dodging or evading, and directly met them with a punch. His fist, infused with twisting power, collided with the swords. Crack. Crack. The fine iron swords were twisted like rubber. Roz's fist twisted and shook, the twisting power blasting into the nearby pirates. Bones cracking audibly, all twisted into knots. Oh, what kind of power is this? The remaining pirates were dumbfounded. Their movements froze, fear spreading. Speed was acceptable. Marksmanship was precise, but this kind of power that could turn a person into mush was too terrifying. Is it a devil fruit? One-eyed Floor watched his retreating subordinates, and the sight of Roz twisting flesh and bones, his pupils contracted. He had no fruit abilities, but he had fought against those with powers and knew how troublesome they could be. Roz, are you really not going to cooperate with me? I can make you my first mate, second only to me. Floor held his sword in front, looking at him with a serious expression. In his eyes, the subordinates who had been killed were all useless, and he very much wanted someone with Roz's strength on his side. Roz's expression remained cold, silent, as he repelled the nearby pirates and charged directly at Floor, stepping forward and becoming a blur. Damn it, then go die. Floor's single eye flared with rage, gripping his sword with both hands and slashing down at Roz's head. Floor's swordsmanship was far inferior to Colonel Moby's, but this strike had a similar momentum, carrying a hint of weak sword energy. A famous sword? Roz was a bit surprised, but remained unfazed, skillfully dodging the direct strike and punching towards Floor. Floor reacted super quickly, blocking with his sword, and Roz twisted to avoid. Fire. Kill him. While entangled with Roz, Floor ordered his subordinates, trying to distract him. Just then, a voice came from the back of the ship. 30 rounds of flowers bloom. Clap. Clap. Several pirates with guns suddenly had arms sprouting from their shoulders, knocking their guns away and twisting their necks. Don't disturb the captain's fight. 16-year-old Robin easily subdued a group of ordinary pirates using her flower fruit. The pirates were once again startled by Robin's ability, and one-eyed Floor felt a chill in his heart. He hadn't expected Roz to have a helper, and a devil fruit user at that. With Robin stabilizing the situation, Roz turned his gaze back to Floor. Floor was slightly stronger than an ordinary Navy colonel. Relying on his famous sword, his strength was similar to Colonel Moby's, but still fell short compared to Roz. Even if Roz didn't want to damage that famous sword, Floor soon found himself in a bind. One of his arms had been twisted into a mess of flesh and blood by Roz's punch. The famous sword flew out and embedded itself in the deck. Hiss! Floor's face contorted in pain as he looked at the approaching Roz, panicking. Don't kill me. I'll give you the ship. I'll be your subordinate. Roz approached expressionlessly and unleashed a punch. Silence fell. After eliminating Floor, Roz heard the system's notification sound, a satisfied glint flashing in his eyes as he turned to pick up the sword. Robin, do you recognize this sword? Robin walked over, glanced at it, and said, I'm not familiar with swords, but I've read related information. This seems to be the spring joy from the Great Swordsmith's 21 works. Great Swordsmith's 21 works? Roz was surprised. He thought it was a good sword, but he didn't expect one-eyed Floor to have such a treasure. In this world, the top swords are the 12 supreme great swords, of which there are only 12. Then comes the 21 great swords, of which there are only 21. Roz's twisting fruit ability couldn't be released through weapons like the tremor fruit could, and forcing twisting power through a sword would damage it. So for him, the sword served only one purpose: to make a show. The great sword was an unexpected delight. But what truly thrilled Roz was the bounty for killing floor. 50 talent proficiency, 1 free talent point. Killing a pirate with a bounty over 20 million for the first time truly paid off. The first branch ability of the twisting fruit was secured. Roz didn't rush to check the system, but turned to look back at the remaining pirates, terrified and subdued by Robin. There were still 13 left. Robin reported from the side. Upon seeing their captain killed, even those with some strength turned pale. "Don't kill me. Captain Roz, I submit." "Me too. Me too." Many actively threw down their weapons. Roz scanned the 13 pirates, shaking his head coldly. "Too many. I don't want this many subordinates." Looking at the panicked pirates, he paused and said, "Out of you 13, I will only keep 5. As soon as these words came out, the pirates all held their breath. The meaning was clear. Only 5 could live. The other 8 had to die. "You want us to turn on each other?" Someone gritted their teeth, but before they could finish, a sword pierced through their chest, blood splattering out. These pirates were not like the Straw Hat crew, who valued friendship. Each was fierce, and some were clever. Fighting against Roz meant death, while submission had a chance of survival. Bang! Bang! Someone took the lead, and the remaining pirates immediately roared and hacked at each other. After a bloody battle, only 5 remained standing. Although the 5 people stopped, they were still on guard against each other. If Roz changed his mind and only wanted 3, the one who relaxed their vigilance would definitely be the first to die. Roz coldly scanned the 5 of them, then turned to Robin and said, "The rest is up to you." "Yes, Captain." Robin nodded and directed the 5 to clean up the body and bloodstains while Roz walked alone to the deck. With a thought, the 3 large trees of the talent system appeared. He opened the combat talent section and found the large branch of the distortion fruit. Distortion fruit, 75. Only 25 points away from the first branch ability, distorted light. Roz directly added the 25 points. A green light flashed, and the proficiency reached 100, changing distorted light from gray to green. Activating it indeed required 1 point of free talent. Activate. Roz added the points he just gained. In an instant, a strange power surged into his body, merging with the fruit's power. It felt different. Roz murmured. His ability had been developed even more fiercely. He waved his hand, and his ordinary palm actually created an afterimage, which could even remain still, resembling many hands appearing at once. Below, Robin, who was directing the cleanup, caught a glimpse and was stunned. When did Roz learn her flower fruit? Roz stood there, waving his arm to create afterimages, familiarizing himself with the new power. It was just an illusion. The arms created with distorted light were all fake, with no attacking power. But the confusion level was maxed out. Imagine suddenly throwing out countless fists in battle, all looking the same, even if only one was real. It would be incredibly difficult to block. This meant that those fighting Roz would have their vision severely disrupted. Unless they relied on sound or other perceptions to judge positions, they would be directly restricted. For those without observation hockey or paper drawings, vision was almost the main means of perception, and once disrupted, their strength would plummet. Now, if Roz encountered a colonel like Moby again, he could easily handle 3 or 5 at once. The effective range of the distortion fruit had also increased. After familiarizing himself, he found that the distortion power he could mobilize was stronger. Previously, the effective range was a sphere with a 2-meter radius centered on himself, and now it was almost 5 meters. With his strength, he could easily withstand slashes from Moby or Flora. He could even potentially block bullets. But he was too lazy to test it. The fruit's power had strengthened, but the physical stamina consumption had also increased dramatically. Roz pondered. Using a devil fruit consumed a lot of stamina, especially a superhuman type like the distortion fruit. Now that his ability had more than doubled during an outburst, his stamina would drop even faster, putting more burden on his body. He needed to quickly unlock the physical enhancement of the universal type. It's fine now, but once he activated distorted gravity, his physical strength definitely wouldn't keep up with the fruit's abilities. Why was Whitebeard the strongest at sea? It wasn't just because of the tremor fruit. Without a powerful physique to withstand a shockwave, he couldn't possibly unleash that terrifying strength. He kept 25 proficiency points in reserve. If he wanted to explode, he would invest in the distortion fruit. And if he wanted speed, he would invest in shaving or agility enhancement. Roz thought, anyway, the system could be adjusted to add points at any time. After closing the system, he continued practicing distorted light. 2 hours later, Robin came over to report, "Captain, the deck and cabin have been cleared." A medium Navy warship is rushing in from the southwest. On the Azure Sea, a medium Navy warship from the Naval Branch was speeding at full throttle. Report to the Colonel. A ship from the Flora Pirate Group has been spotted ahead. Oh, the Navy Colonel went to the deck to look through a telescope. The distant black was indeed Flora's ship, but it looked battered, as if it had just finished a fight. All personnel prepare. Fire as soon as we enter range. The Colonel frowned and ordered. A Navy warship? Roz stopped practicing his abilities, took Robin's telescope, and looked. Sure enough, a warship was rushing towards them. Robin stood beside him and said softly, "It's probably coming for the Flora Group." Roz nodded. Regardless of who it was coming for, it was the same now. The moment he put down the telescope, the familiar system voice sounded. Host's survival environment has changed, and there is a unique view of dark justice. The system will optimize. Rewards will be given for killing pirates, and defeating pursuing naval leaders will also yield rewards, with a decreasing reward that does not share with pirates. Note, this only applies to the highest-ranking pursuing leader, at least a rear admiral. Roz was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. This optimization came at just the right time. After the optimization, the system panel could now see the bounties for pirates and the corresponding reward ranges for naval ranks. Ding! Optimization complete. The second optimization also surprised him. With a thought, he opened the system. There was now a reward symbol in the upper right corner. Clicking on it revealed, Pirate Hunt, 5 to 8 million. 3 killed 8 to 10 million. 2 killed 10 to 12 million. 2 killed 12 to 15 million. 2 killed 15 to 20 million. 1 killed 20 to 30 million. 1 killed. The left side recorded all the pirates he had killed, clearly marked with rewards and decreasing ranges, just as he guessed. Killing multiple in the same range decreased proficiency. The first kill in a new range would definitely grant 1 point of free talent. Bounties over 30 million had multiple ranges. 50 million was a threshold, and from 100 million to 500 million, every increase of 100 million was a threshold. Beyond that, there were 3 ranges, 500 million to 800 million, 800 million to 1 billion, and over 1 billion. The divisions were quite clear, but the strength of pirates in this world couldn't be directly determined by their bounties. Roz scanned from top to bottom, then turned to look at the right side. Defeated Navy, Navy Rear Admiral, 0 Navy Vice Admiral, 0 Navy Admiral, 0 Navy Fleet Admiral, 0 all zeros. Roz had never defeated a Rear Admiral level Navy. This division was too lacking. A branch Rear Admiral and a headquarters Rear Admiral are both Rear Admirals, but their strengths are worlds apart. Roz shook his head. Without differentiation, the rewards he could obtain were reduced, and of course he was unhappy. After looking at the new page, Roz exited the system. Looking again at the distance, the Navy warship had closed in significantly. He could clearly see its outline without a telescope. The southeast wind was blowing. With a wind force of nearly 6, Robin set all sails retreat. The Navy warship's firepower was fierce. Its cannons were much stronger than those of the pirate ship, and against the headwind, a direct confrontation would result in being blown to bits before they even got close. The Navy on the warship might be inexperienced, but the firepower of a medium warship was something even a headquarters Rear Admiral would need to avoid. The Navy could chase after pirates because of their fierce firepower. Not every pirate could withstand artillery fire, and at least the current Roz couldn't. Yes, Robin understood the terror of the warship and had been wanting the pirates to set sail for a while. The 5 pirates were already prepared upon Robin's command. They immediately set sail. The distant warships saw them trying to escape and pursued relentlessly, even trying to fire a few shots to disrupt the mast, but unfortunately, they were too far away to hit. Though the warship's firepower was fierce, it was cumbersome. With the wind, it couldn't catch up to the nimble pirate ship. After all, most pirates would rob and then run, rarely building heavy ships for a direct confrontation. The Flora Group ship was a light sailing vessel. In the end, the warship could only watch as they grew smaller and smaller, becoming a black dot on the horizon, disappearing from sight. If only he could use moonwalk. Roz stood on the top of the cabin, looking out at the sea, shaking his head. If he had moonwalk, he could walk on air over the sea, ignoring cannon fire and jumping onto the warship to sink it. However, that warship was most likely led by a branch colonel. Defeating him wouldn't yield rewards. So Roz didn't feel much about it. With the talent system in place, it wouldn't be long before he could ignore Navy warships, and by then, any Navy that came to chase him would have to sink. Whoosh! Roz jumped down from the top of the cabin and landed next to Robin. How much supplies are left on the ship? For 7 people. Enough to last 2 or 3 months. Robin thought for a moment and said. Roz nodded. All right, I understand. Gather all the information on pirates in the West Sea with bounties over 15 million. No problem. Year 1508 of the Sea Circle, November. Ghost HandRoz's slayed the one-eyed Flora with a bounty of 27 million, seized the ship, and formed the Ghost Hand Pirate Group, with a flag featuring a skull and a skeletal hand reaching for the sky. Year 1508 of the Sea Circle, early December. Captain Ghost HandRoz led his crew to eliminate the notorious Kuro Pirate Group, which had a bounty of 17 million in the Kingdom of Torda, and also defeated the local kingdom's army, gaining increasing fame. At the end of December in the year 1508 of the Sea Calendar, Captain Roz's crew annihilated the Blood Bowl Pirate Group, which had a bounty of 25 million and crushed the T-19 division of the West Sea Navy. The West Sea Navy was terrified, and his reputation soared. In early January 1509, the 11th year of the Great Pirate Era, Roz destroyed the Hammer Pirate Group with a bounty of 28 million and the Leopard Pirate Group with a bounty of 19 million in Bagtown. He then eliminated the infamous pirate Hunter Bloodhand gang that attempted to ambush him. Now he was completely famous, and no one questioned his bounty of 40 million anymore. Having taken the ship from the Floro Pirate Group for over 2 months, Roz had killed 2 pirates with bounties of 15 to 20 million and 3 with bounties of 20 to 30 million. However, since he had killed too many in the same range, the rewards decreased, and he only gained 80 proficiency points. Fortunately, when he destroyed the Hammer Pirate Group, he received an extra point in free talent points, which was a big win. Killing pirates with bounties below 30 million yielded low rewards and took too much time. Roz's focus completely shifted to those with bounties above 30 million. The Kingdom of Smarnal, a major nation in the West Sea, belongs to the world government, and its king can participate in the World Conference. In an alley, Roz, wearing a hat, leaned against the wall and asked Robin, who was also wearing a hat, "What's the situation inside? Is the information accurate?" Robin activated her ability to peek inside the building, looked for a while, and then withdrew her ability. The information is correct. The central room on the top floor is a dark trading point, and the captain of the Blade Pirate Group, Blade, is inside. Blade, his name was renowned, but no one knew his real name. His swordsmanship was exceptional. He was once a pirate hunter, but later became a pirate himself, with a bounty of 35 million. This was the first pirate above 30 million that Roz had set his sights on, and it took him nearly half a month to pinpoint his location accurately. The first time he killed a pirate with a bounty between 30 to 50 million, he would definitely receive 1 free talent point. This way, he could enhance his physical abilities in the general category. Roz lifted the brim of his hat and stretched his body. During this time, he had handed over the tracking and intelligence work to Robin while he focused on training his physique. His physical abilities had improved significantly, allowing him to adapt to the rapidly increasing power of his distortion fruit, and he had also added 30 points to his distortion power, making him even stronger. "Wait for me here." Roz took the 35 million bounty notice for Blade from Robin, then turned and pressed against the wall. Buzz. The power of distortion acted upon the wall. He precisely controlled it so that the wall wouldn't collapse, creating a depression that he could climb. Stepping down, Roz leaped up onto the depression, reached for a higher spot, and jumped again. Whoosh, whoosh. With 2 boosts, he jumped onto the roof and disappeared. Wanted by the Navy, hostile to the world government, and killing pirates everywhere. Not afraid of making enemies all around, he was indeed a strange captain, Robin muttered as she watched his vanishing figure. Most pirates were hostile to each other, especially in the Grand Line and the New World, where even a chance encounter could lead to a fight. But Roz didn't just fight by chance. He actively hunted all famous pirates, as if he wanted to tread on blood and bones to become the most terrifying presence in the West Sea. Shaking her head, Robin activated her ability to continue observing the interior of the building. In a central room on the top floor, curtains were drawn, blocking all sunlight. The room was lit by oil lamps, and more than 20 people were either standing or sitting. After searching for more than half a month, "I finally got in touch with you." An old man with gray hair, wearing a top hat and leaning on a cane, said to a swordsman in a white jacket sitting opposite him. This swordsman was none other than the pirate Captain Blade. "I heard your rewards are quite generous." Blade leaned forward, a smile hiding a knife. The old man's face darkened. "That's right, 40 million berries. This is the commission fee. That's quite a sum." Blade leaned back. "So what do you want us to do?" "I want you to eliminate the Capone gang's underground base in Smarnal. They are developing too rapidly and are affecting us." The old man's eyes gleamed coldly. Blade sneered. "I see. So your kingdom's secretly supported gang can't even handle outsiders and has to ask pirates for help? How amusing." The old man narrowed his eyes. It's not that we can't handle it. It's just that this matter can't be made public. If we deal with it openly, it would cause a lot of trouble, so we can only handle it discreetly. Will you take the job? Sure, Blade replied straightforwardly. But provoking the Capone gang is troublesome. 40 million isn't enough. We want 50 million. 40 million is already quite high. The old man's face darkened. However, Blade pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his sword sheath, showing no concern at all. Just as the stalemate was occurring, there was suddenly a commotion from the ceiling. Crack! Crack! Blade and the old man looked up simultaneously. The ceiling twisted strangely, cracks spreading everywhere, and even the chandelier fell down. What's going on? Everyone was bewildered. Blade reacted quickly, raising his sword to cleave the collapsing ceiling in half. A 2-meter-wide hole was created, and sunlight flooded in, instantly brightening the dark hall. Trading with the kingdom and pirates, quite clever. Unfortunately, your deal has fallen through. Roz's voice came from the hole. Then, the figure wearing a hat, pressing down on it with one hand, jumped down from the hole and landed lightly on the ruins. Who? What a bold person. Everyone was both surprised and angry, staring at the suddenly intruding Roz. The old man initially thought it was someone from the Capone gang, but upon seeing his appearance, his pupils constricted. You are Ghost HandRoz's. They had sought out the Ghost Hand pirates privately, but couldn't make contact. They never expected to reach Blade, and now Roz had come himself. Ghost HandRoz's. Blade frowned, his gaze dangerous. This name had exploded in the West Sea recently, and everywhere he went, pirates, gangs, and the Navy were all crushed. He was a ruthless person who took pleasure in killing the strong. Are you here for me? Blade gripped the hilt of his sword and asked in a deep voice. He didn't believe Roz was here for fun. Given Roz's style, he was likely here for him. Yes, Roz nodded, stepping down from the ruins and slowly walking toward him. All the pirates under Blade were intimidated by the name Ghost HandRoz's, and the gang members from the Kingdom of Smarnel were also panicking. Blade's expression darkened as he watched Roz approach, his eyes filled with seriousness, killing intent, and anger. He was a pirate with a bounty of 35 million, dominating the seas for several years. Roz had only recently emerged. How dare he come find him? It wasn't certain who the prey was. One sword style, evil slash. Blade shouted as he gripped the hilt of his sword, drawing it violently and taking a step forward to slash at Roz, from his left abdomen to his right shoulder. It seemed like he was about to cleave Roz in two, but as soon as the sword slashed out, Blade realized something was wrong. It hadn't hit anything. Whoosh! The next second, a gust of wind from a punch struck beside him. In a life-or-death moment, he desperately twisted his body to defend with his sword, barely managing to block the sword's edge in front of him. But as the punch fell, the sword snapped, and the arm gripping the sword was shattered into pieces. Ah! Blade screamed, clutching his arm and retreating violently, trying to crash into the wall to escape. But before he could hit the wall, Roz's figure flashed out like a phantom, wielding his sword horizontally. Slash! Blade's head flew up, blood pouring out, his face filled with disbelief. He was killed in just 2 moves? A phantom? Was it his ability? There should have been sound when he moved. Why didn't he notice? Blade's vision darkened, and he completely lost his breath. At the same time, Roz heard the system voice. Hunt the 35 million bounty pirate Blade. Reward 60 proficiency points, 1 free talent point. Roz looked at the corpse in the pool of blood, standing straight, given Blade strength, even if he had noticed that Roz had created a refracted illusion using the distortion light. He still couldn't defeat him. Using this ability was precisely to end the fight quickly. This fight concluded too fast. 1 move determined victory, and 2 moves decided life and death, leaving most of the people present unable to react. This must be a trick. How could the captain be defeated in 1 move? Blade's subordinates looked at the corpse, all stunned, filled with terror. The old man in the black hat was also shocked. Roz was much more formidable than the rumor suggested. The 35 million bounty Blade was cut down in 1 encounter. In a state of shock, Roz looked up at the men under White Blade, not planning to let them go. With a flash of his figure, he swung his sword and struck. Swoosh! Swoosh! A dozen pirates were so frightened they wanted to flee, but under Roz's speed, they were all taken down in an instant. After killing the last one, Roz held the bloodied chunla and turned to look at the gang members. The old man was sweating profusely, forcing himself to remain calm. Captain Roz's strength is even more explosive than the rumors. It is such an honor to witness it firsthand. The room fell silent. Seeing Roz not coming over but not putting away his sword, the old man paused and cautiously said, I wonder if Captain Roz would be willing to make a deal? Eliminate the Capone gang's underground forces in our country, and we will give you 50 million berry. Roz stood there, calmly looking at the old man, with drops of blood falling from the sword's edge onto the exquisite carpet. He said nothing, and no one dared to speak. The only sounds around were a few weak and panicked breaths. Since the Florent pirate crew, not counting Whiteblade's group, Roz had already crushed 5 pirate crews. The treasure of these 5 crews added up to more than 20 million berry. There must be treasure on Whiteblade's ship as well. And with the additional 50 million, it would be nearly 80 million. The Florent ship was just a temporary one. He needed a stronger and faster ship. Once he had the 50 million, he could find a shipwright to build a new ship. Moreover, he had unresolved conflicts with the Capone gang. Just as Roz was contemplating his decision, Robin suddenly burst in and interrupted. Captain Roz, the situation has changed. We are surrounded by the Capone gang. Roz was a bit surprised and glanced at the old man in the black hat. He looked completely bewildered, clearly not expecting to be surrounded. Roz walked to the window, lifted a corner of the curtain, and saw that the street outside was completely sealed off. Hundreds of Capone gang members surrounded the place tightly, not only armed with guns, but also equipped with a bunch of portable cannons, as if preparing for battle. Roz's expression changed as he scanned the crowd, landing on a young figure in front who was smoking a cigar. That person was Capone Beach. Capone Beach, the main decision-maker of the Capone family, would soon gain full control if nothing unexpected happened. Robin stood behind and quietly introduced. Roz knew him better than Robin. After all, he was a supernova of the worst generation alongside Luffy. Listening to the report, he was not surprised at all. Damn, Capone Beach. How did they suddenly make such a big scene? Not a whisper of news. The old man walked to the window, looking at the gang members below, who were like an army, with a very ugly expression. Capone Beach brought his crowd to a stop in front of the building, his subordinates quickly occupying the surrounding streets and buildings, all weapons aimed at this place. You are too slow. If you fall behind, you lose, so sorry. This is where it ends. He looked up at the top floor with a cigar in his mouth, the corners of his mouth curling up in a smile that sent shivers down the spine, filled with confidence, as if everything was under his control. The old man couldn't understand how the news leaked, gritting his teeth and pushing half a window open to shout at him. What do you want to do, Capone Beach? Of course, it's to take you all out before your deal with Whiteblade. And by the way, to deal with another trouble, goes to HandRoz's. Capone Beach looked at the old man, his tone leisurely. At these words, not only the old man, but also Roz and Robin froze, thinking it was an unexpected entanglement. They did not expect it to be premeditated. You're in there, Roz. If you're in, Whiteblade's people should have already been wiped out by you, Capone Beach said, his gaze sweeping over the top floor. Roz pushed open half a window, glanced at the countless guns and cannons aimed at him, and calmly looked at him. How do you know I'm here? If you fall behind in intelligence, this is what happens. I am well aware of the connection between Whiteblade and them. I happen to discover that you were also chasing Whiteblade while investigating. Capone Beach looked at Roz, his tone unhurried. Roz had killed Capone family leader Capone Likey, making them sworn enemies. Discovering Roz's actions, it was natural for them to follow the clues and investigate thoroughly. Roz turned to look at Robin, who said solemnly, the previous intelligence all came from the underground world. The Capone gang controls quite a few intelligence networks in the West Sea. I was too careless. No, Roz shook his head lightly. It has nothing to do with you. My actions have been too frequent, and I didn't hide them deliberately. It's normal for them to notice. He turned to Capone Beach, his tone flat. I may have fallen behind in intelligence, but you say so much. Do you really think the situation is entirely under your control? Capone Beach spread his hands, and the gang members behind him grinned menacingly. Yes, because of the overwhelming difference in forces. Even if you join forces, you will only find a dead end. Other gangs fight for territory and power, but Capone Beach is different. He loves to see others in chaos and despair. The old man listened, panic in his eyes, and clenched his fists, shouting fiercely, Capone Beach, don't forget where this is. If you dare to act, our organization. Bang! Before he could finish, a gunshot rang out. Capone Beach had somehow grabbed a delicate pistol, the gun smoking. The old man's body froze, a blood hole appearing in his forehead, and he fell from the rooftop. Enough of the noise. He maintained a shooting posture, coldly saying, the unnecessary drama ends here. Level this place to the ground. Bang! Bang! Boom! As soon as the order was given, guns and cannons fired simultaneously, bombarding the building from all directions, determined to completely flatten the place. Bullets and cannonballs instantly shattered all the windows, the explosion shaking the streets. And the fleeing civilians in the distance were frightened out of their wits. Inside the building, when the old man threatened, Roz had already let go of the curtain and turned to Robin, saying, "Let's go downstairs." Yes. Robin felt a bit nervous, but seeing Roz calm, she didn't panic too much. Over the past few months, she had figured out that Roz, like her, was mostly very calm. His composure in this situation indicated that he had a plan. It was not a dead end. But before Robin could rush downstairs with Roz, the old man was shot in the head, followed by a barrage of cannon fire. Boom! Boom! The glass shattered instantly, and bullets and cannonballs flew wildly in the room along with the glass shards. Robin instinctively wanted to dodge, but before she could bend down, Roz stepped forward and hugged her from the side. Virum! The flying glass and bullets hit Roz's back, twisted away by a strange force. At the same time, the floor beneath his feet cracked under the power of the distortion fruit, suddenly collapsing. Boom! Boom! Roz held Robin as they fell from the top floor down to the first floor. This building had no basement, but after landing on the first floor, Roz's feet were still activating the fruit's power. Crash! Crash! The ground twisted and collapsed, creating a circular pit with a radius of 2 meters, continuously extending downward. After sinking about 3 meters deep, Roz stopped his ability, let go of Robin, and raised his hand to support the upper part, blocking the continuously collapsing stones above his head, creating an underground space where the cannon fire could not reach. Crack! Crack! Roz held up the collapsed rubble until the upper part completely twisted and solidified into blocks. Then he let go and looked at the girl. "I didn't expect them to act so quickly. There's no time to go downstairs, so this is the only way. It's fine, don't worry about it." Robin's dark pupils silently stared at Roz in the darkness, a barely perceptible smile curling at the corners of her mouth. She exhaled lightly, brushed off the dust on her shoulders and clothes, and began to assess the situation. Boom! Boom! The cannon fire on the ground crazily pounded the building, determined to level it. Capone Beej knew Roz's strength was formidable, even with an absolute advantage in numbers. He still issued a death order to ensure he died in the cannon fire, with no chance of survival. Underground, listening to the dull rumbling above, Robin surveyed this underground space, pondering. Roz seemed to create this space effortlessly, able to open a passage to escape at any time, but he didn't do that. He was still the same. "What are you looking at?" Wondering why I'm not opening a passage to run? Roz was looking up when he noticed her gaze and casually asked. Robin supported her right hand with her left elbow, her fingers resting on her chin in thought, gently shaking her head. No need to ask. In this situation, running away directly doesn't align with the captain's style. Roz smiled, did not answer, and looked up again, standing with his hands behind his back, listening to the sounds of gunfire and the collapse of the building. Robin guessed one thing correctly. He indeed would not just run away. But the second point is that using the twisted fruit to manipulate this space underground is not easy at all. The physical strength required to open a passage is enough for him to take down hundreds of gang members. The worst generation, the gang leader Capone Beej. If nothing goes wrong, your position in this worst generation is likely to be lost. Roz silently reminded himself. He won't go easy just because the opponent is a character from the original story. If you dare to become an enemy, you must bear the consequences. A talent system interface popped up in front of him that only he could see. The life system only had proficiency in navigation. The combat system activated 5 skills. Firearm shooting 50, melee combat 100, twisted fruit 130, Navy 6 style shave 0, Navy 6 style paper drawing 0. And the twisted fruit also activated twisted light. The general system only had agility enhancement activated. Physical enhancement belongs to the general system category and requires 2 free talent points to activate, and Roz now meets the conditions. In the early stages, relying on agility and speed can provide a significant advantage. After all, many battles rely on firearms, so he painfully spent 2 free talent points to enhance agility, and filled it with 50 points of proficiency. But now, the importance of physical strength has become evident. Without sufficient physical strength, he cannot withstand the powerful abilities of the devil fruit. In the long run, whether it's for other developments or better, carrying the deep development of the twisted fruit, enhancing physical strength is essential. Huff! Roz took a deep breath and activated physical enhancement. Buzz! The physical enhancement talent just turned from green to gold, and a surge of heat instantly spread throughout his body. In a short moment, his physique directly surged by nearly 50%. The general system talent is different from the combat system. It is divided into 5 stages. As long as it is activated, even with 0 proficiency, it is still considered a basic enhancement, increasing by about 50%. After that, each additional point of proficiency provides an extra 1 increase. When proficiency reaches 50 points, it becomes an intermediate enhancement, and the total increase directly rises to 150%. Beyond that, Roz only knows that 100 points is advanced. 200 points is top tier, and 500 points is maxed out. As for how much extra those lines add, he is not sure. After all, he only increased agility enhancement to 50. Basic physical enhancement is okay, but not strong enough. Roz adapted to the surging physical strength, took a deep breath, and directly filled in 50 points of proficiency. The basic enhancement instantly turned into an intermediate one, and his physical strength skyrocketed again in a narrow underground space. Robin was pondering the situation outside when she suddenly felt something was off and looked at Roz beside her. This guy seemed to have changed. The muscles under his shirt seemed to have bulged a bit. An illusion? She stared at him for a while, somewhat awkwardly averting her gaze. She was only 16 and still had several months before turning 17. Intermediate physical enhancement. Roz adapted to his body's surge in half a minute. The talent system is indeed powerful. It allows for continuous short-term enhancements without side effects, and there is no need for long-term adaptation. Under intermediate physical enhancement, his control over the twisted fruit skyrocketed. The twisted fruit for Roz felt like wielding an extremely heavy weapon, which required tremendous physical strength and placed a huge burden on the body. But after his physical strength surged, swinging this heavy weapon felt as easy as a normal person swinging a stick. There are 85 points of proficiency left. Roz glanced and decided to spend them all. There are over 300 gang members above, and with artillery as such a powerful weapon, he can't leave any behind. He spent 50 points to raise physical enhancement to 100 points at advanced level, leaving the remaining 35 points to the twisted fruit. With proficiency reaching 100, advanced physical enhancement was achieved. Roz's muscles became completely rounded, and his physique under the thin shirt was perfect to the point of explosion. Being shirtless could make countless girls scream. Of course, except for Robin, who was calm and composed. She was just surprised for a moment, and then ignored it. The talents in the talent system are not isolated. They can complement each other. Advanced physical enhancement increased his physique threefold, and even without agility enhancement, his speed increased a bit. Even the shave technique, which heavily relies on physical strength, saw an increase in explosive power. Of course, it didn't increase as much as directly increasing proficiency. After a series of operations, the talent skill tree underwent a major change. Combat system: firearms shooting 50, melee combat 100, twisted fruit 165, shave 0, paper drawing 0. General system: agility enhancement 50, physical enhancement 100. With advanced physical enhancement and 165 points in the twisted fruit, everything exploded. The tripled physical strength allowed him to perfectly withstand the surge in fruit abilities. Now, the effective range of the twisted fruit felt like it was approaching 15 meters. Standing here, he could twist everything within a 15-meter radius. This strength could easily withstand ordinary bullets and even enhanced bullets. Even if he had a hard carry a portable cannon, he could likely withstand it without a scratch. Having leveled everything up, Roz adapted to his surging strength while waiting for the bombardment above to end. On the surface, the bombardment lasted less than 2 minutes before the crumbling buildings couldn't hold up any longer, collapsing in a roar amidst the smoke and flames. Flying debris injured a few gang members who were too close. Gunmen stopped. The gunners continued to bombard. Capone Beach, with a cigar in his mouth, stood at the front like a mountain, ordering in a deep voice. Yes, the armed gang members all stopped firing. Since the buildings had collapsed, guns were useless. Dozens of gunners were still frantically loading shells, bombarding the ruins fiercely, wanting to blow the debris to smithereens. Boom, boom. After another 10 minutes of explosions, the buildings were reduced to rubble, mixed with iron scraps. Boss, we're running low on shells. Is that enough? The head of the gunners reported. Capone Beach stared at the ruins, nodded, and exhaled smoke rings. That's enough. Let each gunner keep 2 shells. Bombard the rest as a funeral cannon. Yes. The order was passed down, and hearing the weakening cannon fire, the gang members looked at the remaining rubble, all grinning. Dare to provoke the Capone gang? This is the consequence. Think being a pirate means you can escape? Pirates have to come ashore. Amidst the malicious grins and mockery, The cannon fire completely stopped, leaving only smoke and small flames on the ruins. Capone Beej walked over to his subordinate with the camera. Did you record it? Make sure to capture the whole process. No problem. That's good. So the Navy can't weasel out of it. He smiled wickedly. Actually, he wasn't very interested in money, but to have firepower, money was essential. Roz's bounty of 40 million, plus Baji as 35 million, totaled 75 million, enough to buy a ton of military supplies. But just as Capone Beej was directing the retreat, there was suddenly movement in the pile of rubble. The gang members froze for a moment, thinking a dud had gone off, but soon realized something was wrong. Clatter! Countless fragments of iron flew up, and a figure emerged from the smoke, clean as a whistle. His shirt unscathed, not even a scorch mark. Roz brushed off a bit of black ash from his shoulder and slowly walked out of the smoke. Looking at you. You wouldn't think this is over, would you, Capone Beej? Capone Beej's face instantly turned ugly, nearly biting through a cigar, and coldly said, You didn't die like this? You should have hidden well after dodging the bombardment. Do you really think you can reverse the disparity in forces? How would you know without trying? Roz glanced at the guns and artillery aimed at him around, then turned his gaze back to him. After speaking, he didn't charge forward wildly, but calmly took steps, walking out of the ruins, one step at a time, towards Capone Beej. The atmosphere was incredibly eerie. With countless guns pointed at him, Roz seemed to ignore the surrounding weapons and just calmly walked forward step by step. Kill him. Capone Beej glared at the approaching Roz, a flash of murderous intent in his eyes, and directly shouted in anger. Bang! Bang! Countless firearms and artillery simultaneously fired at Roz. Bullets and shells all hit him, yet strangely passed through his body. In the middle of the scene, Roz was still slowly walking forward, as if that wave of bombardment had never happened. This was going on. The malicious smiles on the faces of the surrounding gang members froze, bewildered. They watched as the gun spewed fire, yet couldn't stop Roz's footsteps. Capone Beej was also momentarily stunned, but soon remembered that the intel said Roz could create illusions. An illusion? Where's the real body? He looked serious, his attention at its peak, ready to deal with the ambush and find Roz's true body. Roz could only distort light, not sound, but the surrounding gunfire was so intense that it drowned out his footsteps, and Capone Beej didn't notice at all. This was just a refraction effect in water. However, after realizing that what was in front of him was an illusion, Capone Beej immediately ordered, Don't aim, just shoot wildly into the center. The gang members, shocked by Roz's ability, froze for a moment, then quickly complied, firing wildly in all directions, a 360-degree barrage. This attack actually had some effect. Some bullets, after being fired, twisted strangely in mid-air, as if the space was folded, their paths curving. Even if it was just a visual effect, it was enough to be shocking, completely useless. Damn, what kind of ability is this? Many gang members finally showed panic in their eyes, but compared to the chaos among his subordinates, Capone Beej remained extremely calm, noticing that Roz's true body was still in the area, and decisively shouted to the side, Vit, leave it to me. A tall, thin, strange youth jumped out with a grin, pulling out two exquisite strange guns, aiming at the center to shoot. A few strange bullets were fired randomly, and one happened to be aimed at Roz's true body position. Roz instinctively felt a threat, and instead of using magic to block, he quickly dodged. The bullet grazed his waist, and in an instant he keenly sensed, this bullet, the power of the devil fruit, is hard to destroy. No doubt, it was a sea stone bullet. In this sea, what can limit devil fruit users is even more ruthless than seawater. Many superhuman-type users, like Luffy, become weak when they fall into the sea, but their bodies remain rubber. However, sea stone can revert the user to their original form, completely making them a normal person. For Roz, activating his distortion fruit is somewhat like the float fruit, apart from distorting light. It only takes physical contact to activate. Any bullet that touches his body would be instantly pushed away by the distortion force. But when a sea stone bullet touches his body, that part would lose its ability. On the battlefield, the light was still being distorted, severely interfering with vision, but Roz's dodging movements were completely synchronized with the illusion. Roz could make the illusion and his true body move out of sync, but it was meaningless and very exhausting. Seeing Roz dodge the sea stone bullet, Capone Beej, with a cigar in his mouth, revealed a confident smirk. I know you were a devil fruit user. Did you think I would act without preparation? The sea stone weapons were indeed prepared, but after hearing this, Roz replied expressionlessly. So what? Even with this thing, you have to hit me first. Whoosh, whoosh. Just as Rods finished speaking, the illusion suddenly kicked off the ground and charged into the crowd at an outrageous speed. Sea Stone only restrains devil fruit abilities. Rods' physical abilities had now tripled. His originally trained physical prowess was already over 10 times that of an ordinary person, and now tripled. The effect was terrifying. So much so that even his untrained Sora burst out with speed comparable to a master who has trained for many years in the six powers. Swoosh, swoosh. Rods' figure wildly sped through the crowd, leaving a trail of blood and flesh behind. Like a hellish party, his speed was already fast, and with the distortion of light interfering with vision, no one could lock onto his true body to attack. Damn it! Capone Beej did not expect his speed to be so explosive, and the faster he moved, the more troublesome the illusion became. Even if his subordinates had strong fighters wanting to engage in close combat, they couldn't withstand even one move. In just a moment, dozens had been killed or injured, and it was still increasing. Capone Beej had no choice but to order everyone cease fire and retreat. Vit likey block him. Rods was killing too fiercely wherever he went. Blood and flesh were twisted and exploded. The gang members were already terrified and wanted to flee, quickly retreating at the order. At the same time, Capone Beej's two officers, Vit and Likey, pulled out several long rods that were different from steel and charged forward. Sea Stone could not be made into a sword, but sticks were the easiest to make, simpler than shackles, and were just as effective against users as knives or swords. As long as they hit, they could inflict heavy damage. Surrender easily. You're not the first devil fruit user we've taken down. The two grinned, determining Rods' true body position and blocking him from the left and right. Although the illusion was still interfering, the gunfire had stopped, so they could rely on sound to attack. Rods tilted his head to look at them, scanning the Sea Stone rods. Sea Stone weapons can indeed limit users, but you got one thing wrong? What? The two were taken aback by the question. Just because Sea Stone can suppress users doesn't mean you can. It's just a tool. When it comes to a real fight, it still depends on the person. Rod said casually, suddenly drawing his blade, Spring Joy, and swinging it fiercely with both hands. Buzz. An invisible sword energy erupted from the blade, sweeping towards the two. Rods wasn't proficient in swordsmanship, but he had a foundation in melee combat. Moreover, slashing often relies on brute force to produce, just like the Marine 6 powers Gale Foot. With his current physical abilities, he was even qualified to activate Gale Foot. So how could he not unleash sword energy with a famous sword? Vit and Likey could not see the invisible sword energy, but they suddenly felt a chill and their hair stood on end. Instinctively sensing danger, they quickly brought the Sea Stone rods in front of them. Bang! As soon as the sword energy touched the rods, a terrifying force surged through, sending the two flying. Sea Stone could block devil fruit abilities, even the strikes of top swordsmen, but it could not counter the violent impact. Oh no! This guy's strength. The two were knocked back 3 to 4 meters, barely stabilizing themselves, their entire arms numb, looking at each other with horror, completely crushed in terms of strength. They weren't afraid of mere swordsmen or martial artists. They could blast them to death with concentrated fire. They weren't afraid of pure ability users either. Sea Stone weapons could handle them, but a martial artist who could crush them and ignore gunfire? This was a huge problem. A person like this could have a place in the Grand Line. A bounty of 40 million was completely insufficient. In the distance, Capone Beej saw Rods knock the two holding Sea Stone away with a single strike, and he could no longer pretend to be calm. He hadn't expected Rods' martial skills and swordsmanship to be so explosive, capable of rampaging through the West Sea. The plan had failed. Realizing the plan was ruined, Capone Beej did not hesitate to turn and run. At this point, didn't he think it was too late to leave? Rods would certainly not let him go, calmly speaking, while simultaneously pushing off the ground to chase after him. Capone Beej, a character of great renown in the original story, was no pushover. As Rods used Sora to pursue, he was able to react. Bang! Bang! He instantly twisted his body and leaped backward, pulling the trigger to shoot out a specially made Sea Stone bullet. Rods could ignore ordinary bullets, and even large lead bullets could be blocked with his devil fruit ability, but he still had to give some respect to the Sea Stone bullets. Whoosh! Rods sidestepped to avoid, but at that moment, the knockback Vit and Likey gritted their teeth and charged again. If Capone Beej was dead, they wouldn't survive either. Blocking Rods was their only chance. Are you willing to die for him? Rods looked at them calmly and indifferently, his sword horizontal. Then I'll grant you that. Buzz. His swordsmanship wasn't that of master, But with his superhuman physical abilities, speed, and strength, his slashing was still ferociously powerful. When this sword fell, there was no sword energy, but it carried a heavy wind pressure, making it hard for people to breathe. Block it! The two's hearts raced as they could only grit their teeth and raise the sea stone rods to combine their efforts to block. Clang! The sword and the rod clashed. Sparks flying. Sea stone was extremely hard. Even with the great sword Spring Joy in HandRoz's hands, who was proficient in swordsmanship, it couldn't carve a gap. But the violent force of this strike pressed down on the two. Crack! Crack! HandRoz held the sword with both hands, using his own strength to pin the two down, causing the ground beneath their feet to crack. The two barely held on, their faces flushed red, their arms trembling uncontrollably, clearly reaching their limit. HandRoz was too lazy to stalemate. He pressed down hard with both hands. Swoosh! A sword energy propelled by brute force sliced open a 3-foot crack in the ground. And Vit and Likey directly collapsed. HandRoz, expressionless, thrust his sword straight through, piercing Vit's heart. Vit! Likey roared, swinging his hockey-infused long staff, but his arms were already exhausted. Lacking any strength, HandRoz countered with a sword strike, sending the staff flying, and with a flick of his wrist, Likey's bloodied head flew into the air. After killing 2 people, HandRoz acted as if it was a trivial matter, not even glancing back, sheathing his sword and turning to focus on Captain Becky, who had escaped to the next street. Whoosh! He stepped forward, the ground shattering like a spider web, using his full power to shave, shooting towards the ground like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, he crossed the street and caught up in the middle of the second street. Bang! Bang! Hearing the commotion behind him, Captain Becky fired bullets without hesitation, forcing HandRoz to dodge while he continued to flee. With such close proximity, HandRoz concentrated fully, easily dodging the hockey bullets. 7 bullets before, now only 5. You've run out of bullets. HandRoz calmly spoke, taking a step behind him, and swung Spring Joy mercilessly. Just as Captain Becky was about to lose his head, a figure draped in a cloak of justice charged in with a speed that matched HandRoz's. Clang! HandRoz's sword stopped half a foot away from Captain Becky's head, blocked by a massive shark-cutting blade. The blade was almost touching the back of Captain Becky's head, filling the space between the sword and his head. The atmosphere froze. HandRoz narrowed his eyes at the suddenly appearing Navy officer, whose shoulder insignia indicated he was a rear admiral. This person looked familiar. Finally met you, Ghost HandRoz. The tall Navy officer wearing a bull skull mask blocked HandRoz's sword in midair, speaking flatly. I'm the base commander of the West CT4 branch. Call me Base Commander Bastille, or Rear Admiral Bastille. Bastille. HandRoz instantly recognized him. He was the Rear Admiral who went to Dressrosa with Fugitora in the original work. And now he was just a base commander in the West Sea. There are in Team many Navy bases in the West Sea. Most are island divisions. And the highest rank is only Colonel. Nowadays, the only ones daring to pursue HandRoz are these few Rear Admiral base commanders. Captain Becky, still holding a cigar, had been preparing for days to eliminate HandRoz, even planning an escape route in case of failure. 2 hours ago, he received the intel, and now the Navy had just arrived. He turned to look at HandRoz, smirking, mocking the loser like a victor. One must consider the risks of failure and prepare a complete escape route. HandRoz retracted Spring Joy, the blade scraping against the shark-cutting blade, sparks flying, but the blade was undamaged. So, the West Sea Navy has fallen to the point of taking orders from Mafia? HandRoz calmly gazed at the West Sea Rear Admiral. Bastille snorted, shouldering the shark-cutting blade. It's just following reports from the public. You can either surrender, or I'll beat you half to death before capturing you. He had no good feelings towards the Mafia, and even less for assisting them. But the headquarters order to hunt down HandRoz had been sitting on his desk for several months. The scene was quiet. HandRoz glanced at Bastille's shoulder insignia, then at Captain Becky a few meters away, who was watching the drama unfold with a cigar, and suddenly laughed. What are you laughing at? Bastille frowned and asked. HandRoz slowly raised his head, revealing an expression never seen before, neither fully a smile nor not, filled with cruelty and bloodshed, with a hint of excitement. Rear Admiral. Truly a nice rank. Bastille was bewildered. Was he saying the rank was high or low? It was hard to tell. All he could see was HandRoz's predatory gaze, which appeared particularly strange and laughable in his eyes. Pray? He was the base commander of the West CT4 branch, much stronger than a divisional colonel, having personally suppressed several pirates with bounties over 50 million. In a while, he could be promoted to Rear Admiral at headquarters or in the Grand Line. How dare Oz look at him like that? Ridiculous. Moreover, The two warships he brought were right off the coast. If Roz tried to escape, he would be blown to smithereens. It seems you don't intend to surrender. Bastile's demeanor shifted from calm to fierce, the expression behind the bull skull mask unknown to anyone. But the powerful aura he exuded with the shark-cutting blade made even Captain Becky in the distance tense. Godfather Vito and Lord Lykeall. The rifle squad has at least lost 114 men and the artillery squad 19. The losses are severe. Sporadic Mafia members and a large number of Navy troops arrived, with the Mafia reporting to Captain Becky. The Navy had a poor attitude towards the Mafia, but out of respect for their superiors, they ignored them. Significant losses, but it didn't affect the overall situation. Captain Becky, still holding his cigar, spoke in a steady tone, watching the two confront each other from a distance. Although Bastile was arrogant, he did not underestimate Roz. After all, a pirate capable of shaking the West Sea needed to be taken seriously. Hiss! He swung the shark-cutting blade fiercely, sending a heavy momentum wrapped in a terrifying invisible slash towards Roz. Such a large blade was already easy to wield with brute force. Not to mention his swordsmanship was quite impressive. However, this powerful attack had a weakness. It was too slow. Roz lightly sidestepped and dodged. Shave. Roz's gaze was like that of a lion focusing on its prey, calm and steady. He pushed off the ground and charged towards Bastile. Bastile had seen Roz's information and knew he could shave and had a distortion ability. So when Roz charged, he remained unflustered, raising the shark-cutting blade to slash, as if mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking. The blade was close, even more fierce and harder dodge, coming straight down on Roz's head. But as the blade came down, Roz's body swayed like a piece of paper, easily dodging, paper drawing. After dodging, Roz raised his fist and slammed it into Bastile's chest and abdomen. Bastile was nearly twice Roz's size, but he dared not take it head-on, quickly using shave to evade, and countering with a slash towards Roz's back. Whoosh! Roz's gaze was calm, as if he had anticipated it, lightly leaping into the air, arching his back and flipping, reaching out to press against the shark-cutting blade. Crack! Just a brief contact, and a third of the massive shark-cutting blade twisted and shattered into a spiral shape. Damn it! Seeing the shark-cutting blade damaged, Bastile instantly erupted in rage, raising the broken blade with both hands, his body splitting into three, each striking with a heavy and powerful slash. A combination of paper drawing and swordsmanship. Roz snorted lightly, not retreating, meeting one of the slashes with a powerful punch. The shark-cutting blade was already damaged, its power diminished, and spreading the attack. Did he really think he wouldn't dare to clash head-on? Buzz! Among the three slashes, two missed completely, and the one coming straight at him was met with Roz's fist. The invisible slash froze in mid-air upon contact with his fist, revealing its form, flickering between bright and dark. The distortion power clashed with the sword slash, erupting with a loud bang, a fierce wind sweeping outwards. Boom! It didn't hold for long, and Bastile's sword energy was twisted and exploded, scattering into countless small sword energies that left small cracks on the ground and walls. At the same time, Roz took the opportunity to advance, reaching out to grab the front end of the shark-cutting blade. Crack! Bastile hurriedly retracted his blade, but as the blade was touched by Roz, the front end twisted into a cracked iron ball, the middle also fracturing, leaving only the last third intact. Rear Admiral Bastile's blade. Is this the power of the paramecia-type distortion fruit? The surrounding Navy officers were shocked to see the weapon rendered useless. Some colonels broke out in a cold sweat. If even the base commander couldn't handle Roz, the consequences would be unimaginable if he won. Snipers aimed at Roz, majors and above. Come support the base commander. A few colonels, sensing the situation was dire, quickly ordered to combine forces to suppress him. Bastile initially thought he could handle it, but underestimated Roz's strength. Even he found it a bit tricky, and the colonel's support was just what he needed. What did face matter? The Navy only cared about results. In the distance, Captain Becky commanded the cleanup, watching the two fight, feeling uneasy. The T4 base rear admiral can't handle it. The Navy is too weak. Especially seeing the Navy snipers attempting a long-range sneak attack. He bit down on his cigar, his expression growing darker. Bang! Bang! Two gunshots rang out as the snipers fired from the gaps. But as soon as the bullets touched Roz's body, they were deflected. Seastone bullets are extremely difficult to manufacture and expensive. How could the Westie Navy have so many? Damn it. The deflected bullets hit two Navy majors attacking Roz, knocking them down. Stop shooting. The bullets are useless against him. Bastille quickly shouted. Just then, Roz moved. Facing the assault of over a dozen officer-level military personnel, he showed no signs of retreat, throwing a punch that directly turned 3 steel swords into scrap metal. Then blasted away 2 majors, indifferent to their fates. Bang! Bang! Roz's figure charged and collided, and even though those majors and lieutenant colonels could shave, their speed was far too slow to stop him. In the blink of an eye, they were all left with broken bones flying out of the way. Even the few colonels who reacted were utterly helpless under the onslaught of Roz, their weapons instantly turning into scrap metal. Some had their arms twisted like pretzels from Roz's punches. Damn it, Bastiu cursed angrily. If he hadn't been wielding his half-damaged shark-cutting blade to keep the pressure on, those colonels would have crumbled long ago. Human wave tactics were useless against Roz. The twisting fruit could forcibly distort anything it touched, although it couldn't be used at a distance. It was comparable to the quake fruit in close combat. Unless they used sea prism stone weapons or could utilize armament hockey, a mere brush would leave them crippled. A direct hit would mean death. Blood and shattered bones flew everywhere as Roz stomped on the debris and flesh, his expression remaining unchanged, disturbingly calm. This guy, a demon, simply a demon. The surrounded naval colonels felt fear spreading in their hearts. A crazed person isn't scary, but someone like Roz, who is absolutely indifferent to life and completely ignores death, is the most terrifying. Calm madmen are the most frightening. We need to retreat. From a distance, Captain Baiki sensed that the situation was dire, his heart sinking, and quickly ordered his remaining subordinates. But as soon as the order was given, the few colonels who were barely holding on completely collapsed. Crack! After a few hard clashes, Roz finally twisted Bastiu's shark-cutting blade into pieces. With no weapon left, Bastiu could no longer threaten or attack, and the colonels were instantly killed by Roz. Bastiu looked at the ground littered with flesh and bones, then at Roz, who was walking towards him, gritting his teeth in anger and panic. Rear Admiral Bastiu, open fire. The naval soldiers in the distance panicked and opened fire on Roz. But all the bullets were deflected by the distortion. Roz swung his fist fiercely at Bastiu. Iron block. Bastiu hurriedly used the 6 styles defense. But Roz's punch broke through it directly. His steel-like muscles were forcefully torn apart, a crisp cracking sound echoing inside. Bang! Roz stepped forward, crushing the defeated Bastiu underfoot. Although his expression was hidden beneath the mask, it could be imagined he was in a state of panic. Would the Navy High Command regret the loss of their Rear Admiral? No, perhaps they would only feel anger. Roz suddenly smiled and exerted a bit of force with his foot. It was like stepping on a rotten watermelon, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. The remaining Navy soldiers who wanted to shoot in support all stopped, their hearts feeling like they had stopped beating, their breaths gone. Their bodies froze like stone. Their minds blank. This was absolute terror. But this was just the beginning. Roz slowly retracted his foot, his expression returning to calm. Throughout the fight, not a drop of blood had touched him. Although his clothes were a bit torn, they remained clean, a stark contrast to the blood-soaked hell around him. After killing Bastiu, Roz heard the familiar synthesized voice of the system in his ear. The Navy and Rear Admiral Bastiu of the T4 branch in the West Sea have been completely defeated. Rewards obtained: 80 proficiency points, 1 free talent point. The rewards were indeed substantial. Roz smiled slightly and turned to look in the direction of Captain Baiki and his fleeing subordinates. Then, there's only one last thing to do. He took a step forward, directly covering over 10 meters, then took another step, sliding sideways for another 10 meters. After rushing through 2 streets, he stepped down, leaped through the air, and landed gracefully right in front of the fleeing Captain Baiki and his crew. Looking at Captain Baiki's extremely grim face, Roz calmly said, "The game is over." 2 days later, the latest news spread across the West Sea. The ghost hand Roz clashed with the Capon gang in the kingdom of Smanel, killing the gang leader Captain Baiki and disrupting the peace. T4 base commander Bastiu led the Navy to attack, but was ambushed by Roz and killed. With all accompanying officers wiped out, Roz was ruthless and merciless, and the Navy headquarters dispatched a Rear Admiral to take over the pursuit. Furthermore, Roz's bounty increased to 64 million berries, surpassing the former top bounty of the Twin Sword Pirates, becoming the new #1 in the West Sea. Upon hearing this news, the West Sea erupted. At sea, a ship flying the Ghost Hand pirate flag sailed with full sails. In the top deck cabin, Roz lay on the reinforced floor, holding 2 giant steel dumbbells while doing push-ups, drenched in sweat. 993, 994. His arm muscles were taut, and what seemed like an ordinary body had enough strength to suppress a pirate with a bounty of 50,999,1,000. After counting to 1,000, he stopped, set down the weights, rolled over, and lay on the floor, gasping for breath, sweat soaking the ground. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door sounded, and Roz, too lazy to get up, said, "Come in. Your lemon tea." Robin entered with a tray, which held a teacup. Seeing Roz lying on the floor as expected, she tilted her head and smiled, placing the tray on the table. Roz lay there for a few seconds, then got up and gulped down the tea. "Where are we now?" "According to the calculations from yesterday, we should be near the Flower Country waters." Robin softly replied. She learned navigation quickly, and being an average navigator was more than enough. Of course, their skills weren't enough to venture into the Grand Line. The climate there was too strange. Roz didn't want to waste proficiency on navigation as a life skill talent. And he also found charting sea maps and wind directions a waste of training time. So the ship urgently needed a professional navigator. Unfortunately, this was the West Sea. If it were the East Sea, he wouldn't mind abducting a lowly version of Nami. We've arrived at the Flower Country. Roz regained his composure, setting down the cup. If the intel is correct, we might run into the 45 million berries white bear pirates. Robin nodded. The intel is reliable, but the Flower Country is not friendly. I know. Roz smiled. The Flower Country controls a large official pirate force, the most famous being the 8 Treasure Navy, led by the leader Green Pepper, who once roamed the Grand Line with a bounty of 500 million berries, later having his head smashed flat by carp, greatly diminishing his strength. The strong in the Flower Country are all in the Grand Line, while this side of the West Sea is all reserve forces, unless they encounter the retired Green Pepper. But what are the odds of that happening? Captain seems to know a lot about the Flower Country. Robin looked at him curiously. She was still preparing to report the organized intelligence. Just a bit. Roz shrugged. Besides the white bear pirates, I also aim to secure the keel and main materials for the new ship here, and then head to the country of craftsmen to find shipwrights to build a new ship, saving us from taking a long detour. Robin listened quietly, not interrupting him in making decisions. Roz wasn't the strongest she had ever seen, but he was definitely the most composed and confident. This kind of confidence wasn't visible on his face. It was hidden in his eyes, occasionally revealing itself. She observed carefully and had caught it a few times. That inexplicable calmness. The calmness towards the world she couldn't describe or understand. Moreover, Roz's composure surpassed that of those underground power leaders and pirate captains. His strength was enough to roam the West Sea, and he still insisted on massive daily training, although he also enjoyed it, letting her give shoulder massages. If the captain has made up his mind, I'll take my leave. Robin's thoughts flashed, and she said with a smile. Roz nodded, and she exited the room. Phew. Roz grabbed a towel to wipe off the sweat, planning to do another set. The abilities of the talent system, especially the general type's physical and agility enhancement, all improve based on his own strength. Simply put, if his base strength is 100 gene after primary enhancement, it becomes 150 gene. If his base is 1000 gene, after primary enhancement, it becomes 1500 gene, not 1050 gene. General types don't have fixed improvements. He currently had 100 points in physical enhancement, leading to a triple increase in his base strength. The training effects were also 3 times better than others. At sea, many people exhaust themselves training, and in a lifetime, they may never reach Carp or Whitebeard's level, or even half of it. But for Roz, if he trained his physique to 1/3 of Carp's level, combined with physical enhancement, he could directly reach Carp's level. Of course, training to 1/3 is also extremely difficult. Moreover, the stronger one is, the harder it becomes to improve. He didn't care about that. Just knowing that his training effects were better than others was enough. By the way, after taking down Bastia last time, and that 34 million guy not long ago, he still hadn't used his proficiency. Roz stroked his chin thoughtfully and accessed the talent system. It has been 2 months since Bastille was taken down, and he has only eliminated a pirate worth 34 million, but he has accumulated 90 million berries. That's why he's chasing the 45 million berries white bear pirates to the Flower Country, buying shipbuilding materials along the way. At the bottom of the talent system interface, it shows 1 remaining free talent point and 110 talent proficiency. Roz first opened the combat talent tree, took a glance, and planned to switch to the general category to enhance his physical abilities. He glanced at the combat talent tree and unexpectedly found a branch at the top. Having turned from gray to green, it was activated. The name is Observation Hockey. At this moment, being able to activate Observation Hockey surprised Roz, and he instinctively looked at its counterpart. The Armament Hockey branch was still gray. indicating that his physique did not meet the standard. The ability to activate observation hockey while being unable to activate armament hockey is because I activated paper drawing, which gives a prototype of observation hockey. Roz pondered. The paper drawing evasion from the Navy's 6 styles is decent. It can dodge punches and blades. But dodging a barrage of bullets or a laser like Kizur's? No chance. Only observation hockey can do that. If paper drawing can activate observation hockey, then activating iron block should enable armament hockey, right? Roz looked at the iron block, feeling a bit hesitant. The iron block could be activated long ago, but he was reluctant to use his only one free talent point. This skill is too useless. Now he faced 3 choices: activate observation hockey, activate iron block for armament hockey, or activate moonwalk. Why hesitate? Let's enhance physical abilities first. Roz hesitated for a moment and decided to upgrade his physical abilities first. This yields the most benefits, no loss. Switching to the general category, he allocated 50 proficiency points to physical enhancement, raising it from 100 to 150 points. Buzz. A warm current surged from his heart to his lower body and spread throughout his body, dissipating a few seconds later. Roz looked at his arms and muttered, "No significant improvement. The effect of 50 points is not obvious anymore." Switching back to the combat category, there was no change. Armament hockey and moonwalk were still gray. There are still 60 proficiency points left. Should I allocate them to the distortion fruit? With his current physique, he could definitely handle it, and the fruit's ability would skyrocket. But with physical enhancement, 150 points, adding another 50 points would max it out, and his physical ability would definitely soar. Then, maybe armament hockey and moonwalk could be activated. Should I enhance combat power or survival flexibility? It's a dilemma. With my current strength, apart from someone like Green Pepper who comes from the Grand Line, I can easily handle anyone in the West Sea. Even if I become several times stronger, I still can't defeat a monster with a bounty of 500 million like Green Pepper. So, after analyzing, Roz made a decision. Allocate 10 points to the distortion fruit and 50 points to physical enhancement. Buzz. The progress bar for physical enhancement reached the top threshold, and the word top flashed gold. At the same time, a surge of energy erupted from his heart, spreading throughout his body, saturating every muscle and cell with energy. In that moment, Roz could even feel that every cell in his body was emitting a voice of extreme desire, eagerly absorbing that strange energy. It felt like a long time had passed, yet it was also just a moment. The strange power within Roz began to fade, but every cell was still desperately devouring the diminishing power. Finally, when the power completely vanished, the cells stirred for a while before stabilizing. Top-level physical enhancement. This upgrade was extremely obvious. Although it wasn't quite double, it was at least 60 to 70 more. Calculated, the top-level enhancement increased from 3 times to 5 times the advanced level. Coupled with 2 months of training, relying solely on physical ability, he could face off against Rear Admiral Bastille head-on. After adapting to the changes, Roz switched back to the combat system interface. His talents had all changed. The Navy's 6 styles, observation hockey and armament hockey, were all lit up, and even Conqueror's hockey could be activated. But he glanced at them and moved on. Compared to randomly activating Conqueror's hockey to show off, practicality was more important. He would consider it when he had more talent points in the future. Armament hockey. To say he didn't want it would be a lie. Knowing it and not knowing it are 2 different things in this world. But in the end, he chose moonwalk. He had already dominated the West Sea. Armament hockey would at most be a bonus, and he still couldn't defeat monsters like Green Pepper. But with moonwalk, it would be different. He could traverse land, sea, and air, not afraid of naval ships surrounding him, directly stepping on air to drop and sink them. He hadn't killed any pirates with bounties over 50 million yet, and the next target was nearly decided. After activating moonwalk, Roz breathed a sigh of relief. Once the new ship was ready, he would take down the West Sea's #1 double sword pirates, use the talent points to activate armament hockey, and then prepare to venture into the Grand Line. After activating moonwalk, Roz definitely had to try it. He had a habit of feeling uncomfortable if he didn't. Pushing open the door, he walked to the corridor railing, lightly tapping his feet to jump to the top of the cabin. Robin was reading on deck. Sensing the movement, she turned her head, but seeing no orders. She intended to turn back, but at that moment, she saw Roz suddenly leap into the air, reaching nearly the height of the lookout. Then he didn't stop, nor did he jump onto the lookout. Instead, he stomped hard into the air as if stepping on solid ground, and with a bang, he soared again. Whoosh, whoosh. Roz was climbing upwards like stepping on invisible stairs. Each step raised him slightly, and after a dozen steps, he became a small black dot in the air. What was that? Moonwalk. Robin stared at Roz stepping through the air, a bit stunned. She knew Roz could use shave and paper drawing, but this was her first time seeing moonwalk. She had always wondered where Roz learned the Navy's 6 styles, although most new recruits in the headquarters knew a few moves. Moonwalk was significantly more difficult than shave, and very few could master it. In the air, Roz stepped on moonwalk over 20 times in one breath, stopping at a distance of 30 to 40 meters from the ship, his legs feeling sore and numb. Moonwalk doesn't actually have something to step on. It relies on powerful foot strikes to compress the air, consuming a lot of stamina, and controlling it is difficult. Roz could easily leap over 10 meters from the ground, but to gain even 1 meter in the air using moonwalk required all his effort. If it weren't for the abilities granted by the talent system being real memories combined with physical enhancement, he might not have been able to climb this high. Hovering about 50 meters above the sea, Roz looked down at the ocean, smiling against the sea breeze. Is that the flower country? From high above, he could faintly see a small island at the horizon. It's not far now. After a glance, he dropped down, ultimately crashing back onto the top of the cabin. Because he didn't control his strength and landing point well, he cracked a piece of the cabin top and almost fell through. Cough. Roz's mouth twitched as he glanced to the left, coincidentally meeting Robin's surprised gaze. But Robin just took a quick look and immediately turned back to her book. Pretending not to see, Roz got down from the cabin top, directed the workers to repair it, and went to the deck, taking a couple of breaths before using moonwalk again. This ability is perfect for training. His physique is too strong now, making weight training awkward. If it's too heavy, the ship can't handle it. If it's too light, it has no effect. Moonwalk doesn't require weights and consumes a lot of stamina, making it simply perfect. The workers, seeing Roz flying up, were both amazed and scared, working extra hard to repair the cabin top. The Flower Country is a pirate nation. The king can attend the World Conference, and the Navy rarely comes. So many pirates gather here. However, these pirates mostly just bicker amongst themselves and do not dare to disrupt the order. Green Pepper, the leader of the 8 Treasures Water Army with a bounty of 500 million, is not to be trifled with. Even if he was beaten bald by Garp, it would still be easy for him to crush them. Moreover, the 8 Treasures Water Army has over 1,000 members, with officers trained in the 8 Impact Fist. Even if the strong ones go to the Grand Line, those remaining in the West Sea are enough to maintain order. Roz's ship slowly approached the port of the Flower Country. As expected, it was a pirate nation. With so many pirate ships blatantly docked at the pier, Robin looked at the skull flags at the port, her tone a bit surprised. Roz stood beside her, smiling. It's rare in the West Sea. You see them everywhere in the Grand Line. The captain has been to the Grand Line? Robin turned her head in surprise. His tone implied he had seen it with his own eyes. Roz stroked his chin. I guess you could say that. As the ship entered the port, it immediately caused a stir. The ghost hand pirates are quite famous in the West Sea. Many pirates and workers stared at the ship, all stunned. It's the ghost hand pirates. They say he took down a Navy rear admiral with a bounty of 64 million, which is 5 million more than the double sword pirates. Pirates whispered among themselves. Did the world government say that Roz ambushed the Navy? What a joke. Which pirate would be foolish enough to provoke the Navy? It must have been the Navy chasing him, but when they couldn't win, they were counter-killed. A bounty of 64 million is not given out for nothing. Of course, there are some who are not afraid of the ghost hand pirates entering the port. On the surface, they are a water army, but secretly, they are the official pirate 8 Treasure Water Army of the Flower Country. The ghost hand pirates are bringing in someone heavyweight today. The 8 Treasure Water Army watched the ship enter the port, smoking and drinking, chatting and laughing, completely unconcerned about any trouble. Even pirates with bounties in the hundreds of millions coming down from the Grand Line wouldn't dare to cause a ruckus in the Flower Country, let alone the ghost hand pirates who have never been to the Grand Line. If they provoke them, hiding in the Grand Line won't help at all. You guys stay and guard the ship. The ship docked, and Roz instructed a few deckhands, taking Robin ashore. The deckhands didn't make things difficult, after all. The ghost hand flag on the sails represented strength, and not many were foolish enough to cause trouble. Let's go. Roz scanned the surroundings and spoke calmly, leading Robin away from the dock into the interior of the Flower Country. Although the Flower Country is a pirate nation, it is different from Snake Island. It does not rely on plundering for survival and is one of the largest lumber trading places in the West Sea. Upon entering the interior, one could see various laborers carrying square and round timber, sweating profusely as they walked down the street. Where's the ship timber traded? Roz found a short-sleeved laborer, flicked a silver coin, and it made a crisp sound as it flipped in the air and landed back in his hand. The laborer was a bit scared seeing his gun and sword, but his eyes brightened at the sight of the silver coin. The ship timber is on the south bank. This side is all for building houses. Ding! Roz flicked the silver coin to the laborer and turned with Robin toward the south bank. Walking on the streets of the flower country, although pirates were not everywhere, there were quite a few carrying guns and knives, and most were quite stable. Even if someone got into a fight, they would be pulled by the guards to a spacious area to settle it. The flower country does not prevent pirates from fighting, but does not allow them to fight in residential areas. If they do, they can go to a wide open space, and the guard will collect the bodies for free. The establishment of a water army is meant to maintain order, right? Robin pondered as she observed the scene. There's a lot of timber trading here. So many pirates must come to buy ship timber. The ordinary guards can't hold them back, but establishing an official pirate force is different. It seems like this world is sick. The government and the Navy do not care about such places. Roz mocked. Pirates are a tumor, and so are the government and the Navy. They only maintain order but do not care about justice, and these two are not the same thing. Along the way, not many foolish ones dared to provoke them. Robin's identity as the Devil Child was recognized by several pirates, but when they saw Roz, they all shrank their necks. Rumor has it that wherever HandRoz's goes, both pirates and the Navy are killed, making him one of the most dangerous existences in the West Sea. Soon, Roz and Robin arrived at the South Bank. This area was completely different from the West Bank, piled high with large quantities of timber, many of which were so thick that ordinary people couldn't carry them. Not even a dozen people could. Occasionally, those moving ship timber would use wheels under the giant logs, with a group of people working together to push them to the seaside. It's HandRoz's. Someone recognized him here as well, and many pirates were startled, quickly moving aside. Nobody wanted to be suddenly taken out by this killer. The pirates dodged, but an old hunchback man approached them on his own. He was selling ship timber. Do you two need ship timber? We have the best timber for making keels and masts. All types available. Show us. Roz didn't know much about ship timber, but Robin was knowledgeable and could chat with the hunchback man a bit. The old man led Roz, pointing to several giant logs. That is red oak. Over there is iron thornwood, and here is iron sandalwood. What kind of timber is best for a fast ship? Roz glanced at the giant logs and casually asked. The old man didn't think twice. For speed, it must be light sailing ships made of iron pear wood for the keel, and the mast should be made of iron sandalwood. It can withstand strong winds. Roz contemplated for a moment, looked at Robin, and asked again, to build a ship about 40 meters long, what kind of timber would be needed? 40 meters? The old man chuckled. Coincidentally, a few suitable logs just came in recently. With the mast, it will only cost 9 million berries. Want to take a look? 9 million? Roz was taken aback and stopped in his tracks. The old man hurriedly said, this price is already very cheap. It's not expensive, it's just too cheap. Roz interrupted him, stroking his chin, and asked, do you have Adam's treasure tree here? Adam's treasure tree is top quality timber. Luffy's Thousand Sunny was made from it, and its speed and toughness are unquestionable. The old man was pondering what to recommend when he heard this and almost spat out water, staring wide-eyed. Adam's treasure tree? Do you know how expensive that thing is? I'm just asking if you have it. Roz said calmly. The old man scratched his head. I don't have it here, but there is a 41-meter trunk. It's going to auction in a couple of days. Don't think about it without at least 1 or 2 billion berries. It's pure money-burning. Seeing Roz wasn't interested, the old man mumbled and walked away. Roz smiled at Robin. Lucky us. There's actually a trunk of Adam's treasure tree. The size is right. It's just that the money might not be enough. It will be enough, Robin said. There are pirates everywhere here. Let's first find the White Bear pirates. At the T4 branch base of the Navy, after Bastille was killed by Roz, the position of the base chief was vacant, temporarily held by a colonel until a month ago. The headquarters sent Major Ghost Spider to take over. He was here to hunt down Roz, not considered a demotion. In the office, Ghost Spider was reviewing documents when the transponder snail rang. Report. The flower country has discovered the whereabouts of HandRoz's. How should we handle it? Ghost Spider's expression stiffened as he picked up the sea chart. The flower country is at least 3 days' journey from the base. Nearby naval divisions could reach in a day, but even if they mobilized the entire force, they couldn't contain the Ghost Hand pirates. It was impossible to gather strong troops for a siege in a short time, and besides, the flower country is super troublesome. Ghost Spider pondered for a moment, ordered them not to act rashly, but to observe secretly, hung up the transponder snail, and started to think. Soon, a glimmer flashed in his eyes, as if he had thought of something. In the entertainment district of the flower country, people came and went, some flashy, others fierce-looking pirates. On the top floor of a certain bar, it was much more harmonious than the ground floor. There were women dressed revealingly dancing in the center, while people on the outer circle were drinking with their arms around each other. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and a young man in a leather hat, Roz, entered with a black-cloaked girl, Robin. The hall was very noisy, and their entrance did not attract attention. Roz took a glance, casually found a seat, and leisurely surveyed his surroundings. Robin stood beside him, quietly observing before leaning down and whispering, "Almost everyone is here." Roz nodded, not in a hurry to take action, and took a sip of the champagne from the waiter. Robin waited quietly, never rushing. She understood the nuances perfectly. After Roz took a couple of sips, just as he was about to get up, a drunken man, disheveled, approached, staring at Robin with a smile. "Kid, your female companion is nice. Can I borrow her for a bit?" Compared to the 20 or so women in the hall, 17-year-old Robin was indeed fresh. Robin showed no expression upon hearing this, still standing behind Roz, but a glint of danger flashed in her eyes. "Get lost." Roz remained seated without looking up. "Just one word." "Huh?" The pirate was taken aback, grinning widely, leaning down to get a better look at Roz's face. "No one has dared to speak to me like this for a long time. I'm from the White Bear Pirates." "You little." His head lowered to be level with Roz's, and as he saw Roz's face, his voice became smaller and smaller until it was silent. "Oh, so it turns out you're from the White Bear Pirates." Roz lifted the brim of his hat and replied calmly, You are." The pirate was stunned upon seeing Roz. The alcohol had sobered him up quite a bit. How could a member of the White Bear Pirates not have seen the bounty notice of Ghost HandRoz's, the #1 bounty in the West Sea? He was terrified. His legs weakened, wanted to notify the captain, but was paralyzed and couldn't move. "I was just about to have a chat with your captain." Roz slowly stood up, drew his pistol, and aimed it at his head. Bang! The gun fired. The hall fell silent for a second. Then chaos erupted. The captain of the White Bear Pirates heard the gunshot, turned his head, and just in time saw his crew member fall to the ground, as well as Roz standing up. "Who are you?" He paused for a moment, narrowing his eyes. On the street outside, the bar's 3rd floor suddenly erupted in gunfire, startling the people nearby. Many looked up, and soon a large group of people stumbled out in panic. "Gunfire? What's going on? Which pirate dares to make trouble here?" The crowd was filled with suspicion, and the patrol team in the distance rushed over. At that moment, the wall of the bar's 3rd floor exploded, and amidst the flying debris, a figure came tumbling down from above. Bang! The figure that crashed onto the street was battered and bruised. Not a human, but a monster with a human head and a bear's body. Its claws were all twisted, and its face bore a fierce expression. Suddenly, with such a turn of events, everyone on the street was startled, hastily dodging to the sides. Countless eyes filled with shock looking over. That was the captain of the White Bear Pirates, a pirate with a bounty of 45 million. How did he end up like this? Some recognized this half-human, half-bear creature, gasping in fear, horrified as they looked toward the top of the bar. Who could have beaten a 45 million bounty pirate to such a state? Whoosh! Just as everyone was in shock, a figure jumped down from the bar's top floor and landed a foot on the struggling white bear. Cough! The white bear spat blood violently, unable to maintain his form, his white fur receding, transforming into a middle-aged pirate in a jacket. "Damn it! You bastard!" His face twisted with madness. He desperately struggled to pull out his gun and shoot at Roz. Roz's gaze was calm, and he suddenly exerted force with his foot. Crack! Crack! The middle-aged pirate's chest caved in completely. He coughed up blood, and the hand holding the gun drooped helplessly. The bystanders, still recovering from the shock of the white bear being beaten, saw Roz indifferently stepping on the corpse, and all swallowed hard. That person seemed to be Ghost HandRoz's, a 45 million bounty Zoan-type pirate, reduced to such a state under his hands, and judging by Roz's demeanor, it seemed he hadn't exerted much effort. The people around, whether nobles or drunken pirates, all retreated in fear. Clear the way, clear the way. What happened? The patrol team from the Flower Kingdom arrived, their faces changing drastically upon seeing the corpse in the street and the young man in a leather hat. Ghost HandRoz's. Although the body on the ground was unrecognizable, they still identified it as the White Bear. Did Roz and the White Bear have a conflict? The patrol captain felt a bit nervous. He couldn't handle a pirate of this level, and it would be troublesome if any civilians or nobles got hurt. Fortunately, after checking, he found no one was injured, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Although the entertainment street had rules against fighting and killing, they only monitored small pirates, mainly protecting civilians and nobles. When the chaos subsided, Roz and Robin had already left, and Roz killing the white bear over a trivial matter became a hot topic in the entertainment street that day. Eliminating the white bear, Roz gained 15 points of talent proficiency, directly adding it to the distortion fruit. Now, the total proficiency of the fruit was 190 points, and its effective range had increased significantly. With his current physical abilities, he could fully handle it, estimating that he would only start to feel his body struggle to flexibly exert itself at around 230 or 240 points. The white bear pirates were quite wealthy, having over 30 million berries. Roz looted all their possessions and ship, totaling over 30 million. Robin looked at a box of money. It should be treasure they had robbed during this time, just processed in the Flower Kingdom. Roz nodded, it's all berries, saving the trouble of conversion. Now they had over 120 million, but to buy a branch of Adam Tree, it might still not be enough. Robin understood the value of Adam Tree very well. Roz threw the box of money into the cabin. It will definitely be enough. He despised plundering civilians. But robbing pirates was just a matter of convenience. Short on cash? Just steal more. In just a day and a half, Roz went on a killing spree in the Flower Kingdom. He swept through various pirate crews, annihilating 6 pirate crews and defeating countless smaller gangs. Initially, he hadn't planned to kill so many, but after wiping out 3 crews, the remaining ones banded together, spreading rumors that he intended to kill all pirates, uniting to create trouble. What was the result? Among the gathered pirate crews, there were 2 or 3 with bounties of 30 million, but to Roz and Robin, who disregarded human wave tactics, they were just delivering food. Roz slaughtered on the coast, sinking 2 pirate ships, and the sea itself spoke, causing that unruly mob to completely collapse. This incident alarmed the officials of the Flower Kingdom, but surprisingly, they did nothing and let it develop. After massacring so many pirates, Roz gathered nearly 300 million berries. He also gained 25 points of talent proficiency, all added to the distortion fruit, raising the total proficiency to 215 points. With his physical ability strong, enhancing the fruit's power was a huge profit. This 25 points made his abilities soar. Now, standing in the cabin, he could use his powers to cover the entire ship. This meant that if he encountered a warship, he could step onto it with moonwalking and instantly twist the warship into a mess. He could withstand ordinary cannons and large-caliber pirate ship cannons, feeling only minimal impact, unless it was a heavy artillery piece. The power of the fruit and physical abilities finally balanced out, and next he needed to quickly enhance his agility. Roz felt the surging power, thinking to himself, now in a head-on clash, even 2 or 3 Bastille-level majors wouldn't be enough to fight him. Even if the opponent had hockey, if they didn't practice well, they couldn't withstand his distortion power. But agility and speed were his weaknesses, only slightly faster than Bastille. If he encountered speed-type opponents or those who could use observation hockey, it would be easy to hit them but hard to catch them, and getting entangled would be troublesome. Initially, speed was a strong point, but now it was overshadowed by his physical abilities and fruit powers. Captain, the auction starts in an hour. Robin knocked on the door and came in to remind him. She had already checked the time and place for the auction of the Adam Tree branch. It was the closing item of the Flower Kingdom's official precious wood auction. Let's go. Roz turned around and saw Robin manifesting 4 hands to carry 4 huge briefcases, smiling as he took 2. The captain is quite considerate. Robin smiled, and having spent a long time together and familiar with his personality, she occasionally teased him. No, it was those 4 arms that were too eye-catching. Roz rolled his eyes and walked past her. Robin's lips curved up, the extra arms transforming into petals and disappearing as she put on her hat, following Roz ashore towards the precious wood auction venue. The Flower Kingdom receives some precious wood every year, and because it's too expensive to sell normally, it is generally concentrated in large auction events. The auction venue was located in the open wood area on the southern shore of the Flower Kingdom. By the time Roz and Robin arrived, it was already packed with people, mostly merchants and nobles from various countries, along with some pirates. The venue was piled with various types of wood, with the most eye-catching being a giant tree trunk about 40 meters long, which was the branch of the Adam Tree, known for its hardness and flexibility exceeding that of steel. Could this be the one used to build the Thousand Sunny? Roz gazed at it, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes, then shook his head. What are the odds this is the great pirate era 11 years in? He retracted his gaze and casually found a spot on the edge to sit down. Soon the trading began. The host in a suit took the stage and first introduced a deep red wooden stump about 5 to 6 meters long. Crimson oak trunk, super luxurious for furniture. Roz was not interested, listening as the nobles bid in sparse numbers. 5 million for the first time. Second time. Sold. The host smiled and dropped the hammer, then began introducing the second piece of rare wood. 2 hours passed, and occasionally some rare ship would appear. But the size and quality were far inferior to the Atom Tree. Roz glanced at it a few times before looking away. There were far fewer people rushing to buy ship wood than those buying furniture wood, and most nobles were uninterested. Finally, the wood pieces were sold out one by one, and it was time for the last deep red wood, exuding an ancient aura. The main event was finally here. The host, exhausted after a long day, forced himself to perk up, pointing at the last piece of wood. There's an island that has experienced countless wars, gunfire destroying everything. Yet one great tree stands tall. There are only a few such trees in the world, the most powerful of which is called the Atom Tree. That's right, this is its branch. Starting bid, 100 million berries. The host called out 100 million, and the venue fell silent. With only some murmurs of discussion, no one immediately placed a bid. The host, anxious about a potential unsold item, was relieved when someone finally spoke up. 100 million berries. It was the mustachioed merchant in the front row who called out the starting price. 100 million and 10,000. Someone followed suit, as both merchants believed they could profit more by flipping it. The merchants called out scattered bids, raising the price to 150 million. Many people hesitated. The price was too high, and the risk of reselling was significant. If things went wrong, they could lose everything. 200 million. Rhodes finally spoke up, jumping directly from 150 million to 200 million. The noble merchants were all shocked. They couldn't handle this price. Those pirates who wanted to snatch the Atom Tree halfway also turned to see who was bidding. It was that person, the ghost HandRoz's. The pirates, recognizing Rhodes, were all startled, exchanging glances filled with fear. No matter who bought it, they planned to rob, but if Rhodes bought it, they could forget about it. Robbing Rhodes? What a joke. The waters of the West Sea might still be stained red. Perhaps some dared to move against the ghost hand pirates, but it definitely wouldn't be them. Besides the pirates, the merchants and nobles initially didn't recognize Rhodes. But once someone pointed him out, their expressions varied greatly. That was the pirate ghost HandRoz's. How could a pirate have so much money? 200 million berries was already a high price, and it was called by the infamous Rhodes, which made everyone think twice. Ghost HandRoz's. The host's expression also changed. He knew there were pirates, but he didn't expect a pirate to spend 200 million on the Atom Tree. The variables had increased significantly. However, thinking of the 7 treasures navy securing the venue, he breathed a sigh of relief. Aside from these people, those secretly watching Rhodes saw him bidding and displayed unusual expressions, quietly retreating into the crowd and disappearing. 1 second, 2 seconds. The venue was filled only with whispers and no one dared to bid again. 200 million berries, deal? The host called out several times, and seeing no one dare to compete with Rhodes, took a deep breath and dropped the hammer. Immediately, staff members came over, bowing to invite him. Sir, this way, for delivery. All right. Rhodes stood up and followed. The 7 treasures navy, responsible for maintaining order, tightened their weapons upon seeing Rhodes approach, serious and vigilant. They couldn't afford to be careless around this notorious figure from the West Sea. 200 million berries, just a nod. Rhodes gestured, and Robin opened 3 boxes in the back, quickly organizing 200 million berries stacked there. The person in charge was momentarily stunned. He didn't expect Rhodes to really have that much, but considering he had recently wiped out a large number of pirates, accumulating this much money was normal. As long as he was willing to pay, that was good. The person in charge sighed in relief and smiled as he completed the transaction. No problem. The Atom Tree trunk is yours. At the port dock, amid countless greedy gazes, the enormous Atom Tree trunk was secured, and Rhodes reached out to push it into the water. Who wouldn't be envious of a 200 million treasure? But the scene of Rhodes going on a killing spree just days ago was still fresh in many pirates' minds, and most dared only to watch from distance. With this wood, if he built a powerful ship, the Navy would likely find it hard to deal with him. Hey, the Navy might not let him get away with it. Perhaps the encirclement was already on the way. People discussed Rhodes' ship. Rhodes ignored the gazes around him, having finished pushing the wood, and instructed the workers to untie the ropes and lift the anchor, slowly departing the port. To the shipbuilding town. To the east of the Flower Kingdom, there was an island, the shipbuilding town with the most shipbuilders in the West Sea. The town was filled with shipbuilders and apprentices. With the keel for the new ship ready, other materials could be bought there, and with over 90 million berries left, it was enough. On the deck, Rhodes gazed into the distance. Once the new ship was built, he could prepare to enter the Grand Line. The Grand Line. Robin stood beside him, a flicker of unusual light in her calm eyes. Her only desire was to find historical texts from around the world and uncover the secrets of the blank 100 years. Most of these stone tablets were located in the Grand Line, known as the Pirates' Graveyard. The Grand Line was fraught with danger, and it was often said that the strongest pirates had fallen there. But it was a place she had to go to achieve her goal. She quietly glanced at Rhodes' back. For some reason, Robin inexplicably felt that by following Rhodes, she might truly be able to accomplish that seemingly unattainable goal. The ship sailed further away, the Flower Kingdom gradually fading from view until it became a small black dot. But just then, from the direction of the Flower Kingdom, a ship faintly chased after them. Robin quickly noticed, "Captain Rhodes, someone is targeting us." "Oh, the Navy?" "It looks like the 8 Treasures Navy from the Flower Kingdom." The two went to the stern. Watching the rapidly approaching ship, Robin's gaze flickered. The ship drew closer, becoming clear. Though large, it wasn't a Navy warship. Indeed, Rhodes glanced at the pirate flag on that ship, his expression calm. After all, this is a pirate nation. How could they let me easily take away 200 million berries worth of Atom Tree? Rhodes' ship was a light sailboat, dragging the heavy Atom Tree, significantly affecting its speed. It wasn't long before the 8 Treasures Navy ship caught up. On the 8 Treasures Navy ship, it was packed with armed pirates. Other pirates were too scared of Rhodes to stir up trouble. But they were different. Their boss had mixed it up in the Grand Line. In their eyes, West Sea pirates were just locals, dragging that would meant they couldn't run fast. The cadre of the 8 Treasures Navy, Abu, stood on the deck with 3 axes on his back, grinning. He was the younger brother of the deputy leader, Old Kai. Old Kai, leaning on a long-handled naginata, stood in front of Abu, his expression serious. Without their leader Green Pepper, the ship was under his command. It was now the 11th year of the Great Pirate Era, and Old Kai still hadn't taken over the leadership position, while Abu was just an ordinary cadre, but both had followed Green Pepper through the Grand Line. "Report. Enemy ship entering cannon range." A member reported. "Don't fire." Old Kai shook his head. "Don't damage that wood. It's worth 200 million. Abu tilted his head. "The Atom Tree isn't that fragile, right? But never mind. They can't escape anyway." The 2 ships drew closer, making it easy to see the people on each other's ships without binoculars. At the bow were the 8 Treasures Navy's deputy leader, Old Kai, and Abu, but Green Pepper was nowhere to be seen. After scouting, Robin whispered. Rhodes nodded. Green Pepper was a notorious figure with a 500 million bounty. He couldn't take him on now. If Green Pepper were here, they'd have to destroy the ship and flee. But Green Pepper wasn't here. A trace of coldness flashed in Rhodes' eyes. He looked at the distance between the 2 ships and said calmly, "Maintain distance. I'll be right back." As soon as he finished speaking, he was already in midair, stepping lightly in the air, directly spanning the sea, arcing down onto the 8 Treasures Navy's ship. The pirates on the 8 Treasures Navy were all stunned. Rhodes landed steadily on the deck's rear. "Huh, moonwalk." Abu and Old Kai turned to look at him, surprised, having followed Green Pepper through the Grand Line. They had seen enough to recognize the moonwalk. This technique was extremely difficult among the Navy's 6 styles, typically only used by officers of the rank of captain or higher. Rhodes could use it, which surprised him a bit. However, even if he could use the moonwalk, daring to board their ship alone was too arrogant. He completely disregarded them. Although Rhodes was the fiercest pirate in the West Sea, that was limited to the West Sea. In the eyes of those who had been to the Grand Line, it didn't count for much. The fiercest pirate in the West Sea really had some guts. "Show me what you've got." Abu unsheathed his axe from his back, instructing the surrounding pirates to retreat, grinning as he charged at Rhodes. Old Kai initially wanted to intervene, but seeing Abu go, crossed his arms and stood back to watch. But just as Abu approached, Rhodes suddenly stomped his foot, a strange force smashing down onto the deck. Crack! Crack! The power of the distortion fruit spread from his feet, instantly twisting and deforming the middle of the ship. "Damn, this guy wants to dismantle the ship." Abu was momentarily stunned, then leaped up, roaring as he swung his axe fiercely at Rhodes. Facing the descending axe, Rhodes did not retreat, calmly raising his left hand to meet it. Seeing him dare to catch the axe with his bare hands, Abu sneered coldly, putting more power into it in an attempt to split him in half along with his arm. However, at the moment the axe made contact with his hand, the expected blood splatter and severed arm did not occur. Instead, the axe was bizarrely halted in midair by an unseen force. Roz opened his 5 fingers, grasped the axe blade, twisted and turned. The steel axe head cracked like bamboo, twisted in a spiral, climbing up the axe handle. Not good. Abu was startled and immediately let go, swinging his other fist down at Roz. This punch seemed ordinary, but it was wrapped in a strange power, as if it carried an unstoppable impact. Here it comes. It's Lord Abu's 8-burst fist. Members of the 8 Treasure Water Army in the distance were all shocked. This martial art could only be practiced by the core members. Not long ago, Abu had used it to take down a pirate with a bounty of 40 million. Facing the 8-burst fist, Roz remained unfazed, threw away the twisted axe, and met it with a punch, his fist also wrapped in bizarre power. Boom! The two fists collided, the impact and twisting force exploded in the middle. Like a cannonball exploding in the air, the 8-burst fist of the 8 Treasure Water Army could manipulate the impact, ignoring defenses. Roz's twisting force could also twist steel, ignoring defenses, but the 8-burst fist was cultivated, while the twisting force was enhanced by the devil fruit and system. Roz's casual punch exceeded Abu's 8-burst fist by far. Boom! The two forces stalemated for less than a second before being crushed by the twisting force, climbing up Abu's fist, crackling as it twisted his arm into a mess. Abu screamed in pain and horror. The 8-burst fist not only failed to severely injure Roz, but was instead shattered head-on. The members of the 8 Treasure Water Army were all dumbfounded. Someone exclaimed, "Impossible! Lord Abu's 8-burst fist was broken? What did he do?" Abu. In the distance, old Kai, holding a knife, changed color dramatically. He had anticipated that Abu might not win, but he never expected his arm to be disabled in just 2 moves. Such vicious methods. Old Kai glanced at Abu's injury, glared at Roz, and stepped forward with his knife. "No." Roz's tone was calm. "I must say, if you dare to take my things, be prepared to pay the price." He stepped down, and the range of the ship's collapse expanded again. Old Kai scoffed, ignoring the fate of the ship, and said sternly, "That's right, Abu is outmatched. The weak are prey to the strong, as it should be. But for injuring my subordinate like this, as a vice pillar, you must pay." As his voice fell, he suddenly lunged forward, his long knife spinning as it slashed towards Roz. "You're right, it is the law of the jungle." Roz sidestepped like a piece of paper, avoiding the slash, and punched out. Old Kai snorted, holding his knife horizontally to block the punch. Bang! Roz's punch fell, and the twisting force erupted. But Old Kai roared and braced himself. Withstanding most of his strength, the knife handle only twisted slightly. He blocked it. That bizarre attack. The members of the 8 Treasure Water Army were astonished, their faces filled with awe. Old Kai was much stronger than Abu, having recently crushed a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million in the Grand Line. Roz sensed the strange aura resisting the twisting force on the knife handle, and his eyes glimmered. Armament. Hockey. Amir West Sea Pirate recognizes hockey. Not bad. Old Kai let out a laugh, spinning his knife again, attacking like a storm. Devil fruit? Useless in front of me. Is that so? Roz, after a moment of surprise, remained calm. Armament can block devil fruit abilities, but Old Kai's hockey can only envelop, unable to harden. How could he ignore his twisting fruit? Dream on. There is no conclusion as to which is stronger, devil fruit or hockey. A weak devil fruit cannot shake hockey, and weak hockey cannot block a strong devil fruit. Facing the fierce attack, Roz did not need to dodge like paper. He gathered all his twisting force into his fist, twisting. Impact. A punch smashed into the sea of knife shadows, the twisting force exploding, instantly shredding the knife shadows. It struck right at the center of the knife handle. Old Kai felt the fierce and bizarre power rushing in. Even with all his effort to activate hockey, he could not withstand it, and the knife handle twisted and shattered. Bang! The long knife exploded. He was blasted away, his sleeve torn into shreds, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. "So this is your full strength? I underestimated you." His face darkened as he clenched his fingers. "Then I'll get serious." 8-burst fist. Martial foot. Old Kai roared as he charged in, flipping in the air, his heel wrapped in impact and hockey, kicking towards Roz's head. Roz was unafraid, urging the twisting force in his feet, meeting it with a punch. Boom! The twisting force and impact collided, tearing the air apart like the tremor fruit, the aftermath scattering everywhere. The ship, already damaged by the twisting force, cracked, spiderweb-like seams centered around the point of collision, spreading all around. The ship's planks were about to collapse. Retreat. The members of the 8 Treasure Water Army panicked as they saw the cracks spreading, hurriedly backing away, some clinging to the railing. Abu, with one arm broken, watched the aftermath of Roz and Old Kai's battle, his heart shaken. He was surprised that Roz could face Old Kai head-on, and even more shocked by the ferocity of the aftermath. Boom! With a loud bang, the twisting force and impact completely exploded. Roz's fist shook, taking a small step back. Before Abu and the 8 Treasure Water Army could rejoice, Old Kai's leg made a cracking sound as it twisted, his whole body flipping 3 meters away. Crash! The ship's planks finally couldn't withstand the pressure and collapsed around the two. Roz leaped onto the railing, and Old Kai also jumped to the other side on one leg. Old Kai's expression was extremely serious. The leg he had crashed with was clearly not functioning well and still trembling. It wasn't broken, but it had definitely been twisted badly. Is the 8-burst fist passed down through generations in the 8 Treasure Water Army? Only at this level? Roz's arm felt a bit sore and numb. After tightening his muscles to dispel the feeling, he dashed towards Old Kai like a shadow. This guy. Old Kai didn't expect Roz to withstand the aftermath so easily while he couldn't use his leg power, so he could only grimly clench his fist to meet him. Boom! The two fists collided. Old Kai's fist techniques were weaker than his leg techniques, and the impact was far inferior. He was smashed by Roz's punch, embedding himself in the wood. Crack! Old Kai broke free and leaped back, wanting to avoid the danger, but Roz did not give him a chance and charged straight up. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Roz threw a punch, sending out countless fist shadows, smashing towards Old Kai like a 1,000-handed Azura. Old Kai was startled. Although he used weak observation hockey to catch a glimpse of the real body, he couldn't react in time and could only cross his arms to harden and block. Bang! Roz's punch landed between his arms. This punch hit solidly. Old Kai hadn't even had time to use the 8-burst fist. His weak hockey couldn't block the twisting force at all, and his arms, muscles, and bones were all twisted. Hiss! Old Kai gasped in cold air. No matter how tightly he tensed his muscles to retreat, his arms were still severely twisted and bruised, swelling all around. The terror of the twisting fruit was here. If the body and hockey couldn't withstand it, taking one punch would hurt a bit, and the injuries would accumulate until no one could bear it, akin to Whitebeard's tremor fruit. This is bad. In the distance, Abu covered his arm and shouted to his subordinates, "Everyone go! Kill this little brat!" Yes, the members of the 8 Treasure Water Army were intimidated by the scene of Roz overpowering Old Kai, but they dared not disobey. Gritting their teeth, as they charged forward with knives and cannons. Bang bang. Bullets and cannonballs flew everywhere, aimed at Roz. Facing the hail of gunfire, Roz did not retreat but advanced, his eyes flashing as he opened his arms wide. Buzz! The trajectories of all bullets and cannonballs suddenly twisted, smashing towards Old Kai. Damn it! Old Kai's pupils contracted. He wanted to dodge, but couldn't. His legs hadn't recovered, and his arms were swollen like balls, his agility plummeting. Even with some observation hockey, he couldn't block all the bullets and cannon fire. Amidst the splattering blood, he glared, holding onto the railing, barely standing. "It's over. I'll give you a dignified death." Roz calmly looked at the severely injured Old Kai, drew his famous sword Chunla from his waist, and stepped forward. Swoosh! Blood gushed wildly as Old Kai's body slowly fell to the ground. The entire scene fell silent. The 8 Treasure Water Army, armed with knives, guns, and cannons, stood frozen in place, their weapons halting. Time seemed to freeze as everyone watched this scene, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. Old Kai is dead? The vice pillar who fought through the Grand Line actually died in the West Sea? You killed the vice pillar. If that person finds out. In the silence, someone's voice trembled. Chief Green Pepper valued Old Kai the most, having long planned to train him as the 13th pillar. Although Green Pepper hadn't gone to sea for many years, they knew that the infamous Green Pepper was a ruthless character from before the era of great pirates. With a bounty of 500 million berries. How could this happen? Abu looked at Old Kai's corpse, his breath almost stopping, his heart nearly jumping out. Thinking of the old man's furious expression, cold sweat dripped down. He might be torn to pieces. He looked at Roz, his eyes filled with horror and fear. "You're done for. Hiding in the Grand Line won't help. The old man is..." A flash of sword light passed, and Abu's words were cut off, leaving him silent. Roz retracted his sword, blood spraying from the blade. He looked straight ahead without glancing at the corpse, calmly stating, "If you want to hunt me down, come at me. If I'm not afraid of the Navy and the world government, why should I fear an obsolete old man?" After taking down Old Kai and Abu, even though it drained a lot of stamina, dealing with the remaining 8 Treasures Water Army was more than enough. Old Kai and Abu hid under the name of Green Pepper, with a bounty of only 3,020 million berries, giving Roz an additional 10 points of talent proficiency. The ship rocked precariously after the battle, but Roz didn't destroy it immediately. After searching, he unexpectedly found something. A training note on observation hockey. He sat in the cabin, looking at the 2 pages of notes, excitement in his eyes. This is just what he needed. Hockey is an essential skill in this world. He knew about it, but didn't he know how to train it? Now he had the method. If he could comprehend observation hockey from the notes, he could save 1 talent point and wouldn't need to activate it in the system. Unfortunately, he didn't find any notes on armament hockey. Observation hockey is a 6th sense beyond the 5 senses, a strong perception of the enemy's movements, capable of reading attacks from outside the line of sight. The key to its training is looking at the 2 pages of observation hockey training notes in his hand. Roz focused his thoughts, his eyes filled with seriousness and contemplation. Strictly speaking, these are just 2 pages of training points, not a complete cultivation method. However, Roz already understood observation hockey, and with these key points, it was enough to explore the complete direction. After carefully reading the notes several times and memorizing them, he walked to the training room to transform the environment. Soon, ropes hung from the ceiling, with various sized sandbags dangling below. This setup was learned from the 8 Treasures Water Army's training room, clearly for practicing observation hockey, and Roz restored it. Observation hockey and armament hockey are the potential powers of every individual. When the body reaches a certain strength, they can be activated. Roz stood in the center of the room, noting the positions of the sandbags, closed his eyes, and concentrated. Suddenly, he struck and sent the closest 4 sandbags flying. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 4 sandbags were sent flying. Their trajectories varied due to size, force, and timing, with some colliding with other sandbags. Bang! Bang! Roz listened to the sounds, eyes closed, and punched 2 of the returning sandbags, but misjudged the other 2, almost getting hit on the head. Attacking without visual judgment is quite difficult. Roz opened his eyes to see the swinging sandbags and closed them again. Then I'll stay still and respond to the 4 sandbags first. Although the notes didn't provide specific methods, he could easily guess the basic routine by combining it with the 8 Treasures Water Army setup. Bang! Bang! Roz closed his eyes and punched again, sending the 4 sandbags flying, concentrating to perceive their trajectories. He hit 3 with 4 punches, but the positioning was off. Again, he opened his eyes to look, then closed them. Bang, bang, bang. He hit 3 more, becoming a bit more accurate after adapting. After practicing for a while, Roz thought of the 10 talent proficiency points he gained from taking down Old Kai and Abu. The agility enhancement should help with practicing observation hockey. He allocated the 10 points to agility enhancement, bringing his total proficiency to 60. The increase in agility not only improved speed, but also reaction and perception. He felt much lighter, as if he had shed a heavy load. Continuing, after adapting to the changes in his body, Roz exhaled and continued to hit the sandbags to practice observation hockey. In the Flower Country, 2 warships docked at the southern port, while the surrounding pirate ships had long since fled. Was there only wreckage left of the 8 Treasures Water Army ships? Major General Ghost Spider stood on the deck, shaking his head as he listened to the scouts' report. The 8 Treasures Water Army were the official pirates of the Flower Country, similar to the 7 warlords of the sea, and the Navy generally did not pursue them. The Flower Country was a vassal state of the world government, connected to the Navy. Previously, he had contacted the higher-ups to intercept Ghost HandRoz's, but they refused to listen. As a result, Roz managed to slip away. Indeed, pirates are unreliable. A cold indifference flashed in Ghost Spider's eyes. Beside him, a Navy colonel frowned and asked in a low voice, "Major General, what should we do next?" Roz wiped out the 8 Treasures Water Army, and they definitely wouldn't let it go. Ghost Spider snorted coldly. "Are you suggesting we let them fight while we watch? We resorted to this tactic because we couldn't catch up before, but it can't happen again. Otherwise, what is the point of having the Navy?" "Yes." The reprimanded colonel lowered his head in shame. Ghost Spider looked out to sea, a cold light flashing in his eyes. That guy bought Adam's treasure tree, so he's definitely going to build a new ship. Judging by the course, he's mostly headed for Shipwright Town. Too bad. I want to be given the chance to board a new ship. Pass my orders. All branch warships change course, target Shipwright Town, and completely eliminate the Ghost Hand pirate crew. At Shipwright Town's port, it had been 3 days since Roz took down Old Kai and the others, and the Flower Country was not far from Shipwright Town. Even dragging the giant wood, they would arrive by noon on the 4th day. In Roz's training cabin, 5 sandbags surrounded him as he stood in the middle, eyes closed, continuously punching the incoming sandbags. Most of the time, he could hit all 5, but occasionally he would miss and get hit. Practicing observation hockey was harder than he imagined. It took 3 days of hard training just to grasp a bit. and to truly master it would require more time. Haki is a latent power for everyone, but most people are unaware of it. The first step in training Haki is to perceive and master it. And this step is the hardest. Roz was just closing his eyes, trying to grasp that special perception when the cabin door was knocked on, and Robin's voice came through. Captain Roz, we've arrived at Shipwright Town S Dock. Got it. Roz exhaled, opened his eyes, stopped the sandbags, recalled the training process, and walked out of the cabin. Once outside the ship's cabin, he immediately saw the dock at Shipwright Town. This town wasn't large. It was a medium-sized island, much smaller than the Flower Country. But the dock was larger than that of the Flower Country, piled high with an abundance of goods. This isn't the Flower Country. Being a pirate might not be welcomed here, Robin said beside him. Roz didn't care. Pirates don't exist to be liked. Let us go. Leaving the deck crew on the ship, Roz and Robin disembarked. Wanted to find the best shipwright. Roz found a worker moving timber at the dock. Threw out some gold coins and directly asked, "Who has the best shipwright here?" The worker was initially a bit scared seeing him come from a pirate ship, but upon seeing the gold coins, his fear lessened. Hearing the question, he chuckled while holding the coins. "All our shipwrights are great. But if you're talking about the best, it's Old Fitz. He rarely makes ships, but the few he has made are all highly renowned." "You mean Old Fitz? Is he Cookunner Fitz?" Robin asked in surprise. "Yes." The worker nodded. "He hasn't made a ship in a long time, so not many people know he is in our town." Roz looked at Robin in confusion. "Who is Cookunner Fitz?" Robin pondered. "I've heard of him while gathering information. It seems he built Shanks' ship, and Shanks is one of the 4 emperors of the New World." Roz interrupted, slightly surprised. Looking at the worker, "Shanks' hometown is the West Sea, and I didn't expect that a shipwright who made ships for one of the 4 emperors would be here. Where is he?" "Just go straight down this road. Turn right after 2 streets. There's a dilapidated little wooden house. He lives there." The worker pointed the way. Roz nodded and led Robin there. And sure enough, after turning right at 2 streets, they saw a dilapidated single-story wooden house in the distance. Outside the small wooden house, there was a group of fierce-looking characters gathered. "Captain, are we being scammed? The best shipwright would live in such a run-down place?" A man with a scarred face frowned at the one carrying a broad-bladed sword. The man with the big sword squinted. "Who cares? Let us call him out to see." One of the subordinates stepped forward and kicked the door. "Hey, you in there, get out. Our captain wants to see you." No response. Kicking the door a couple more times, still no sound. Just as they thought no one was home, a sudden cough came from inside the wooden house. Cough, cough. Really? I can't even take a decent nap. Accompanied by the cough, the door was pushed open, and an old man with a gray beard, dressed in rags, came out, looking to be in his 50s or 60s. A group of people frowned, and someone couldn't help but say, "Is this guy really the best boatman? That bastard dares to lie to us." "Well, you're looking for the best boatman? You didn't make a mistake. My skills are still decent." Old Fitz coughed a couple of times while covering his mouth, took a swig from his cup, and sighed contentedly. The crowd exchanged glances, a bit skeptical, and hesitantly said, "Our captain wants to hire you." "Oh." Old Fitz nodded calmly and said, "I won't do it." The group was stunned, and someone angrily pulled out a gun. "Hey, old man, do you know who our captain is? If you don't want to die, you better cooperate." "Your captain? Huh." Old Fitz elongated his tone, and suddenly with a flick of his wrist, he accurately shot through the pirate's head. He blew on the gun muzzle. "I really don't want to know." "Damn it." The pirates didn't expect the old man would dare to act, and after a moment of shock, they were all furious and drew their weapons to surround him. At that moment, footsteps approached from behind. "Excuse me, make way." Roz walked behind 2 of them and pushed them aside. Both of them twisted several times, their bones cracking, and they fell to the ground. The sudden turn of events startled the pirates, and as they turned to see Roz, many of them narrowed their pupils in terror. "You are." Crack, crack. Roz walked forward, and wherever he passed, bones snapped. Some pirates tried to run, but were met with Robin's 30-round flower hook that broke their necks. Old Fitz hadn't paid much attention, but when he caught sight of Robin, he froze. "Oh, Alvia? No, you are Alvia's." Robin, who had been calm, momentarily lost her composure when she heard her mother's name. Alvia, her biological mother, the archaeologist from O'Hara. Roz was surprised. This old man knew Robin's mother? "You know my mother." The 17-year-old girl, with black hair, looked at Old Fitz, clenching her fists, her voice trembling. "Of course, I once sailed with her to find family history." Old Fitz sighed. "The devil's child, Robin. She never mentioned having a child. I should have realized." His eyes filled with guilt. Robin bit her lip, her face showing sorrow and pain. Old Fitz was silent for a moment. "Do you want to know about your mother?" If you do, come inside and sit. I'll tell you what I know. Robin paused, then turned to look at Roz. If you want to listen, then listen. Anyway, it's still early. Roz nodded at her. Old Fitz glanced at Roz, smiling. Ghost hand, Roz? Completely different from the rumored indifference. The government's newspapers really are garbage. He opened the wooden house door and invited the two inside. The interior of the small house was just like the outside. Nothing special, with books and newspapers piled up messily. Old Fitz didn't feel embarrassed. Moved 2 wooden stools over, and Roz and Robin didn't mind, sitting down casually. From Old Fitz's mouth, Robin heard a lot about her mother Alvia. She remained calm and silent, not shedding a tear, clearly hiding her emotions again. What I know is about this much. Old Fitz finished his drink, his gaze heavy. Roz was particularly concerned about Robin's mother's past, but he was surprised by what Old Fitz said. The world has 3 ancient weapons: Pluton, Poseidon, and Uranus. Pluton is a ship that, according to legend, can destroy an island with 1 shot. And Old Fitz's ancestors were among the shipwrights who built Pluton. To trace the bloodline in that history, he had once sailed with Alvia's archaeological team, but unfortunately, they found very little. After a moment of silence, Old Fitz took another drink and said to the two, I've said what I needed to say. You two aren't here for a chat, right? If you have something to say, it won't be about shipbuilding, will it? Exactly. We would like to ask for your help to build a ship. Roz nodded as he saw Robin looking down. Old Fitz slapped his forehead. I knew it. He looked at Robin and then at Roz, helplessly saying, Can I just enjoy my old age? If I help you build a ship, the government will find out and I'll have to hide. Roz smiled, but didn't speak. He knew Old Fitz valued loyalty and would definitely not turn his back on Robin. Sure enough, Old Fitz looked at Robin and sighed. I have no choice. I can't ignore the only child of an old friend. Let's just consider my old bones being useful one last time. He stood up and asked Roz, Are the materials ready? Don't tell me you came without anything. I can't make it happen. Roz shook his head. The materials are here. I brought a main material, a branch of the treasure tree atom. Old Fitz's eyes lit up, and he clicked his tongue. Is it the 42-meter one? So it's in your hands. Great. With this wood for the keel, I guarantee I'll build a ship that will leave warships in the dust. His ancestors had been responsible for Pluton's power device. Although the technology had been lost, he was top-notch in ship design and speed. Thanks. Here's the payment. Roz placed a bag containing 80 million berries in front of him. Old Fitz grinned, accepted it without hesitation, and opened it to check. That's enough. I could buy the best auxiliary materials and still have a couple of million left over. I won't have to worry about drinking in the future. He carried the money bag outside, but stopped after a couple of steps, turning to look at Roz. By the way, the Navy has completely set their sights on you. The government will soon find out you're here. Even if I gather a bunch of shipwrights, it will take at least 7 days to finish. If a warship comes during those 7 days, don't worry. Roz stood up and calmly replied, No warship will disturb your shipbuilding. I'll handle this. Old Fitz chuckled and pushed open the wooden house door. Robin stood up and followed Roz outside, and as they passed by Old Fitz, she softly said, Thank you. No need to be polite. Old Fitz replied and closed the door. With Old Fitz, this top-notch shipwright leading the way, they called on a group of other shipwrights. And that day, all the materials were selected. Old Fitz had designed a ship focused on speed, but lacked the strongest wood. This branch of the treasure tree atom was just perfect, skipping the design step. The shipbuilding speed was directly maximized, which is why he said it could be completed in 7 days. Old Fitz led the shipwrights to work day and night, while a fleet of 5 warships, led by a rear admiral, was slowly approaching the shipwright town. Finally, the next afternoon, the Navy fleet arrived. Report. A lookout at the north shore spotted the Ghost Hand pirate cruise ship. The sentry lowered his telescope and shouted at the ghost spider, who was draped in a justice cloak. Just as expected, a cold glint flashed in Ghost Spider's eyes as he looked towards the north shore and snorted. For a pirate who hasn't even been to the Grand Line. They pulled me from HQ to the West Sea. Finally, I can wrap up this troublesome task. Just a West Sea pirate. Yet he caused such chaos at HQ, needing to cover up, communicate, and hunt him down, and they even sent him here. He was seething. Send the order. Ship No. 5, seal off the escape route, and the other ships will change course and surround the North Shore. Yes, the colonel immediately replied. Who would have thought that an ordinary pirate hunter turned into a pirate would cause such a big commotion? First killing a division colonel, then making the base commander fail to chase him down, and finally forcing HQ to send a rear admiral. Thankfully, the trouble was about to end. With 5 warships blocking the way and reinforcements coming, the Ghost Hand pirate crew would have nowhere to escape, destined to become history. On the west side of the shipwright town, Old Fitz and 3 shipwrights were hammering away, while 4 or 5 strong men were moving wooden boards. The ship already had a shape. While hammering the ship as planks, he accidentally glanced at the sea and suddenly saw a shadow approaching. It was a Navy warship, coming so fast. Old Fitz and T expected it to be this quick. There was no Navy base nearby. The closest one would take 10 days to reach. He thought the Navy would be slow to react and Wu and T be able to stop them in time. But just 2 days later, they had gathered so many warships. He had only calculated the distance, forgetting that the Navy had long gathered a fleet and had been tailing Roz's ship. Clearly, he underestimated the Navy's determination to kill Roz. 1 or 2 warships might be manageable for Roz, the strongest in the West Sea, but 5 was a different story. The firepower was overwhelming. Old Fitz had built many famous ships, but had never been on a pirate ship. Dealing with small pirates was fine, but facing the firepower of warships, he felt helpless. As long as I can get on my ship, I can easily shake off even more warships, but right now, if I could have a few more days. Old Fitz clenched his fists. This distance, even if Rhodes were to take the original ship, he might not be able to escape the encirclement. 5 warships' combat power is clearly meant to crush Rhodes directly, leaving no chance. How can he protect the children of Alvia to leave? Old Fizz furrowed his brows, racking his brain for a solution, but he had no clue. He knew quite a few people, even having a deep friendship with red-haired Shanks. But in this situation, even if he notified Shanks in the New World, he couldn't possibly come over in time. There simply wasn't enough time. All the methods were stuck on time. The naval warships were coming too fiercely, likely chasing right after Rhodes. This was really troublesome. At the northern shore of Shipwright Town, in the training cabin of the old ship, Rhodes stood among 5 hanging sandbags, throwing punch after punch at the swinging bags. While they were busy building ships, he was making the most of every moment to train, wanting to master observation hockey as soon as possible. Practicing every day, he was exhausted but never stopped. He knew that if he stopped today, due to fatigue, he would find an excuse to be lazy tomorrow or the day after. He wouldn't allow fatigue to become a reason for laziness. Moreover, the talent system had advised against relying too much on it when it first appeared, although he didn't know what the drawbacks of dependency were. This reminder resonated with him. If the system could appear out of nowhere, it could also disappear just as suddenly. What if it vanished? Wouldn't he lose everything? So he insisted on training every day. Even if the system wouldn't disappear, he couldn't stop exercising. Huff, huff. In the process of continuously punching the sandbags, Rhodes gradually entered an extremely calm state, as if he could perceive every muscle in motion, every breath creating airflow. His perspective felt like that of a third party, watching himself standing there, punching the swinging sandbags. This feeling, Rhodes found it incredibly wonderful. This was the first time he entered such a state. He had never experienced it during training before. In this state, he seemed to be able to observe every detail of his own changes. This was exactly the state mentioned in the notes, being able to perfectly control every muscle and tendon. At this step, the distance to perceiving observation hockey was very close. The power of observation hockey is less about human potential and more about a power that is often overlooked. The ordinary human body is too weak, and the observation hockey is too weak to be useful. However, many people feel time slow down and can see the trajectory of bullets when they're on the line between life and death. This is actually the feeling of observation hockey exploding under the stimulus of near death. Of course, ordinary people can only trigger it for a moment, and afterwards they can't grasp it, and it quickly fades. But someone like Rhodes wants to perceive observation hockey in a normal state and completely master it. Calm. Observe. Calm. Rhodes tried hard not to let this strange state affect his mindset, maintaining inner peace and observing every move he made. He didn't know how long had passed, but in this mechanical repetition, Rhodes suddenly caught sight of a strange aura swirling around him, like a current of air. His mind jolted, and he instantly exited the calm state. That strange aura also disappeared from his perception. That's right, it's that. Rhodes' eyes lit up, not feeling disappointed about exiting the state. Once he could see it for the first time, he would definitely be able to see it a second time, a third time. Once he could fully perceive the existence of observation hockey, the distance to controlling its use wouldn't be far. Huff. Rhodes took a deep breath to calm his mindset and prepared to continue training. Suddenly, the door to the training room was pushed open, and Robin appeared at the entrance with a serious expression. Captain, the Navy is coming. Rhodes raised his hand to steady the swinging sandbag. They came in just 2 days? It seems they've been keeping an eye on us in the Flower Country. Robin nodded and said solemnly. 3 medium-sized warships appeared from 3 directions, and there may be others. The other 2 are small-sized. The West Sea branch's standard should be 2 medium and 4 small. 5 warships. Even knowing Rhodes' strength, Robin couldn't help but worry. So, that means they either gathered from the nearby branch or came from outside the West Sea. Rhodes continued, yes. Robin nodded. This fleet could sweep across the West Sea. Even 10 pirate crews with over 30 million combined would have to run. Pirates who had never been to the Grand Line wouldn't be able to stir up any waves in front of this power. The appearance of such a force in the West Sea shows the Navy's determination to kill Rhodes. Rhodes smiled lightly. 5 warships. The rear admiral sent by the headquarters really thinks highly of me. He adjusted his shirt, walked past Robin, and looked out at the sea from the deck. The naval warships were already clearly visible. 4 warships were slowly approaching the northern shore, coming closer to Rhodes' ship. The naval lieutenants on the warships had serious expressions, gripping their swords and standing ready. After all, they were after the infamous ghost hand Rhodes. And even with an admiral leading them, they didn't dare let their guard down. Report, Colonel. The enemy ship is about to enter firing range. Prepare to fire? The major in charge of the artillery asked. The colonel looked at the distant ships. The main fleet's order hasn't arrived yet. Wait a little longer. Colonel. The major hesitated and said, with all due respect, that Rhodes is ruthless and known as a demon. We should directly blow his ship to pieces to avoid a direct confrontation. That's reasonable, but do you want to overstep your authority? Moreover, he might not even be on the ship. The colonel snorted coldly. Don't worry, with the headquarters rear Admiral Ghost Spider here, even if he is a demon, he will have to go to hell. As the 2 spoke, the main fleet's order arrived. All artillery prepare. Aim at the enemy ship. Prepare to fire. The Navy personnel let out a sigh of relief, loading shells and aiming, just with Rhodes' ship. A full broadside from 5 warships could blast it to pieces without leaving a single good board. However, just as the warships were about to enter firing range, a figure suddenly leaped from the ship, landing in the water, and ran across the sea. That was a person? It was Ghost Hand Rhodes. He could actually run on water. The Navy personnel were momentarily stunned, and once they reacted, their eyes widened in shock. As Rhodes dashed towards one of the warships, the colonel shouted, "Don't let him get close. Aim at Rhodes, fire." The Navy personnel suppressed their shock and adjusted the cannons to aim. Boom. Boom. In the smoke of gunfire, countless shells rained down like a storm, bombarding the area where Rhodes was running on the sea, completely shrouding that region. Standing on the main warship, Rear Admiral Ghost Spider, with a cigarette in his mouth, watched this scene, exhaling a puff of smoke, saying, he actually charged over directly on the sea. Does he really think the naval cannon fire is just for show? Even I wouldn't dare do that. A trace of mockery appeared on his face. However, almost in the next instant, after the splashes from the cannon fire on the sea fell back into the ocean, the mockery on Ghost Spider's face froze. Because Rhodes' figure was still running, completely unharmed, not even a drop of water splashed onto his clothes. How is that possible? Ghost Spider was taken aback. Just as he furrowed his brows and wanted to continue observing, the cannon fire from several warships launched another barrage, once again enveloping the area where Rhodes was located in cannon fire. However, this time, the barrage still left not a single trace on Rhodes, as he passed directly through both the rain of shells and the splashing waves. Not good. This time, Ghost Spider finally sensed something was wrong, because not only was Rhodes unaffected by the shells and waves, but there were also no splashes at his feet, as if he had no weight at all. Connecting this to Rhodes' abilities mentioned in the intel, Ghost Spider's heart suddenly sank, realizing the gravity of the situation. Be careful. That is an illusion created by his ability on the sea. However, at this point, it was evidently too late. The Rhodes running on the sea had already approached a small warship, leaped high, and directly jumped onto the warship. With a thud, a clear sound of footsteps on the ship's deck echoed, indicating that Rod's true form and his phantom had merged at some unknown time. A naval colonel on the warship, looked at Rod, who had charged onto the ship, with a hint of horror, frantically trying to order his men to raise their rifles and attack Rod. But before he could give the command, he saw the deck beneath Rod's feet suddenly distort in a bizarre manner. The hardwood deck seemed to transform into waves, rippling and twisting outwards from Rod's center, while the entire ship made a creaking sound under the strain. Bang! Bang! In panic, some sailors fired their guns at Rod's position. But Rod showed no intention of dodging. He spread his arms wide, and the bullets either twisted around him or came to a complete stop upon contact. Under the astonished gaze of the sailors on several other warships, this small warship, stretching dozens of meters, suddenly twisted and folded in the middle, as if an invisible giant was gripping a model of the ship and applying force from both sides, ultimately causing it to collapse completely. Damn it, Ghost Spider. Witnessing this scene, couldn't help but curse, the cigarette in his mouth already bitten in half. His expression filled with anger as he looked towards a spot where the warship had collapsed. The ship, twisted into a spiral shape, after losing the force of distortion, had its deck shatter loudly, completely breaking apart. At this moment, Rod leaped from the wreckage, charging towards the second warship. Bombardment! Bombardment! The sailors on another warship, seeing Rod rush over and the nearly obliterated remains of the first ship behind him, were nearly paralyzed with fear. However, even though the colonel on the ship issued orders, countless cannonballs fired at Rod, but all passed through him, as if he had become a phantom once more while running across the sea. Bang! After the barrage, Rod's figure charged onto the second warship, his hand pressing against the bulkhead of the ship's cabin, unleashing the power of distortion, causing the entire cabin to twist bizarrely, transforming into a spiral shape with a series of cracking sounds, like a twisted cake. Stop! A naval colonel, sword in hand, shouted angrily as he charged at Rod, swinging his sword with all his might, accompanied by a faint sword aura aimed at Rod. Rod showed no sign of dodging. He raised his other hand and grasped the sword aura, which instantly collapsed like a small snake, writhing a few times before shattering. And he subsequently pinched the colonel's sword blade between his fingers. Weak swordsmanship. The might of this sword was on par with that of Colonel Moby from before, but for Rod now it was something he could easily handle. Crack! Rod applied slight pressure with his fingers, causing the sword to distort and snap, while a wave of distortion energy surged along the blade, striking the colonel, making him spit blood and fly backward. Following that, Rod stepped down, and the deck once again displayed bizarre wave marks, spreading outwards, ultimately causing numerous deck boards to flip up, and the entire ship folded sharply in the middle before breaking apart with a crash. After consecutively destroying 2 warships, Rod stood on the remnants of the warship, taking a moment to catch his breath. After a slight adjustment, he leaped into the air, landing on the surface of the sea. The physical exertion from destroying the warships was somewhat less than Rod had anticipated. Although continuously activating the power of distortion at full force in a short period placed a significant burden on his stamina. Destroying 2 warships had only consumed about 20% of his energy. This level of consumption was entirely manageable. Whoosh! Rod continued towards the next warship. His true form was also running across the surface of the sea, and with the ability to use moonwalk, the air could serve as a stepping platform, making it much easier to use the water as one. With the power of his distortion fruit now, the distance between the refracted images and his true form could reach 20 to 30 meters, enough to confuse the cannon fire on the warships. Splash! After a series of ineffective cannon strikes, Rod stepped down, creating a splash on the surface of the sea, launching himself into the air towards the warship. He's coming. Damn it. What to do? Seeing Rod again ignore the cannon fire and leap from the sea onto the warship, many sailors on the ship displayed signs of fear. However, almost as soon as Rod jumped onto the ship, before he could land, a powerful sword aura descended from the west, fiercely slashing down towards his head. Faced with this sudden change, Rod remained calm. He brought his hands together from both sides, trapping the sword aura between his palms. Then he spun in midair, twisting the sword aura before flinging it into the sea. Whoosh! The sword aura struck the water, creating a fissure over 10 meters long on the surface. Watching the aftermath on the sea, Rod's gaze flickered slightly. He had guessed who had unleashed that sword. Undoubtedly, only that Rear Admiral Ghost Spider from the Navy headquarters could execute such a high-level sword technique. Rod turned to look in the direction from which the sword aura had come. There, a figure with brown-purple hair, draped in a Navy Justice cloak adorned with the insignia of a Rear Admiral, stood atop the ship's cabin. It was Rear Admiral Ghost Spider. He held a sword in each hand, coldly staring at Rod. It's Rear Admiral Ghost Spider. Great, we're saved. The numerous sailors on the warship hadn't noticed when Ghost Spider had arrived, but seeing the might of his sword strike, they all breathed a sigh of relief amidst their shock. Rod's strength was far too terrifying for them to withstand, and the only one capable of suppressing Rod among them was the elite Rear Admiral dispatch from the Navy headquarters in the Grand Line, Ghost Spider. As a Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters, Ghost Spider was renowned in the Grand Line, having even subdued pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. Dealing with someone like Rod was naturally a piece of cake. With him on the warship, the panic and fear among the sailors gradually dissipated, replaced by a sense of calm. Ghost hand Rod, you bastard. Ghost Spider glared at Rod, who had stepped onto the deck, his expression extremely grim as he coldly said, "Do you know how much responsibility I have to bear for the loss of 2 warships?" As the last sentence fell with an angry tone, he stepped forward, his figure suddenly transforming into an afterimage, charging fiercely at Rod. His dual swords enveloped in a powerful aura, crossing down towards Rod. Whoosh! Rod pivoted, similarly employing the Navy's 6 styles technique, shave, to evade the strike. Then his body soared horizontally, sweeping a leg towards Ghost Spider. Ghost Spider snorted coldly, raising his sword to block. Buzz! Rod's leg struck the side of Ghost Spider's sword blade, and the power of distortion surged upward, causing his arm and the sword blade to tremble slightly. The strength gap between the rear admiral of the branch and the rear admiral of the headquarters is enormous. One is responsible for guarding the 4 seas in the east, west, south, and north, while the other is tasked with guarding the Grand Line. As a rear admiral of the Navy headquarters, Ghost Spider not only masters the 6 styles of the Navy, but can also effortlessly wield the 2-color hockey. After a stalemate, the 2 step back a few paces. If losing 2 warships infuriates you, I regret to inform you that this is just the beginning. Roz looked at Ghost Spider and said calmly, "When you forced me to become a pirate, I mentioned that I hope you 1T regret the orders you gave at that time." Ghost Spider fell silent for a moment upon hearing Roz's words. Regret? Perhaps a little bit. But he didn't regret labeling Roz as a pirate. He regretted not dealing with Colonel Laika, a useless parasite within the Navy, sooner. At this point, there was no possibility of reversal. The Navy would never compromise for an individual. Only by suppressing Roz in the sea could the Navy demonstrate its authority and intimidate the petty criminals and vicious people on these waters. From a moment you refused to join the Navy, it was clear that there is no justice in your heart. Even without that incident, you would inevitably walk a path contrary to justice. So any argument is meaningless. Ghost Spider said coldly, stepping forward, his left hand wielding a sword sweeping horizontally, while his right hand wielded a sword slashing downwards, unleashing a cross-shaped sword energy towards Roz. Good excuse. A hint of mockery flashed across Roz's face as he threw a punch that struck the center of the cross-shaped sword energy. The twisting power suddenly erupted, distorting and shattering the sword energy, with fragments of the sword energy splattering onto the surrounding deck, cutting cracks into the boards. After shattering Ghost Spider's sword energy, Roz charged forward, his fist enveloped in a strong, twisting force, crashing towards Ghost Spider's chest. He couldn't be bothered to waste words. Between him and the Navy, there was no room for reconciliation. Even killing a Navy officer would increase his proficiency. In his eyes, the Navy was merely prey. Buzz! Ghost Spider crossed his 2 swords to block Roz's strike, then suddenly swung both swords, leaping into the air, his legs sweeping. Stormfoot, with tremendous leg strength, he unleashed 2 sword energies that intertwined with the sword energies from his dual swords, forming a net of sword energy aimed at Roz. Roz's gaze remained indifferent as he separated his hands up and down, directly grabbing the approaching net of sword energy and tearing it apart, breaking it in 2 before stepping through the middle, twisting, dancing wildly. As he took a step forward, his body suddenly swayed and split into 3, transforming into 3 identical figures that surrounded Ghost Spider from 3 directions. The initial power of the twisting fruit could only achieve light refraction. But now Roz had mastered the ability to create 2 identical illusory clones using the distortion of light. Such illusory clones would still have a certain impact, even on those who could use observation hockey. Because when seeing a fist coming, even if one knows it is an illusion, most people would still instinctively make a move to evade or defend. Trivial skills. Looking at the 3 identical roses surrounding and attacking him, the Ghost Spider snorted coldly, unleashing his observation hockey. With a flourish of his twin swords, he swept through 2 of the shadow clones while simultaneously slashing at the real Roz. Although using shadow clones consumes stamina and requires a portion of his distorted power, the Ghost Spider was affected even more significantly, making it harder for him to unleash his full strength in the strike. ZZZ. Roz waved his hands lightly, catching the sword energy that the Ghost Spider had unleashed, as if fishing, twisting it into a ball and throwing it back at the Ghost Spider. The Ghost Spider maintained a serious expression and kicked out, dispersing the incoming ball of sword energy with a gusty kick. But at that moment, Roz stepped forward, gathering his distorted power and launching a powerful punch. Simultaneously, the other 2 shadow clones also threw punches, flanking him from the left and right, even though he knew the ones on the sides were shadow clones. The The ghost spider still instinctively dodged as he swung his sword at the real Roz in front of him. Bang! As fists and swords collided, the armed haki swirling around the ghost spider's twin swords showed signs of instability, and the swords trembled violently, emitting a humming sound. Looks like you can't quite handle these trivial skills. Roz sneered, stepping forward and activating his shave, moving swiftly to the side, coordinating with the two shadow clones to continuously switch positions, cornering the ghost spider in the center. The ghost spider grunted with a dark expression, suddenly closing his eyes, not looking at Roz's incoming attack. Instead, he relied on the Navy's 6 styles and his observation haki to sense Roz's position while gripping his swords, fully activating his armed haki. Armament. The armed haki surrounding the twin swords vibrated violently, suddenly coalescing together, transforming from a surrounding aura into a solid attachment, turning the swords a pitch-black hue. The strength of armed haki varies, but achieving haki hardening, even if somewhat reluctantly, had already surpassed the beginner level, entering a more advanced realm. Haki hardening, Roz's gaze slightly narrowed, but he showed no signs of fear. With a thought, he retracted the shadow clones and fully unleashed the power of the distortion fruit. Distorted punch, dual wielding, slash. The ghost spider merged his twin swords and struck down fiercely. Buzz. Roz's distorted power collided violently with the ghost spider's slash in the air, the fist and sword not fully touching, stopping about half an inch apart. In the center, the released sword energy and chaotic distorted power clashed and intertwined wildly, emitting sizzling and popping sounds, resembling electric currents in the air. Boom! The sword energy and distorted power finally exploded with a loud bang, sending shockwaves radiating in all directions, leaving the deck beneath Roz and the ghost spider shattered and unrecognizable. In the aftermath, Roz stepped back a couple steps, while the ghost spider stumbled back 2 steps as well. The two had nearly achieved a draw with their full force strike. To be able to develop a devil fruit to this extent, the ghost spider opened his eyes to look at Roz, a hint of seriousness in his gaze. He had thought that going all out against a pirate like Roz, who had yet to even visit the Grand Line, would be easy, but he didn't expect that even pushing his haki to the limit would only yield a nearly equal result. Having such a standoff with a West Sea pirate was somewhat hard for him, a major stationed at the Navy headquarters in the Grand Line, to accept. Just as the ghost spider began to consider his tactics, Roz attacked again. Distortion, flash, buzz. The space around Roz suddenly dimmed. At the same time, a dazzling light suddenly erupted from the point between Roz's eyebrows, piercing like a flashbang directly into the ghost spider's eyes, causing him to involuntarily close his eyes in pain. Since the distortion power could already create 2 shadow clones, it could also gather the light in a given area to form a strong flash. This flash not only stung the ghost spider's eyes, but also caused the nearby observing Navy personnel to cover their eyes and scream in pain. Whoosh! Roz stepped forward, lunging toward the ghost spider with a punch. The ghost spider, unable to focus due to the pain in his eyes, was forced to swing his sword defensively, staggering back under Roz's punch. Bang! Bang! Roz showed no mercy, knowing that the opponent had observation haki and that his shave was not very effective. He didn't waste stamina moving back and forth, but instead directly engaged, unleashing a flurry of blows like a raging storm upon the ghost spider. The ghost spider found himself in a very awkward position. Although he had armed haki, he could not fully withstand Roz's distorted power. With each punch he took, his arms felt increasingly uncomfortable. Get away from me! After being forced back several steps, the ghost spider roared, leaping up and sweeping his legs in a horizontal arc, delivering a gusty kick toward Roz's face while simultaneously swinging his swords, unleashing over a dozen sword energies. Bang! Bang! Roz raised his hand to press down, stopping all the sword energies in front of him as if holding down countless small snakes, distorting them until they all collapsed under his distorted power. The ghost spider's eyes had recovered, but he chose not to open them, as he was thoroughly irritated by Roz's visual tactics. You've angered me, little brat from the West Sea. He faced Roz, his tone icy. Do you know why I'm called Ghost Spider? It's because, as his voice fell, a strange aura suddenly enveloped him, causing the hair cascading over his shoulders and back to float up. The floating strands twisted together, ultimately forming 6 long, spider-like legs, from which he drew 6 long sword from the coat he wore, assuming the stance of the 8-sword style. Life returned. Roz looked at the bizarre transformation occurring on the ghost spider, his eyes flashing slightly. He had not deeply remembered the ghost spider and had always thought of him as a Zoan-type spider fruit user. But it turned out he was an advanced martial arts practitioner. The ability to return life, even among those proficient in the Navy's 6 styles, was rare. It was a top-tier martial art that allowed for free control over one's body, hair, and even internal organs. Having never been to the Grand Line, yet possessing such knowledge, recognizing haki and the ability to return life was indeed surprising. The ghost spider grinned, a terrifyingly sinister smile. During the original works Marineford War, the ability to return life had already become the ghost spider's standard skill, and now it was his ultimate technique. To suppress Roz, he held nothing back. That appearance. Hair can move too? Not far away. The group of Navy personnel, who had been blinded and teared up by Roz's flash, gradually regained their senses. When they saw the ghost spider's appearance, they all showed expressions of shock. A colonel aide who followed the ghost spider from headquarters flashed a hint of awe in his eyes and said, "It's the return of life. I've only seen it twice before. I didn't expect that to deal with Ghost HandRoz's. Major General Ghost Spider would use this move. If Major General Ghost Spider is forced to use this, then this battle is probably coming to an end." The Navy personnel who followed from headquarters to assist Ghost Spider watched this scene with awe and murmured among themselves. On the battlefield, Ghost Spider had disheveled hair, with strands coiling together to form spider-like legs gripping 6 long swords, creating an extremely terrifying appearance, truly embodying the Ghost Spider. What you just felt was merely the swordsmanship of the 2-sword style, but now, it's the 10-sword style. His face was grim and cold, and the moment he finished speaking, he stomped his foot and charged fiercely at Roz. The 6 long swords gripped by his spider legs, along with the 2 swords held in his hands, executed a swift vertical slash, and a powerful sword energy intertwined to form a net of sword energy. Almost at the moment the swords slashed out, he leaped into the air, kicked out with both legs, unleashing the gale foot, creating 2 streams of sword energy in the void that intertwined with a net of sword energy descending towards Roz. The chaotic sword techniques were unleashed. Roz activated the power of the twisted fruit, concentrating it in his hands, and tore at the descending net of sword energy with all his might. Although it was somewhat difficult, he managed to forcefully rip it apart. The swordsmanship displayed by the hair could never match the level of your 2 hands. Roz stepped over the torn net of sword energy and charged towards Ghost Spider with a calm and indifferent gaze, quickly swinging his fists. Ghost Spider held 2 long swords in both hands to directly clash with Roz's fists, while the other 6 swords came crashing down upon Roz. Indeed, but these 6 swords aren't extra, while you only have 2 hands. ZZ. The 6 long swords formed a dense net of sword energy that completely surrounded Roz. Even though Roz activated paper drawing, he still couldn't avoid all of them, occasionally getting struck by a sword. The swords that struck him instantly tore his clothes and left a trail of blood on his skin. However, due to the power of the twisted fruit covering his body, and the fact that the strength of these 6 swords was far inferior to the 2 held by Ghost Spider, the damage to Roz was quite minor. Nevertheless, after a moment, Roz had accumulated more than 10 wounds, his body covered in blood, looking quite terrifying. On the opposite side, Ghost Spider was not faring much better. One of the swords entangled in his hair had shattered, 2 others were severely damaged, leaving only 3 still intact. Moreover, his arms were gradually showing signs of muscle strain from the constant hard clashes with Roz. Under the effect of the return of life, Ghost Spider found it difficult to harden his arm color. Thus, defending against Roz's twisted power was becoming increasingly strenuous. Why do you still resist stubbornly? It is your fate to fall beneath justice. Ghost Spider manipulated 7 swords, continuously slashing and hacking with a frantic appearance, his attacks like a torrential storm, aiming to completely tear Roz apart. Justice? Ridiculous. Roz's clothes were tattered, blood-soaked, yet his expression remained indifferent, as if devoid of any emotion. Calm to the point of being terrifying, he threw punch after punch, constantly shattering Ghost Spider's sword energy and breaking through his slashes. In this process, despite the increasing wounds on his body, his heart grew ever calmer, like a clear spring in a tranquil valley. The swords descending from Ghost Spider, in Roz's eyes, gradually shifted from chaotic to a discernible pattern. He seemed to be able to see the trajectories of the falling swords clearly. He didn't know when it started, but the swords slashed down by Ghost Spider could merely graze Roz's body, and then gradually they couldn't even touch him. Roz's footwork was as fluid as a fish, twisting and turning, avoiding all the swords struck down by Ghost Spider. As time passed, Ghost Spider began to sense something was wrong. Clearly, he had the advantage, but it suddenly shifted to his disadvantage. Roz's evasive movements, while reminiscent of the paper drawing technique from the Navy's 6 styles, were somewhat different. Paper drawing was merely a pure evasion state. Once an attack was initiated, one had to exit that state. However, Roz balanced both attack and evasion. Each movement a flexible and precise judgment. This is the observation hockey. Ghost Spider couldn't help but open his eyes wide, looking at Roz in front of him, revealing a hint of disbelief. If Roz could use observation hockey, he would have used it long ago. The only possibility for him to use it now is he comprehended it during the battle. Any hockey has the potential to awaken directly in battle, and Ghost Spider had encountered people like that before. But those people were all met in the Grand Line, or even the latter part of the New World. He had never imagined that Roz, a pirate from the West Sea, could comprehend hockey without experiencing the battles of the Grand Line, without the insights gained from life and death, without undergoing great tension and fear. How could one suddenly awaken hockey? Ghost Spider was filled with disbelief, but with Roz using observation hockey, his techniques no longer held any advantage. Moreover, due to the Twisted Fruit's unique properties, even if they were evenly matched in strength, the continuous effects of twisting would constantly impact his body, gradually putting him at a disadvantage. It was like boiling a frog in warm water. By the time Ghost Spider realized the severity of the issue, his arms had begun to feel numb, and his sword techniques had become slow and unresponsive. Bang! With another punch from Roz, the armed color hockey swirling around the sword in Ghost Spider's hand was forcibly shattered, the entire sword showing signs of being unable to bear the stress, with cracks beginning to appear. The situation had completely reversed. The numerous Navy personnel watching from afar displayed expressions of astonishment and disbelief, as Ghost Spider had been suppressing Roz all along. How had the tide turned so suddenly? It seems your justice is about to come to an end. Roz calmly looked at Ghost Spider, who had been knocked back by him, stepped forward, and threw another punch, shattering the long sword held in Ghost Spider's left hand. Damn it! Ghost Spider's face revealed a grimace of gritted teeth and ferocity as he raised his left hand to retrieve his sword from his hair, attempting to continue resisting Roz. But Roz's punch came down again. His arm muscles had long since been severely twisted, leaving him unable to resist. This punch sent both swords in his hands flying out, while his arms, under the influence of the twisted power, emitted sounds of unbearable strain from his bones and muscles. If it weren't for the state of life return, even moving a finger would become extremely difficult. Bang! Roz stepped forward again, swinging his arm violently, and with the sound of steel shattering, he swept away and shattered all the swords entangled in Ghost Spider's hair, and then stomped one foot onto the deck. Major General Ghost Spider. Many Navy personnel watching this scene couldn't help but exclaim, their faces filled with horror. Roz stared at the Ghost Spider, who was wide-eyed and unable to believe his defeat. There was no mockery, no excitement in his eyes, only a terrifying calmness as he coldly gazed at the paralyzed Navy Rear Admiral in front of him. Actually, he said, how you enforce your justice has nothing to do with me, and I won't care. But if you want to impose your justice on me, I can only say, from the very beginning, you picked the wrong person. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed across the silent deck. The entire warship was enveloped in silence. In the distance, on 2 other warships, all the Navy personnel were intently watching the ship where Roz and the Ghost Spider were, but due to the distance, they couldn't see clearly. The sound seemed to have stopped. Is it over? The ghost hand, Roz, should have been suppressed by the Rear Admiral, right? Some people, hearing the continuous sizzling and rumbling sounds from the ship where Roz and the Ghost Spider were fighting, suddenly noticed that the sounds had ceased and their expressions turned serious. Of course, the Ghost Spider Rear Admiral was a Rear Admiral stationed on the Grand Line. How could a mere ghost hand Roz stir up any trouble? A Rear Admiral from the West Sea Division, with a cigar in his mouth, spoke with a calm demeanor. However, almost as soon as he finished speaking, a strange sound suddenly came again from the distant warship, the sound of wooden boards cracking, and the entire hull seemed to shake violently under some kind of force. What happened? Many people were taken aback, and just as they focused their attention to observe closely, they saw the hull of that warship suddenly emit a sound of being unable to bear the burden and breaking, twisting, and shattering from middle. Boom! Under the horrified gaze of countless Navy personnel, that warship twisted and folded in half, just like the previous 2 warships, being forcefully destroyed. The warship has been destroyed. How is that possible? The Ghost Spider Rear Admiral was on that warship. Many Navy officers revealed expressions of shock, unable to believe what they were witnessing, with some even grabbing a sentry's telescope to take a look. Crash! The collapsing warship shattered to both sides, causing huge waves in the sea below, surging outwards in all directions. And on the wreckage of the shattered warship stood a figure drenched in blood, like a god of death emerging from the battlefield, instilling terror in the hearts of all. That was the ghost HandRoz's. Upon seeing that bloodied figure and recognizing its identity, the remaining Navy on the two other warships all displayed expressions of horror. The ship was destroyed. Roz appeared on the wreckage, but where is the ghost spider rear admiral? Could it be? A nearly unbelievable thought arose in some people's minds. A hint of fear revealed in their eyes, and they couldn't help but instinctively shake their heads. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The ghost spider is a rear admiral of the Navy headquarters. How could he possibly lose to a pirate from the West Sea? However, just as a group of Navy personnel were in disbelief and shock, that blood-soaked figure suddenly stepped forward and charged towards the two remaining warships. He's coming. Damn, where did the ghost spider rear admiral go? Many Navy personnel, still in shock, couldn't believe that the ghost spider would be defeated by Roz until Roz's figure rushed onto the warship, at which point they all fearfully raised their weapons and aimed at Roz. Bang, bang, bullets flew, but they couldn't draw any blood from Roz. As he stepped down, the ship's deck twisted and shattered, and he fell directly to the lower level of the ship. Immediately after, a powerful, twisting force spread out from Roz's position, as if the center of the entire ship had received some violent impact, the deck rising like waves. Crack! Crack! The fourth warship also completely collapsed under Roz's power. Retreat! Quickly retreat! The Navy on the remaining fifth warship, seeing the fate of the fourth warship, finally snapped back to reality from disbelief, revealing expressions of fear and horror. The colonel on the ship looked in terror at the wreckage of the warship in the distance and hoarsely issued orders as chaos erupted throughout the entire ship. On the wreckage of the fourth warship, Roz stood in the center of a broken deck, watching the fifth warship turning to flee, breathing heavily and barely maintaining his standing. The fierce battle with the ghost spider had consumed almost all of his physical strength. If it weren't for the sudden understanding of observation hockey at the last moment, even if he could still win, it would definitely be a Pyrrhic victory. The remaining small amount of physical strength had already been completely exhausted after destroying the third and fourth warships. Now, he hardly had the strength to move. If the fifth warship turned its cannons towards him for a round of concentrated fire, the situation would be extremely dangerous. However, Roz had no worries at all. Firstly, he was well aware of the Navy's psychological endurance, with the ghost spider's fate unknown and 4 warships destroyed. The psychological capacity of the Navy on the fifth warship had already been completely exceeded. Secondly, by killing the ghost spider rear admiral, he had gained 40 points of talent proficiency. If the fifth warship really recklessly charged at him for a bloodbath, he could just allocate those 40 points to enhance his physical abilities temporarily. The strength of a rear admiral of the Navy headquarters was indeed extraordinary. He had underestimated him a bit. Looking at the retreating fifth warship, Roz shook his head and glanced at the bloodstains on his body, murmuring to himself. His physique was far beyond that of an ordinary person. The bloodstains on him had stopped bleeding and had all crusted over. Moments later, Robin piloted the pirate ship, slowly approaching through the wreckage. When the ship got closer, Roz had also regained a bit of strength. He stepped down hard and leaped onto the deck. Captain Roz. Seeing the bloodstains on Roz, Robin couldn't help but show a look of shock and quickly walked forward. It's nothing. Roz waved his hand at Robin, signaling that he was fine, while also asking her to bring the medical kit to clean up his wounds. Seeing that all of Roz's wounds were superficial and had already crusted over, Robin felt much more at ease, using several hands to carefully wipe Roz with cotton balls. At the Navy headquarters, in an office on the top floor of the fortress, there was a plaque on the wall that read, Absolute Justice. This was the office of Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters. Dressed in a Navy Justice cloak adorned with golden epaulets, Akainu sat behind his desk, holding a document and looking at the standing Vice Admiral Doberman in front of him. Doberman was reporting on his work situation. You handled these matters well. I am quite satisfied. However, after listening to Doberman's report on recent work, Akainu first affirmed his work, but then he raised his head, staring at Doberman, and shifted the topic, asking what is going on in the West Sea. As an admiral of the Navy headquarters, overseeing the overall situation of the entire ocean. Although he usually focused on the Grand Line and the New World, he still occasionally paid attention to the East, West, South, and North Seas. Doberman's expression shifted slightly when he heard Akainu mention the West Sea. He lowered his head and said, Because you are busy with work, I didn't report this to you. I didn't expect you to hear about it. I planned to handle it first and then write it in the report to you. After all, it's just a small matter in the West Sea, and it's not difficult to deal with. Akainu let out a deep grunt and replied, "Small matter?" The incident with the ghost hand Roz required a significant effort from the government to cover up, almost embarrassing the Navy. A mere pirate from the West Sea certainly did not catch his attention, but if it involved the Navy's reputation, it was no longer just a small matter. "It was my subordinate's mistake," Doubtman said, bowing deeply. "I've already sent Ghost Spider to the West Sea. The report I received a few days ago mentioned that they have tracked down Ghost HandRoz's exact location. I believe this matter will come to an end soon." Upon hearing Doubtman's words, Akainu's cold demeanor softened a bit. He picked up a pen, reviewed the document submitted by Doubtman, and handed it over. Just as Doubtman bent down to receive it and was about to take his leave, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open, and a sweating Navy colonel rushed in. "Our report. The West Sea Fleet led by Major General Ghost Spider has suffered a heavy blow in a fierce battle with the Ghost Hand pirates, losing 4 warships. And Major General Ghost Spider's life or death is unknown." As soon as these words were spoken, the room fell silent. The air became thick with tension. Akainu widened his eyes and turned to the colonel, anger flashing in his eyes, raising the room's temperature. "What did you say?" The colonel trembled and could not speak. Meanwhile, Doubtman's expression froze completely, his heart shaking violently, nearly losing grip of the document in his hand. Ghost Spider actually couldn't handle a pirate from the West Sea. Someone he thought could be easily suppressed had repeatedly slipped out of control, becoming a huge problem. The impact and severity of the Roz incident had now completely exceeded his expectations. In April of the 11th year of the Great Pirate Era, Roz defeated the headquarters Major General Ghost Spider in the West Sea's shipwright town waters, sinking 4 warships, and the news sent shockwaves through the Navy headquarters. 3 days later, news spread across the sea that Major General Ghost Spider, leading a fleet composed of various divisions from the West Sea, had lost in the pursuit of the Ghost Hand pirates, with 4 warships destroyed and his life or death unknown. On this day, the entire West Sea was in an uproar. "This can't be real. What a joke," even a major general sent from the headquarters. Countless people held the newspaper, their faces showing shock and disbelief. No one expected that the major general sent from the Navy headquarters could not deal with the Ghost Hand pirates, making it hard to believe that this was merely a pirate crew from the West Sea and not a powerful force from the Grand Line. As the news spread, not only the West Sea, but even some pirate forces from the Grand Line received the news and took notice. In a certain sea area of the Grand Line, on a pirate ship of the 8 Treasure Navy, a plump old man wearing a green cloth shirt with a bushy gray-white beard and a bald head was reading the newspaper in his hand. He was the 12th generation pillar of the 8 Treasure Navy, leader Qingjiao. He was outmatched and died at sea. Nothing much to say, but killing the next generation's pillar of the 8 Treasure Navy is unforgivable. He suddenly ripped up the newspaper in his hands, his eyes burning with anger. "Just wait, kid. I will find you sooner or later." In another sea area, a pirate with a bounty of 90 million was mumbling while holding the newspaper. Did he kill a major general from the Navy headquarters? There's an incredible guy in the West Sea. In a bar, a one-eyed pirate drinking while reading the newspaper grinned and said, "Major General Ghost Spider. That bastard even came after me before. I didn't expect him to die in the West Sea. Looks like he'll come to the Grand Line sooner or later. Who knows? But the Grand Line is not the West Sea. Barging into the Grand Line so ostentatiously may not be a good thing. It has already attracted a lot of attention. Among pirate forces, most of the time they are at war with each other because there's only one great treasure and only one pirate king. Only by defeating all competitors can one stand at the top of the sea." 2 days before the new ship was completed, in the cabin of the old ship, Roz stood with his eyes closed in the center of 6 swinging sandbags, his fingers clenched into fists, continuously striking the swinging sandbags. During his confrontation with Ghost Spider, he had comprehended and utilized observation hockey, but it was not stable. He could only be considered a beginner, and he could only use it when he was fully concentrated and in a special state. Even if Conqueror's hockey awakened unintentionally, it could not be mastered without long-term training. The same goes for armament hockey. It also requires a lot of battles and training to master completely. Observation hockey is the same. Even if it awakens during battle, it still requires a lot of battles and training to refine and master it. Bang, bang. As time went by, Roz no longer limited himself to a fixed position, but began to move gradually. With his eyes closed, he weaved in and out among the many swinging sandbags, his fists accurately hitting the swinging bags, occasionally sidestepping a few. In his previous battle with Ghost Spider, he had always been at a disadvantage in terms of speed. Otherwise, even if Ghost Spider mastered observation hockey, he could have avoided most of the attacks due to his speed. Roz recalled the previous battle while dodging the sandbags. His current speed had improved significantly compared to before, because he had gained 40 points of talent proficiency after defeating Ghost Spider. He allocated all of it to the agility enhancement talent. Now, the proficiency of agility enhancement had reached 100 points, crossing the threshold of advanced agility enhancement. He had nearly doubled his speed and reaction speed compared to before. If he faced Ghost Spider again, even without using observation hockey, it wouldn't come down to a bloody battle to the end to determine the victor. Moreover, the increase in agility enhancement brought not only improved speed and reaction time, but also more acute senses and perceptions, greatly reducing the difficulty of Roz cultivating observation hockey. With stronger senses and perceptions, Roz could easily detect the presence of observation hockey and continuously attempt to master it during training. What he wanted was not to unconsciously use or naturally activate it during battle, but to be able to use observation hockey at will, according to his own consciousness. Bang! Bang! In the room, there were a total of 12 sandbags hanging, all swinging as Roz moved around, each sandbag varying in size and swinging direction. With the perception of observation hockey, Roz accurately avoided every incoming sandbag, his fist precisely hitting each descending sandbag. It was still somewhat difficult to control this hockey at will. Roz continued to dodge and punch, enduring the waves of fatigue that came to his mind until he could no longer sense the incoming sandbags. And only then did he stop. The usage of observation hockey does not consume much physical energy, but it does take a toll on mental strength. Even Roz can only train intermittently. However, during these 3 days, through his own exploration and the key points recorded in the notes on observation hockey, Roz has gradually found the direction to fully master this ability. What remains is persistent practice. Just as Roz walked out of the training room and returned to his room, intending to drink some water and take a short break, Robin's figure suddenly appeared around the corner. She approached him holding a newspaper. "Captain Roz, today's newspaper features you prominently again." Roz took the newspaper from her hands and glanced at the part about himself, filled with official phrases like seriously heinous and to face judgment. The government continues to be full of nonsense. He shook his head, pulling out a new bounty notice from the bottom of the newspaper. Looking at the amount on the bounty notice, Roz couldn't help but smile slightly, saying 92 million berries. "I'm finally not a captain whose bounty is lower than his crew's." Robin's bounty reached 79 million berries, which had previously been higher than Roz's. Now, it finally felt balanced. Robin chuckled. The captain's bounty will surely rise even higher. The brand new bounty of 92 million had caused a significant stir among pirate hunters in the West Sea. Together with the demon child Nico Robin, the total bounty of the Ghost Hand pirate crew reached a staggering 171 million berries, an amount that undoubtedly made countless pirate hunters envious, putting them far ahead of other pirates in the West Sea. However, despite the envy, no one dared to target the Ghost Hand pirate crew. Even a fleet of 5 warships, led by a rear admiral from the Navy headquarters, was utterly defeated when facing Roz. This tangible, terrifying record felt like a heavy mountain pressing down, making one almost breathless. 3 days later, in the morning, Roz was still training in the training room, diligently practicing the observation hockey he had just grasped. Now, he was becoming increasingly adept at controlling this ability, with only a thin line left to fully master it. Just as Roz was continually training, attempting to cross this final line, Robin entered the training room to inform him that the new ship had been completed. "It's done." "Huh?" Roz grabbed a towel to wipe his neck and forehead, nimbly stepping out from a pile of swinging sandbags, and approached Robin, saying, "Let's go take a look." The two left the North Shore, walking along the familiar streets of Shipwright Island, and soon arrived at the site where the new ship was being built on the west side of the island. Before they reached it, they saw waste materials and wood shavings scattered everywhere. Clearly, to build a ship at full speed within 7 days, debris was carelessly discarded around, with no time for transport and disposal. As they moved forward, crossing the debris, a ship about 40 meters long came into view. The ship had a darker color scheme, with a streamlined hull and no particularly high cabin, resembling a long shuttle. Just looking at its exterior made it clear that this ship was designed to outpace other wide-sailing ships. "You've arrived." On the right side of the ship's railing, Old Fizz was making final measurements. Noticing Roz and Robin's arrival, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and walked over, grinning as he extended his hand, introducing to them Kukanal, Ghost Shadow. As the designer and chief shipwright responsible for building the entire ship, he was the only one qualified to name it. He guided Roz and Robin to the side of the ship, pointing at the design and structure, saying, I reduced the freeboard size and installed vertical triangular sails. The hull is made of solid atom wood, strong enough to surpass ordinary steel. Not to mention whether it can reach any part of the sea, but at least among sailing ships, there is no other ship that can exceed its speed. Old Fizz patted his chest, revealing a look of pride. This was a ship he had designed long ago and had finally been built with sufficient resources and a perfect keel. Aside from those special-powered ships, none of the sailing ships he knew could compare in speed to the Ghost Shadow. What a magnificent ship! Robin looked up at the entire Ghost Shadow, showing a hint of admiration. Roz stood beside her, also smiling. He was not interested in firepower. What he needed was a ship focused on speed, with sturdiness and durability as a supplement. It was an honor to possess the fastest sailing ship in the world. Roz smiled. Old Fizz waved his hand, saying, "No, it's only right. Without the atom tree you provided, it couldn't withstand the pressure from this design and speed. Without those tens of millions of berries, we couldn't buy so much atom wood to build the hull." Moreover, at this point, Old Fizz glanced at Robin and paused before saying, "I hope you can take Robin and shake off the government and Navy guys far away." Roz looked at Old Fizz, responding seriously, "Robin is a crew member I recognize, and I will be responsible for all recognized crew members." Old Fizz stared at Roz for a moment. With his life experience, he couldn't see any signs of Roz lying, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. "All right, don't you want to see what it looks like on top? Come on, let's go take a look." Old Fizz led Roz up onto the ship's deck. Due to the lack of excessive upper structures, the entire upper deck of the ship appeared incredibly spacious, almost parallel to the sea level, and had been tidied up neatly. There was enough space on the deck to hold a dance party. After smiling, Old Fizz led Roz and Robin into the cabin. The mid-level structure belonged to the main cabin, which was also very spacious, with a central room resembling a hall, furnished with counters and sofas, like a ballroom. At the same time, a large training room was also designed here, constructed from stronger gold oak and special flexible steel, capable of withstanding significant pressure and weight. There was also a study designed. Although not many books were placed, Robin still displayed a sunny smile. As for the lowest level of the ship, it was a regular cargo hold for storing various items. The ship's hull did not have many gun ports designed. There were only a total of 8 gun ports on both sides. Moreover, it was estimated that Roz was too lazy to expend energy to set up 8 cannons. After exploring all the rooms and the entire ship, the three returned to the deck, and Roz looked down at the hull, showing a satisfied expression, saying, "Almost perfect." "Ha! Although I haven't built a ship in many years, I didn't feel rusty at all this time." Old Fizz grinned, directly accepting Roz's praise. After taking a few steps, Roz turned to Old Fizz and said, "A ship that is almost perfect would be lacking without a shipwright." Old Fizz seemed to have anticipated Roz would say this. He took out a flask from his pocket, took a swig, and walked to the ship's side, gazing at the sea. But having an old man as a shipwright is even more bothersome. When I was young, I never boarded a pirate ship, and now that I'm old, I definitely won't be going up anymore. The sea still belongs to you young people. At this point, he turned his head, and a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his murky eyes as he said, "I only hope you can take this ship and bring Alvia's child away from the government's pursuit." Roz was not surprised by Old Fitz's words. The ship of red-haired Shanks was designed and built by him, and he had never boarded Shanks' ship. The only reason he might be willing to join as a shipwright would be Robin, but the possibility was slim. What a pity. Roz shook his head and stopped extending the invitation. After Old Fitz smiled at Roz and Robin, he walked down the gangway with a slightly staggering gait. Roz looked at the distant sea, his gaze flickering for a moment, then turned to Robin and said, "With a new ship, we should also change some crew members. Next, I need 2 pieces of information. One is about the whereabouts of the Twin Swords pirate crew with a bounty of 59 million berries in the West Sea, and the other is the whereabouts of Captain Lafitte, the Devil Sheriff." This was also Roz's final task before leaving the West Sea and boarding the Grand Line. The Twin Swords pirate crew was a target Roz had chosen long ago. As for Captain Lafitte, he was a crew member of the Blackbeard pirates in the original story and also the navigator on Blackbeard's ship. If we're going to turn this world upside down, bringing in a character like the evil clown would only add fuel to the fire. Moreover, Roz had always wanted to find a navigator. He didn't want to keep juggling the roles of captain and navigator, spending a lot of time observing the weather and drawing sea charts in addition to training. Nami was still too young and far away in the East Sea, while Lafitte, who should currently be residing in the West Sea, was undoubtedly a good choice for a navigator. The only problem was how to get him on board. Roz didn't plan to rush into thinking about this. At least he needed to meet the person first. The shipbuilding site was not far from the coast. After the ship was completely finished, and Roz and Robin had checked it, Old Fitz commanded several shipwrights to pull the thick ropes to get the ship to the coast. Roz shook his head as he watched them straining to pull, walked to the stern, and pushed the ship forward with one hand. Buzz! The ship, which had originally been moved forward little by a large group of shipwrights, was pushed forward on the sandy ground by Roz with just one hand. Wow, wow, wow. It's moving. The numerous shipwrights and laborers pulling in front sensed something was wrong, turned around, and saw the entire ship continuously moving forward, causing them to shout and dodge to the sides. When the many shipwrights and laborers saw Roz supporting the stern with one hand and moving the entire ship forward, their eyes widened in disbelief. This guy, is he even human? He moved the ship by himself. What kind of strength is that? Even giants wouldn't be able to do this. They were aware of the naval battle that had recently occurred near the northern shore, but they didn't know the specifics. They had always thought it was a clash between a group of pirates and the Navy, which ultimately resulted in the Navy's defeat. Splash! Roz pushed the ship forward rapidly, and moments later, he pressed both hands against the stern and pushed hard, causing the entire ship to surge forward, cutting through the waves and plunging into the sea. After the ship entered the ocean, Old Fitz boarded the ship again, inspected the bottom, and found no issues before returning to the shore. The laborers on the shore and the deckhands on Roz's ship were hurriedly transporting various goods, most of which were food and fresh water, along with miscellaneous items from the old ship. By noon, everything was finally settled. Bon voyage! Old Fitz stood on the dock, waving goodbye to the ghost shadow as it gradually sailed away with the wind. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in his murky eyes, if nothing unexpected happened. This should be the last ship he built sailing into the sea. Roz smiled faintly at Old Fitz on the shore, glanced back at the gradually shrinking dock, then turned his gaze towards the vast ocean ahead. Well then, the fastest sailing ship in the world has now made its debut. The world government and the Navy, who regard me as a small fry that could be easily wiped out, don't know if you're ready. A fortnight later, at the edge of a cliff on the west side of an island in the West Sea, Nico Robin arrived at the cliff's edge, looked down at the ghost shadow anchored not far below, and leaped off. Countless arms spread from her arms, forming a small pair of wings that flapped as she descended. After dissipating the impact of the fall, Robin landed lightly on the deck. I'm back. Roz was sitting at a set of tables and chairs on the deck, watching Robin land gracefully, leaning back against the chair as the muscles in his legs relaxed again. Thanks to you, this time luck was quite good. Both pieces of information have been secured. Robin walked over, a smile on her face. Rewards for accomplishments. Roz straightened up and chuckled. Robin looked at him with a smile and said, Is there a reward? Next time we dock, I'll fill your bookshelf in the study. Roz snapped his fingers. Then I thanked the captain in advance. After Robin smiled faintly, her expression became serious as she said to Roz, regarding the Twin Swords pirate crew. A significant event occurred yesterday in the Sudayat Sea. The Twin Swords pirate crew defeated the Navy's T-6 branch-based fleet. Oh, Roz's gaze flickered slightly as he said, to defeat a branch base in the West Sea. The strength of this Twin Swords pirate crew is indeed impressive. Nowadays, there aren't many pirates in the West Sea with bounties over 30 million, as Roz has taken down quite a few, and many with bounties over 20 million have also been eliminated by him, leading to a decline in pirate forces. Yet during this period, the Twin Swords pirate crew managed to break through the Navy fleet, undoubtedly revitalizing and inspiring the evil forces in the West Sea. No, it's not just a matter of strength. Robin shook her head, her expression slightly serious as she said, This Twin Swords pirate crew has only risen to prominence and rampaged through the West Sea for just over 3 years. This time, in defeating the Navy fleet, they also revealed an important piece of information. What information? Roz asked. Robin replied, The captain of the Twin Swords pirate crew, the pirate Twin Swords with a bounty of 59 million berries, is not the true captain of the Twin Swords pirate crew. There is another person behind the scenes. Interesting. A hint of curiosity appeared on Roz's face. Robin took a deep breath, her expression serious as she said, That hidden figure is the captain of the Ghost Sword pirate crew on the Grand Line. Ghost Sword. 3 years ago, the Ghost Sword pirate crew was ambushed and defeated by the Navy on the Grand Line, and the Navy claimed that the Ghost Sword pirate crew had been completely annihilated. But in reality, Captain Ghost Sword did not perish. He escaped from the Grand Line, returned to the West Sea, and, as a hidden figure, single-handedly established the Twin Swords pirate crew. His previous bounty was 98 million berries. At this point, Robin looked seriously at Roz and said, Should we change our objective and avoid a direct confrontation with the Twin Sword pirates? She knew that Roz had set her sights on the Twin Sword pirates, but this crew clearly had significant issues. Their captain managed to escape back to the West Sea under the Navy's siege and quietly reestablish a #1 pirate crew in the West Sea. Their cunning and strength were clearly not to be underestimated. "No, we will proceed as planned," Roz said with a light laugh. "If we were to change our objective because of a defeated army in the Grand Line, how could we ever venture into the Grand Line?" Robin understood that she was unlikely to change Roz's decision and did not show any surprise. Instead, she smiled slightly and said, "Now for the second piece of information regarding the Devil Sheriff Lafitte. He was once a sheriff, but was expelled from the country for abusing violence. Coincidentally, this former sheriff is currently in the same sea area as the Twin Sword Pirates. Isn't that perfect?" Roz stood up, took out a sea chart, and calmly said, "It would be great to accomplish 2 objectives at once. In which sea area are they?" "The Water Gold Sea area," Robin replied softly. Roz nodded, glanced at the sea chart, took out a compass to determine the direction, and said, "The distance isn't far. At the speed of the Phantom Shadow. We can reach there within 5 days if we go at full speed. Then, change course, set all sails, and head for the Water Gold Sea. Damn it. How can this trouble keep appearing in the West Sea time and time again?" In the office of the Vice Admiral at the Navy headquarters, Doberman looked at a document on his desk and listened to a report from a subordinate, unable to help but curse. Previously, due to the incident with Ghost HandRoz's, he had been reprimanded by a Kainu and was almost kicked out of the Navy headquarters to personally pursue Roz. Now, just half a month after the Roz incident, another double sword pirate crew has emerged. They brought a fake to replace the real one, a bunch of idiots at the G8 branch base. After carefully reviewing the report, Doberman couldn't help but curse again about the G8 branch base in the Grand Line. Clearly, although the G8 branch base had defeated the Ghost Sword pirate crew that time, they had failed to capture the captain, Ghost Sword. Someone, in pursuit of military merit, had caught a fake to present as a replacement. And now that the truth has been revealed, they're using the excuse of not knowing anything. In this situation, the most they could do is criticize how they were played by the pirates and deduct some military merit. It's impossible to directly dismiss and investigate them. "Vice Admiral Doberman, what should we do? As for the Ghost Hand pirate crew, unless we send a base commander from the Grand Line to lead a team over, we can't resolve this. The Double Sword pirate crew is also quite difficult to handle." A major general in charge of monitoring the West Sea asked with a troubled expression. "It's impossible to dispatch a vice admiral from the Grand Line to the West Sea. It would disrupt the military deployment in the Grand Line, and the admirals wouldn't agree to that." Doberman held his head in pain. If it was just the Double Sword, it would be fine, but now there's an even more troublesome Ghost Hand pirate crew. He never expected that the West Sea, a mere part of the 4 seas, would be so difficult to manage. Just then, a major general beside him suddenly thought of something and quietly reported, "By the way, Vice Admiral Doberman, after the Ghost Hand pirate crew replaced their ship in Shipwright Town, their recent course seems to coincide remarkably with that of the Double Sword pirate crew." "Oh." Doberman was slightly taken aback, recalling the places Roz had been. Regardless of whether it was the Navy or the pirates, they all faced annihilation, and he couldn't help but show a thoughtful expression. If the Ghost Hand pirate crew and the Double Sword pirate crew were to encounter each other, they might fight to the death, both suffering heavy losses. Perhaps that would provide a slight opportunity. Relay the order down. Let the nearest West Sea branch prepare and monitor their actions at all times. No unauthorized actions without orders. Yes. The Major General responded and left. On the Ghost Shadow, in the training room, more than a dozen heavy sandbags of various sizes hung there, constantly swaying. Roz closed his eyes, but seemed to see in all directions, accurately avoiding each sandbag. More than half a month had passed since the Ghost Shadow was completed, and during this time, Roz had fully mastered his observation hockey. In the TalentSystem interface, the branch of observation hockey had already turned into an activated golden color. Now, he moved among the sandbags as easily as eating or drinking. Even in a hail of bullets, he could walk as if on flat ground, thanks to his observation hockey. In addition, Roz had not neglected his physical training and the training of his devil fruit abilities. His twisting fruit and physical abilities had slightly improved, and the range of his twisting power had grown larger. The twisting fruit, from the perspective of the talent tree in the talent system, seemed to have countless directions for development. However, in practice, it was not that simple. Roz had tried to develop the ability to twist gravity without going through the system, but it ended in failure. The twisting power simply couldn't touch the elusive gravity. Clearly, transitioning from the distortion of matter to the distortion of illusory forces is extremely challenging. Without the talent system, it might not be achievable at all. Just like Whitebeard's Tremor fruit, No matter how powerful it is, it can't shatter true space and time. It only shatters the atmosphere. On the other hand, Roz had made slight progress in the direction of distorting sound, making his shadow clones more deceptive. Compared to gravity, sound is still somewhat easier to trace. That's enough. After training among the swaying sandbags for a while, Roz stepped out and went to the corner of the room, shouldering several extremely heavy weights, and began doing simple push-ups and squats. He had considered using sea prism stone for training, but after taking down Capone Beach, he forgot to collect the sea prism stone rods and bullets. Later, trying to purchase them became quite troublesome, and he couldn't find them in several underground black markets across various islands. Who? As he continued to rise and fall, Roz, bare-chested, began to sweat, droplets falling onto the cold floor. The weights he carried were made from a very special mineral in this world, with an average level of sturdiness but a weight heavier than steel. Just a small piece weighed as much as a large piece of steel. With his current physical abilities, training with such a weight was very effective. 131, 132. Roz kept counting in his mind. Half an hour later, after completing 1,000 push-ups, Roz got up, drank some water, rested for 10 minutes, and then started 1,000 squats. He trained his physical abilities in sets, with each set consisting of 1,000 repetitions. By the time he finished the 1,000 squats, even with his current physical condition, he was a bit out of breath. So, after resting for a while, he took a shower to pause his training. Leaving the training room, Roz went up to the deck. Robin was sitting elegantly on one side of the deck, reading a book, while the deckhands were busy cleaning the ship's boards, not daring to slack off. Ahead lay the water gold sea, with at most 1 day's journey remaining. Roz approached Robin's spot, took out a compass and a sea chart, placed them on the table, measured for a moment, determined their current position, and then asked Robin, what is the situation with the islands in this area? According to the collected information, the Water Gold Sea is a chaotic sea area with no countries, consisting of 21 islands, one of which is a large island, 6 are medium-sized islands, and the remaining 14 are small islands. Robin recounted the information she had previously gathered about the Water Gold Sea, and together with Roz, they used the sea chart to quickly determine the positions of the various islands. Roz bypassed a small island directly in front and pointed to a medium-sized island behind, saying, "There's no need to go to a small island with just one town. Let's go straight to here. In this chaotic sea area without countries, the underground forces are complex, and it's relatively easy to gather intelligence." Robin nodded. 2 days later, the Ghost Shadow arrived at the designated island, anchoring near a remote cliff. Roz and Robin went ashore to gather intelligence. This time, the intelligence gathering was easier than expected, although neither of them found accurate information about the Devil Sheriff Lafitte's location. The position of the Double Sword Pirate crew was confirmed. Water Island. This sea area is called the Water Gold Sea due to the names of its 2 largest islands, one called Water and the other called Gold. Among them, Gold Island is the largest, capable of accommodating a country, while Water Island is slightly smaller, situated between a medium-sized island and a large island. Roz and Robin landed on the island and were walking on the street. The street style here is quite dark, with both pedestrians and beggars squatting in the corners showing fierce expressions in their eyes. Compared to the relatively orderly flower country, this place is purely chaotic. Some underground forces from the West Sea control the situation here, and the Capone family was originally one of them. However, due to a heavy blow from Roz, their power has greatly diminished, and they have withdrawn from this area. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot rang out ahead, drawing vigilant looks from countless people on the street, who turned their attention to the source. A thin man blew on the gun in his hand, coldly sneering at a burly man lying in a pool of blood before turning and leaving. Indeed, it is a chaotic place. Roz spoke blandly. Both he and Robin have navigated the dark underworld before. They are no strangers to such situations and showed no signs of surprise. After walking for a while, they arrived at a bustling street. Roz looked around and said, "Let's gather information separately and meet back here in half an hour." "Sure," Robin nodded lightly, lowering the brim of her hat. Although she rarely practiced, Roz occasionally guided her in developing her fruit abilities. She now had no problem dealing with pirates with bounties of 20 to 30 million. Moreover, her fruit ability was special enough to completely ignore tactics involving large numbers of people. Roz and Robin split up, and after walking for a while, he saw a tavern ahead. He walked in with his hands in his pockets, approached the counter, ordered a drink, and casually asked, "I heard the twin sword pirates have been seen in town recently?" "Sure." A barmaid, who resembled Robin quite a bit, was startled by Roz's question. After placing the drink in front of him, She quickly hushed him and lowered her voice, saying, "Why are you asking about them?" Roz smiled, placed 2 gold coins on the table, and said, "I just wanted to inquire. It seems you know something. A drink here costs at most 1 silver coin." And seeing the 2 gold coins, the barmaid's eyes lit up. She smiled at Roz, discreetly accepted the gold coins, then leaned slightly closer and whispered, "They were here 2 days ago. When they left, they got into a fight with some people, took down dozens, and there were bodies everywhere. It took a long time to clean up. A terrifying bunch. I heard even the naval fleet was taken down by them." At this point, the barmaid paused, looking at Roz, who was sitting there wearing a leather hat and could only see half his face, and quietly said, "It seems they are recruiting near the West Coast now, and you need to have some strength to join. You're not planning to join them, are you? The West Coast, huh? Thanks for the info." Roz took a sip of his drink, stood up, and smiled slightly at the barmaid, saying as for joining them, they need to be able to afford it. After saying that, Roz turned and left the tavern. The barmaid stared at Roz's back, her eyes slightly widening. It wasn't until he exited the tavern that she suddenly reacted, grabbed a stack of bounty notices from the table, and quickly flipped through them. Soon, she pulled out one, and, seeing that familiar face, she couldn't help but gasp. A bounty of 92 million berries. The demon HandRoz's. What kind of wind has blown through these past 2 days, bringing the 2 most terrifying pirate crews of the West Sea together? Right now, the Demon Hand Pirates and the Twin Sword Pirates stand far above other pirate crews, like twin stars at the top of the West Sea. If they collide, it would undoubtedly be a significant event for the West Sea. At the starting point, Roz returned here early and waited for a moment before seeing Robin approaching from another direction. She came beside Roz and lowered her voice, saying, "The Twin Sword Pirates are recruiting crew members near the West Coast to form a large fleet. The Devil Sheriff Lafitte. I heard someone saw him in this town just in the last few days." "Oh, Lafitte is here too?" Roz looked at Robin with slight surprise. After thinking for a moment, he said, "That works out perfectly. Someone with a restless nature like him wouldn't miss the chance to see the Demon Hand Roz confront the Twin Sword Pirates. Let us go. Straight to the West Coast." Robin nodded. Roz's thoughts coincided with hers. Snap! Roz flicked his fingers, raising the brim of his round hat from the front, and lifted his head as he walked forward. On this street, where few people spoke and the atmosphere was oppressive and dark, almost everyone had 2 or 3 pairs of eyes watching them at all times. Naturally, Roz and Robin, with their unusual appearance, became the focal point. When Roz raised his hat brim, the several pairs of eyes watching him suddenly focused, and soon, sounds of gasping could be heard from various corners. That guy is the Demon HandRoz's. It really is him. In an instant, the mixed image of the street changed dramatically. As Roz and Robin walked forward, no one dared to block their path. Everyone retreated to the sides, and most people didn't even dare to look at Roz for too long, fearing they might attract trouble. Compared to the Twin Sword Pirates' elusive captain, the Ghost Sword, who has been hiding his identity for years, the name of the Demon Hand, which has recently swept through the West Sea, undoubtedly inspired more awe and fear. The street became unobstructed. Roz led Robin across the street, heading toward the West Coast. And those who noticed their direction couldn't help but think of something, their expressions suddenly changing. They seemed to be going to the West Coast. Most people were well aware of what was at the West Coast. The Twin Sword Pirates were recruiting strong individuals to board their ship. Would someone of the caliber of the Demon Hand, Roz, join the Twin Sword Pirates? The answer is undoubtedly no. It is rumored that the captain of the Demon Hand Pirates, Roz, has a penchant for hunting strong foes. Many pirates with bounties over 20 to 30 million in the West Sea have been wiped out by him, and there haven't been many newcomers to take their places. Now that the Demon Hand Roz is heading to the West Coast to find the Twin Sword Pirates, his purpose is likely very straightforward. He probably sees the Twin Sword Pirates, who are trying to reclaim their position as the top in the West Sea, as prey. Is the Demon Hand Roz going to take action against the Twin Sword Pirates? This is big news. If a fight breaks out, the outcome is indeed hard to say. One has wiped out a naval rear admiral, while the other has ventured into the Grand Line. Many people gazed at Roz's back, murmuring in shock. "I think the Demon Hand has a better chance. He just took out a rear admiral from the naval headquarters, which is not something the rear admiral taken down by the Twin Sword Pirates can compare to," someone said in a low voice. A person beside him shook his head in rebuttal, saying, "The bounty on Ghost Sword is 98 million berries. That's just his bounty from 3 years ago. And the Demon Hand has never been to the Grand Line. The Grand Line is known as the graveyard of pirates. Many of the strongest pirate crews from all 4 seas have failed to make any waves there and have been drowned. For Ghost Sword to enter the Grand Line, earn a bounty of 98 million berries, and eventually return to the West Sea unscathed, His strength is undoubtedly terrifying. As Roz gradually approached the west coast, even the underground forces controlling this island were shaken upon receiving the news. In an instant, all eyes on the island gathered together. About 10 miles from the island, a warship slowly stopped on the sea. The highest-ranking officer of the warship, a rear admiral from the West Sea Branch, leaned against the railing on the deck, gazing intently towards the distant island, which was barely visible as a black dot. His expression was extremely grave, and his demeanor was tense. Are they about to engage? The Ghost Hand Pirates and the Twin Swords Pirates. The orders from headquarters were to remain on standby here. If a situation arose where both sides were severely injured or one side was killed while the other was heavily damaged, he was to intervene immediately and suppress both parties, which naturally made him anxious. If he could complete the mission, such an achievement would be enough to promote him to Rear Admiral at headquarters, and after a few years, he could even become a Vice Admiral in a branch. Although it felt somewhat disgraceful to profit from the pirates' mutual slaughter, history is always written by the victors. If he truly accomplished this, he could confidently report to the world that the Navy had defeated both the Ghost Hand and Twin Swords pirate crews in a 2-on-1 situation. On the west coast of the island, not many ships were docked, as 3 large sailing vessels, each comparable in size to a Navy warship, were moored at the dock, all flying the flag of the Twin Swords Pirates. Unlike the elite route of HandRoz's Ghost Hand Pirates, the Twin Swords Pirates followed a fleet strategy, possessing a sufficiently large number of members and large sailing ships to engage in direct combat with regular warships. Of course, although the number of pirates in the Twin Swords Pirates was vast, they did not recruit just anyone. At least a certain level of strength was required. At this moment, many pirates from the Twin Swords Pirates and those attempting to join were gathering there. Standing in the center of the field was a burly pirate with a long scar across his face. As long as you can withstand 3 punches from me, you can join us. Who else wants to give it a try? He placed his hands in front of him, raised his head, and stood there with an imposing aura. The crowd looked at each other, and soon someone stepped forward, adopting a defensive stance, and said, "Is 3 punches all it takes?" "That's right, my strength is average on the ship, so 3 punches are enough. It seems you're ready." The pirate smiled grimly, suddenly stepping forward and throwing a punch at the person attempting to join. Bang! The person crossed his arms in front of him, trying to block the blow. However, the force of the punch was clearly beyond his expectations. He heard a crack in his arm bones and was sent flying, spitting out blood. What the hell? So weak. The punching pirate, seeing this, retracted his fist in disappointment and grinned at the others, saying, "Who else wants to come up and give it a try? Our Twin Swords Pirates will soon be setting out to conquer the Grand Line. This is the last opportunity." The crowd exchanged glances, many showing signs of fear. And after hesitating, they retreated, unwilling to step forward. Some wanted to join the Twin Swords Pirates, but the requirement of withstanding 3 punches from the pirate made them hesitate. "Is there no one else?" The pirate stood there with an expression of dissatisfaction. Just yesterday, someone stood here, and there were challengers lining up, but today, no one dared to step up when it was his turn. You came up and hit someone with all your strength, breaking their bones. Who would dare to go up next? Well, muscle-brain fool, a pirate behind him laughed and scolded. "Huh, is that so?" The pirate scratched his head, showing a hint of embarrassment, but still insisted, "Even with the last punch, I still have to use all my strength. Anyone who can't withstand my full-strength punch is trash and doesn't qualify to join us." Just as a group of pirates were joking among themselves, suddenly, figures stirred from the back of the crowd, and a young man wearing a leather hat parted the throng and walked forward. Eyes quickly gathered around him. "Oh, someone else is coming up." The pirate turned his head and looked at Roz, who appeared somewhat shorter and slimmer compared to him. He crossed his robust arms in front of him and grinned. "This time, I won't go all out with my first punch." The moment he finished speaking, a bloodthirsty look flashed in his eyes as he suddenly threw a punch at Roz, claiming he wouldn't go all out. However, this punch looked no less powerful than the previous one. Bang! Just when many thought Roz would be sent flying like the previous challenger, the pirate's punch was firmly caught by Roz, who had merely raised his hand slightly. He blocked it. Onlookers expressed their astonishment, not expecting the seemingly unremarkable Roz to block such a heavy punch with just one hand, which was clearly unbelievable. Pirates leaning toward the coast were momentarily stunned, then erupted in chatter, never expecting someone could so easily block the punch from a big guy. Soon, one of the pirates among them stepped forward. He was an officer responsible for recruitment in the Twin Swords Pirates. Since Roz could block the big guy's full-strength punch with one hand, it was no surprise that he could also withstand 2 punches, clearly qualifying to join them. "Hey, what is your name?" "Roz," he replied calmly. The officer from the Twin Swords Pirates raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling that the name sounded familiar, but still smiled broadly. Roz, huh? Congratulations. You can join us in the Twin Swords Pirates. However, as he said this, the atmosphere suddenly fell silent. All sounds seemed to be squeezed out, as if a needle dropped on the ground could be heard clearly. In this silence, the atmosphere gradually became eerie. No one gasped, no one envied. Countless eyes were fixed on Roz, their gazes shifting, most showing expressions of shock, as if they had witnessed something incredible. In the stillness, Roz calmly looked at the officer for the Twin Swords Pirates and said, "Did you misunderstand something? When did I say I wanted to join you? Or are you planning to invite me to be the captain?" In the past, if someone dared to say such things, many pirates would instantly explode in rage. But now, the strange atmosphere in the field made the officer from the Twin Swords Pirates sense something was off. He looked at Roz's face, his smile gradually fading, a cold sweat trickling down from his forehead, slowly flowing down his cheek. You are. I've already told you my name, but it seems more people prefer to call me Ghost Hand." Roz spoke calmly, and, as his words fell, he slightly tightened his fingers. Crack, crack. A strange force spread from his fingertips. The terrified gaze of the big guy pirate, who was caught by Roz, instantly turned to one of agony. A scream was choked in his throat, not yet able to escape, and his body emitted several cracking sounds as his bones broke, turning into a puddle of mush, collapsing to the ground. Hiss! A gasp echoed through the crowd, causing everyone gathered here to instinctively step back, creating a large space in an instant. Ghost Hand! Roz! The cadre of the Twin Sword Pirates stared at the young man in front of him, drenched in sweat. If he still couldn't recognize Roz's identity at this point, he would be unworthy of his position. Looking at the big guy's miserable state, he gritted his teeth and said, "Our Twin Sword Pirates have no connection with your Ghost Hand Pirates. Are you planning to start a war? Anyone who strikes at me must die." Roz replied calmly, retracting the hand that countless people had feared, a seemingly ordinary palm known as Ghost Hand, and looked steadily at the cadre of the Twin Sword Pirates, saying, "As for starting a war, if you're willing to submit, then naturally there will be no need for war." Submit? What a joke. The cadre of the Twin Sword Pirates bit his teeth. He was also a pirate with a bounty of over 10 million. But in the face of the title Ghost Hand, he felt oppressed and stiff, finding it difficult to even draw his weapon in front of Roz. Roz slowly stepped forward, extending a hand and pressing it against the cadre's head, calmly saying, "If you are unwilling to submit, then you shall die." The cadre of the Twin Sword Pirates wanted to draw his weapon to defend himself, but his body was stiff, and he felt as if his legs were filled with lead, completely unable to move, watching helplessly as Roz's hand descended. Just at that moment, two sword energies suddenly cut in from the direction of the shore, enveloping Roz's figure in a wave of sword energy. Crack! Roz's outstretched hand slanted and accurately struck the point where the two sword energies intersected, instantly distorting and shattering them. A man holding two slender long swords and wearing a white top had appeared at the shore, slowly walking towards them, saying, "It's not good to bully my subordinates." Ghost Hand Roz. With his appearance, the atmosphere in the field changed instantly. "Captain of the Twin Sword Pirates. Twin Sword Dillo," someone murmured, showing a look of fear. Before Roz emerged and Ghost Sword surfaced, Twin Sword Dillo was the #1 bounty pirate in the West Sea. Later, as Roz swept through the West Sea and Ghost Sword emerged from the shadows, his name gradually faded. But undoubtedly, this captain of the Twin Sword Pirates, who had dominated the West Sea for 3 years, still possessed formidable strength and reputation. With a bounty of 59 million berries, Twin Sword Dillo. "If I were still a bounty hunter, I might be very interested in your head, but as for now," Roz spoke calmly, and as his voice fell, a strange power suddenly spread down from his legs, infusing into the ground. Puff! The ground directly in front of Roz suddenly twisted and surged, wrapping around the cadre of the Twin Sword Pirates who had just been rescued by Dillo, and in his horrified gaze, it suddenly squeezed towards the center. Watching this scene, Dillo's expression instantly turned cold. He stopped in his tracks, coldly looking at Roz, and said, "Anyone who dares to provoke the Twin Sword Pirates has already died." What a coincidence. Roz suddenly smiled lightly and said, "What I want to do now is destroy your Twin Sword Pirates or be destroyed by you." Very well. Dillo's heart burned with anger. In his eyes, Roz had transformed into a complete madman. He coldly said, "Once we enter the Grand Line, we will likely have to face each other. Since that's the case, let's settle it here in the West Sea." As his voice fell, he sheathed his two swords back into their scabbards at his waist, then suddenly took a step forward. The two swords were drawn with almost imperceptible speed. Two-sword style, aye aye. Swish! Swish! Two incredibly fast sword energies came slicing towards Roz's position, aiming to cut him into pieces. They're fighting. No one knew who would win. Seeing that twin swordillo and ghost HandRoz's had finally begun to fight, the crowd, who had long retreated to a safe distance, couldn't help but show signs of tension and concern. Although Roz had a bounty of 92 million berries and a fearsome reputation, twin swordillo was no easy opponent and might not lack fighting strength. On the field, two sword energies surged towards each other. In terms of sword energy alone, the power of these two strikes was not far from Ghost Spider. But Ghost Spider's slashes contained armament hockey, which was far beyond what Dillo could compare. Therefore, for Roz, these sword energies posed almost no threat. Ziz! Under the gaze of countless people, Roz raised a hand and pointed, directly striking the center where the two sword energies intersected, forcibly halting the fast-flying sword energies, twisting them before they shattered into light points. This made many people hold their breath, their pupils contracting sharply, revealing looks of disbelief. My strike! Seeing this scene, Dillo's expression also revealed a hint of surprise. His slash, in terms of speed and power, was almost the fastest, yet Roz not only reacted but easily defended against it. The strength of Ghost Hand was indeed unfathomable. Sand Binding Coffin. After blocking Dillo's strike, Roz opened his palm and reached out towards him. The ability of the twisting fruit, aside from twisting light, required material as a medium to extend, and in this sandy environment, his twisting power could naturally spread far using the sand. Crash! The sand beneath Dillo's feet suddenly twisted and surged, wrapping around him fiercely. A peculiar move, since Roz had just used this move to kill one of his subordinates. Dillo was already on guard, but facing the suddenly sweeping sand, he still found it troublesome. He exerted all his strength to shake off the sand, not giving a chance to wrap around him, bursting out from the scattered sand and charging directly at Roz. Two-sword style. Angry slash. He held the two swords horizontally and slashed down towards Roz, the two sword energies entangling and merging into one, transforming into a powerful sword energy sweeping towards him. Is this your strongest move? Roz faced this sword energy with a very calm tone, stretching out both hands, grabbing at the void, and forcibly holding that sword energy between his hands before squeezing towards the center. Buzz! Under the effect of the twisting fruit, the grand sword energy was forcibly compressed into a constantly flickering ball of light made of sword threads. In the next moment, Roz grasped the sword ball with one hand, stepped forward, and transformed into a shadow charging directly towards Dillo's face. Dillo had already determined he was no match for Roz the moment Roz caught the angry slash with empty hands. Facing the charging Roz, he hesitated not and retreated. But just as he was retreating, the sand beneath his feet unexpectedly surged up, wrapping around one of his ankles. Despite breaking free from the entanglement of sand with a sudden struggle, Dillo had already wasted that brief moment, and Roz had rushed forward, pressing the ominous sword pellet against him. Huh! Dillo's pupils constricted sharply, realizing he couldn't evade it. He could only grit his teeth and roar, crossing his dual swords in front of him and striking fiercely at the sword pellet. ZZZ! The swords collided with the distorted energy ball, producing a sizzling sound like water meeting fire. Dillo's swords trembled violently in his hands, clearly bearing immense pressure. After about 2 seconds, the sword pellet pressed by Roz finally exhausted its power under Dillo's desperate defense and shattered into light points. Dillo sighed in relief in his heart. However, almost in the next instant, Roz's fingers had gently rested on the center of Dillo's crossed swords, and he squeezed tightly. Accompanied by a humming sound, a surge of distorted power erupted, spreading along the sword blades and enveloping Dillo. Not good. Dillo's heart sank in horror as he hurriedly released his grip on the sword hilt, but he was still affected by the distorted power. His entire body twisted, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. Dual Sword Dillo was defeated. Completely defenseless, his strength was not on the same level. People murmured, their eyes filled with shock. From the clash between Roz and Dillo to Dillo's collapse, it took only a few exchanges. Even those who were watching from a distance mostly favored Roz to win, but the rapid outcome still left many astonished. Roz's strength surpassed that of Dual Sword Dillo, and it was not by a small margin. Cough, cough. Blood continuously spilled from Dillo's mouth as he looked at Roz, finally revealing a look of fear in his eyes. He struggled to try to get up. Roz had no intention of giving the loser a chance to survive. He gently stepped down, causing the sand and gravel at the shore to surge like waves, abruptly wrapping around the struggling Dillo. Then, Roz reached out towards Dillo and suddenly clenched his hand in the air. Bang! A terrifying sound echoed from the sand pile, as if something had been crushed, and blood slowly oozed from the distorted sand, with no sign of life remaining. At the same time, a familiar synthesized voice sounded in Roz's ear. The bounty of 59 million berries, dual sword Dillo, has been hunted down, reward acquired. 70 points of talent proficiency, 1 free talent point. This was Roz's first hunt of a pirate with a bounty between 50 million and 100 million berries, undoubtedly earning him a substantial amount of talent proficiency and 1 free talent point. After exterminating dual sword Dillo, Roz ignored the horrified and fearful gazes from afar and looked up at a ship on the shore, or more accurately, at the top of the ship's mast. There, a cloaked man with a sword on his back was quietly sitting. It was the mastermind behind the dual sword pirate crew, the infamous ghost Sword Yarrow with a bounty of 98 million berries. Even when Dillo was defeated and eradicated by Roz, he did not intervene, instead watching with great interest from his position, overlooking Roz below. Soon, those watching the situation from a distance turned their heads in unison, following Roz's gaze to the top of the ship's mast, where they saw the cloaked figure. Ghost Sword Yarrow. Someone instinctively called out the name of the cloaked man, taking a deep breath and showing awe on their face. In this era of great pirates, almost no one is unaware of the existence of the Grand Line, which is a place of both legend and nightmare for most people. The West Sea is one of the cradles of pirates, and over the past decade, countless pirates of various kinds have emerged. However, only Shanks the Red-Haired has truly made a name for himself on the Grand Line. In fact, over 95 of pirate crews have perished on the Grand Line, buried there, becoming markers and warnings for those who come after. Few, like Ghost Sword Yarrow, have been able to make a name for themselves on the Grand Line and return safely to the West Sea. Indeed, very impressive. The cloaked Ghost Sword Yarrow sat at the top of the mast, locking eyes with Roz on the shore. He suddenly chuckled lightly and leaped down from the mast, landing on the shore. Upon landing, Ghost Sword Yarrow was less than 30 meters from Roz. He walked towards Roz, stopping about 10 meters away, not even glancing at Dillo's body buried in the mud. It seems you don't care about your crew, Roz calmly stated, looking at Ghost Sword Yarrow from 10 meters away. Yarrow shook his head and replied, no. Rather, those who are of no use have long been removed from my crew list. He paused for a moment, gazing at Roz with interest, and continued, being able to easily take down Dillo means your strength has far surpassed the majority of the garbage in the West Sea. So, your goal must also be the Grand Line, right? Roz glanced at the cloaked youth, but did not answer. Instead, he calmly replied, if you came here just to say all this nonsense, I think there's no need to waste time. Hey, Ghost Sword Yarrow chuckled, unfazed, and said, why the hurry? We have plenty of time before entering the Grand Line. What I want to tell you is, the terror of the Grand Line far exceeds your imagination. Even forming a large fleet carries the risk of total annihilation at any moment. And currently, among the new generation of pirates in the West Sea, you're the only one worth my attention. Are you interested in partnering up? Not interested. Roz flatly rejected him. Ghost Sword Yarrow scratched his hair and looked at Roz earnestly, saying, I'm being serious. It's just a partnership, equal status. Won't you consider it? He then extended his hand with a somewhat helpless expression, adding, I really don't want to. See someone as talented as you be extinguished here in the West Sea. As his voice fell, the atmosphere in the area suddenly changed, the calm and oppressive air turning sharp and hostile. At that moment, both the pirates of the dual sword pirate crew and the townspeople couldn't help but widen their eyes, revealing expressions of intense concern and tension. Ghost Sword Yarrow inviting Ghost Hand Roz to partner up was big news that could stir up a storm in the West Sea. And the last somewhat threatening statement revealed Yarrow's pride and dominance as a pirate who had once been to the Grand Line. Partnering with you. Roz's expression remained calm, his tone slightly elongated. Just as Ghost Sword Yarrow showed a hint of a smile, thinking Roz would agree, Roz's next words floated out lightly. To return with your tail between your legs from the Grand Line? Ghost Sword Yarrow's smile froze on his face, his expression gradually turning oppressive and cold, sending chills down the spine. Even from a distance, one could feel a bone-chilling coldness. For him, failing to conquer the Grand Line and being forced to escape back to the West Sea, hiding his identity and reorganizing his crew, was the greatest humiliation he had ever faced, and it was something he could not accept. Very good. It was no surprise that this was the same person who had taken down a rear admiral from the Navy headquarters. His resolve was indeed impressive. But unfortunately, this was where it would end for you. He slowly drew a completely crimson sword from his back, which looked quite eerie, and his gaze turned cruel and savage as he looked at Roz, a fierce and evil aura rising around him. Faced with the oppressive and vicious aura, Roz's expression remained as calm as before, completely unaffected, his eyes devoid of any emotion. "If you can do it, then come and try." Whoosh! Almost as soon as Roz's words fell, the ghost sword, Yarrow, made his move. His fighting style was completely different from when he was speaking. It was extremely decisive and ruthless. After failing to recruit Roz, he immediately decided to eliminate him in the West Sea, preemptively removing a future threat on the journey to the Grand Line. Swish! Before even approaching Roz, his sword was already in motion. Yarrow's speed was astonishing, almost significantly faster than that of the Rear Admiral, Ghost Spider, who could use the shave technique. This caught Roz slightly off guard, but only slightly. Bang! As Yarrow rushed in with an unbelievable speed, Roz relied on his already activated observation hockey to fully capture the opponent's movements, anticipating his actions. He activated the power of distortion within him and threw a punch. The distortion power, along with Roz's fist, collided violently with Yarrow's blood-colored sword aura, producing a loud bang. Yarrow was clearly outmatched in pure strength, being directly knocked back. Yarrow was somewhat surprised that Roz was able to react to his sudden attack and respond accurately. Although he hadn't maximized his speed just now, Roz seemed completely unfazed. After knocking Yarrow back with a punch, Roz lightly stepped forward, causing the ground beneath him to surge, sending sand violently toward Yarrow. "I've already seen through your moves. They won't work on me." Yarrow, regaining his composure from Roz's unexpected reaction speed, faced Roz's counterattack calmly. He let out a soft grunt, and with a sudden step, transformed into an afterimage, moving through the sand's encirclement with incredible speed. "Do you know why I'm called a ghost sword? It's not because of my swordsmanship, but because of my footwork and speed, which no one can see through." Instant step, ghost shadow, swish, swish. Just as Yarrow's voice fell, 3 blood-colored sword auras were suddenly unleashed from 3 different directions, converging on Roz in a deadly flurry. These were strikes made by Yarrow, using his speed to attack from 3 different angles. Is that so? The speed is impressive, but still, too slow. Facing the 3 incoming slashes, Roz replied calmly and unhurriedly, while his body twisted slightly, almost impossibly slipping through the gaps between the 3 sword auras. The 3 blood-colored sword auras sliced through the surrounding beach, creating massive cracks spanning 20 to 30 meters. Completely incomprehensible. What kind of speed is that? The brief clash between Roz and Yarrow left all the pirates of the double-sword pirate crew, as well as the townspeople, utterly dazzled. After Yarrow executed the ghost step similar to shave, his figure had completely vanished from most people's sight. Even those with some strength could barely see a faint afterimage, unable to react at all. Yarrow's speed was shocking, and Roz's method of evading the slashes was astonishing. With just a few casual twists of his body, he had evaded the rapid strikes from 3 directions. This level of combat was beyond their understanding. They couldn't predict who would win. I can't guess. Many people looked on with concern and tension. The Ghost Hand and Ghost Sword represented the pinnacle of pirate power in the West Sea, incomparable to any other pirate. The outcome of this battle would undoubtedly determine the true overlord of the West Sea. A pirate of this caliber, if not heading to the Grand Line and remaining in the West Sea, would indeed have the power to dominate a sea area. On the battlefield, Roz, facing the flickering figure of Ghost Sword Yarrow, realized that his speed was slightly inferior to his opponent's. Instead of using shave to chase, he calmly activated the power of distortion. Shadow clone technique. Buzz. Roz's figure flickered briefly, and suddenly, 4 identical silhouettes of Roz appeared in the arena. From a distance, it was impossible to distinguish the real one. Including the real body, the 4 figures stood at the corners, facing outward, confronting Yarrow's ghostly figure. Illusions? HandRoz's technique. Yarrow, stepping through with Ghost Step, frowned at the 4 identical figures. He did not use observation hockey, and facing this scenario, he could only test them one by one. But just as he attempted to strike each one, the 4 Roz figures simultaneously stepped forward, kicking up a storm of dust and sand that swept in all directions. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the swirling dust, Yarrow's vision was severely impaired, and the 4 Roz figures flickered in and out among the sand, leaving him somewhat dazed. He not only had to determine which Roz was real, but also had to avoid getting ensnared by the bizarrely powerful sand, causing his speed advantage to vanish. Amidst the dust and sand, the afterimages continued to flicker, occasionally accompanied by the sound of swords clashing, and sometimes sword auras sliced through the swirling dust, landing on the shoreline and carving deep cracks in a beach. Damn it. Yarrow swung his sword, passing through one of Roz's illusionary clones. And noticing a gust of wind rushing from behind, he cursed under his breath and quickly turned to slash back. As fists met swords, a wave of distortion power surged forth, shattering his strike and causing his sword to cry out in pain, sending a jolt of numbness through his arm. Whoosh! Yarrow barely blocked Roz's punch, and without hesitation, his figure flashed back 10 meters. He switched the sword to his left hand and vigorously shook his right hand a few times to relieve the numbness. He did not use hockey, and his capacity to withstand the distortion power was significantly weaker than Ghost Spider's. If Roz hadn't diverted some of the distortion power using sand and illusions, that punch could have injured his arm. I can't engage this guy in close combat. The trouble of Roz's strength was somewhat beyond his expectations. They had confronted each other directly 3 or 4 times, and each time he was attacked by that bizarre power. Had he not been decisive in retreating after each swift strike, his arm would likely be half incapacitated by now. Swish! Swish! Not daring to engage Roz in direct combat, Yarrow began to unleash sword auras continuously, resorting to long-range attacks to contest with Roz. Due to the dust and the shadow clones, he couldn't unleash his full power. Most of his strikes were ineffective, like a mud cow sinking into the sea. Knowing that wasting energy was futile, the ghost sword Yarrow finally decided not to continue entangling with Roz. With a low shout, he gripped the sword hilt tightly and suddenly flickered, disappearing from the battlefield in an instant. Instant step, flickering shadow. Swoosh! 2 massive crimson sword energies, one left and one right, sliced through the battlefield, sweeping away the swirling dust and engulfing both Roz's clones and his main body. Have you given up on flashy moves? Facing the strike, Roz calmly spoke as he withdrew his clones and retracted the distorted power from the sand, concentrating it in his hands. He reached out and pulled against one of the sword energies. Zing! Although the crimson sword energy was powerful, it was still forcefully suppressed between Roz's hands under the full might of his distorted power, and then thrown back by Roz. The observation hockey precisely captured Ghost Sword Yarrow's trajectory. This strike was a preemptive attack, flying directly towards Yarrow's next landing point. Using my moves against me? That's truly a malicious act. Ghost Sword Yarrow coldly snorted as he watched the incoming crimson sword energy, swinging his blood sword fiercely to shatter the energy in midair. Roz, however, ignored Yarrow and suddenly bent down, pressing his hand against the beach. Boom! Manipulating the distorted power with his hands was far more agile and ferocious than using his feet. In almost an instant, the sand within a radius of several dozen meters around Roz began to churn wildly. When it comes to large-scale attacks, it's not just Ghost Sword Yarrow who can use them, and this environment is perfectly suited for him to unleash a certain move. Flowing sand, waterfall. Roz took a deep breath, and the distorted power erupted completely. Something's wrong. Ghost Sword Yarrow sensed the unusual situation as soon as the sand began to surge. His vigilance heightened as he planned to retreat and distance himself from Roz to avoid this attack. But things were worse than he imagined, because the sand was fluid. Roz only needed to manipulate a portion of it, and the entire beach's mud and sand began to roll up like a tidal wave rushing towards him. Moreover, this tidal wave of mud and sand was moving from the shore towards the sea, meaning there was no escape for him unless he jumped into the water. Watching the tidal wave of mud and sand rushing towards him, Ghost Sword Yarrow's expression changed dramatically. Not far away, those watching the battlefield from the shore felt a dryness in their mouths and displayed shock in their eyes. No, it can't be real. This is the power of the most terrifying pirate in the West Sea, Ghost HandRoz's. Such power was hard for them to accept, nearly beyond what they thought a human could possess. Roz stood behind the surging sand waves, calmly activating his observation hockey to perceive the situation behind sand waves. The battlefield, under his complete control, had already shifted away from the area with the ships. Now the area behind the sand waves was a vast expanse of sea, with no place for Ghost Sword Yarrow to retreat, no matter how fast or agile he was. With the sea behind him and all possible escape routes blocked, there was simply no room to dodge. If the opponent retreated to the water, where speed advantages couldn't be utilized, Roz could easily crush a mole peeking out from the sea with the advantage of moonstep. It's over, Roz calmly whispered as all possible scenarios flashed through his mind. Behind the sand waves, although Ghost Sword Yarrow wasn't a devil fruit user, he knew that retreating into the water would mean completely giving up his speed advantage, and he might never have a chance to come back to shore. So, facing the incoming sand wave, He took a deep breath and swung his sword. One sword style. Dance slash. He gripped the sword with both hands, unleashing a series of crimson sword flowers that continually tore through the attacking sand waves. As the range of the sand wave was too large, the distorted power was dispersed. His slashes kept cutting through the waves, preventing the surging sand from binding him. While continuously breaking through the incoming sand waves, Ghost Sword Yarrow coldly said to Roz, who was somewhere unknown, "Your attack range is large enough, but the power is too weak. This move consumes a lot of energy for you, doesn't it? If you want to exhaust stamina, then let's see how it goes. You think too simply about stamina depletion. It's not over yet." Standing behind the sand waves, Roz, who was manipulating the waves to attack Ghost Sword Yarrow from all sides, clearly heard his words. As his voice dropped, the distorted power within Roz gathered again. He clenched his fingers and forcefully pressed down. Crash! Under Roz's full manipulation, the mud and sand ahead began to surge, rising like a true tidal wave, transforming into a terrifying sand wave that was over 20 meters high. Ghost Sword Yarrow, standing on the shore, finally showed a hint of shock on his face as he hadn't anticipated that Roz could create such a grand attack while manipulating a massive sand wave. Damn it! He gritted his teeth, gripping the sword hilt, his eyes glaring at the sand wave. The fleet, led by the naval rear admiral, couldn't take me down. And now a mere newcomer from the West Sea. One sword style, phantom slash. A crimson sword energy suddenly erupted from the tip of his sword, piercing upwards from the bottom of the sand wave, violently penetrating through it and ultimately tearing it apart, revealing the small town and Roz's figure behind the sand wave. But before Ghost Sword Yarrow could feel pleased, the cut sand wave suddenly collapsed, crashing down on him and instantly sealing the gap that had been opened. No, the towering sand wave fell heavily, completely covering Ghost Sword Yarrow. The sand wave, laden with heavy mud and sand, crashed down, creating a massive splash in the sea and churning as it fell. After the enormous mud and sand crashed down, small shrimp and crabs could be faintly seen struggling within, while a portion of the area was violently writhing, as if something was trying to emerge. Roz calmly observed the writhing area, suddenly pressing down with both hands, channeling the surging, distorted power, roaring as it poured into the ground. Sandstorm. Great burial. Boom. Everything that had already been crushed by the tidal wave of mud and sand was further twisted and compressed under the influence of the distorted power, collapsing downwards. And the beach within a radius of several dozen meters directly caved in. This time, it was finally silent. All signs of movement disappeared, and the remaining small shrimp and crabs exploded one after another, turning the entire beach into a dead silence. At the same time, a familiar system voice echoed in Roz's ears. He straightened up, abandoning the idea of checking again with observation hockey. Bounty of 98 million berry. Ghost Sword Yarrow. Hunt completed. Rewards received. 35 points in talent proficiency. 1 free talent point. 1 free talent point? In Roz's calm eyes, a ripple finally flashed, revealing a hint of a smile. With 35 points of talent proficiency, it's neither too little nor too much, but he still earned 1 free talent point. Adding the rewards from previously slaying the twin swordillo, a mere twin sword pirate crew surprisingly provided him with 2 free talent points. This trip was undoubtedly extremely satisfying for Roz. It seems the captain has won. Robin stood far back in the crowd, looking towards the beach, revealing a slight smile. The momentum of this battle was surprising even for her, who knew Roz well. When she first joined a Ghost Hand pirate crew, Roz did not possess such strength. Yet in just over half a year, Roz's power had skyrocketed, from fleeing at the sight of a warship to now being able to destroy several warships with a single gesture. The opponents, branch and headquarters majors, pirates left over from the Grand Line, were all unknowingly crushed and annihilated by Roz's overwhelming force. Looking at the distant coastline, Robin couldn't help but think of those Navy commanders who framed Roz as a pirate. They must be feeling a bit of regret now. Is it over? There's no movement. The townspeople gazed at the shoreline from afar, and after a moment, they gradually came back to their senses. Once they did, their hearts surged once again. No movement means the ghost sword has been taken down. The notorious pirate, who managed to leave the Grand Line unscathed with a bounty of 98 million berries, ultimately could not withstand the meteoric rise of Ghost HandRoz's, who swept through the West Sea like a tidal wave. Could it be that another figure of the caliber of red-haired Shanks is about to emerge? Some thought of the captain of the red-haired pirates, often appearing in newspapers and defined by the government as an extremely dangerous pirate whose bounty instilled fear. Although the West Sea knows little about the Grand Line, the existence of figures like red-haired Shanks and white-beard Edward Newgate is still well known. No, someone, returning to reality from the shock, shook his head at the words of the person beside him and said sternly, "It's not that easy. Do you know what kind of pirate red-haired is? There are countless pirates in this sea, but only a few stand above everyone else, and he is one of them." The emergence of a figure like red-haired Shanks from the West Sea is seen as a disgrace by some and a source of pride by others, much like the birth of Pirate King Roger from the East Sea, which will not be forgotten to this day. True, the person nodded, took a deep breath, and said, "But in this West Sea, there is no one left who can challenge his status. The strongest pirate of this generation in the West Sea." While the townspeople were discussing, Roz, who had just annihilated the ghost sword Yarrow, walked towards the 3 ships of the twin sword pirate crew docked to the shore. It was tea to eliminate the roots. Roz had never worried about anyone seeking revenge on him. However, he always ensured to see things through to the end and never left things unfinished. "That guy is coming." "Oh no," quickly raised the anchor. The pirates on the 3 ships of the twin sword pirate crew, still immersed in the shock of their captain being killed by Roz, changed their expressions drastically upon seeing Roz approaching, revealing fear. Some raised their firearms, some loaded cannonballs, and others attempted to jump ship and escape, creating an incredibly chaotic scene. Bang! Bang! As the sounds of gunfire and cannon fire echoed along the shore, one pirate ship after another was destroyed. The twin sword pirate crew was not lacking in pirates with bounties of 10 to 20 million. Although the proficiency gained from hunting one was minimal, the mass annihilation still provided Roz with 5 points of talent proficiency, which was better than nothing. After completely wiping out the twin sword pirate crew, he received a total of 110 points of talent proficiency and 2 free talent points, marking a significant harvest. Whoosh! After destroying the last ship along with numerous pirates, Roz jumped back onto the shore, not rushing to organize his talent tree, but instead treading lightly, disappearing from the crowd's view in a few flashes. At the back of the crowd, Roz's figure appeared beside Robin, and he asked her, "Have you found any trace of that guy?" "I haven't found anything." Robin shook her head. Her only task in following Roz was not to assist him in dealing with the twin sword pirate crew, but to search for the devilish sheriff Lafitte amidst the chaos. However, it seemed that the devilish sheriff did not come over, or perhaps was hiding very cleverly, avoiding her search using the Hananomium. Roz stroked his chin, pondering for a moment, and suddenly a strange light flashed in his eyes as he turned to look at a dark alley not far away. "Ah, I've been discovered." A suppressed laugh came from deep within the alley. Whoosh! Almost as soon as the sound emerged, Roz stepped forward and dashed into the dark alley. Just as Roz rushed in, a figure hiding deep in the alley leaped up and climbed onto the rooftop. Roz leaped after him, refusing to let go. After several twists and turns, Roz ultimately caught up with the figure thanks to his observation hockey. The person had fair skin, wore a tall top hat, and held a cane. It was none other than the navigator and captain of the 5th ship of the Blackbeard pirates in the original story, the devilish Sheriff Lafitte. Compared to the original story, he showed no significant changes, nor did he appear much younger. However, his hiding techniques and tricks were dazzling. Had it not been for Roz's observation hockey locking onto him, he would have been lost after just a few movements. "I mean no harm, and I haven't seen anything I shouldn't have." Seeing he couldn't shake off Roz, Lafitte decisively gave up on fleeing. Standing on the roof, he looked at Roz with a rather helpless expression and gently spread his hands with the cane. Roz calmly gazed at him and spoke. "You don't look like the kind of person who stays put. So, are you interested in joining me to turn this world upside down?" Lafitte was slightly surprised, a contemplative look flashing in his eyes. Then he placed one hand on his chest and performed a gentlemanly bow, smiling as he said, "It's an honor to join the Ghost Hand pirate crew, Captain." He had been continuously gathering information about the world and the situation in the West Sea. Regarding the Ghost Hand pirate crew, which had risen to prominence in the West Sea, he even managed to obtain many detailed pieces of intelligence. As someone who was not content to live an ordinary life, he naturally sought opportunities to jump out and stir things up in this world. Although he hadn't planned to make a move this early, with Roz coming all the way here to extend an invitation, refusing wouldn't necessarily be a good thing. Smart people always make the smartest choices. Roz smiled slightly. "Roz." Lafitte, skilled in stealth and navigation. Lafitte placed one hand on the brim of his hat, tilted his head slightly down, and gently raised the brim, looking like a proper gentleman, which was completely at odds with his title of devilish sheriff. Recruiting Lafitte was as easy as imagined. He had nothing to pack, or rather, it seemed he had hidden everything on him. but it was unclear where he was hiding it. The journey to the waters of water has come to an end with Lafitte's addition. Roz, accompanied by the new navigator, crossed 2 streets and found Robin. Nico Robin, the informant. Roz introduced Robin and nodded at her, saying, Lafitte, the new navigator. Both of them are exceptionally intelligent individuals, but in some aspects, Lafitte surpasses Nico Robin, as Robin often focuses her intelligence on knowledge. By the way, there have been Navy personnel secretly watching you. After a simple greeting, Lafitte twirled his red cane and smiled at Roz. Roz shook his head indifferently and said, Naturally, there will be Navy spies on this island. No need to pay attention to them. Before entering the Grand Line, I don't think the Navy will come looking for trouble. That's true. Lafitte put down his cane. He had intended to say that if they didn't team mind, he could track down the Navy spies and interrogate them about the Navy's movements, even pass on some false information, but it seemed unnecessary. So he didn't team mention it further. If there are no other matters, we can head back to the ship and consider the next phase. Heading to the Grand Line. The Grand Line is quite a challenging place, haha. Lafitte chuckled, his laughter and expression always exuding a peculiar style. Then, the task of charting the sea maps and choosing the routes will temporarily be your responsibility. Once we get on the ship, I will give you the sea charts and compass. As Roz spoke, he walked into the distance, with Lafitte and Robin following closely behind on either side. Walking down the street, they encountered no obstacles. Even those who noticed Roz and the others looked surprised and hurriedly moved to the sides of the street, cautiously watching Roz pass by. Soon, Roz brought Lafitte and Robin back to the ship without encountering any trouble along the way. The Navy spies didn't dare to show themselves. More than 10 miles away from the island, on a warship preparing to head to the island, a Navy branch rear admiral, holding a transponder snail, asked with a serious and tense expression, "What's the situation? What was the outcome?" The twin sword pirates have been completely defeated. There was no situation of mutual destruction. Ghost Hand, Roz achieved a great victory, and another strange person boarded their ship. Hearing that Roz had a great victory without mutual destruction, the rear admiral knew that the situation was hopeless. And upon hearing that a strange person had boarded Roz's ship, he couldn't help but ask, "Strange person, did you take a photo?" "It has already been taken." "Good, quickly submit the photo." Not being able to capture Ghost Hand pirates and twin sword pirates, at least some intelligence must be gathered to report back. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy at the headquarters. After hanging up the phone, a colonel nearby quietly asked him, "Admiral, should we continue to pursue Ghost Hand pirates?" The rear admiral shot an annoyed glance at the colonel beside him. As a rear admiral, it was quite embarrassing to look at pirates, but not dare to approach them, and this guy still had to ask for clarification. "Stand by for now." Days later, news of Roz defeating the twin sword pirates in the waters of water was published by various newspapers and media outlets, spreading throughout the West Sea. On a route to the Grand Line, the Ghost Shadow ship was sailing at full speed with its sails fully raised, and on the deck of the Ghost Shadow ship, Roz was looking at a newspaper dropped by a newsbird. Shocking. The position of the West Sea Overlord has taken a tumultuous turn and changed hands again after reading half. Roz threw the newspaper into the sea, sighing. These chaotic news outlets' publications are hardly more reliable than those released by the government. Robin chuckled, covering her mouth. It's impossible to expect them to publish accurate news, honestly. "But Captain, you've already become the focus of various news outlets in the West Sea." Roz shook his head and asked Lafitte, who was observing the wind direction and course at the top of the mast. "How's the wind direction and speed? How long until we reach Belrose Town?" Belrose Town. It is the closest island in the entire West Sea to the Grand Line, similar to Rogue Town in the East Sea, considered the starting island of the Grand Line. "If all goes well, with the speed of this ship, we should be able to reach it in about a month, Captain." Lafitte leaped down from the mast, floating down like a piece of paper. Roz nodded, saying, "I'll leave the sailing to you." With Lafitte in charge of navigation, even limited to the navigator role, it saved Roz a significant amount of thought and time. "Captain, you can rest assured." Lafitte slightly bowed, smiling as he watched Roz return to the cabin. Before boarding, his understanding of Roz was limited to various intelligence and news, but after spending a few days on the ship, he gained a relatively detailed understanding of Roz in all aspects, further confirming that Roz was a captain worth following. "I look forward to turning this world upside down, haha." Entering the cabin, Roz made his way to the training room. After closing the door, he concentrated, and in front of him appeared a semi-transparent TalentSystem panel that only he could see, with 3 talent trees standing there quietly. The lifestyle tree remained unchanged, still only having 1 proficiency in navigation. Now that he had a navigator, Roz wanted to reclaim the one free talent point he had spent on navigation proficiency. However, it was clear that the system Wound T let him easily reset points. The combat tree, after activating observation hockey, had also undergone a transformation. Firearms shooting, 50 melee combat, 100 distortion fruit, 215 Navy 6 styles shave, 0 Navy 6 styles paper drawing, 0 Navy 6 styles moonwalk, 0 observation hockey, 0 the observation hockey displayed a golden activated state, meaning Roz could indeed save free talent points through self-training. As for talent proficiency, it provided additional bonuses, but self-training Wound T increased talent proficiency. The general tree had also seen significant changes compared to before. Agility enhancement, 100 advanced enhancement, physical enhancement, 200 top enhancement. After defeating the twin sword pirates, Roz earned 2 free talent points and 110 talent proficiency, providing him many choices for allocation. The strength of observation hockey is sufficient for me now. If I encounter an enemy whose speed exceeds my current observation hockey perception, even if I can sense their movements, my body 1T be able to react in time. Roz pondered for a moment, first ruling out the options of observation hockey and agility enhancement. His current speed and strength were already nearly balanced, and further increasing speed and observation hockey Wound T significantly impact his overall strength. As for physical enhancement, after such a long period of training, his physical abilities had improved a lot compared to when he first reached top physical enhancement. Even if the power of the distortion fruit increases a bit more, it would still be sufficient to bear it, so there was no rush to fill in proficiency. The last remaining option was the distortion fruit. If he allocated all 110 points to it, he would instantly meet the basic requirements to activate the distorted gravity branch ability. If I allocate 85 points of talent proficiency to the distortion fruit, I will only have 25 points left for physical enhancement. I wonder if such a disparity in improvement can bear the immense boost from the power of distortion. Roz pondered in his heart, wishing he could have a few more points of talent proficiency. However, at that time, there would surely be new options available, as talent proficiency and free talent points are always rare resources. Besides proficiency, the 2 free talent points also brought several choices. The armament hockey can undoubtedly be activated, and the conqueror's hockey can also be chosen. Even the universal type power enhancement, etc., are all within the options. Given the scarcity of free talent points, the best plan is naturally to cultivate the armament hockey through training. But currently, Roz does not have any training methods for armament hockey. Without any leads, he cannot find a direction for cultivation. Relying on awakening through battle is too presumptuous. Moreover, even when stepping onto the Grand Line, it is difficult to obtain hockey training methods in the first half. It is only in the second half of the Grand Line, the New World, that they become widely available. Without armament hockey, encountering troublesome devil fruit users, even those with Logia-type abilities, would lead to a very dire situation. Roz had already considered all of this a long time ago. Armament hockey. Roz looked at the branch representing armament hockey on the talent tree, took a deep breath, and chose to expend 1 free talent point to activate the armament hockey. Buzz. The remaining free talent points changed from 2 to 1, and the emerald green text of armament hockey instantly flashed with a golden light, transforming into golden text. At the same time, a large amount of knowledge about armament hockey was conveyed to Roz's mind. He closed his eyes, and his body trembled continuously. In just a few seconds, he experienced what felt like 3 months of training in armament hockey at the consciousness level. A faint stream of heat surged from his heart, flowing through Roz's entire body, bringing a slight enhancement to his physical ability while also strengthening the extremely weak armament hockey hidden within him that had never been activated. When Roz opened his eyes, his senses had already undergone a significant change. In addition to feeling the power of the distortion fruit within him, he could also sense another kind of power within him that was completely different from the devil fruit. Armament hockey. There is a slight similarity to observation hockey at the root, but the majority is entirely different. As Roz focused his mind, an invisible aura was unleashed from his body, surrounding him. The skills activated by the talent system are always genuine. The armament hockey that surrounded his body was manipulated with ease, without any sense of stagnation. This is armament hockey, Roz murmured as he controlled the aura that surrounded his body, his gaze flickering slightly as he concentrated his thoughts on his arm, channeling the armament hockey to converge. Buzz. The converging armament hockey formed a strong aura that wrapped around Roz's arm, and under his control, it was compressed and condensed. However, just as it was about to solidify into a black form, it suddenly shattered and dispersed back into an ethereal state. Roz attempted this twice in a row, and both attempts failed. He could not achieve armament solidification. As for the reason for the failure, he quickly realized it. The strength was insufficient. Sensing the armament hockey surrounding him, Roz couldn't help but shake his head. On the one hand, his armament hockey was too weak, and, on the other hand, his physical ability was not strong enough. Although his physique was already quite extraordinary compared to the average person, it was still a bit short of achieving armament solidification. Being able to activate armament hockey is merely the entry point. To cultivate it to the point of solidification is to truly master this hockey. After a moment of contemplation, Roz decided to abandon the idea of putting proficiency points into armament hockey. There is still at least a month before officially stepping onto the Grand Line. After activating the armament hockey, further training would not require any specific method. Even if he couldn't reach the solidification standard in a month, he could still make some progress. As long as he possessed a certain level of armament hockey, even if he couldn't achieve solidification, he would not be completely helpless against Logia-type Devil Fruit users. For him, the Distortion Fruit remains his main development direction. In terms of hockey, he only needs to be able to counter the elementalization ability, which is akin to a bug. After all, one cannot become fat in one bite. It is unrealistic to elevate all abilities to their peak simultaneously. Roz planned to keep the remaining one free talent point in reserve, as activating Distorted Gravity when the Distortion Fruit reaches 300 proficiency would definitely require free talent points. As for the remaining 110 points of talent proficiency, Roz looked at the branches of the Distortion Fruit, and instead of adding them gradually, he focused his mind and allocated all 45 points of talent proficiency at once. A flash of light occurred, and the proficiency of the Distortion Fruit increased to 260 points. At the same time, a wave of heat surged suddenly within Roz's body, rapidly enhancing the power of distortion, and within a few seconds, the power of distortion had increased significantly. Roz closed his eyes, quietly feeling the heat within him and the greatly enhanced power of distortion. When the heat subsided, he opened his eyes and clenched his fists. Previously, the range of his Distortion Fruit power was roughly a circle with a radius of about 30 meters centered on himself. After expending 45 points of proficiency, the range of the Distortion Fruit had nearly increased to 50 meters. Roz could clearly feel that his power could easily cover the entire ship and even extend outward. Even the seawater beneath the ship was still affected. Whitebeard's Tremor Fruit can trigger sea quakes, and the Distortion Fruit can certainly do similar things. But the range of the Distortion Fruit is always slightly smaller than that of the Tremor Fruit. His body could still bear it. Sensing his own changes, Roz murmured to himself. The surge in power of distortion naturally increased the burden on his physical ability. But since Roz's physical ability had always been ahead of the Devil Fruit, after this explosive increase, his physical ability and the power of the Distortion Fruit barely reached a balance. After a slight hesitation, Roz allocated 20 points of talent proficiency to physical enhancement, and then distributed 30 points of talent proficiency to the Distortion Fruit. Buzz. After the allocation of talent proficiency, Roz's body underwent slight changes again, and the range of the Distortion Fruit reached nearly 70 meters. Indeed, as proficiency increased, the enhancement of the fruit's power becomes greater, whereas the enhancement of physical ability actually became smaller. Roz felt the changes within him, and his gaze flickered. This divergence also meant that he needed to allocate a large amount of talent proficiency to physical enhancement, while further exercising his body to adapt to the enhanced fruit power. Originally intending to allocate all the way to 300 for the power of distortion, he found that hitting 290 had already exceeded the limit. So Roz ultimately allocated the remaining 15 points of proficiency to physical enhancement. Activate the distortion power of gravity, consuming more than one free talent point. Even if the distortion power is forcibly raised to 300, it cannot activate distortion gravity in a short time. In this case, it is better to balance the enhancement of physical abilities and fruit powers, which will also benefit the training of armament hockey. After distributing 110 points of talent proficiency, Roz's talent panel changed again. Firearms shooting, 50 melee combat, 100 distortion fruit, 290 marine 6-style shave, 0 marine 6-styles, paper drawing, 0 marine 6-styles, moonwalk, 0 observation hockey, 0 armament hockey, 0 the distortion fruit is just 10 proficiency points away from its second branch. While all marine 6-styles are at 0, Perhaps after the proficiency of physical enhancement and agility enhancement reaches the limit of 500 points. Roz will allocate the surplus proficiency to shave and moonwalk. Agility enhancement, 100 advanced enhancement, physical enhancement, 235 top enhancement. The changes in the universal category are not significant. The power of the distortion fruit has more than doubled. Originally, physical abilities were stronger than fruit abilities, but now it has reversed. Roz shook his head helplessly. Even if he added 15 points of proficiency back to physical enhancement, it still couldn't keep up with the explosive growth of distortion power. Of course, there are benefits to this, which is that in a full burst, the distortion power will reach a terrifying level. The Marine Rear Admiral Ghost Spider, who once suppressed him with strength, would not be able to resist Roz's current burst of distortion power. I wonder how far my current strength is compared to those vice admirals at headquarters. A hint of contemplation appeared in Roz's eyes. There is a significant rank gap between the vice admirals and rear admirals at headquarters. It is generally difficult for a vice admiral to be directly promoted to a rear admiral. Most vice admirals need to be assigned to branch bases for a period as branch rear admirals, and after achieving some military merits, they may have the chance to return to headquarters. Ignoring his own bearing capacity, in a state of overburdened burst, he should be able to compete with the weaker rear admirals at headquarters, but against those top rear admirals, he would mostly not be a match. After pondering the strength situation of Ghost Spider, Roz roughly assessed the level he is currently at before entering the Grand Line. Possessing strength that exceeds that of a vice admiral and being able to cope with regular rear admirals is quite rare in the entire sea. Next, continue to strengthen physical abilities and armament hockey. After retracting his thoughts, Roz quickly set a short-term training route for himself. Since the fruit ability is too powerful and brings a certain burden, he will focus on physical training. Coincidentally, the training of armament hockey also requires strong physical abilities as support. He still needs to use the maximum weight, then double the number of push-ups and squats. One set of 1,000, 2 sets at a time. After simply setting the training plan, Roz went to a large pile of weights, picked out the heaviest one, put it on, and began his training. Half a month passed quickly. Because Lafitte was in charge of navigation, Roz had more free time. He allocated part of this free time to training and the other part to rest and relaxation. Robin's fruit ability was used for massages, and the effect was exceptionally good. Although this somewhat led Robin in a strange direction, Roz originally did not intend for her to become a fighter. It would be too beautiful to see her as a muscular girl, which would give him a headache. Not far from the Ghost Shadow, on the sunny sea surface, a pirate ship was slowly sailing. This ship did not have the usual harsh and fierce atmosphere of pirate ships. Instead, it was quite relaxed. The people on board seemed not to care whether they would encounter merchant ships or the Navy, all appearing as if they were on vacation, drinking and eating meat. Of course, if a Navy warship were here and saw this pirate ship, it would undoubtedly turn and run. Because the pirate flag hanging from the sails of this ship was enough to intimidate the entire sea. How does it feel to return to your hometown? Beckman, smoking a cigarette, came to stand next to Shanks, who was at the front of the deck. Shanks, dressed in a cloak and slippers, stood there relaxed, gazing at the boundless sea ahead and smiled. Not bad. It's been almost 20 years. Looking at the sea, Shanks couldn't help but murmur, recalling when he boarded Roger's ship as an apprentice long ago, to when Roger became the Pirate King 13 years ago, and then to when Roger initiated the Great Pirate Era 11 years ago. Nearly 20 years have passed. Among all of Roger's crew, only he received the captain's straw hat, and he indeed did not disappoint Roger's former crew. After Roger initiated the Great Pirate Era, he became one of the 4 emperors who roamed the Grand Line and ruled the New World in just 11 years. Of course, there is still quite a gap compared to Roger, who conquered the entire Grand Line in just a few years and stood at the peak among countless pirates. I'll go back to my hometown for a round, then head to the EC and take a look there. Shanks gently touched the straw hat on his head. Beckman smiled and said, "Hey, you suddenly came to the West Sea without a word, and then you want to go to the EC. The Navy and government are probably going to be in a mess. Let them be in a mess." Shanks smiled slightly, not caring. If the government and Navy want to deal with them, they must at least send out 3 or more top combat powers. Otherwise, they can't do anything to them. The government wouldn't casually provoke a world-class war. Beckman had already considered all these matters comprehensively before taking action. Just as Shanks was enjoying the sea breeze, a lookout on the ship suddenly shouted at him, "Captain, there's a pirate ship over there." On the Ghost Shadow, Lafitte was standing at the lookout position at the top of the mast, one hand holding onto the wooden railing, his body leaning outward, while the other hand held a telescope looking into the distance. He had discovered a shadow on the sea surface far away long ago and could vaguely tell it was a ship. But he wasn't sure what kind of ship it was. As the two ships continued to approach, the shadow gradually became clearer. That flag is. Upon seeing the flag on that ship, Lafitte's expression changed slightly, and the usually enigmatic gentleman rarely showed an extremely serious expression. Whoosh! After assessing again, he leaped from the mast and landed on the deck below, shouting to Robin, "Call the captain up. That ship is the red-haired pirates." The red-haired pirates? Robin's expression also changed. She had initially thought it would be a merchant ship or an ordinary pirate ship, but she didn't expect it to be the terrifying red-haired pirates. Even the Grand Line. Soon, Robin found Roz in the training room, and upon hearing about encountering the red-haired pirates, Roz also paused for a moment before his expression turned serious as he went up to the deck. Taking the long telescope from Lafitte, he carefully looked at the approaching ship in the distance and said thoughtfully, "Indeed, it is the red-haired pirates." Calculating the time, it is already August of the 11th year of the Great Pirate Era. According to the normal storyline, Shanks arrived at Windmill Village in the East Blue around this time and stayed there for about a year. "Captain, should we avoid them?" Lafitte suggested from his side. Although he had high hopes for Roz and boarded Roz's ship, he wasn't an idiot. At this point in time, confronting the already world-renowned red-haired pirates was undoubtedly a suicidal act. After putting down the telescope, Roz looked towards the direction of the red-haired pirate ship again and calmly said, "No need to panic. Looking at the course, we won't collide head-on. At most, we'll pass each other closely. That's still very dangerous," Lafitte said with some concern. Roz stood at the bow of the ship, not intending to take a long detour to avoid them. If they were facing the Beast Pirates or the Big Mom Pirates, he might consider avoiding them for the time being. But there was no need to do so with the red-haired pirates. Speaking of which, the four emperors were also his targets, but that was the ultimate goal. Encountering the red-haired pirates at this point in time was indeed a bit too early. Roz gazed at the approaching red-haired pirate ship, murmuring to himself. As the red-haired pirate's ship drew closer, Robin couldn't help but show a hint of tension. Very few people could make her nervous. However, one Marine Admiral, Akainu, still left her feeling fearful. The red-haired pirates were a group that even Marine Admirals wouldn't easily provoke. As the distance between the two ships gradually decreased, the courses of both ships became very clear. They were indeed not on a collision course, but rather two parallel lines that would pass within about 30 to 40 meters of each other. Robin and Lafitte were somewhat tense, while Roz remained calm, as if it were just an ordinary merchant ship. 100 meters, 90 meters. As the distance continued to close, the people and structures on both ships gradually became clearer. Roz could clearly see the figure standing at the bow of the red-haired pirate ship. One of them, wearing a black cloak and a yellow straw hat, was none other than Shanks, the four emperors of the New World. 40 meters, 30 meters. When the distance between the two ships reached 30 meters, it stopped decreasing. At this distance, Roz and Shanks stood at the bow, facing each other, almost able to see the expressions on each other's faces. This distance did not remain static, but instead increased with the passage of time, becoming 40 meters, 50 meters, until the two ships completely passed each other without any incident. After the hull of the red-haired pirate's ship completely passed parallel to the ghost shadow, Lafitte and Robin both let out a sigh of relief, exchanging glances and finding that both of their foreheads were dotted with fine beads of sweat. Only Roz maintained his calm demeanor, showing no expression on his face. "It's all right now." Continuing forward, heading towards Byro's town, Roz turned around, speaking in a light tone as he walked into the cabin and disappeared from sight. On the other side, on the ship of the red-haired pirates, many crew members were still drinking and eating meat. Most of them didn't even know they had passed by the ghost shadow. Even those who were aware didn't pay much attention, continuing to laugh and drink. Only Shanks, standing at the bow and facing Roz until the ship completely passed, came back to his senses and revealed a hint of unusual expression in his eyes. "That person just now. What's wrong?" Beckman turned to look at Shanks and asked, "Should we stop them?" "No need." Shanks shook his head, his gaze flickering slightly as he said, "It's just..." The look in that person's eyes felt unusual. "I have a feeling we'll meet again." "Is that so?" Beckman took a puff of his cigarette and smiled. It's hard to say anything about premonitions, but he didn't expect to encounter someone who could give Shanks a premonition in the West Sea. That guy just now should be Roz from the West Sea, whom he had seen once in a newspaper. Judging by their course, they were likely heading to the Grand Line. It won't be that easy to see us again. This was just a chance encounter. For pirates, wanting to meet them again is no small feat. Just conquering the first half of the Grand Line has caused countless people to perish. Shanks's premonition might just be a premonition. After passing by the red-haired pirates, the ghost shadow returned to calm. Lafitte continued to steer the ship. Robin kept reading her book, occasionally directing the deckhands to do some cleaning or assisting Lafitte with the sails, while Roz returned to the training room to continue his physical training and practice armament hockey. Armament. Standing in front of a hard steel wall, Roz extended his fist, silently chanting in his heart while controlling his armament hockey to gather at his fist. Compared to more than half a month ago, his armament hockey had increased significantly. It continuously gathered and solidified, changing from surrounding to adhering, becoming denser, but he still couldn't form the black hardening. Still not enough. Roz shook his head and suddenly punched the iron wall. Boom! Even if he couldn't reach the level of armament hardening and could only achieve armament surrounding, there was still a considerable enhancement in his attack. His punch, without using the distortion power, still made a loud bang, leaving a fist imprint on the thick iron wall. Very good. If I continue to improve at this rate, after another half month, I should be able to gradually touch the level of armament hardening. A little over half a month later, just as Roz finally touched the edge of armament hardening for the first time, the ghost shadow arrived at Byro's town, the island closest to Reverse Mountain in the West Sea, also known as the starting island of the West Sea. Just one execution of the Pirate King away from Logtown in the East Sea. Although pirates often land here, the arrival of the ghost shadow still caused a stir at the dock. As the #1 pirate in the West Sea, the name of the Ghost Hand Pirates was already well known here. First, replenish enough fresh water and food. After the ship docked, Roz stood on the deck and called out to Lafitte and Robin, saying, "Also, we need to get a log pose. That's a necessary item for the Grand Line." Understood, Captain. Lafitte waved the red cane in his hand and walked down the gangway with a smile, saying, "As the navigator, I'll take care of the log pose." No matter how talented Lafitte was, even able to become a cadre of the Blackbeard pirates, he was still just a native of the West Sea who had never set foot in the Grand Line. He didn't know much about log poses, but with Roz around, they wouldn't set sail for the Grand Line unprepared. Go ahead. Roz nodded, assigning the log pose task to Lafitte. Robin smiled slightly and also walked towards the gangway, saying, "I'll take care of the fresh water and food procurement." The two crew members took on their respective tasks, and Roz found that he seemed to have nothing to do. He had no interest in wandering around on land, so he stayed on the Ghost Shadow, waiting for the two to complete their tasks. Meanwhile, the news of the Ghost Hand pirate crew arriving at Belrose Town quickly spread to the naval base station there. Bang! The highest commander of the base, Navy Colonel Uchimura, slammed his hand on the table, making a loud noise, and stood up abruptly, saying, "The Ghost Hand pirate crew is here?" Yes. Their ship was spotted at the port. The Navy major, standing in front of Uchimura, was sweating profusely and nervously asked, "Colonel, what should we do? Should we surround them?" Uchimura also had a serious and tense expression, gravely shaking his head, saying, "No, I need to report to headquarters first." As the base commander stationed in Belrose Town, his strength was not something an ordinary West Sea colonel could compare to, and the next step would not be a promotion to base rear admiral, but rather a transfer to the naval headquarters to serve as a colonel. However, even so, facing the Ghost Hand pirate crew, which had already defeated and sunk the West Sea fleet led by Rear Admiral Ghost Spider, he still had no confidence of victory in the event of a conflict. Soon, the intelligence was relayed from Uchimura to the office in the naval headquarters responsible for the West Sea, and the atmosphere in the entire office was oppressive. Everyone working in this office were Rear Admirals, and Ghost Spider had previously been a member of this office, and he was the most outstanding among them. No one expected him to fall in such a place like the West Sea. From initially disregarding Roz, the former pirate hunter turned pirate, to the entire office being thrown into chaos. Now mentioning the name of the Ghost Hand pirate crew made the office solemn. Dowdman quickly arrived at the office. Ever since the West Sea fleet led by Ghost Spider was defeated, he personally took charge of all matters regarding Roz and the Ghost Hand. Belrose Town. It seems we are finally stepping into the Grand Line. Listening to the tense voice coming from the transponder snail, Dowdman pondered for a moment before saying, "Colonel Uchimura, hold your position for now and do not engage with the Ghost Hand pirate crew." "Ah, yes." Uchimura was slightly taken aback by Dowdman's order, but immediately responded. Almost any pirate that appeared in Belrose Town would be hunted down by the Navy he led, and at least 3 or 4 out of 10 pirate crews will be defeated by him in Belrose Town. But this was the first time he was instructed to hold back against a pirate crew. He knew that with the Navy's deployment in Belrose Town, they could deal with pirates with bounties of 30 to 50 million, but it was indeed far from enough to handle the Ghost Hand pirate crew. "Since you want to come to the Grand Line, then let you in. I will be waiting for you in the Grand Line." The Grand Line is not like the West Sea, where you can act recklessly. Dowdman hung up the transponder snail with a deep gaze. He was not afraid of Roz coming to the Grand Line. He was afraid that Roz would not come. Staying in the West Sea, it would indeed be very difficult to deal with him. Any base in the West Sea did not have the strength to eliminate the Ghost Hand pirate crew, and reallocating manpower from the headquarters or the Grand Line was not something that could be done with just a word. It was exceptionally troublesome. However, stepping into the Grand Line was different. Once they entered the Grand Line, they would officially be in an area heavily guarded by the Navy. The military deployment on the Grand Line was far beyond what the West Sea could compare to, and the highest commanders of each base were all rear admirals with more experience than Ghost Spider. Additionally, there were numerous pirate crews whose names were even more notorious than the Ghost Hand pirate crew. Perhaps Roz would not even reach the jurisdiction of the Navy's bases before being eliminated by the sea. Notify the nearest naval bases to reverse mount and to keep a close watch on all pirates entering the Grand Line. Once the Ghost Hand pirate crew is spotted, launch an immediate attack and ensure they are swiftly eliminated. Dowdman did not intend to give Roz any opportunity for growth. Yes, many Navy majors responded and quickly dialed the transponder snails of various base stations to relay Dowdman's orders, their expressions gradually relaxing from seriousness. First, once Roz reached the Grand Line, he would no longer fall under their jurisdiction. Secondly, the powerful military deployment on the Grand Line had already suppressed countless pirates with bounties exceeding 1 or 200 million. A mere Ghost Hand pirate crew, which could not be dealt with in the West Sea, would just be a small ripple on the Grand Line. Belrose Town. Naturally, Roz was unaware of the Navy's actions, and even if he were, he wouldn't care. The Navy was waiting, and he was also waiting for the encounter on the Grand Line. Those pirates with bounties of 100 million, 200 million, or 300 million, even the 7 warlords of the sea. To Roz, they were like a hunter stepping into a hunting ground, looking at those prey from afar with a grin. Those existences would be the stepping stones for him to climb to the pinnacle of this world. From the moment he stepped into the Grand Line, the day when those high-ranking Navy officials who considered him an insignificant character and ordered his elimination would come closer. The first to return was Robin, who brought a team of laborers, including the workers from the Ghost Shadow, to transport fresh water and food, continuously filling the cargo hold of the Ghost Shadow. Passing by the base, she checked and found that all the Navy personnel inside had already gathered. They might come looking for trouble with us. Standing next to Roz, overseeing the many laborers and workers transporting food and fresh water, Robin glanced at the naval base towering in the center of the town and chuckled lightly. Roz sat on the railing of the Ghost Shadow's deck, not lifting his head as he said, "Let them come. It's already fortunate for them that we haven't caused trouble for them." Robin smiled slightly, resting her chin on her hand, and said, "The Navy here probably wouldn't dare to cause trouble. But the news of our arrival here has surely reached the naval headquarters. There will likely be heavy Navy forces waiting for us on the Grand Line." She understood that the Navy here posed no threat to Roz. She only reminded him considering the Navy's arrangement on the Grand Line. However, Roz was not someone who could not understand her reminder. He turned to look at Robin, playfully extending his finger to lightly hook her chin, saying, "I'm not so clueless. If the Navy wants to arrange something, let them take their time." After being teased by Roz, Robin showed no signs of blushing. Instead, she smiled and tilted her head to stare at Roz, and she locked eyes for a few seconds before naturally looking away, gazing at the distant sea, saying, "It's already the end of November in the 11th year of the Great Pirate Era." If he remembered correctly, Robin was 17 this year. Her birthday should be February 6th, which means in another 2.5 months, she would be able to shed the title of Lowly. Robin felt that Roz's words had a deeper meaning, possibly with a latter part that he didn't say. But since Roz didn't elaborate, she was left puzzled. Half an hour later, Lafitte returned to the ship and came before Roz, waving his wrist, and pulled out something resembling a watch from who knows where. But instead of a dial in the center, there was a sphere and a pointer. "Is this it, Captain?" Roz took the item from Lafitte, observed it briefly, and nodded, saying, "That's right, this is what replaces maps and compasses on the Grand Line." Roz handed the log pose back to Lafitte for him to keep. Half a day later, food and fresh water filled the storage room of the Ghost Shadow, and at the command of Rhodes, the Ghost Shadow untied its ropes and set sail, leaving Barrows Town and heading straight for Reverse Mountain. As the Ghost Shadow departed from Barrows Town, the Navy in Barrows Town immediately reported the situation to the naval headquarters. However, none of this concerned Rhodes for the moment. As the Ghost Shadow gradually approached the Grand Line, the weather and sea currents began to become unpredictable, and the waves grew more turbulent, with dark currents swirling beneath the surface. Rhodes came to the deck to monitor the ship's course alongside Lafitte. Under their control, the Ghost Shadow did not deviate from its course into a calm zone, but instead sailed steadily toward Reverse Mountain. The Grand Line and the Red Continent divided this planet into 4 seas, with ocean currents converging at certain points, ultimately flowing into the Grand Line. And that point was Reverse Mountain. With his memory, Rhodes remained calm about the changes in the currents. Although this was the West Sea, not the East Sea that Luffy and others traversed in the original story, it was merely a mirror difference. As they spoke, a magnificent red land appeared through the mist ahead, extending to the horizon. It was the Red Continent. Robin stood on the deck, gazing at the Red Continent, exclaiming, "What a spectacular sight! That is the Red Continent." Lafitte wore a strange smile, but his restless eyes revealed that his heart was also tumultuous like the waves. Even Rhodes, looking at the magnificent and grand Red Continent that divided the world from a distance, felt a surge of emotions. Seeing it with his own eyes was indeed different from memories. While gazing at the Red Continent, Rhodes also glanced toward the parallel direction of the Grand Line. Reverse Mountain was the starting point, the beginning of the first half of the Grand Line, as well as the end of the second half, where the final island, Raftel, was likely hidden in that mist. However, without the guidance of historical markers, even if they directly entered the second half of the Grand Line from the calm zone, they would not be able to find Raftel and could only flounder about like headless flies. Rhodes only glanced at it before withdrawing his gaze. As he was not particularly interested in Raftel or the so-called One Piece, he was merely a bit curious about what it actually was. With the Ghost Shadow gradually approaching Reverse Mountain, the currents became even more turbulent, propelling the entire ship forcefully toward the Red Continent. Yet, under the control of Rhodes and Lafitte, the Ghost Shadow safely navigated into the canal of reverse currents, climbing all the way to the peak of Reverse Mountain and ultimately rushing into the Grand Line. At the same time, in front of the Gemini Canyon Lighthouse on Reverse Mountain, an old man sitting there reading a newspaper and soaking up the sun turned to look in the direction of the canal. He was Colokas, the keeper of the Gemini Canyon Lighthouse, and also the ship's doctor on the Pirate King Roger's ship. Another newcomer has stepped into the Grand Line. I wonder how far this batch will go. Colokas put down his newspaper and briefly focused his gaze on the Ghost Shadow as it descended from Reverse Mountain into the distance. He often read newspapers from the 4 seas and had some impression of the Ghost Hand Pirates, but it was merely a slight impression. This was the starting point of the Grand Line, and countless pirates had surged in over the past 11 years. However, very few managed to make a name for themselves on the Grand Line. Perhaps the Ghost Hand Pirates were just another insignificant ripple among many. Therefore, after a few glances, Colokas withdrew his gaze. Days later, news of the Ghost Hand Pirates leaving the West Sea and entering the Grand Line spread throughout the West Sea, causing countless pirates and Navy personnel to breathe a sigh of relief while their attention focused on the Grand Line. Known as the Graveyard of Pirates, the Grand Line had silently consumed many of the great pirates ruling the West Sea over the past decade, including those with bounties exceeding 70 or 80 million. Now, the Ghost Hand Pirates had also entered the Grand Line. Whether they would become just another small ripple, fading into obscurity, or rise like a storm sweeping through the Grand Line, remained uncertain in everyone's hearts. In the midst of a storm, massive waves lifted the Ghost Shadow up and down, making it difficult to maintain a stable course. How far is it to the first island? Under the direction of Navigator Lafitte, Robin used her abilities to constantly adjust the sails, barely controlling the ship's direction in the storm, while many crew members struggled to keep things steady. Lafitte stood there with a serious expression, looking at the log pose on his wrist, saying it's hard to tell. This is my first time entering the Grand Line, and I didn't expect the weather and currents here to be so troublesome. We've already deviated from our planned course. It's fine. Rhodes, who had come out from the cabin at some point, stood steadily on the Ghost Shadow, which was rising and falling with the waves, and said, "As long as we sail according to the direction of the log pose, we will definitely reach some island." Rhodes was not sure which island they would reach. There were at least 6 or 7 routes on the Grand Line, and this was likely not the route taken by the Straw Hat crew. Suddenly, a wave about 20 meters high emerged from the mist ahead, crashing down toward the Ghost Shadow. "Watch out!" Lafitte's face changed, and Robin was also alarmed. As a devil fruit user, such a wave was very unfriendly to her, and she had no way to stop it. In that critical moment, Rhodes drew the famous sword Haranaka, enveloped it in haki, and swung it against the wave with great force. With sheer strength, Rhodes unleashed a sword wave that rivaled the power of the storm kick released by the Ghost Spider, cleaving the nearly 20-meter-high wave in half, allowing the Ghost Shadow to pass through the middle of the wave unharmed. When one's strength reached a certain level, The bizarre weather on the Grand Line could hardly impede the steps of true power. Those who were overwhelmed by the weather were mostly just ordinary small pirate crews. Wow, the captain's swordsmanship is quite extraordinary. Lafitte's eyes flickered slightly, and he expressed respect and admiration for Rhodes at the right moment. Rhodes stood with his hands behind his back, calmly observing, feeling quite satisfied with Lafitte as a navigator. After the ghost shadow passed the wave, the scene changed instantly, revealing two different shadows in the mist, one of which was clearly a pirate ship, while the other exuded a chilling aura, revealing itself to be a massive block of ice nearly 100 meters wide. Seeing the pirate ship on the left and the huge block of ice on the right, Robin immediately reported to Rhodes. At that moment, the dark currents beneath the sea suddenly surged violently, and the ghost shadow was abruptly swept toward the massive block of ice. Not far away, a group of pirates on an unnamed pirate ship, upon Robin's discovery of them, naturally also noticed the ghost shadow's presence. Compared to the ghost shadow, they appeared much more disheveled in the storm. Their sails seemed to be riddled with numerous holes from the hail. "Boss, there's a ship over there. It's a pirate ship." The pirate captain listened to his subordinate's report, gazing into the distance at the direction of the ghost shadow ship with a frown. The ship was severely damaged, and he was not keen on engaging in conflict with other pirate ships in such stormy weather. Just as he was about to give the order to change course and avoid the ghost shadow, he suddenly saw the ghost shadow being swept away by an undercurrent, hurtling towards a massive iceberg in the distance, accelerating uncontrollably. Don't panic. Be careful of the undercurrent. Stabilize the ship first. The pirate captain observed the scene. His eyes, flickering before a slight smile, appeared on his lips. If the other ship crashed head-on into the massive iceberg and was smashed to pieces, it would be a boon they couldn't ignore. Rather than saying the ghost shadow was heading towards the iceberg, it would be more accurate to say the iceberg was heading towards the ghost shadow. It looked like the iceberg would crush the ghost shadow and then pass by their ship. However, before the ghost shadow could collide with the iceberg, a figure suddenly leaped from the ghost shadow, soaring into the stormy sky, and under the astonished gazes of many, landed on the massive iceberg. Someone jumped off the ship. The guy can actually fly? Am I seeing things? Many pirates on the unnamed pirate ship gazed at the direction of the ghost shadow, and upon seeing this scene, they all displayed looks of shock and disbelief. And in the next moment, Roz's figure had already landed on the massive iceberg. Crack! The moment Roz landed, the massive iceberg cracked under the force of distortion, spreading fissures from the center where Roz stood in all directions. Boom! Finally, with a loud explosion, the nearly 100-meter-wide iceberg shattered violently in the storm, turning into countless small ice fragments that shot out in all directions. The ghost shadow, which was about to collide with the iceberg, easily rolled over the shattered ice fragments and stabilized its hull. On the unnamed pirate ship, many pirates, including the captain, were left with their jaws dropped at this scene, and many wore expressions of disbelief. That iceberg shattered. Am I dreaming? The pirate captain swallowed hard as he watched the scene. He was also an extraordinary pirate in the North Sea, with a bounty of 13 million berries. But witnessing someone soar into the air during a storm and shatter an iceberg as if it were nothing still frightened him. When he noticed that the ghost shadow seemed to have turned its bow towards his ship, a shiver ran down his spine, and terror appeared in his eyes. Quick! Change direction! Splash! The undercurrent surged again, wrapping around his ship and swiftly carrying it away, gradually distancing it from the ghost shadow. Watching the ghost shadow disappear into the mist, the pirate captain wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, still bearing a hint of fear on his face, while the pirates under his command exchanged glances of relief. I think we should head back to the North Sea. Everyone nodded in agreement. After shattering the iceberg and returning to the deck, Roz watched as the unnamed pirate ship was swept away by the undercurrent, quickly disappearing into the mist, and then retracted his gaze. For such an unnamed pirate crew lingering in the initial area of the Grand Line, Roz felt like a high-level warrior returning to a novice village, having no interest in the novice village's chickens. The experience gained was negligible, and perhaps a tiny bit of gold might drop. Stabilize the course and continue forward. Roz looked up at the gradually clearing sky. The change in direction earlier wasn't aimed at that pirate ship, but rather the direction the log pose was pointing. Lafitte bowed and replied, "Understood, Captain." Amid the chaotic weather of alternating sunshine, storms, and even snow, the ghost shadow sailed through the most tumultuous sea area and reached the first island on a route in the first half of the Grand Line. Pluton Town. This was the first island on a certain route of the Grand Line where Roz was located. The town was not chaotic, but orderly, and the arrival of the ghost shadow at the port did not cause any commotion, as if many people were used to it. This is the Grand Line. It doesn't seem particularly extraordinary. Entering the town, Lafitte twirled his red cane, surveying his surroundings. Perhaps, Roz said calmly, uninterested in whether this island was extraordinary or ordinary. The log pose needs to remain on the island for a while to store magnetic power to point to the next island. So we need to stay here for a few days. Lafitte looked at the log pose on his wrist, noting that the pointer was fixed and constantly vibrating, and said, "Understood. I will report immediately when a magnetic power is full." Roz nodded and said, "From now on, you're all free to act." Lafitte spun his cane with one hand and adjusted his hat with the other, saying I really want to explore the islands of the Grand Line. Robin nodded and said, "I'm also interested in the history of this island." The three of them briefly split up in the town, with Robin going to explore the island's history, while Lafitte sought out things he found interesting. As for Roz, he casually found a noodle shop and ordered a bowl of Ichiraka ramen. At the port dock, in a dark room, a person pushed the door open and walked in, turning on the lights to illuminate a messy hall, clapping his hands and shouting, "Guys, we have prey." The room was filled with the smell of alcohol, and many people were sprawled out haphazardly, mixed in with a few fairly attractive dancers, creating a chaotic scene. Hearing the noise, someone rubbed their head and opened their sleepy eyes, saying, "Oh, it's Walding. What prey made you rush over like this? I haven't woken up yet. Last night." Stop. This prey is not ordinary." Walding made a stop gesture and yelled at the people lying in the room again. After waking everyone up, he took out a bounty notice and slapped it down on the table in front of them. The amount on the bounty notice was a staggering 92 million berries, and the photo and name printed on it were undoubtedly Ghost HandRoz's. The people present were members of a pirate hunter gang that had gathered here, having taken down countless rookie pirate crews that ventured into the Grand Line, collecting bounties by taking their heads. 92 million berries. Am I seeing this wrong? The previously drowsy crowd widened their eyes in unison upon seeing the bounty notice and jumped up. The highest bounty they usually hunted was only over 30 million berries. A pirate with a bounty of 92 million berries would never appear on this island, completely beyond their hunting range. "Hey, Walding, are you planning to go to death? A pirate with a bounty of 92 million berries is going to be very difficult for us to handle." Someone stared at the bounty notice for a moment and spoke in a deep voice. Hearing this, Walding immediately grinned and said, "It's not what you think. This guy didn't come down from above, but rather is a newcomer who came up from below. Coming down from above refers to sailing from some island in the Grand Line, while coming up from below naturally refers to newcomers just arriving from the four seas." The few people present exchanged glances, all showing disbelief. A newcomer from the four seas with a bounty of 92 million berries? What a joke. They've been pirate hunters for so long, yet they've never even heard of a newcomer from the four seas with such a high bounty. "I didn't believe it at first either," Walding said with a grin. "I saw their pirate flag at the dock just now and specifically checked it out. Turns out this guy really is a newcomer, a pirate from the West Sea, calling himself the Ghost Hand Pirates. If he were someone from the Grand Line with a bounty of 92 million berries, he wouldn't dare to provoke anyone, but someone from the four seas is different. The bounty doesn't represent absolute strength, but rather the world government's assessment of a pirate's threat level. A bounty of 50 million berries in the four seas may not necessarily be stronger than a pirate with a bounty of 30 million berries in the Grand Line, because the threat levels are completely different. Is that so?" Hearing Walding's firm tone, many people, although still somewhat skeptical, began to show thoughtful expressions. Some pondered for a moment and couldn't help but say, "But a bounty of 92 million berries is still a bit exaggerated. Even if they're from the West Sea, it will be hard to deal with them." "Not necessarily." Walding chuckled as he placed another bounty notice on the table and said, "Look at this woman, also a crew member of the Ghost Hand Pirates, with a bounty of 79 million berries. I checked, and it said she's the Devil's Child from O'Hara. It's clear the government intentionally inflated the bounty to cover something up." Hiss. Seeing another high bounty notice slammed onto the table, the people present were momentarily stunned, and then they began to breathe a little faster. 92 million plus 79 million. It adds up to over 170 million berries. The pirates they've hunted over the past year, combined, might not even amount to that much money. Let me tell you another thing. That woman Aileen is probably eyeing them too, and Kebelo, Bart, and the others won't let them go either. If we delay, such a large bounty might just slip away right from under our noses. There was once a pirate with a bounty of over 60 million who came to the island, and we hesitated and didn't go after him. As a result, that guy was a common criminal who had been slaughtering civilians in the South Sea, and his actual strength was quite average. After Aileen and her crew captured him, Only 2 of them sustained minor injuries. When they heard that Eileen and other pirate hunter groups had already set their sights on the 92 million bounty, the eyes of the people present finally turned red. After exchanging glances, they all slammed their hands on the table and stood up. Let us do it. Damn it. We absolutely can't let that woman Eileen get ahead this time. Over 170 million berries in bounty. Killing this crew and splitting even a penny would be enough for me to live comfortably for several years. At the same time, several other pirate hunter groups residing in the town also stood up almost simultaneously, their eyes revealing greed and excitement, as if they were sharks sensing blood, gathering in groups. An invisible storm was brewing in the small town. The history of this island had already been nearly destroyed in the flames of war. Robin walked along the edge of Pluton Town, surveying the small town before shaking her head. After all, this was one of the starting islands of the Grand Line, so there must be pirates frequently appearing here. Unless there are indestructible things like historical stone tablets, no history will remain. After exploring the town, she returned along the same path and encountered Lafitte on her way back. It seems you also plan to return, Miss Robin. However, some guys on this island seem to be less than friendly towards us, Lafitte said, leaning on his red cane and smiling at Robin with meaning. Robin calmly replied, yes, I've already noticed, so it's best to return to the captain quickly. As an intelligence officer, she naturally had long sensed the prying eyes watching them. However, she didn't take action but continued to fulfill her duties as an intelligence officer. Unless faced with a situation where she had to act, she would report the information to Roz first. Lafitte still wore an inscrutable expression, smiling and nodding at Robin. Whether it was Robin or Roz, or even Lafitte, their emotions and thoughts were always difficult to decipher. It's just that the former two were mostly calm, while Lafitte maintained an eerie demeanor. Soon, Robin and Lafitte found Roz at the dock, where he was supervising a group of laborers transporting fresh water and food onto the ship. The cargo hold of the Ghost Shadow was large enough, and with the supplies filled, it could support them for several months. They had used less than half of it since arriving from Bellows, but fresh water and food were never too much, so they aimed to replenish them as much as possible at every island they reached. Among the supplies procured was a portion of noodles from a noodle shop. The noodles there tasted quite good, and Roz thought Robin could learn how to make them to serve him in the future. Captain, I have some news to report, Lafitte said, waving his red cane as he approached Roz. It seems there are many pirate hunters on this island, and we've already been targeted. So it's pirate hunters. Roz nodded. He had long noticed someone watching him in the shadows, but he didn't know whether they were pirates or scouts from the Navy. And he hadn't paid much attention. I understand, don't worry about it. Seeing that Roz wasn't too concerned, Lafitte twirled his cane and smiled eerily. I hope these poor pirate hunters don't come looking for trouble. Otherwise, they'll be in big trouble. However, for the numerous pirate hunters gathering in Pluton Town, a high bounty like Roz's, especially as a newcomer just stepping onto the Grand Line from the West Sea, was like a tender, fresh fish laid out on a chopping board, and they certainly wouldn't let it slip away easily. Just when the fresh water and food were nearly replenished, a group of about 10 pirate hunters approached menacingly from the west side of the dock. The leader of this group was a woman with a peculiar appearance, wielding a huge cleaver on her shoulder, and her rugged features were hard to look at. Following that, another group of about 10 people came from the east side of the dock, led by a stout man carrying a heavy machine gun, wearing a leather hat and dangling a cigarette from his mouth. Seeing these two groups converge, the laborers at the dock showed fear, dropping what they were carrying and quickly hiding away. Hey, Eileen, I spotted this fat sheep first, so move aside. Walding, carrying the heavy machine gun, grinned at the rugged-looking Eileen, a fierce expression on his face, while those behind him looked equally menacing. Hee. Eileen opened her scarred eyes and coldly laughed at Walding, saying, when did it become that you spotted it first? If you don't want to die, you'd better get out of my way. Walding's eyes glinted coldly as he sternly said, damn woman, last time I let you off easy, don't really think we're afraid of you. If you want to try, come at me. Hearing this, Eileen also revealed a chilling gaze, and both sides drew their weapons, confronting each other on the dock where the Phantom ship was located. Just as the standoff continued, a group of people approached from the south side of the dock, led by 2 middle-aged men in jackets, one tall and one short, who looked quite similar despite their height difference, accompanied by a dozen others. Hee, what's with all the commotion? Cabello grinned. Baldur, you two are late. Still planning to join in? Walding coldly glanced at the newly arrived group. Although there are usually rules about who arrived first, this was not a typical situation. The tall Cabello grinned. The bounty on the Ghost Hand pirates is a staggering 170 million berry. Their strength must be extraordinary. You think you can take them down alone? Aren't you afraid of breaking your teeth? Baldur, standing beside him, chuckled in agreement. Exactly, with such a high bounty, they probably aren't easy to handle. Whether you can take them down is one thing, but if you do, can you ensure your survival with heavy casualties? Cabelluo and Baldur's words slightly eased the tense situation, and Aileen and Walding relaxed their grips on their weapons. I think cooperation is the best way. 170 million berry. Even if we split it 3 ways, it's still a lot. If anyone's unhappy, we can settle it after we get the money, Cabelluo suggested with a grin. However, Walding snorted coldly and said, I can cooperate with you, but I absolutely won't work with this damn woman. How about we team up to take her out first? Hearing this, Aileen immediately showed a dangerous expression and coldly said, Walding, it seems you really want to die. The situation in the arena fell back into a standoff again. But at that moment, a voice with a hint of eeriness drifted into the scene. Lafitte was standing on the railing of the Phantom ship, twirling a red cane, looking down at the 3 groups and said, I say, could you all take your quarrel somewhere else? Our captain is getting a bit annoyed. He, Walding, Aileen, and the others had already regarded the ghost hand pirates as prey, so they didn't pay much attention to Lafitte at first. But upon hearing his words, someone turned to look. Who are you? They seemed to think he was worthless and not even on the bounty list. A few bounty hunters exchanged glances and showed disdain. Others grinned cruelly and said to Lafitte, don't worry, you won't be bothered for long, because your journey ends here. Ah, that's truly terrible news. But my journey has just begun, and I don't wish for it to end here. What do you think? Lafitte did not get angry. Instead, he revealed a strange smile. As soon as he finished speaking, he silently vanished. When he reappeared, he was already behind the person who had just spoken, holding a firearm that had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. The crowd was momentarily stunned. Then all were shocked because no one had noticed how Lafitte suddenly appeared beside him, as if it were instant teleportation from a magic trick. With a gun pointed at him, the bounty hunter felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead, not expecting the seemingly worthless Lafitte to suddenly be right next to him. So, do you think your journey ends here? Lafitte maintained his eerie expression. Bang! Just as the cold sweat slid down the bounty hunter's cheek, the crowd reacted and aimed their weapons at Lafitte, but he fired first. With a gunshot, blood splattered, and the bounty hunter staggered, still wearing a look of terror, before collapsing to the ground with a thud. Damn it! Kill him! The bounty hunters, witnessing this scene, were filled with rage, and after aiming at Lafitte, they opened fire, a barrage of gunfire erupting. But after only 2 or 3 shots, they stopped pulling the trigger because Lafitte's figure had vanished again, like a phantom. I'm sorry, Captain, it seems they won't kill each other. Lafitte appeared next to Roz, the handgun nowhere to be seen, and he spoke to Roz with an apologetic expression. Roz nonchalantly replied, no problem. At this moment, the bounty hunters noticed Lafitte had returned to the Phantom ship, and they all aimed their weapons at Roz, Robin, and Lafitte standing on the side of the ship. This time, neither Aileen nor Walding clashed again, but instead looked seriously at the 3 on the Phantom ship. Lafitte's elusive skills clearly shocked them, and importantly, Lafitte had no bounty, making him an unexpected player. Coupled with Lafitte's complete subservience to Roz, the notorious pirate with a bounty of 92 million berry, they felt an immense pressure. It seemed they were not so easy to deal with after all. Cabelluo put away his smile, his expression serious, and said to Walding and Aileen, let's set aside our private matters for now. We really need to team up to deal with this. Otherwise, we might suffer heavy casualties and lose control of Pluton Town. There were many bounty hunters in Pluton Town, but they were mainly from the 3 of them, and many outsiders have been driven away. Aileen snorted, but said nothing, clearly agreeing with Cabelluo, and Walding's serious gaze expressed his thoughts as well. Since it was not so easy to handle, and no single group was confident enough to tackle alone, they decided to temporarily join forces and split the bounty after taking them out. A pirate crew with a bounty of 171 million berry truly had some skills. But this was the grand line. Walding fixed his gaze on Roz and the others and spoke in a deep voice, pulling the trigger on the heavy machine gun on his shoulder, unleashing a torrential rain of bullets towards Roz and his companions. At the same time, numerous armed bounty hunters also aimed and fired at Roz and his companions, with some even wielding portable cannons, firing shells amidst the smoke. Swish! Swish! Robin and Lafitte both retreated to the sides, Lafitte drawing his firearm to counter, while Robin crossed her arms, preparing to activate her abilities. However, at that moment, Roz's voice rang out above the sounds of gunfire. Step back, I'll handle this. Although Robin and Lafitte together were enough to deal with the bounty hunters, Roz did not intend to stand by. he aimed to resolve it quickly as he did not enjoy watching a farce. The dense hail of bullets struck Roz's body, but they all froze in place, each bullet showing signs of distortion and deformation. Clang, clang, clang. Roz waved his hands lightly, and the suspended bullets were all twisted and compressed by a force, instantly gathering in front of him and being molded into a lump of iron. This is a devil fruit user. Valdin and the others were initially stunned, but then their hearts sank. Although devil fruit users are common in the Grand Line, they still possess a strong deterrent power. Crack! After Roz casually tossed away the iron block made from the bullet and cannonball, he flickered and jumped down from the ship's railing, landing on the dock. Let us go together. Although they didn't know what Roz's devil fruit ability was, Valdin and the others had seen devil fruit users before and managed to stay calm. At the call of the crowd, countless people drew their swords and rushed towards Roz, their blades shining brightly as they struck down at him. However, a bizarre scene unfolded. All the swords that touched Roz's body twisted and bent like soft mud, forming L shapes, and the swords that struck Roz twisted like serpents, segment by segment. Roz calmly walked forward, and all the swords silently contorted. He extended a finger and lightly traced it across the bodies of everyone touched, causing their bodies to exhibit bizarre distortions, even separating their upper and lower halves. Damn it! What kind of cursed ability is this? This scene finally scared everyone. Both Valdin and Cabello showed signs of horror. As pirate hunters, they had to clearly distinguish the scope of their prey. If they couldn't, they would end up like this, with no chance of clarity left. Roz spoke in a calm tone, his steps unceasing as he moved forward. Wherever he went, or rather, wherever his finger reached, a pirate hunter's body would split apart. In the past, Roz could only twist and break people's bones, but now he was achieving a deeper level of distortion, extending from the surface to the cellular level. There were no sounds of bones snapping where his fingers touched. Even the half-bodies of the separated pirate hunters showed no blood. It was all so bizarre. Damn! Aileen watched as Roz advanced, unstoppable, and a fierce expression crossed her face. She did not retreat, but instead gripped her massive cleaver with both hands and swung it down at Roz. This strike was powerful, accompanied by an indistinct, invisible slash. However, facing such a strike, Roz displayed an eye-watering expression. He retracted his finger and flicked it at the descending blade as if it had no power. Silent. This flick produced no sound, and the massive cleaver seemed to turn into soft mud, allowing Roz's finger to pass right through, splitting the entire blade in half. Truly, too ugly. A rare look of disdain appeared in Roz's eyes as he stepped forward. The sand and mud beneath him surged up, wrapping around the opponent, then twisted and squeezed, producing a loud bang. However, even so, it could not heal the damage to Roz's eyes. He wished he had just closed his eyes and used observation hockey. The remaining 7 or 8 pirate hunters watched as Aileen was crushed and killed by Roz without any resistance, and even Valdin and the others showed fear. What the hell? Is this guy really just a newcomer who just stepped in the Grand Line? Looking at Roz in the arena, they felt a chill run down their spines, fear quickly occupying their hearts, and they instinctively took a step back, then turned to flee. You've hurt my eyes. Don't bother trying to escape. Roz's gaze returned to calmness, yet it contained a hint of indifference as he raised his hand and virtually grasped the air, causing the sand and mud beneath to surge wildly, covering the 7 or 8 fleeing individuals completely. With a sudden clenching of his fist, sounds like tomatoes being squashed echoed from the surging sand and mud, and then silence fell. In January of the 12th year of the Great Pirate Era, the Ghost Hand Pirates stepped onto the Grand Line, bloodily cleansing the local pirate hunter groups in Pluton Town, revealing their prowess. Every route in the Grand Line. The initial islands are almost all gathering places for pirate hunters. This is the first hurdle all pirates stepping into the Grand Line must face. Only after passing this hurdle can one be considered a true pirate of the Grand Line. After exterminating the 3 major pirate hunter groups controlling Pluton Town, no one dared to cause trouble again. Roz and the others spent 3 peaceful days on the island, and once the magnetic force of the log pose was fully charged, they left Pluton Town, sailing towards the next island. At this time, the Navy headquarters had already received news of Roz's appearance in Pluton Town and thus deduced his route. Compared to the numerous and complex islands of the West Sea, although the first half of the Grand Line also has many islands, navigating with just a log pose and a permanent pose, along with the fact that the log pose needs to stay on each island for several days to store magnetic force, makes the route easily discernible. Correspondingly, The Navy possesses permanent poses for almost all islands in the first half of the Grand Line. Once they strike, they can reach the designated location directly, without the hassle of a log pose. So they really came. Good, this time I won't give you any chance. Relay to G8 base. Doberman, after hearing the report from his subordinates about the ghost hand pirates appearing in the Grand Line, revealed a murderous intent in his eyes and coldly commanded. He did not plan to give Roz any opportunity to continue sailing, nor any chance to grow stronger and develop his forces. He wanted to take decisive action and eliminate Roz at the starting point of the Grand Line. Under his orders, the atmosphere in the G8 Navy base, closest to this route, became serious. Countless Navy personnel prepared solemnly for action, and a large number of warships rapidly assembled. The Navy rarely launches extermination-type actions against a specific pirate group, but once their focus is on a particular pirate group, the chances of escape are nearly non-existent. Because, in this sea, the most powerful and largest force is not the Yonko of the New World, nor the warlords of the sea, but the world government, the Navy. This period is the Navy's most powerful era. Zephyr had not yet lost his arm. Carp had not yet retired. The older generation of strong figures were still at their peak, and there were 3 current admirals, Akiji, Akainu, and Kizuru stationed. While dispatching troops to eliminate a Yonko force is naturally difficult, if a Yonko force confronts the Navy head-on, there is almost no chance of victory. 5 days had passed since leaving Pluton Island. In the training room of the Ghost Shadow, Roz stood before a square piece of steel, clenching his fists, throwing punch after punch against the steel, producing booming sounds. He was training his armament hockey. With Roz's current physical abilities and strength, even ordinary armament hockey would shatter any sandbag with a single punch. Only a solid piece of steel could withstand his punching power. Armament. Throughout the punching process, Roz continuously controlled the armament hockey enveloping his arms, condensing it. Finally, after several dispersions, the armament hockey reached a certain degree of concentration, resulting in a qualitative change, causing his fists to instantly turn black. Boom! He threw a punch at the square piece of steel, the booming sound reverberating throughout the training room. This punch left a very noticeable dent in the massive and thick steel. Out of 10 attempts, he could only succeed once or twice. Roz looked at his fist, and before he could swing it again, the dark hue could no longer be maintained and once again dissipated into scattered armament hockey. Since changing his training focus to prioritize physical ability and armament hockey, his strength and hockey had been continuously improving. By the time he reached Pluton Island, he could occasionally unleash armament hockey hardening, but in most cases, it would collapse, making it difficult to control perfectly. However, now, after 5 days, he had gradually grasped the true essence of armament hockey hardening, combined with his hockey having grown strong enough to sustain the hardening of both fists. He was becoming slightly capable of controlling this power. The amount of hockey was already up to standard, but if it could be enhanced a bit more, hardening would become even easier. Roz gazed at the square steel in front of him, revealing a contemplative expression. Compared to armament hockey, he hadn't practiced observation hockey much during this time, but his progress in observation hockey was not low. Since observation hockey is closely related to maintaining calmness, and Roz could remain calm in most situations, he was more skilled in observation hockey. Aside from hockey, Roz had also kept up with the development and training of his distortion fruit. Although he had focused on armament hockey, the distortion fruit remained his most important power. From the battle on Pluton Island, it was clear that he had completely mastered the surging power of distortion, as he wielded it with ease and extended it to a deeper level. Wiping the sweat from his forehead with a towel, Roz left the training room and went outside, intending to find something to drink. Just then, he saw Robin sitting at a table with a cup of lemon tea in front of her, so he walked over and casually took it. Robin put down the book in her hand, revealing a somewhat unsettling smile, and said, "Captain, could you not be so casual? It's nothing, I don't mind. Where are we sailing now? How far is it to the next island?" Roz put down the teacup and looked at the sea as he asked. The journey between Pluton Island and Elias Island should take about 10 days at the speed of the Ghost Shadow. Lafitte's figure appeared just in time, responding to Roz. Roz nodded, gazing at the sea, lost in thought. Robin's gaze lingered on the teacup Roz had just placed back on the table for a moment. Then she put down her book and said seriously, "If nothing unexpected happens, we might face naval interception at the next island." "Oh." Roz turned to look at Robin. Robin said earnestly, "Earlier in Pluton Town, I gathered information on several nearby islands and found that the Navy's G8 branch is very close to our route. A regular pirate crew, just stepping onto the Grand Line, would almost never attract the full-scale pursuit of a Navy branch. But the Ghost Hand pirates are different. The Navy will definitely take action. The Navy branches on the Grand Line are not comparable to those in the West Blue. Each branch is equipped with at least 2 vice admirals and large warships. The heavy artillery mounted on those large warships is far beyond what small caliber weapons can compare to. Under concentrated fire, it wouldn't take long to destroy a ship like the Ghost Shadow. The G8 branch, huh? Roz's eyes flickered slightly as he said, "We only have the log pose. We can't bypass the next island. This situation is unavoidable. If they come, then let them come." Robin smiled faintly and sat back down in her chair, saying, "Captain, you're still so confident." Although she wore a smile, her tone was not relaxed. Roz's actions had already angered the higher-ups of the Navy, and she was also a high-value target with a bounty from the world government. Moreover, they had already caused a commotion in the West Blue before even stepping onto the Grand Line, attracting countless eyes. In this situation, once their whereabouts were exposed, the Navy would inevitably launch a full-scale pursuit, leaving them no chance to grow, as their threat level was clearly much higher than that of other pirate crews. Unlike other pirate crews that gradually grow by recruiting members, they would face a massive naval assault as soon as they stepped onto the Grand Line. This would be an unavoidable and extremely dangerous encirclement. Only by escaping from this encirclement would they truly establish a foothold on the Grand Line, no longer fearing being overturned at any moment. Since what is meant to come must come, and there is no way to avoid it, any emotions are meaningless. "I will not be afraid," Roz calmly responded. Just as he said, since it will definitely come and cannot be avoided, they should be prepared to face it. Moreover, this is not a desperate situation. On the contrary, it will be the beginning of a fear that the Navy headquarters will have for him. "I never wanted to be a pirate. You made me one. Now I am here. I wonder if you are. Ready?" Roz gazed at the distant, undulating sea, his eyes flickering slightly before he walked into the cabin, returned to the training room, and began to train again. 5 days later, the Ghost Shadow arrived at the second island on a certain route of the Grand Line, Elias Island. This was a large island with a nation, the Kingdom of Elias. When faced with oppression, people can often unleash more of their potential, perhaps due to the impending decisive battle. Roz's physical ability in hockey had significantly improved during these 5 days of intense training. The previously unstable armament hockey had gradually stabilized, and the failure rate for activating armament hockey hardening had become very low. As long as Roz remained absolutely calm and focused, failure was almost non-existent. They were now only a hair's breadth away from completely mastering armament hockey hardening. If they encountered combat, that hair's breadth would be quickly crossed. In the world of One Piece, battle is always one of the most effective ways to unleash one's potential. A large island. It seems they will need to stay for at least a week to fully store the magnetic force. Looking at the approaching Elias Island, Lafitte glanced at the log pose on his hand. "No problem." Roz stood with his hands behind his back at the front of the deck, looked at the island ahead, and instructed everyone to steer the ship to the western side of Elias Island, beneath a cliff, and drop anchor. Not docking at the port was to avoid being directly exposed and targeted by the pursuing Navy's concentrated fire. Although he was not afraid of bombardment, the Ghost Shadow was different. While this ship was sturdy, if it were to be bombarded by warships, even if it were not sunk, it would still be severely battered. "Can we go up?" Roz looked up at the cliff, which was about 30 meters high, and asked Lafitte and Robin. Lafitte glanced up and said, "No problem. This height might be worth a try." Robin assessed and responded slightly slowly, with a swish. After Lafitte finished speaking, he lightly waved the wooden staff in his hand, and 2 white wings mysteriously emerged from his back, allowing him to fly toward the top of the cliff with a gentle flick. A devil fruit? Or some other ability? Roz looked at the scene without surprise. It was an ability that Lafitte had possessed in his memory. However, he had no intention of asking about it. 30 rounds of blooming flowers. Robin watched as Lafitte flew up. She took a deep breath, crossed her hands in front of her, activated her ability, and in an instant, countless arms surged from the petals, combining on her shoulders to form 2 wings. With a vigorous flap, she flew upwards. Robin's figure was perfect. Her slender waist and long legs were impeccable. The difficulty in flying was clearly not due to being overweight, but rather because her fruit ability had not been fully developed. Watching this, Roz couldn't help but shake his head slightly and said, "Your fruit ability is a bit underdeveloped. You should work on it more." Splash! Robin managed to fly to about 25 meters, but could no longer control the wings made of countless arms. They shattered into petals and disappeared. However, she did not fall directly, as she had already prepared to lean against the edge of the cliff, creating a series of arms along the cliff's edge, like a walkway, allowing her to walk up step by step. Roz watched Robin ascend like this, and felt that the plot seemed a bit off. Nevertheless, he silently retracted his slightly outstretched arms. Seeing that Lafitte and Robin had both reached the island, Roz turned to the few crew members on the ship and said, "You guys, if anything happens here, immediately notify me with the transponder snail." The transponder snail was such a convenient tool for the Navy, and Roz certainly wouldn't let it go. After Lafitte boarded the ship, he had been searching for and equipping them. Now there were 3 in total, 1 on the ship and 1 each for him and Lafitte. As for Robin, she could just go with him. "Yes, Captain." These crew members already held Roz in great awe. After Lafitte boarded, Roz had Lafitte hypnotize and brainwash them a bit, raising their loyalty to nearly full value. Whoosh! After issuing the command, Roz leaped into the air, taking a few steps in midair and using moonwalk to ascend. In an instant, he reached the cliff, where Lafitte and Robin were waiting. "Robin is with me. Lafitte, you can act alone. If anything happens, contact me at any time," Roz said to Lafitte. "Understood, Captain." The wings on Lafitte's back had long since disappeared, and he smiled slightly, placing his cane behind him and giving a slight bow to Roz. The 3 of them walked toward the interior of the island and then split at the edge of the Elias Kingdom. Meanwhile, in a certain sea area, a fleet led by 2 large warships and accompanied by 3 medium-sized warships was sailing at full speed, just 4 days away from Elias Island. Elias Kingdom. This country is exceptionally developed in terms of services and is one of the most famous hot spring countries in the world, with various hot springs found everywhere. Celebrities often come here to enjoy high-end hot spring baths. In a private corner of a high-end hot spring resort, there was an independent hot spring about 4 to 5 meters in radius, with elegant and luxurious facilities. Roz was lying quietly by the edge of the hot spring with his eyes closed. There was also a large communal hot spring outside, but he preferred the private hot spring. If Robin was willing to come in, he wouldn't mind being with her. Since becoming a pirate, it was rare for him to enjoy some leisure time. When he was a bounty hunter in the West Sea, after taking down a group of pirates, he would often spend a few days in such places to relax. Now, however, he spent most of his time on the ship, sailing on the sea. Just as Roz was relaxing and stretching his body, a muffled sound suddenly came from his clothes not far away. Blub blub. Roz opened his eyes, walked out of the water, grabbed a clean towel to wipe himself, and went to his clothes, pulling out a transponder snail from his pocket. After connecting, Lafitte's voice came through. "Report, Captain. I've discovered something that might be very useful." "Oh, what is it?" Roz asked while putting on his clothes. Lafitte, hiding in a corner, spoke to the transponder snail in a slightly lowered voice, a special record pointer with 3 pointers. It is said to be a high-level record pointer from the second half of the Grand Line that can simultaneously point to 3 islands. Hearing Lafitte's words, Roz's eyes flickered slightly. He certainly knew about this type of record pointer, but he didn't expect it to exist in the first half of the Grand Line. The question was, could this type of record pointer be used in the first half as well? However, upon further thought, a 3-arrow record pointer is essentially an upgraded version of a standard record pointer. If it could be used in the New World, it would likely also work in the first half. "Where are you?" After a brief contemplation, Roz asked Lafitte. If the 3-arrow high-level record pointer was also effective in the first half, then he wouldn't be limited to a single route. In that case, even if the Navy Admiral came to trouble him, they would first need to determine his exact location. "Best Street." Lafitte's voice was vividly imitated by the transponder snail. That record pointer seems to have appeared from a private dark trading post. There is already a fight here. At least 3 groups are competing for it. Clearly, Roz was not the only one wanting the high-level record pointer. Such an item would be one of the best navigation tools for most pirates if it were usable in the first half. "Keep an eye on it for me." "I'll come over," Roz said as he quickly put on his last sleeve, pushed open the door, and walked out, calling to Robin, who was in the lounge. "Let's go find Lafitte." Robin put down the newspaper she was holding, glanced expressionlessly at the captain who had invited her to the hot spring not long ago, then stood up and followed him. Best Street. Screams and gunfire echoed as a large crowd frantically fled, including some people barely dressed and wrapped only in towels. However, at such a time, no one cared about enjoying the view. The streets had turned into a battlefield for several factions, with 3 groups of pirates and 1 local gang fighting in chaos. "Captain, you arrived just in time." In a certain alleyway, Roz and Robin's figures appeared, while Lafitte also emerged from the shadows at the right moment, raising his cane and pointing in a direction. That pirate crew over there currently holds that record pointer and is being besieged by the other 3 groups. They've attempted to break through twice, both of which failed, and are now retreating to that 3-story building. "I see." Roz nodded, glanced at the distant building, and directly stepped out of the alley, walking towards the 3-story building. At this time, the street was already in disarray, filled with smoke and chaos. Everyone was looking for cover to shoot, and there were few close combat encounters. Roz boldly walked out, immediately attracting attention from several directions. Captain someone, a pirate captain hiding behind some cover, holding a blunderbuss, looked at Roz on the street, not far away, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes, and said, "Not one of ours. Take him down." Bang, bang. At his command, 4 or 5 pirates around immediately opened fire on Roz, a dense rain of bullets striking towards him. Strangely, amidst the hail of bullets, Roz merely tilted his head slightly and shrugged his shoulders, passing through unscathed, with not a single bullet hitting him. Did we miss? A pirate voiced his uncertainty. The pirate captain next to him, his eyes flashing with seriousness, said in a deep voice, "No, he dodged. This guy is no ordinary person. Be careful. Anyone who could dodge bullets has extraordinary reflexes and agility. If it weren't for his bounty of 50 million berries and the experience of facing strong opponents, he would have probably retreated decisively by now." Roz did not engage with the chaotic pirates. His goal was to obtain the log pointer first, to prevent the pirates inside from resorting to desperate measures and destroying it, which would result in him getting nothing. After dodging a few bullets, he approached the 3-story building. There were also people inside firing at Roz, but he avoided all of them. Damn it, how can we not hit him? Since Roz did not display any overly shocking power, the pirates inside were suspicious, but had not reached the point of fear yet. Finally, Roz reached the bottom of the 3-story building and walked straight in through the front door. He clapped his hands to the sides, and a series of bullets shot towards him changed trajectory, firing back. Amidst the splattering blood, 2 pirates fell to the ground. Whoosh! Roz no longer concealed his speed. His figure flashed as he kicked the last pirate in the first-floor hall, sending him crashing to the ground. Calmly, he asked, "Where's the stuff?" "In, with the captain." The pirate, seeing his 2 companions fall without resistance, could not help but tremble as he faced Roz's emotionless eyes, which regarded life as if it were nothing. "Where's your captain?" "Upstairs, 3rd floor." Roz indifferently released his leg, stepped over him, and walked towards the 2nd floor. When the pirates saw Roz pass by him, his back unguarded, his fear slightly faded, replaced by a hint of ferocity as he gritted his teeth and grabbed the gun on the ground. Bang! But before he could aim at Roz, the 1st floor suddenly twisted with some strange force, clamping from both sides towards the center, instantly closing in as if it had crushed a tomato, juices splattering everywhere. Roz did not look back, nor did he stop his steps as he ascended to the 2nd floor. There were 5 people on the 2nd floor, 3 guns and a portable cannon, all aimed at the stairway. The moment Roz appeared, they opened fire simultaneously. Bang! Bang! More than a dozen bullets, along with a fist-sized cannonball, surged towards Roz. But strangely, the moment these bullets touched Roz, they all froze in midair. "He's a devil fruit user." Damn! The pirates on the 2nd floor were stunned at this sight, revealing expressions of shock. One of them gritted his teeth, swung his sword, and fiercely chopped towards Roz. Boom! Roz raised his hand, his wrist seeming to leave an afterimage as he brushed past the frozen bullets and cannonballs. Instantly, all the bullets and cannonballs reflected back. The man's sword hadn't even reached Roz before a barrage of bullets riddled him with holes, and his sword was directly blown apart by the cannonball, sending him flying backward, spitting blood. The remaining 4 looked on in horror, realizing Roz's strength was beyond comprehension. They were no match for him. Before they could think of how to respond, Roz continued his steps toward the stairway leading to the 3rd floor. When he reached the stairway, the 1st floor ceiling undulated beneath his feet, suddenly twisting and squeezing towards the center. Puff! The 4 pirates were helplessly enveloped within it. The sounds of blood spurting rang out almost simultaneously, staining the walls and ceiling of the 2nd floor. Roz continued his ascent to the 3rd floor. "Captain, that guy is coming up." The 3rd floor was already in chaos, although there were the most people here. They had to deal with the gunfire and cannon fire from outside, while trembling in fear at the terrifying sounds coming from below. Their leader was a pirate with a brown beard wearing a tricorn hat, listening to the noise from the 2nd floor with a grim expression. He took down the axe from his back and shouted, "Don't panic." Whoosh! Just as Roz stepped onto the 3rd floor, he gripped the axe with all his might and swung it down towards Roz. Before the axe even fell, the gust of wind it created felt as if it could tear flesh, causing pain to the skin. However, in the face of this terrifying axe, Roz showed no intention of dodging at all. He merely raised his palm, catching the descending axe with one hand. You're asking for death." The brown-bearded pirate's eyes flashed with a fierce look as he unleashed his full strength, bringing the axe down hard, aiming to split Roz in half along with his arm. Yet, at the moment the axe made contact with Roz's palm, the turbulent force was forcibly restrained between the axe and his hand. The massive axe blade froze in midair. Held firmly by Roz with one hand, unable to move further down, the power contained within it blocked entirely. "This is impossible." The brown-bearded pirate's pupils constricted violently, his face showing a mix of horror and disbelief. His full-powered strike could cleave through iron plates, and even a thick wall could be split in two. Yet this person had blocked it barehanded. Before he could think of doing anything else, Roz applied slight pressure with his fingers, and the axe suddenly twisted under the influence of a distorting force, emitting a sound as if steel was breaking. The entire axe transformed into a pile of scrap metal in an instant. Clang! Roz casually tossed the pile of scrap metal to the ground. Under the terrified gaze of the pirate captain, he took a step forward and, with lightning speed, reached out to snatch the log pointer that the captain had just acquired and was still warm from his wrist. Damn it! Seeing that the item he had fought so hard to obtain was snatched away by Roz, and with his crew suffering heavy losses, the pirate captain's face twisted with rage. "So what if it was taken away? You're trapped here too. You can't escape. You don't need to worry about that. You're already useless." Roz glanced at the three-pronged log pointer in his hand, gently placed it in his pocket, then coldly swept his gaze over the pirate captain and the other pirates before taking a step. Buzz! The distorting force erupted from Roz's feet, spreading in all directions, expanding from the third floor to the first floor, completely covering the entire building in an instant. Immediately afterward, Roz raised his hand and suddenly clenched his fist in the air. Boom! Under the astonished and fearful gazes of all, the walls, ceiling, everything twisted in an eerie spiral. The entire building abruptly distorted and squeezed towards the center. To the eyes of the other three forces outside, it seemed as if the building they surrounded was suddenly being crushed by an invisible giant, with one hand gripping the upper part and the other gripping the lower part. It was as if he twisted a towel violently. Amidst the splintering of stones, the entire building was suddenly compressed together. What happened? Watching the scene, everyone's face showed a hint of horror, even though they were all pirates with bounties of 40 to 50 million. Witnessing a three-story building twisted and compressed into a heap of scrap still left them in shock. After the building was completely twisted into a mass, it paused for half a second before suddenly exploding, transforming into countless fragments that splattered in all directions. In the roar, the debris caused the surrounding buildings to collapse significantly, leaving both pirate crews and many members of the local gang in a state of chaos, their cover nearly obliterated. It was precisely at the moment the building shattered completely that Roz's figure emerged from within, unscathed, without any blood or even a tear in his clothes, landing in the midst of the exposed pirates and gang members. Looking at the figure dressed in a shirt with an autumn cloak draped over it, hair slightly damp and eyes calm and indifferent, everyone couldn't help but swallow hard, exchanging horrified glances. There was no doubt that the person who twisted that building into a heap of ruins was him, although they didn't know how he did it. The scene just now clearly left everyone terrified. It seemed the captain had succeeded. On the roof of a nearby building, Lafitte and Robin, avoiding the flying debris, saw Roz's figure appear in the center of the area, and Lafitte smiled and spoke. The atmosphere in the scene froze for a few seconds. The gang members and the other two pirate crews did not make a move, clearly too shocked by the previous scene to know whether to advance or retreat. However, their inaction did not mean Roz would remain still. Just seconds later, Roz calmly scanned the crowd around him and stepped forward. Boom! The power of distortion poured into the ground, causing the earth to surge like waves, spreading out in all directions, the terrifying momentum shaking the entire street. Manipulating hardstone was much more difficult than sand, but Roz's current power of distortion could still cover an area of several dozen meters. What the hell is this power? The remaining two pirate crews and gang members were almost instantly severely injured, and those who survived showed expressions of terror, no longer daring to think further as they fled in panic. The entire scene was filled with shock. Even Lafitte and Robin, watching the street within several dozen meters rise and surge like ocean waves, with countless stones splintering, could not remain calm, let alone the ordinary people and nobles who had escaped to the distance. After a long time, when the countless stones that had been lifted by the street finally fell back down and everything returned to calm, Lafitte let out a gentle breath. coming back to his senses. It seems that following Captain Roz was indeed a very wise choice. On By Street, at the top of a 4-story hotel in a certain location, in front of a huge floor-to-ceiling window in the center of the hotel, a figure resembling a long-beaked bird was standing there, wearing a tall top hat and watching the distant battlefield with great interest. Is this the Ghost Hand Pirates? He is one of the emperors of the Dark World. Morgan's the president of the big news agency associated with the Big Mom Pirates, and controls a large number of news agencies and newspapers in this world, even having a slight cooperative relationship with the world government. Naturally, he was aware of Roz, who had caused a tremendous upheaval in the West Sea and forcefully stepped into the Grand Line, and he had even arranged a small feature for him in the newspaper. So he has arrived here, and his strength is no trivial matter. His gaze crossed several streets, his eyes sharp like a bird's, fixated on Roz's location, scrutinizing him. Morgan's watched for a few seconds, one hand holding a teacup, taking a sip of tea, then turned to look towards the area near the border of the Elias Kingdom, a smile appearing on his face, saying, if he can survive this crisis, then in the first half of the Grand Line, this era's most dazzling supernova will undoubtedly be him. In the direction Morgan's was looking, a large number of Navy troops surged onto the streets. The Navy G-8 branch fleet has arrived at Elias on By Street. After Roz wiped out numerous members of several pirate and gang factions, he did not pursue those who were terrified and fleeing in a panic, but instead turned to head towards the position where Robin and Lafitte were. Upon finding Lafitte and Robin on a rooftop, Roz pulled out the log post from his pocket and tossed it to Lafitte to see if it could be used. Lafitte accurately reached out to catch it, examined it in front of him, and pondered, just looking at it doesn't allow us to determine anything. We need to wait until our log post's magnetic power is fully charged before we can make a deduction. If the direction indicated by the single arrow log pose aligns with one of the directions of the 3-arrow advanced log pose, that clearly means the advanced log pose can be used, and it can point towards 3 islands, not fixed on a single route. Then let's wait a bit longer. Roz nodded. Before confirming that the advanced log pose could be used, it was impossible to carelessly discard the original log pose and set sail. If they couldn't find their way at sea, it would be a very troublesome matter. Just as Lafitte was putting away the new log pose and wearing it on his other wrist, Robin suddenly rushed over with a serious expression. Captain, the Navy is coming. Upon hearing Robin's words, Roz and Lafitte looked in the direction she was pointing and saw large numbers of Navy troops surging onto the streets about 3 or 4 blocks away. The originally chaotic streets began to regain order due to the arrival of the Navy. However, these Navy troops were clearly not coming here to engage in battle. Judging by their scale and rank, their target was evidently only one. The Ghost Hand Pirates. Quite fast, Roz stood there, his gaze calm and indifferent as he watched the large number of Navy troops pouring into the streets, rapidly surrounding By Street. Captain? Lafitte turned to Roz, his expression asking whether to engage or retreat. Roz looked at the mass of encroaching Navy troops, a flicker of contemplation passing through his eyes before he quickly made a judgment, saying, you and Robin head back to the ship first. I'll test the strength of these Navy troops. With the Navy base on the Grand Line launching an assault, and their target being him, it was likely led by a captain, accompanied by several Navy commanders and a powerful lineup of elite Navy forces. Lafitte and Robin might be able to handle a batch of elite Navy troops, but facing multiple Navy commanders and countless elite lieutenants attacking, the situation would undoubtedly be very unfavorable. As for himself, he had no fear of tactics involving sheer numbers and had a certain confidence in his own strength. Even if he couldn't win, escaping intact in such a mixed street wouldn't be too difficult. At this moment, the speed advantage of the Ghost Shadow ship is vividly demonstrated, even if it can't handle the Navy. As long as it can quickly retreat to the ship and sail away, the Navy can only watch helplessly as the Ghost Shadow disappears on the horizon, no matter how desperately they chase. Sorry, Captain, I want to play with these Navy men a little longer. Miss Intelligence Officer can return to the ship first. Lafitte smiled and shook his cane after hearing Roz's intention. All right, Roz nodded calmly. Lafitte and Robin are the types that are most worry-free. They won't get lost like Zorro, nor will they be distracted by beautiful women like Sanji. In most cases, he doesn't need to worry about them. Okay, you all be careful. Robin next to him nodded calmly. Lafitte and Roz both have the confidence to escape from the Navy's encirclement, so of course, she wouldn't stay behind to cause trouble. Moreover, the Ghost Shadow ship also needs her to steer and be ready to set off at any moment. The sudden arrival of the Navy brought the previously chaotic neighborhood, which was in disarray due to the gunfight in the Best Street, back to calm, and countless commoners and nobles settled down, no longer fleeing in panic. However, many people showed strange expressions. Just an hour after the gunfight had occurred, the Navy arrived with an unusually fast speed. Normally, wouldn't they come after the fighting was over? Have you noticed that the Navy scale is a bit too large? Someone frowned, looking at the line of Navy troops occupying the streets in a formation, ready to completely surround the best district. The person next to him, who seemed to have just calmed down from the chaos, shook his head and said, "Who knows? Maybe it's to protect some bigwig. After all, this is the country famous for its hot springs in the world. Besides the celestial dragons who disdain mingling with mortals, many nobles enjoy coming here for leisure." No, someone shook their head, their eyes flashing, and said, "It might not be as simple as protecting a bigwig. Look over there." Even a rear admiral has been mobilized. Following his direction, they saw a figure wearing the Navy's justice coat, with the insignia of a rear admiral on his shoulder, walking ahead of all the Navy with a stern expression. He is Rear Admiral Darmesia of the Navy's G8 branch. Behind Darmesia, 3 Navy brigadiers followed. Brigadier Ashuz, you lead the 2nd squad from the west. Brigadier Heiser, you lead the 3rd squad from the south. Brigadier Rohan, you lead the 4th squad from the north. Make sure to cut off all members of the Ghost Hand Pirates in the best district. Remember, if you spot Ghost HandRoz's, there is no need for a desperate fight. Report to me immediately. As Darmesia issued his orders, the 3 brigadiers responded in unison and quickly turned, leading their respective Navy troops away at high speed without any hesitation. Darmesia watched the 3 brigadiers leave with a steady gaze, then led the 1st squad toward the eastern entrance of the best district to seal the last gap. The Ghost Hand Pirates, the pirates that gave Dauberman such a headache, would finally get a good taste of it this time. As Darmesia walked, he rubbed his fists, the knuckles cracking, a slight grin appearing on his face. He and Dauberman joined the Navy at the same time, but Dauberman has achieved more than him and became a rear admiral at headquarters ahead of him. However, he is not far from that position himself. In a year or so, with his achievements, he would likely be promoted back to headquarters as a rear admiral. He had certainly heard of Ghost HandRoz's. He knew that Rear Admiral Ghost Spider had fallen at Roz's hands. So even though Roz's bounty is only 92 million berries, and he has only recently entered the Grand Line from the West Sea, he would not be careless. There are 4 brigadiers in the base, and he brought 3 of them out, along with a large elite force. Nearly 3/4 of the G8 branch's military strength gathered here. He would not give Roz any more opportunities to escape and grow. At this moment, the news of the Navy's goal to eliminate the Ghost Hand Pirates quickly spread in this area and expanded throughout the entire country. The Ghost Hand Pirates? A name that no one had heard of, and the Navy actually mobilized such a large force for an unknown character? Someone frowned at the massive Navy presence. Someone next to them snorted coldly and said, "Do you think the Navy is idle and deliberately immobilizing such a huge force? I saw that Ghost Hand Pirates in the newspaper. It's said to be the most brutal pirate group in the West Sea. Even a fleet led by a rear admiral at headquarters was defeated by them." The fleet led by a rear admiral was defeated? That's a terrifying guy. This immediately caused many nearby people to show expressions of shock. Even ordinary civilians know what rank a Navy rear admiral is. That's a flag officer. The loud commotion earlier was probably caused by that Ghost Hand Pirates. The news spread everywhere. A large number of commoners and nobles evacuated from the best district under the Navy's protection. They had already fled due to the sudden outbreak of street fighting, making it very easy to disperse. A bounty of 92 million berries. Who would have thought that a pirate of this level would appear here? That's a bit scary. Good thing we didn't run into them. With the Navy's rear admiral mobilized and such a large force, this Ghost Hand Pirates probably won't last long, so there's no need to worry. Some merchants and nobles gathered to discuss. For them, pirates are naturally the most repulsive existence, especially with a pirate group of this level. Once they set their sights on them, they might be robbed or killed. The Navy's deployment of such a massive force undoubtedly reassured them. The sight of thousands of Navy soldiers surrounding the entire neighborhood was quite shocking. Although the Ghost Hand Pirates had some frightening power before, the Navy has a rear admiral in command. Even a pirate with a bounty of 1 or 200 million might not fare well. Inside the best district, the civilians had long since evacuated, and the entire area had become oppressive, with numerous Navy soldiers armed with swords and guns continuously advancing along the streets in a sweeping manner. Brigadier Ashuz drew his sword and walked at the forefront of the formation, his face stern. "Get your act together. Don't be careless. The pirates we're dealing with this time are no ordinary foes. Even though we have a large force, we could still suffer heavy casualties." Yes, many Navy soldiers responded in unison, Several of them were already familiar with the ghost hand pirates. However, walking behind the brigadier and many officers, they did not feel much fear. Just as they walked a distance and arrived at a slightly dim area of the street, HandRoz's suddenly stopped, his sharp gaze fixed on a figure ahead. Huh, a rear admiral? And such a large force. Surrender now. HandRoz's pointed his sword at Lafitte and coldly spoke. The official crew of the Ghost Hand Pirates consists of only 3 people. Although Lafitte has no bounty, his appearance has long been photographed. Surrounded by countless guns, Lafitte showed no signs of panic. Instead, he revealed a peculiar smile and said, "What if I say no? Then, execute on the spot." A flash of cold light flickered in HandRoz's eyes as he suddenly unleashed a burst of speed, charging directly toward Lafitte. If he had encountered Roz, he would have immediately instructed his subordinates to notify Dalmatia and prepare for defense and delay. But facing a guy who didn't even have a bounty, there was no need for such caution. However, Lafitte's methods caught him off guard. When he reached Lafitte and thrust his sword, piercing through what he thought was Lafitte's body, he realized he had only stabbed a piece of cloth. HandRoz paused for a moment and turned to see Lafitte's figure had somehow appeared in the rear of the Navy camp, twirling a redwood cane in his hand. Then, for reasons unknown, a large group of Navy soldiers raised their guns and began to kill each other, with some even running towards him, shouting loudly. "Damn it! What did you do?" HandRoz's expression turned furious. He expected Lafitte to have such abilities. Dodging the bullets fired by his own soldiers, he charged toward Lafitte. Lafitte smirked strangely. I just hypnotized him a little." HandRoz and the Navy he led became entangled with Lafitte, while on the other side, Rear Admiral Heiser encountered Roz, who was quietly waiting at the entrance of an alley. The moment Heiser saw Roz, his face showed vigilance and caution. He signaled his subordinate to notify Dalmatia while drawing 2 exquisitely crafted pistols, aiming them at Roz. "You're under arrest, Ghost Hand Roz. Don't move, or you'll be turned into a sieve." Roz looked at Heiser expressionlessly. If Kizaru were in this position, he might have raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. But Roz remained calm, his eyes as tranquil as a deep well. He had no interest in engaging with the Rear Admiral. The threat was meaningless. He spoke in a calm and gentle tone, not rushing forward, but opening his hands and making a gesture of strangulation towards Heiser and the area where the Navy was located. Boom! In an instant, the ground began to crack and break apart under the influence of the distortion fruit, spreading outwards. In the area where Heiser stood, the buildings on both sides began to collapse and squeeze towards the center as if they were made of rubber. What the hell? Seeing the buildings on either side of the street twist and fall, the many Navy soldiers holding guns all showed expressions of horror, with a hint of fear in their eyes. "Block it! Block it!" Some Navy lieutenants, in shock, drew their swords or rushed in barehanded towards the collapsing buildings, attempting to destroy them and hold them up. However, even when they worked together, they could not withstand the force of the buildings falling, and the distortion power transmitted through the structures caused their bodies to ache painfully, as if their muscles were tearing apart. Boom! As the buildings twisted, the walls gradually collapsed, countless stones splattering down, and the entire street was on the verge of closing in and being crushed into a mass. At that moment, a beam of sword light suddenly shot in from the end of the street, forcefully cleaving the compressing street open and leaving a crack on the ground. Whoosh! A figure rushed into the street. He was short and stout, wearing the Navy Justice cloak with the shoulder insignia of a Rear Admiral. He was Rear Admiral Rohan. "Heiser, are you all right?" Rohan, having cut through the collapsing buildings to enter, spoke to Heiser, who was trying to block the falling structures, his face full of seriousness. Heiser rubbed his wrist hard, shook his head, looking slightly frightened at Roz in the distance, and said, "I'm fine." "What about Vice Admiral Dalmatia?" "He'll be here soon," Rohan replied in a deep voice, then turned to look at Roz, gripping the hilt of his giant sword, and said, "We need to hold him off until the Vice Admiral arrives. Don't let him escape." Heiser nodded, his expression returning to seriousness as he stood alongside Rohan. They were aware of Roz's elimination of Rear Admiral Ghost Spider and did not believe their strength surpassed that of Ghost Spider. But if the two worked together, they should be able to hold him off for a moment. As long as Dalmatia arrived, the name Ghost Hand would be an end. Escape? Roz looked at Rohan, who had come to the rescue with his sword, his expression very calm. He hadn't intended to speak, but hearing Rohan's tone, it felt as if he had heard something incomprehensible. "What makes you think I would escape?" In these seas, in most cases, pirates encounter the Navy and flee. Even if the Navy's forces are not enough to eliminate the pirates, very few pirates confront the Navy directly. This outcome arises because in these seas, pirate forces are as numerous as stars, while the Navy acts as a cohesive unit. even if pirates can eliminate the pursuing navy. It only angers the navy and depletes their own strength, losing the opportunity to compete with other pirates. Except for the Revolutionary Army. Almost no pirates confront the navy and the government directly. The vast majority of pirates flee when they see the navy, regardless of the strength of the navy's forces present. However, Roz does not belong to the above category of pirates. When he encounters the navy, his first reaction is never to flee, but to resist. The very reason he becomes a pirate lies within the navy. Moreover, the existence of the talent system makes the conflict between the navy and him irreconcilable, existing only as hunter and prey. Rohan's expression slightly changed upon hearing Roz's words. The pirates he had encountered before would turn and run upon seeing the navy. But Roz's attitude seemed to show no intention of retreating. Instead, he planned to confront the navy directly. Madman. This was Rohan's assessment of Roz in his heart. Confronting the navy directly was behavior that could not be described with the word reckless. To him, it was simply incomprehensible behavior. In the next moment, Roz moved. He lightly stepped on the ground, and the Navy's 6 powers, Suru, suddenly activated, turning him into a blur as he charged toward Rohan and Heiser, both fists clenched. Aimed at the two. He's coming. Be careful. Heiser, unable to understand Roz's intention to confront the Navy directly and feeling a surge of fear, felt an increase in his trepidation. As Roz rushed forward, the two, already on high alert, moved simultaneously. Rohan gripped his giant sword with both hands and swung it down hard to meet Roz's fist. One sword style, WIG. At the same time, Heiser accurately tracked Roz's figure, leaping back to dodge one of Roz's punches while simultaneously spinning his twin pistols, firing a series of recently loaded sea prison stone bullets aimed directly at Roz. Boom! The heavy strike from the giant sword shattered under Roz's distorted punch as if it were nothing, sending Rohan flying backward, his arm numb and sore, while the blade of the giant sword was partially bent. As for the barrage of sea prison stone bullets fired by Heiser, Roz merely tilted his head slightly and shrugged, easily evading the shots that blocked all escape routes. Sea prison stone bullets, in the presence of a powerful user who had master hockey, had already lost much of their effectiveness. Whether it was observation hockey or armament hockey, both could easily nullify their effects. Even some beings with exceptionally strong physiques are so tough that even sea stone bullets can't pierce their skin. Is this a rear admiral of the Navy on the Grand Line? It seems there's not much difference. Slightly tilting his head and retracting his shoulders, Ross effortlessly dodged all the sea stone bullets with a few subtle movements. He calmly raised his gaze to Heiser, and his figure suddenly dissipated like foam. Watching Ross's figure suddenly fade away, Heiser felt a chill run down his spine and without hesitation activated the full state of the Navy's 6 style. Whoosh! In the next moment, Ross appeared on his left side, delivering a powerful punch. Heiser barely avoided Ross's direct punch, thanks to the fully activated paper drawing technique. But the edge of Ross's fist still grazed half of his shoulder. Just that slight graze, in less than half a second, a twisted power violently surged into his shoulder, causing his entire shoulder to twist grotesquely. Heiser clutched his arm and quickly retreated, terror and fear filling his eyes. At the same time, Rohan, who had come to support, saw Heiser's shoulder twisting abnormally and broke into a cold sweat, gritting his teeth as he swung the giant sword in his hand at Ross. Ross showed no intention of retreating. His gaze was calm and indifferent as he directly reached out to grab the blade of the giant sword that was coming down. The twisted power surged in his palm, and he squeezed the giant sword, which was imbued with heavy, slashing force, with his 5 fingers. Crack! With a slight exertion of his fingers, the 2-meter-long giant sword snapped in half, the remaining part also spiraling in a twisted manner toward Rohan. Rohan didn't hesitate to let go and retreat, but he was still slightly affected by the twisted power, and a sharp pain shot through his palm. When he looked in shock, he saw numerous blood vessels appearing inside his palm, which was horrifying. Rohan Rear Admiral. Heiser Rear Admiral. The numerous Navy lieutenants nearby watched in disbelief as Ross swiftly defeated the combined efforts of Rohan and Heiser. The strength of Rohan and Heiser was second only to Ashu's and Vice Admiral Dalmesia in their G8 branch base. In the past, even when a dozen elite lieutenants teamed up during training, they were no match for Rohan and Heiser. In the case of Rohan and Heiser working together, even a rear admiral from headquarters wouldn't stand a chance. Yet now they were being utterly defeated by Ross in just a few exchanges. The gap was simply outrageous. Amidst the shock, a Navy colonel reacted and, gritting his teeth, commanded his subordinates while drawing their weapons, advancing toward Ross. Quick, provide cover. Hurry to support Rear Admiral Rowan and Rear Admiral Heiser. The numerous Navy personnel were ultimately the elite forces of the G8 base. And despite their hearts being filled with fear under the command, they still rushed forward with their weapons drawn. Looking at the surrounding Navy rushing in, Ross's gaze remained unperturbed. As long as they weren't the kind that disgusted him or provoked him, he could maintain a neutral attitude toward the Navy. But anyone attempting to deal with him would be regarded as an enemy. Ross was indifferent toward enemies. Boom! Ross lifted his leg and stomped down hard on the ground. A wave of twisted power surged violently into the earth. Centered around him, it spread in all directions, maximizing its effective range. Twisted. Vortex strangulation. Almost in the next moment, the ground beneath Ross suddenly began to move, with thick bluestone bricks cracking inch by inch, starting to twist and spin around him. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. The area of rotation expanded rapidly in all directions until it formed a circular zone with Ross at the center, nearly 50 meters in radius, enveloping all the Navy attempting to attack him. In just a moment, everything within that area, be it stone, dirt, or buildings, turned into a swirling vortex, beginning to rotate counterclockwise like ocean waves. What is happening? What did that guy do? The ground. The ground is moving. As the many Navy personnel noticed the abnormality in the earth beneath their feet and the surrounding buildings, a wave of inexplicable fear surged within them. The initial speed of the ground's rotation wasn't fast, but it gradually quickened. In just a second, many Navy personnel could no longer maintain their balance, as if standing on a turning platform, and they fell down in chunks as the ground shattered. 2 seconds. Numerous buildings began to collapse one after another. 3 seconds. The circular area centered around Ross, with a radius of about 50 meters, had completely turned into a muddy vortex, the ground cracking inch by inch. With no intact road visible, all the stones shattered into small pieces, flowing like a mudslide. 5 seconds. All the buildings collapsed completely, turning into rubble. Many Navy personnel didn't even have time to scream before being reduced to shattered limbs and bones in the onslaught of the mud and stones. Some lieutenants struggled to escape in the vortex, but couldn't get out at all. As for Rear Admirals Heiser and Rowan, though they wanted to stop Ross, both had lost an arm, and in this vortex, they could only focus on self-preservation, helplessly watching the ground become a grinding wheel, slaughtering all living beings that enter the area. 50 meters away, a large number of Navy personnel were gathered here as well, but at this moment, everyone wore expressions of fear and horror, and no one dared to step into that vortex. 5 seconds is an incredibly short time, almost just a breath. Watching everything within a 100-meter radius turn to ruins, shattered and spinning in a deadly whirlpool, was a scene that was hard to describe in words. 7 seconds. The vast majority of Navy lieutenants were dead, leaving only 3 or so capable colonels and Rowan and Heiser desperately holding on. Finally, just as the time reached the 8th second, a furious roar came from afar. Damn it, stop. Almost the instant the roar sounded, a figure charged into the vortex. Reaching Ross in an instant, fingers clenched into a fist, armed hockey instantly condensed into a dark hue, smashing down fiercely at Ross. Navy Vice Admiral Dalmesia has arrived. Facing this punch, infused with armed hockey, Ross showed no sign of being caught off guard. His gaze remained calm. Long before Dalmesia's roar, his observation hockey had already precisely captured the opponent's movement trajectory. Ross withdrew the twisted power he had infused into the ground and swiftly transferred it to his arm. He clenched his fist tightly, gathering the twisted power, which vaguely formed a visible distorted arc on his fist, and met Dalmesia head-on. Boom! This was a punch with the full activation of twisted power, colliding directly with the punch of pure physical hockey. In almost an instant, the air was shattered with a sonic boom, and a surging wave swept out in all directions, enveloping the entire Bays district in a cloud of dust, even affecting the battlefield where Lafitte and Anschutz were located. Many ordinary Navy soldiers, who were too close to each other, found it difficult to maintain their stance amidst the howling winds, unable to open their eyes. It seems that your Vice Admiral has finally come face to face with our captain. Lafayette pinched the brim of his hat with one hand to prevent it from being blown away while looking at the Navy Rear Admiral Anschutz with a faint smile. Anschutz was covered in blood, but it was not his own. It belonged to the Navy soldiers under his command. He squinted at the distant, grand collision and said coldly, "It seems so. That means your captain is about to meet his end, and so are you." Ho ho ho, that might not be the case. Lafayette's lips curled into a strange smile as he replied, "Perhaps it is you who will be finished, Rear Admiral." HandRoz's did not show any reaction to Lafayette's words. Instead, he stared at Lafayette coldly and said, "No, you are mistaken. You have no idea of Vice Admiral Dalmesia's strength. If you did, you would not say such things. You would only feel despair." The aftershock spread out. The once tumultuous ground had returned to calm, its interior silent, with the ground covered in bright red and mixed with pale white bones. In the center of this area stood HandRoz's, maintaining a fist-swinging posture, facing the Navy Vice Admiral Dalmesia, who was also in a similar stance. The fists of the two clashed, trembling as they struggled against each other. Ultimately, HandRoz swayed and took 2 steps back, while Dalmesia also retreated, both their arms slightly trembling, making it hard to tell who had the upper hand in that exchange. Dalmesia had come in anger. This strike aimed to interrupt HandRoz's slaughter, nearly exhausting his strength, yet it had merely managed to disrupt HandRoz's vortex strangulation without gaining any advantage, which surprised him slightly. Vice Admiral Dalmesia. The surviving Rowan and Heiser looked at Dalmesia, who had exchanged blows with HandRoz's, and stopped his ability, feeling a sense of relief washing over them, a feeling of surviving a disaster. Dalmesia coldly stared at HandRoz's, signaling Rowan and Heiser to step back. They exchanged glances and quickly retreated to the side to tend to their injuries. "So you're a Vice Admiral." HandRoz's, having taken 2 steps back, calmly looked at Dalmesia in front of him, glancing at the shoulder insignia that represented the rank of Navy Vice Admiral. From a small area of the West Sea to finally face a Navy Vice Admiral, it had taken him nearly 2 years. But it was achieved step by step through his own efforts, not like the Straw Hat Luffy who had various advantages under his halo. Dalmesia glanced around, and wherever his gaze fell, there were shocking scenes. Even though he had hunted countless pirates and witnessed many villages slaughtered by pirates, he could not remain calm upon seeing the current scene. Indeed, the headquarters definition of the most brutal and dangerous pirate is not without reason. Such cruel methods. "I will never allow you to run rampant at sea again." The fire of anger burned fiercely in Dalmesia's heart as he coldly fixed his gaze on HandRoz's. Hearing Dalmesia's words, HandRoz felt no ripple of emotion. Anyone who dared to confront him would be viewed as an enemy, and he would show not an ounce of so-called mercy to enemies. "It is you Navy who have brought me to this point, isn't it?" HandRoz calmly looked at Dalmesia. Upon hearing this, Dalmesia's expression darkened immediately. As a Navy Vice Admiral, he had the authority to access many insider information. He had already understood the truth of the HandRoz's incident when he received the orders to deal with HandRoz's. He did not believe that Doberman's choice and judgment were wrong. It was just that no one could have anticipated that an ordinary West Sea pirate hunter could break out of the Navy branch and grow at an almost unbelievable speed, becoming an increasingly troublesome existence for the Navy. No need for further words. Surrender. Dalmesia was unwilling to think more about this matter. After coldly speaking to HandRoz's, he stepped forward and charged at HandRoz's fiercely. As an expert in physical techniques and hockey, he could traverse several streets in a matter of seconds, rushing into the battlefield to stop HandRoz's vortex strangulation and save the 2 rear admirals Rowan and Heiser. Dalmesia's speed was naturally extraordinary. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, he crossed the 5 steps between himself and HandRoz's, throwing a punch at HandRoz's face. HandRoz remained calm, and in this state of tranquility, his observation hockey was in the best state to activate. Even though Dalmesia's speed was significantly faster than his, he still managed to react thanks to his observation hockey. Bang! This was the second clash between HandRoz's and Dalmesia. Dalmesia charged at full speed while HandRoz's counterattacked, facing him head-on. Their fists collided, and Dalmesia's hockey could not be fully unleashed, while HandRoz's distortion power was only partially mobilized. In this exchange, they were evenly matched. However, this time HandRoz did not allow Dalmesia to take the initiative at the end of their power struggle. He fully activated his distortion power and quickly swung both fists at Dalmesia. Dalmesia snorted coldly, showing no fear as both of his arms were enveloped in dark-colored armed hockey. Facing HandRoz head-on, boom, boom. In their confrontation, HandRoz gradually recovered from the excessive explosive state, and his distortion power began to unleash freely. After several punches, Dalmesia's armed hockey clearly fell into a disadvantage, ultimately being forcefully pushed back. Dalmesia's hockey and strength were stronger than that of the Spider Demon, but since he was not a swordsman, his attack power was not significantly higher than that of the Spider Demon. In comparison, HandRoz's current strength had already improved significantly since his battle with the Spider Demon. Even when ambushed by Dalmesia and forced to respond hastily, he was still able to push Dalmesia back head-on after stabilizing his footing, feeling a slight ache and numbness in his arm after being pushed back by HandRoz's. Dalmatia's expression changed, and a hint of seriousness appeared in his gaze towards Roz. The distortion fruit? I didn't expect you to develop this fruit to such an extent. He had seen the power of the distortion fruit once before, when he was still a colonel, having killed a pirate who was a user of this fruit. At that time, this fruit had brought him considerable trouble, but it was merely trouble. Now, many years later, his strength had increased dozens of times compared to back then. But after this fruit reappeared and fell into Rod's hands, the power exhibited was far beyond that of the pirate he had encountered back then. It seems you have seen the abilities of this fruit before. Rods calmly responded, with no surprise in his heart. Devil fruits reappear in the world in a few years after the user's death, so it is normal that he is not the first user of the distortion fruit. Indeed, that guy was much weaker than you. To develop such a weak fruit to this extent, you really have put in quite an effort. Dalmatia opened his mouth indifferently. No, Roz's tone was calm. You are wrong. There is no such thing as a weak devil fruit. Every devil fruit has its purpose. Of course, the extent to which he has developed the power of the distortion fruit to this level is inseparable from his own desperate efforts and meticulous research. Whoosh! The moment his words fell, Roz suddenly charged at Dalmatia and fiercely launched a counterattack. Even though Dalmatia's speed was faster than his, with the presence of observation hockey, he was able to capture his opponent's movements in advance. Even if he was a bit slower, he could still keep up. Distortion fist. Roz clenched his 5 fingers tightly and suddenly threw a powerful punch. Dalmatia looked coldly at Roz, even though the power of Roz's punch was extraordinary. Stronger than what he had shown before, he still showed no sign of fear. Devil fruits are not exclusive to you. Buzz. Almost in an instant, a surge of power erupted from Dalmatia's body, and his skin suddenly changed to a black and white spotted pattern, with his ears elongating downwards, becoming 2 long ears hanging on either side of his face. At the same time, the muscles in his upper body also swelled by half a circle. The animal-type dog fruit, Great Dane's form. As one of the relatively weaker animal-type devil fruits, the ability of this devil fruit provides limited enhancements. But it still offers a certain boost, especially for a powerhouse like Dalmatia, who specializes in physical combat and hockey. This enhancement is a comprehensive improvement. The Rear Admiral has used his ability. It was indeed difficult to deal with that guy without using abilities. However, after entering the half-beast form, the Rear Admiral's strength and speed were no longer comparable to before. Rohan and Heiser had already managed their injuries and were standing nearby, blocking any possible escape route for Roz. They couldn't withstand Roz's power, but they didn't need to hold out for long. They just needed to hold on for a moment until Dalmatia caught up, and escape would be impossible. In the arena, Dalmatia, who had transformed into a half-beast form, had fingers that had turned into a half-claw, half-hand shape. He clenched his fist, and his entire arm instantly hardened with hockey, charging towards Roz's fist. The 2 fists suddenly collided in the air. This time, both sides were almost using their full strength, pushing their power to the limit. And a loud explosion echoed in the arena, causing the already shattered ground between them to crack further. This time, Roz did not retreat again. He merely swayed his body slightly, while Dalmatia stumbled back a step, clearly at a slight disadvantage in this all-out confrontation. Even after activating his devil fruit ability and entering his half-beast form, he was still no match for Roz. This scene fell into the eyes of Rohan and Heiser, causing them to show a hint of surprise. They did not expect Dalmatia to be at a slight disadvantage in a head-on clash. No wonder the Ghost Spider was defeated by you. You truly have some skill. Dalmatia spoke in a deep voice, his eyes revealing a hint of sharpness. He showed no intention of retreating. In the moment he stepped back, he bent his fingers and shot rapid fire at Roz. Flying finger gun. 2 holes instantly appeared in Roz's chest clothing, revealing the light skin underneath. However, the flying finger gun, which had a lethality comparable to bullets, was obliterated the moment it touched Roz's body by the power of distortion. Distortion. Flash. Roz ignored Dalmatia's flying finger gun, swiftly transforming his thrown punch into a single finger jab, and a brilliant light burst from his fingertip, causing Dalmatia to close his eyes instantly. Whoosh! Roz rushed right up to Dalmatia's front and swung a punch. Dalmatia, being a master of physical combat and hockey, naturally also possessed observation hockey. However, the sudden flash caught him off guard. He had no time to evade and could only hurriedly cross his fists in front of his chest, using armament hockey to brace for impact. Bang! Under Roz's punch, Dalmatia flew backward. Even though he activated armament hockey, his arms still felt a slight numbness. Damn it! His eyes still had trouble opening, and he couldn't help but curse under his breath, relying on observation hockey to sense Roz's movements and respond. Roz charged at Dalmatia again, continuing to throw punch after punch. Against a powerhouse focused purely on physical combat and hockey, the distortion power delivered through punches was undoubtedly the most effective. Other methods were more suitable for creating opportunities. Bang! Bang! After exchanging several blows, Dalmatia's arms became increasingly numb. He realized that continuing like this was unfavorable and suddenly leaped upward, using the moonwalk technique to gain height. However, Roz snorted coldly and also stepped forward, leaping into the air to pursue Dalmatia, continuing to throw punches upward. Storm kick. Roz's tenacity clearly exceeded Dalmatia's expectations. Although his eyes had recovered, he still found Roz's aerial pursuit somewhat troublesome. He decisively executed a storm kick, delivering a slashing attack aimed at Roz's head. But Roz restrained it with both hands, turning that slashing attack into a glowing ball and threw it back at him. Bang! Dalmatia punched out, extinguishing the sword energy ball Roz sent over. But this put him at a disadvantage. Under Roz's continued pursuit, he took a solid punch to the shoulder. Even though he had used armament hockey on his shoulder to block, Roz's overwhelming distortion power still penetrated into his shoulder, leaving one of his arms completely numb and unable to move. Whoosh! Without thinking, Dalmatia immediately dropped towards the ground. It was clearly a foolish choice to engage in aerial combat if Roz could also use moonwalk. Because he needed to borrow strength to throw punches, his power would be significantly reduced. However, Roz's devil fruit ability could ignore everything. Regardless of whether he could borrow strength, he could unleash his full power. Each punch's strength would not be much weaker than if he were standing on the ground. Whoosh! Seeing Dalmatia descend, Roz followed suit without hesitation, landing almost simultaneously on the ground. The moment he landed, Roz stepped down, causing the ground beneath Dalmatia's feet to suddenly twist and collapse. The distortion power transmitted through the ground would become weak due to distance, which wasn't very effective against a physical combat expert like Dalmatia. But it was perfect for creating a battlefield. This caused Dalmatia's footing to suddenly give way, catching him off guard. Roz stepped forward and charged up, making it difficult for Dalmatia to evade, forcing him to use his other slightly better arm to punch back. Boom! Roz's punch landed, sending Dalmatia flying backward again. One arm was severely numb, while the other was slightly better, but still felt too sore to tightly clench his fist. Roz's dazzling ability was something his observation hockey had not been able to warn him about. As a result, after being hit, he was decisively seized by Roz, who pressed the advantage. In a dire situation, Dalmatia found it difficult to cope with Roz's offensive, becoming increasingly strained, only able to half block and half evade. Try to recover his arm's strength through dodging, but Roz would never give him the opportunity to recover and kept pursuing. How could this be? The rear admiral was actually at a disadvantage. Many Navy officers watched in disbelief as Roz clearly pressured Dalmatia during the chase. Dalmatia's strength was undoubtedly the strongest in the G8 branch. Even if other rear admirals teamed up, they were no match for Dalmatia. Yet now, throughout the battle from the beginning until now, Dalmatia seemed to have never gained the upper hand and was always suppressed by Roz. This was bad. The vice admiral was struggling to hold on. If this continued, the situation would likely turn grim. Roz's fierce offensive and relentless pursuit of any slightest flaw made both Rohan and Heiser feel anxious. Seeing that Dalmatia was already having difficulty coping with Roz's onslaught, the two exchanged a glance, gritted their teeth, and charged into the battlefield together. With the addition of Rohan and Heiser, Dalmatia, who was on the verge of defeat, finally got a slight chance to catch his breath, but it was just a tiny respite. If Dalmatia, Rohan, and Heiser were all uninjured and at their peak, they could indeed pose a challenge to Roz. However, now Rohan and Heiser each had an injured arm, and Dalmatia was also hindered due to the special effects of the distortion power, making it difficult for him to exert his strength. Even if they combined their efforts against Roz, it would be hard to turn the tide. Bang! Bang! Roz faced 3 opponents with a calm demeanor, showing no sign of retreat, and his attacks became increasingly fierce. Especially for the injured Rohan and Heiser, they could not withstand Roz's power at all. Even a slight graze would result in them spitting blood and being sent flying. During this time, a Navy colonel attempted to rush over to provide support. But even Rohan and Heiser could only barely participate. They were not qualified to join this battlefield and fell in an instant. For Roz, who possessed the distortion power, once he gained the upper hand, the possibility of a counterattack from his opponents was almost non-existent. They would only fall into a vicious cycle, with their arms and bodies gradually being destroyed by the distortion power, making it increasingly difficult to exert strength. Watching Roz single-handedly suppress Rohan, Heiser, and Dalmesia. All the Navy officers felt their spines chill, their eyes revealing disbelief. The strength of the Phantom HandRoz's was simply outrageous. The two major rear admirals from the G8 branch, along with Vice Admiral Dalmesia, had teamed up but were still facing defeat, only able to hold on desperately. At this moment, the remaining Navy officers could only watch helplessly. In the face of such a battle level, they were not qualified to intervene. Finally, after repelling Dalmesia with a punch, Roz caught Rohan's sword strike with one hand and forcefully thrust it forward, twisting Rohan and his sword several times. Immediately after, in Heiser's horrified gaze, Roz stepped forward and kicked him in the chest, sending him flying, crashing into a distant building and directly breaking through the entire structure. The two rear admirals were instantly defeated. Dalmesia's eyes were bloodshot, but it was too late to provide support. He tried to take this opportunity to attack Roz from behind, aiming to kill him with a punch. However, as Roz kicked Heiser away, he turned around and met Dalmesia's attack with a punch. Boom! The collision of fists left Dalmesia unable to hold on any longer. The armed hockey on his fist was brutally shattered by Roz's distortion power, and his entire arm made a cracking sound as the bones broke. Dalmesia endured the excruciating pain and attempted a desperate counterattack, swinging his other hand fiercely. But Roz didn't give him a chance, countering with a punch that shattered Dalmesia's other attacking fist, twisting the bones until they completely shattered. "I'll take the head of the Navy Vice Admiral," Roz said calmly, his fingers forming a blade as he swept horizontally, and without any blood splattering, a head flew into the sky, still wearing an expression of disbelief. Dalmesia anticipated that Roz would be difficult to deal with. After all, even a Phantom Spider had been defeated by Roz, but he never expected that he would end up in such a disastrous defeat after bringing 3 rear admirals to encircle him. The entire scene fell into silence. Thud! This was the sound of the severed head hitting the ground. In the silence, a sea breeze blew through. Ding dong! This was the sound of the standard Navy long sword falling to the ground. First came one sound, followed by a series of clanging sounds as countless weapons slipped from hands, gradually creating a continuous echo on the silent street. This was truly big news. 100 meters away on the street, at the window of a hotel on the top floor, Morgan's cup silently fell to the ground, shattering into countless pieces. Having single-handedly crushed the elite forces of the Navy branch and eliminating a vice admiral and 2 rear admirals. Such strength may not be remarkable among the strong in the Grand Line, but Roz had only recently set foot on the Grand Line. Gazing at Roz's figure, Morgan's felt that he had already witnessed the rise of the brightest supernova of this era, even hoping that he could shake the status of the 4 emperors in a new world in the future. It was time to gather some information and prepare a news report. On the west side of Bay Street, Lafitte leaped onto the top of a 2-story building, a trace of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Yet he wore a strange smile on his face, coupled with a complexion so pale that countless beauties would feel ashamed, making anyone who saw him feel a chill in their hearts. Below on the street, HandRoz's was barely standing, propped up by his sword. His condition was far worse than Lafitte's, covered in wounds, his clothes already stained red. Moreover, the street was littered with Navy corpses, some of which were killed by Lafitte's hand, but more were slain by HandRoz's, clearly a result of being hypnotized by Lafitte. If not for the fact that HandRoz's personality was quite similar to that of the Phantom Spider and others, he would have collapsed in such a battle long ago. Haha, killing your own subordinates. What a terrifying Navy commander, Lafitte remarked, not wiping the blood from his mouth, but instead revealing a strange smile as he stared at HandRoz's, casually spinning the red cane in his hand. HandRoz's looked up at Lafitte, his gaze cold and indifferent, saying, "They died in the line of duty, to prevent you, a villain, from continuing to harm the sea." Whoosh! The moment the words fell, HandRoz's leaped onto the roof, swinging his sword at Lafitte, who had long been prepared and lightly dodged HandRoz's strike. "It seems the battle over there has ended," Lafitte said, turning to look towards the center of Bay Street, where Roz was battling Dalmesia and others. The intense sounds of battle that had been ongoing suddenly ceased. HandRoz's did not turn to look, but he could hear that there was no longer any movement, staring at Lafitte indifferently and saying, "It seems your captain has reached the end of his line. Your strength indeed exceeds my expectations, but now just stopping you is enough. You won't escape. It seems you're very confident in your commander, but just like you, I'm also very confident in our captain," Lafitte replied with a smile, shrugging his shoulders. HandRoz's had indeed worried whether Dalmesia could defeat the Phantom HandRoz's, However, the fact that Rohan and Heiser had not come over to support him thus far clearly indicated that, aside from Dalmesia, Rohan and Heiser were assisting on the other battlefield. Ghost HandRoz's is not a notorious pirate with a bounty of 2 or 300 million. A vice admiral much stronger than him, along with 2 slightly weaker rear admirals, is already sufficient. The only problem lies on his side. Although Lafitte's combat ability is not much stronger than his, the other party uses strange methods to exhaust his stamina significantly, and he has sustained considerable injuries. Continuing the fight, he is likely not Lafitte's opponent and can only buy time. However, the battle on that side has already ended, and as long as he drags it out a little longer, it should be about enough. He can still cope for a short time. With this thought in mind, he focused on Lafitte and prepared to continue the attack. However, almost at that moment, a voice suddenly came over. "Not finished yet, Lafitte? I'm very sorry. Just a little more." Captain Lafitte turned his head, slightly apologetically addressing the direction of the voice. Ashuz's expression froze. He stiffly turned his head, and the moment he saw Roz's figure, he could no longer maintain his calm. Disbelief showed in his eyes. How is this possible? How could Ghost HandRoz's appear here? Didn't Vice Admiral Dalmesia and Rohan team up to besiege him? How could they let him come here? A terrifying thought surged in his mind, but he could hardly believe it. However, behind Roz was empty. Dalmesia and Rohan's figures did not appear, nor did they pursue him. "I say, you seem distracted." Lafitte's voice interrupted his thoughts. Lafitte, who had appeared beside him without him noticing, thrust the redwood cane toward his heart. Ashuz panicked and dodged, but was already too late. Although he avoided the fatal blow to his heart, he was still pierced through the chest by Lafitte's redwood cane. Ashuz suddenly understood why the headquarters had issued orders so seriously, even suggesting to delay the attack and combine the forces of the 2 branches for the encirclement. At that time, Dalmesia and the other rear admirals believed it was unnecessary. Now it seems they had miscalculated and underestimated the strength of the Ghost Hand Pirates. Although the Ghost Hand Pirates have few members, with only 3 formal crew members, their strength cannot be measured solely by numbers. "Goodbye." Lafitte withdrew his cane, tilted it slightly, and thrust it forward again, the cane accurately piercing Ashuz's heart. As he withdrew it again, Ashuz's body slowly collapsed to the ground. Watching the last rear admiral fall, Roz revealed a contemplative expression. Perhaps he could organize the notes on observation hockey into a training method to give to Robin and Lafitte. At the Navy headquarters, in an office close to the top floor, 3 vice admirals were sitting in chairs and on a sofa. One of them was Dauberman, while the other 2 were Weasel and Fire Mountain. Dalmetia's people had already found the Ghost Hand Pirates. They should have engaged by now. Is it a bit unstable to let the G8 branch handle the Ghost Hand Pirates alone? Fire Mountain asked Dauberman, who was sitting across from him. Before Dauberman could respond, Weasel, who had his eyes closed, opened them and said in a deep voice, "Dalmetia's strength is not far from ours." And this time, he mobilized 3 rear admirals from a base. This is already the most cautious response. Dauberman said solemnly, "The other nearby branch bases would take at least a month to reach the sea area under the responsibility of the G8 branch. If we wait any longer, the chances of unexpected events will increase. Now we can only rely on the G8 branch. Hopefully, Dalmetia won't disappoint us. If it weren't for the long distance, I wouldn't mind personally dealing with Ross, but it would take at least 2 months for my troops to reach him from the headquarters. So, sending the G8 branch to act quickly is the best choice." While waiting, the phone bug on the desk rang, and the expressions of the 3 vice admirals in the office instantly became serious. Dauberman walked to the desk, picked up the receiver, and answered. "This is Vice Admiral Dauberman." Clatter. This was the sound of the receiver dropping onto the red oak desk, echoing in the quiet office. Weasel and Fire Mountain were momentarily stunned. What happened? Dauberman's fingers trembled slightly. It was unclear whether it was anger or shock. His expression was hard to describe in words, and he staggered back a step. Seeing this, Weasel and Fire Mountain immediately realized something serious had happened. Weasel stood up, walked over, and picked up the receiver that had fallen from a desk. Meanwhile, Fire Mountain approached Dauberman's side. Was it news about the extermination of the Ghost Hand Pirates? Had the encirclement failed? Dauberman seemed to exert all his strength to suppress the surging emotions within him as he walked to the nearby sofa, his whole being in an extremely unstable state. The encirclement had failed. Dalmetia and the 3 rear admirals were all dead. When he spoke the information he had just heard in an extremely suppressed and low tone, a surge of uncontrollable emotion suddenly welled up within him. Why? Why had things developed to this extent? Clearly, it was just a small character that he initially didn't care about. Yet time and again it exceeded expectations. Time and again it slipped out of control, developing to the point where he too began to feel helpless. Colonel Moby had told him that the situation was under control. Rear Admiral Bastille had told him that Ghost HandRoz's would soon be sent to Judicial Island for trial. And Ghost Spider had told him that he would be back soon. Dalmatia had told him that he would not give the Ghost Hand pirates any chance. Strangely, he thought of Roz's words from the West Sea. Although I'm just a trivial character now, and you may not care at all, please remember what I said. Your actions today will determine the future direction of this sea. I hope that one day in the future, you will not regret the orders you issued today, because it will be too late. That sentence, relayed by a major from the branch, echoed in his ears, making him feel as if he could see Roz standing in front of him, calmly stating those words. Regret? Dauberman was momentarily dazed, but ultimately he was a vice admiral. In the next moment, he regained his composure, his eyes once again becoming clear. Yes, he did have some regrets, regretting that he hadn't taken it seriously sooner. Not sending Ghost Spider to the West Sea earlier, not eliminating the Ghost Hand pirates at sea sooner. Dauberman, we need to hold a meeting. After Weasel finished listening to the report on the other end of the phone bug, he hung up, remained silent for a moment, then turned to Dauberman, taking a deep breath and speaking with a serious expression. Dauberman and Weasel exchanged a glance, ultimately nodding, while Fire Mountain sighed and also nodded, saying, I will report to the higher-ups. Generally speaking, only pirates at the level of the 7 warlords would qualify for the headquarters to hold a separate meeting for them. But now the situation is that the G8 branch base is nearly wiped out. The rebuilding and reassignment of the G8 branch base involves too many issues, not to mention the subsequent handling of the Ghost Hand pirates. The Elias Kingdom, the Navy at the G8 branch base, with all 4 admiral-level officers dead, had to retreat from the Elias Kingdom in a disheveled state under the direct command of the headquarters. Roz and Lafitte stayed on the island, waiting for the record pointer to fully charge with magnetic force. At the same time, Roz also wrote down his understanding of observation hockey according to his own training path. This power called hockey, I wonder if you're familiar with it. I have compiled a set of information on observation hockey with perceptual functions for you to take a look at. In a living room, Roz handed the organized observation hockey information to Lafitte and Robin, a total of 4 pages, which were much more detailed than the initial version he received. Leaving armament hockey aside for now, the threshold for observation hockey is relatively low. Some people are even born with it, and given Robin and Lafitte's way of doing things, the effects of observation hockey are even stronger. Hockey? I've learned about it in the materials, and it is said that there are 3 types. Robin took the observation hockey information from Roz. O'Hara is the source of all knowledge in the world, and she has also looked into hockey, but only in the form of popular science literature. After flipping through it briefly with her photographic memory, she quickly memorized its contents and thoughtfully handed the information to Lafitte. Lafitte, after taking a look, suddenly shrugged and said, If it's like what the materials describe, it seems I possess this ability. I've forgotten when I used it, haha. Although I haven't learned about your abilities, I'm not surprised that you can use observation hockey. Roz nodded, not feeling surprised. As a member of the Blackbeard pirate from the original story, how could he not have some skills? He had sensed several times that Lafitte might be using observation hockey, but he had never asked. Lafitte didn't discard the information. After smiling, he continued to read it seriously, memorizing it carefully. Although he could use observation hockey, he only used it instinctively, and there were naturally many flaws in his control, just like Roz when he had just awakened and had not fully mastered observation hockey. While Lafitte and Robin contemplated the information on observation hockey, Roz organized the gains from defeating the G8 branch base navy. He had eliminated Dalmatia and 2 rear admirals, but his arm had been bruised by the opponent's armament hockey. Fortunately, it did not injure the muscles or bones, and he had been asking Robin to help apply medicine for the past 2 days, and it was almost healed. It would be best to recruit a good ship doctor. A hint of thoughtfulness flashed in Roz's eyes as he summoned the TalentSystem page. Although he had defeated 3 rear admirals and 1 vice admiral in the G8 branch base, the reward for defeating the Navy were different from hunting pirates. They were not cumulative for all members, but only counted for the highest officer leading the team. Roz received a total of 100 talent proficiency points and 1 free talent point. After glancing at the combat talent, Roz did not hesitate and decisively allocated 10 points of talent proficiency directly to the distortion fruit. Buzz! A golden light flashed, and the proficiency of the distortion fruit reached 300 points. At the same time, the branch of distorted gravity also turned into an activatable green state, and the activation condition was displayed. It required 3 free talent points. As expected, it's not just 1 point, but 3 free talent points is a bit too much. Roz rubbed his brow. He currently had 2 free talent points and could not activate the distorted gravity ability. Moreover, if distorted gravity required 3 points, distorted space would probably require even more. He really needed to conserve free talent points in the future. After hesitating for a moment, Roz did not continue to add points to the distortion fruit, but switched to the general talent interface. After looking at the remaining 90 talent proficiency points, he allocated 25 points to physical enhancement and 50 points to agility enhancement. The talent panel of the general system changed. Agility enhancement, 150, advanced enhancement, physical enhancement, 260, top-tier enhancement. In a previous battle with Dalmesia, Roz's speed had never matched the opponent's. He had relied entirely on the distortion fruit to create opportunities to fight. If Dalmesia had fully utilized his speed advantage, winning would not have been easy for him. In fact, that battle appeared to be a crushing victory due to several strategic mistakes made by the Navy. One was that the Navy miscalculated Lafitte's combat power. Otherwise, with the combined strength of the 3 rear admirals in Dalmesia, Roz would have had to flee and could not confront them head-on. The second was that the 2 rear admirals were too arrogant, attempting to confront Roz directly, which led to severe injuries, each losing an arm, significantly reducing their combat capabilities. The third was that Dalmesia performed poorly in battle. He was affected by Roz's ruthless tactics and words, failing to utilize his advantages and instead getting hit repeatedly. If any one of these 3 problems had been properly managed by the Navy, they would not have experienced a complete collapse and defeat at Roz's hands. This time, the Navy's encirclement was indeed cautious, and they had considerable forces. However, their strategy was too poor, and the decision to split forces for encirclement was the decisive factor that led to their annihilation. Of course, now that Roz had increased his agility by 50 points, physical enhancement by 25 points, and distortion power by 10 points, his strength had significantly improved compared to before. Even in a head-on confrontation with a fully energized Dalmesia and the 2 rear admirals, he would still have the upper hand. After some thought about the remaining 15 talent proficiency points, Roz decided not to allocate them to physical enhancement or the distortion fruit, but switch back to the combat system and allocated them to observation hockey. His observation hockey had barely managed to capture Dalmesia's movements. If he encountered someone faster and stronger in martial arts than Dalmesia, he would likely be at a disadvantage and needed to enhance it. Roz did not seek to have an advantage in speed, but could not afford to be too disadvantaged. Otherwise, it would greatly impact his combat performance. Gun shooting, 50 close combat, 100 distortion fruit, 300 Navy 6 styles shave, 0 Navy 6 styles paper drawing, 0 Navy 6 styles moonwalk, 0 observation hockey, 15 armament hockey, 0 if only my physical strength could keep up. I could allocate all 100 points to the distortion fruit at once, Roz murmured, sensing the changes in his body. However, once the distortion power reached 300 points, it clearly crossed a certain threshold, causing the range of his power to directly expand to about 100 meters. Because of this, he allocated 25 points to physical proficiency to adapt to the explosive growth of the distortion power. I wonder how my current strength compares to those veteran vice admirals at headquarters. A hint of contemplation appeared in Roz's eyes. The position of vice admiral at headquarters is a significant gap in strength. Excluding figures like Garp, those who have just recently been promoted like Doberman, cannot be compared to the likes of Shawatanto. The position of vice admiral is the peak of many Navy's careers. Some were promoted to vice admiral at headquarters 2 or 3 decades ago, but they have remained in that position for 2 or 3 decades. Their strength may have slightly improved, but far from the standards of an admiral. Since he had never fought against the rear admiral from headquarters, Roz pondered for a while and still found it difficult to judge his strength, but the only thing that could be confirmed was he was far from being a Navy admiral. Any Navy admiral could easily destroy an island. How large is the area of an island? Generally, an island would have a diameter of at least 10 kilometers. A young ice age could instantly freeze an unknown range of sea surface. In comparison, the distortion power that could only affect a 100-meter range was still far from comparable. This means that once a Navy admiral set their sights on him and found his exact location, his current strength would not qualify him for any resistance. As for the next island, it was time to look for new prey. Roz took a deep breath, a deep glint flashing in his eyes. It was difficult to find a pirate with a bounty over 100 million in the West Sea. However, in the first half of the Grand Line, with the 3-arrow record pointer, there were still many opportunities to be found. At the Navy headquarters, this was the high-level conference room, where only naval officers of the rank of Rear Admiral and above were qualified to speak. As for the officers of the rank of Commodore, although they had the qualification to enter, they could only observe and take notes. The room was silent, with no noisy sounds, and in this quietness, only the voice of Admiral Sengoku could be heard slowly explaining in the hall. Then, the reorganization of the G8 branch base will be decided, as mentioned above. Additionally, Sengoku pulled out another document, which was about the Ghost Hand Pirates. He pressed one hand on the document while turning to Doberman and said in a deep voice, "Can anyone tell me what exactly is going on with the Ghost Hand Pirates?" Sengoku had just taken over the position of admiral and was gradually adapting to the duties of the Navy admiral. But he did not expect such a huge blunder to appear at this time. Doberman stood up and bowed deeply to Sengoku. "It is my subordinate's mismanagement, and I am willing to take responsibility. Sit down." Sengoku glanced at Doberman, spoke in a deep voice, his gaze sweeping across the numerous rear admirals present, and said, "Maintaining the Navy's face and authority is necessary. If the Navy loses its authority, the evil forces on this sea will become even more rampant." After understanding the background of the situation regarding Roz, Sengoku was both angry and speechless. A small hole had been patched up time and again, but had ultimately resulted in the entire wall collapsing to this extent. It was absolutely impossible to revoke Roz's bounty. Even if he reported it to the government would never agree and would definitely order the eradication of Roz's existence. Once the Navy lost its authority, the consequences would be extremely serious, potentially affecting the entire sea. Therefore, in Sengoku's view, for the sake of justice on a global scale, sacrificing one person like Roz was necessary, although this was somewhat unfair to Roz. Of course, since Roz killed the colonel of the West Sea Branch, this so-called unfairness no longer existed. Regardless of the cause, anyone who dared to brutally kill a naval officer could not be forgiven. Sengoku had also heard about the Ghost Spider incident. After all, it was a defeat of a rear admiral from headquarters, but he did not pay much attention to it, only ordering Akainu to take full responsibility for the matter. As a Navy admiral, Akainu could not keep an eye on a pirate from the West Sea, let alone make a special trip to sea. Therefore, the matter was still under Doberman's charge, merely requiring his approval for the troop mobilization requests and documents that Doberman reported. The order to mobilize the G8 branch to encircle Roz was also issued by Akainu. However, neither Doberman nor Akainu expected that the G8 branch base would suffer a disastrous defeat, with a rear admiral and 3 commodores all perishing. At this moment, hearing Sengoku's words, Akainu's expression had already turned grim. The problem was that small mistakes could not be allowed to turn into big mistakes. Once an error occurred, it had to be quickly filled. The ghost hand, Roz, acted recklessly, brutally, and to maintain the Navy's authority, he must be eradicated as soon as possible. After saying this, Sengoku glanced at Akainu, then shifted his gaze to Akiji and said in a deep voice, "This matter will be fully entrusted to you, Akiji." Originally, it was a matter under Akainu's responsibility, but it was shifted to Akiji, and the many rear admirals present naturally understood the implications. Although they did not blame Akainu and Doberman, it was no different from a harsh criticism. Akainu sat there without saying a word. Doberman also kept his head down, not daring to look at Akainu's expression. On the other side, upon hearing Sengoku's order, Akiji nodded, unusually displaying a very serious attitude at the meeting. On one hand, the matter regarding Roz was indeed extremely severe. On the other hand, Nico Robin was on Roz's ship. The necessary matters were handled, and although there were no open criticisms, passing it on to Akiji to handle was close enough. After looking at everyone present, Sengoku prepared to adjourn the meeting. However, just as he was about to speak, there was a sudden urgent knock at the door, and then a Commodore rushed in, holding a newspaper, looking somewhat flustered, and said, "Report, something has happened." He handed the newspaper to Sengoku, who took a glance and immediately felt a buzzing in his head. Upon looking closely, he realized that his fists had unknowingly clenched tightly. The newspaper's entire page was filled with information about the Ghost Hand Pirates and Ghost HandRoz's, and the most important issue was the content of the report. A pirate born from the Navy? Just the headline already carried a hint of sarcasm. The Ghost Hand Pirates had defeated the elite forces of the Navy's G8 branch at the Elias Kingdom, killing all the leaders of that unit: Rear Admiral Dalmatia, Commodores Rohan, Heiser, and Ashus. According to previous news, the Ghost Hand Pirates were not the first to defeat the Navy's encirclement and had rampantly slaughtered the Navy. The audacity to confront the Navy head-on and kill Navy personnel, yet still survived to this day, was indeed a miracle. What had driven them to madly slaughter the Navy? The timeline went back over a year. The events that had occurred in the West Sea were almost fully revealed, occupying nearly most of the coverage. And the tone was not without heavy sarcasm. Seeing this, Sengoku could no longer contain himself. Damn it! His forehead veins bulged, and one fist was clenched tightly, wishing he could pull out the writer of this news report and punch them to death. Meanwhile, newspapers were continuously sent into the conference room, and everyone had a copy on their desks. All of them began to read the newspapers. Just like that, a pirate hunter, under the Navy's guidance, finally became a pirate. According to reliable intelligence, from the West Sea to the Grand Line, the Ghost Hand pirates had never plundered towns. They had never slaughtered civilians. All those who fell under the Ghost Hand pirates were ruthless pirates on the evil side, as well as the Navy pursuing the Ghost Hand pirates. So, how far could this rising star, no, this supernova that had already risen, strongly go in its confrontation with the Navy? Let's wait and see. Boom! Sengoku finally could not hold back any longer and slammed his fist on the conference table, creating a spiderweb-like crack on the surface. And his other hand nearly tore the newspaper apart. Damn it! What is this report about? And what is this newspaper about? What is the government doing to allow such things to be released into the sea? The conference room was silent as a grave. The expressions on everyone's faces had turned extremely grim, and the roar of Sengoku made them all fall silent. As for the attending generals, they were already drenched in sweat. Something has happened. A big incident has occurred. Written by Morgans, one of the emperors of the Dark World, and with the support of countless forces, including revolutionaries. A large number of newspapers were spread around the world. Even though the Navy and the government responded quickly, immediately confiscating and destroying the newspapers, they still caused a huge uproar globally. Even if only a portion of people saw it, the word of mouth spread quickly, and the name of the Ghost Hand pirates became the focus of global attention. The government made every effort to cover it up, and continuously published newspapers stating that the deeds of Ghost HandRoz's were an attempt by certain evil forces to smear the Navy. But it still couldn't completely eliminate the impact. The world government's Navy headquarters was in a state of panic. Inside the Navy, the government's anger poured down, and Doberman was nearly dismissed directly. It was only because Sengoku and Akainu intervened that Doberman retained his position as vice admiral, but most of his powers were stripped away. This sudden news report has completely pushed Roz into the spotlight. Ha ha ha, hunting pirates? Confronting the Navy head-on? What a crazy guy. But having angered the government and Navy, I fear this might be the end for him. On the deck of the Don Quixote family pirate ship, Doflamingo lay in a deck chair, looking at the newspaper in his hand and letting out a strange laugh. Just entering the Grand Line, and already pushed to the forefront, it must be tough to survive, but if he can make it, somewhere at sea. Mihawk looked at the newspaper in his hand and took a sip of red wine. East Blue, Windmill Village. Captain, look at this newspaper. The news on it is quite interesting. Luffy, who was tearing into a piece of meat with one hand, held a newspaper in the other as he approached Shanks and handed it over. Shanks smiled as he took it, glanced at it, and showed a hint of surprise, saying, "This news, the government and Navy must be quite busy." Beckman, sitting beside Shanks, also held a copy of the newspaper, a cigar in his mouth, and a strange glint in his eyes. For such a newspaper to appear on the sea, the person who wrote it is quite bold. There must be forces like the revolutionaries secretly fanning the flames. Ghost Hand Pirates, Ghost HandRoz's. That name sounds somewhat familiar. Looking at the pirate flag on the newspaper, Beckman quickly recalled the encounter in the West Sea, the same pirate flag pattern. He is indeed not an ordinary guy, but the government must have already marked him for elimination. Once the Navy and government resolve this trouble and are free to act, it will surely be a thunderous strike. It will be a long way for them to meet us. Beckman tossed the newspaper aside, glanced at Shanks, shook his head with a smile, and sensed that such things were still too illusory. The chaos caused by the Ghost Hand pirates attracted the attention of major forces around the world, some relishing the misfortune, some mocking the government and Navy, while others noticed Ghost HandRoz's. However, most people held an unfavorable view of the development of the Ghost Hand pirates, because having stirred up such a big trouble, the government and Navy were undoubtedly enraged. How terrifying could an enraged government and Navy be? No one knows, because those who know have long been buried in the dust of history. At the shores of the Elysius Kingdom, Roz had returned to the Phantom ship. Lafitte continued to stay on the island waiting for the magnetic storage to fill up, and Robin, upon Roz's return, once again landed on the island to gather intelligence. This time, The intelligence demand was for all pirates with bounties over 100 million in the first half of the Grand Line. Inside a spacious lounge on the Phantom ship, Roz was sitting on the sofa, resting with his eyes closed when suddenly there was a knock on the door, and he opened his eyes. "Come in." Robin walked in, wearing a lavender top and shorts, her figure now quite similar to that in the original work, though she appeared slightly younger. Roz sat up straight, smiled at Robin, and said, "You're back so soon. I thought you'd be slower than Lafitte. After the Navy was defeated by you, the dark forces of the Elysius Kingdom became a bit chaotic, making intelligence gathering much easier," Robin replied as she walked over to Roz. "In the first half of the Grand Line, counting you as the captain, there are a total of 7 pirates with bounties over 100 million. And I've gathered some specific intelligence. Counting me in?" Roz caught the extra implication in Robin's words. Robin tilted her head and smiled gently, placing 2 bounty notices on the coffee table in front of Roz. One was Roz's bounty notice, which had astonishingly risen to 200 million berries. Besides that, the other notice was for Lafitte, also reaching 80 million berries. "My bounty hasn't changed much, but counting you and the navigator, the overall bounty has reached 359 million berries. If you improve your strength and take action more often in battles, your bounty will increase too, but as an intelligence officer, it's best to avoid combat as much as possible." Roz picked up the bounty notice and glanced at it, giving Robin a faint smile. As an intelligence officer, the more hidden and less noticed, the better. Well, it's not just to protect the only beautiful girl on the ship. Robin nodded lightly, placing several pieces of information on the table along with a stack of bounty notices. This was information about the 6 pirates with bounties over 100 million in the first half of the Grand Line, aside from Roz. Of course, some of this information was detailed, while other parts were quite lacking. 2 of the pirate crews did not have specific location intelligence. And among the 4 crews with location information, only 2 had relatively accurate data. Roz carefully examined the remaining 2 pieces of information after discarding the 4 with excessive omissions and no precise location intelligence. Bounty of 230 million berries. Captain of the Blood Wolf Pirates, Blood Wolf Rain, last seen in water 7.5 a month ago. This distance is a bit too far. Roz shook his head upon reading this, as he had just reached the second island of the Pluton route in the Grand Line, while Water 7 was already near the Sabeti archipelago. Setting this information aside, Roz looked at the last piece of information. Bounty of 180 million berries, Iron Wall Pirates. Last seen in Alpha Port 7 days ago. A hint of contemplation flashed in Roz's eyes. If he remembered correctly, this place should be on the Pluton route and not too far from the Elysius Kingdom. Although the record pointers on the Grand Line are fixed routes. If there are permanent pointers pointing to other islands, it would be easy to change routes or go against the flow. Roz's ship had also collected a permanent pointer that always points to the Elysius Kingdom. Such things are never too many. In the materials collected by Robin, even the specific abilities of the captain of the Iron Wall Pirates, Iron Wall Avero, were included, who is a user of the barrier fruit. If I remember correctly, this fruit ability should belong to a certain NCF 10 years later. This means that even if he doesn't go after Lavero, he won't survive until the top war. By the way, Captain, compared to the information on other pirate crews, I think you need to take a look at this newspaper. Just as Roz was confirming to target the Iron Wall Pirates as the next hunting objective, Robin suddenly interrupted his thoughts, placing a somewhat heavy newspaper in front of him. Roz picked up the newspaper and glanced at it, his expression slightly changing as he said, "This is indeed somewhat unexpected. This newspaper will push us in an unpredictable direction." Robin's tone was somewhat grave. The government and the Navy would be thoroughly enraged, and if they suppressed this matter, what awaited us would be a bloody hunt. Rod stared at the newspaper for a while, then set it aside and suddenly chuckled. But isn't it quite refreshing? With this newspaper being released into the sea, the Navy and government must be in disarray right now. Although this report would lead the situation towards an uncontrollable direction, it was undoubtedly like finding a public restroom when one was sweating from a stomachache. "Captain," a hint of worry flashed in Robin's eyes as she sighed inwardly. While it's certainly satisfying to have the truth revealed, the ensuing situation would likely become exceedingly difficult. The previous victory over the G8 branch and establishing a foothold in the Grand Line would be completely undermined. The Navy and government would surely take action next. And once they struck, it would be a thunderous blow aimed at completely eradicating the Ghost Hand Pirates. 2 days later, the magnetic record pointer was finally fully charged, and Lafitte returned to the ship. The single-arrow record pointer indeed pointed towards one of the 3-arrow record pointers, which was undoubtedly good news for Roz. The previous robbery was not in vain, and the subsequent course could be flexibly adjusted. First, head to Alpha Port. Rods instructed Lafitte. It was quite challenging to lock onto a pirate in the West Sea. However, on the Grand Line, every island needed to be stopped to store magnetic power. And given that the course was largely restricted, it became much easier to chase a pirate ship thanks to the speed of the Ghost Shadow. "All right, Captain," Lafitte replied, putting the old single-arrow record pointer into his pocket and looking at the three-arrow record pointer and the sea chart to navigate the Ghost Shadow. 7 days later, the Ghost Shadow arrived at the next island, having stored magnetic power in just 2 days. After setting sail again, it took only 5 days to reach another island. The speed advantage of the Ghost Shadow, combined with Lafitte's navigation skills, was fully utilized, and in just 20 days, they crossed 3 islands and arrived at Alphaport. In the Ghost Shadow's training room, boom, boom, continuous booming sounds echoed here as Roz's hands were clenched into fists, as if wearing thin black gloves, punching repeatedly at a square piece of steel, leaving continuous dents. During the battle with Dalmatia, he did not use hockey, but kept observing Dalmatia's hockey until the end of the fight. Fighting in this world has always been the most effective means of developing human potential. After the battle with Dalmatia, Rods mastered the technique of hockey hardening in just a few days. Twisted fist. While continuously throwing punches, Rods's eyes suddenly flashed as he internally shouted, abruptly activating the twisting power, surging into his fist and delivering a powerful blow. Bang! The square steel directly exhibited a spiral, twisting fracture under Rods's punch. If Rods hadn't quickly retracted his ability, the whole piece of steel might have shattered. Looking at the square steel, Rods frowned slightly and looked down at his fist, noticing that the hockey enveloping his fist had dissipated at some point. Still unable to perfectly combine hockey with fruit abilities. After mastering hockey hardening, Rods's next training direction was to integrate hockey with his fruit abilities. The devil fruit abilities and hockey are not two conflicting powers, but can be perfectly fused through mastery. Leaving aside Doflamingo's strings and Luffy's rubber, which can directly attach hockey, Whitebeard's tremor fruit could severely injure a Kainu with a single punch, clearly containing hockey. Otherwise, a Logia user could filter out the shock damage through elementalization, and merely endure a regular punch of hockey would not cause them to be severely injured and bleeding. However, the twisting and tremor devil fruits, which do not have a physical form, are evidently different from the string and rubber fruits, which can almost perfectly stack with hockey and unleash tremendous attack power. The former can be called a combination, while the latter is an addition. Adding hockey to the tremors is incredibly powerful, making it impossible for both Logia and Paramecia to withstand. If the twisting power could also incorporate the properties of hockey, it would surely be extraordinary. Therefore, the combination of invisible powers like tremor and twisting with hockey is clearly much more challenging than with strings and rubber. For over 10 days, Rods has been continuously trying, but he has always been unable to attach hockey to his twisting fruit ability when activated. Even when Rods fully unleashed the twisting power, the hockey hardening on his fist could not be maintained and would dissipate due to the twisting force. Whitebeard could attach hockey to his tremors, meaning that a non-physical fruit ability can indeed incorporate hockey. Rods looked at his fist, his gaze flickering slightly. Since someone can do it, it means this path is feasible. His current inability is simply because his hockey is not strong enough and his control over both hockey and fruit abilities is somewhat lacking. Perhaps in the future, his mastery and development of the twisting fruit could surpass Whitebeard. But for now, he is still far from standing at the pinnacle of the world like Whitebeard. Just as Rods was about to continue his training, a knock on the door came from outside, followed by Robin's voice. "Captain Rods, we've arrived at Alphaport." "I understand." After the Ghost Shadow docked at Alphaport, Robin and the three of them went ashore, splitting up to gather information about the Iron Wall pirates. Meanwhile, in an unnoticed corner, a plainclothes intelligence officer from the world government took out a transponder snail, reporting seriously to the other end. "Report. The Ghost Hand Pirates have appeared at Alphaport. Continue monitoring." The intelligence department chief on the other end, upon hearing the report from his subordinate, commanded him to continue monitoring while swiftly relaying the information to the upper echelons of the world government. Meanwhile, this intelligence was also handed over to the Navy headquarters. Due to the extremely adverse effects caused by the Rods incident, not only the Navy headquarters, but even the high-ranking officials of the world government have set their sights on the Ghost Hand Pirates. To deal with Rods and the Ghost Hand Pirates, the ordinary branches obviously cannot handle it. At the very least, a rear admiral from the headquarters must be stationed, and to be on the safe side, 2 rear admirals should be dispatched, leading more than 3 warships. Should we ask the headquarters to dispatch warships and rear admirals? No. I suggest we let CP9 handle it secretly. Alpha Port, if I remember correctly, after 2 more islands on this route, it will reach Crocodile's territory, right? Is that so? If that's the case, we can postpone sending troops, rather than having the Navy mobilize heavy troops to encircle the Ghost Hand pirates. Letting the recently signed Shichibukai, Crocodile, deal with them is undoubtedly a better choice. If Crocodile can eliminate the Ghost Hand pirates, then there will be no issue with his position as a Shichibukai. If Crocodile is defeated, then such a Shichibukai is clearly not enough to balance the Grand Line, and it will be better to replace him early to avoid creating a bigger hole later on. Alcaria. Inside a luxurious building, in a room on the top floor, Crocodile was sitting on a sofa, smoking a cigar, looking at the recently hung Den Den Mushi, the corners of his mouth slightly raised as he let out a hey. The Ghost Hand pirates. They really think of me as a subordinate they can command at will. I don't have time to deal with your troubles. He was not interested in the Ghost Hand pirates, and he similarly did not care that the Ghost Hand pirates seemed to aim at hunting down other pirates. He had been to the New World before, returned, and even challenged Whitebeard. Although he suffered a crushing defeat, a pirate with a bounty of 200 million was undoubtedly not taken seriously by him. Just as Crocodile put the Den Den Mushi back in his pocket, a knock on the door was heard, and then a man with his chin covered walked in. The man approached Crocodile with a respectful expression and reported in a low voice, "Mr. Crocodile, the Iron Wall pirates appeared at Alpha Port 10 days ago, seemingly coming towards us. After searching for them for more than a month, I didn't expect them to come knocking on the door." A glimmer of light flashed in Crocodile's indifferent eyes. He was more concerned about the Iron Wall pirates than the Ghost Hand pirates because the Iron Wall pirates had something he needed. Previously, he had taken action against the Iron Wall pirates to seize what he needed, but the other side managed to escape. Keep a close watch on the Iron Wall pirates, and report to me immediately if they appear. Alpha Port. Whether it was Rods or Robin, Lafitte was very skilled at gathering intelligence. Under the separate actions of the three, they collected the information Rods needed in just one day. The Iron Wall pirates, with a bounty of 180 million berries, left Alpha Port 10 days ago. Although the specific route was unknown, Robin obtained an important piece of information. The Iron Wall pirates had a grudge against Crocodile, one of the Shichibukai. The two sides had fought once in a certain sea area, and the Iron Wall pirates suffered a major loss. However, the captain and important officers did not suffer significant losses. Furthermore, after the Iron Wall pirates appeared at Alpha Port, they had been gathering intelligence about Crocodile in the underground world. This meant that the Iron Wall pirates were likely looking for trouble with Crocodile. Rods listened to the intelligence reported by Robin, and a contemplative expression flashed in his eyes. Crocodile had only recently become a Shichibukai, with a bounty of only 81 million berries. However, his strength was clearly not something that could be measured by this bounty. As a Logia Devil Fruit user, even with a weakness, he was enough to run rampant in the first half without hockey. However, compared to the time when Luffy set out to sea, the current Crocodile was much younger, not even having formed Baroque works yet and not having reached Alabasta, with not many renowned achievements. It was quite normal for a notorious pirate with a bounty of 170 million berries to seek revenge against him after suffering losses. However, judging by the outcome 10 years later, when the barrier fruit was obtained by someone else, it was highly likely that the Iron Wall pirates were completely wiped out by Crocodile. My prey cannot be taken by others, not even the Shichibukai. Rods' eyes flickered. Although it seemed he was helping Crocodile solve troubles, he could not let go of the first kill reward for a pirate with a bounty over 100 million. Killing the Iron Wall pirates would definitely earn him 1 point of free talent points, allowing him to activate the branch ability of distorted gravity. After a brief contemplation, Rods calmly said, "Since the Iron Wall pirates are looking for trouble with Crocodile, we only need to know Crocodile's location. Robin, you should have also gathered intelligence about Crocodile, right? Crocodile has been staying in Alcaria for the past month." Robin nodded, always competent and reassuring. Like Rods' left hand, calling her his right arm was not an exaggeration. After reporting Crocodile's information, a thoughtful expression flashed in Robin's eyes as she spoke to Rods. Speaking of which, the Shichibukai are pirates who can legally plunder under an agreement with the government. If we go to Crocodile's territory, the government might take this opportunity to deal with us. There is such a possibility, but Crocodile is not someone who listens to the world government's orders. The likelihood of him cooperating with the Navy is also low. Even if they really come to trouble us, it doesn't matter. Rod said with an indifferent gaze. Even 10 years later, he would not fear Crocodile at all, let alone the Crocodile who had only recently become a Shichibukai. If they came to trouble him, he would just take care of them altogether. Although the bounty of 81 million berries was a bit low, the Shichibukai might have special bonuses, right? Captain, just as Rods and Robin were discussing, Lafitte returned after gathering intelligence, holding a redwood cane shaped like an umbrella, and politely said, "The intelligence you needed has been gathered. The Iron Wall pirates are on their way to Alcaria. They probably haven't arrived yet." Rods turned to Lafitte and said, "It's about the same as the information Robin and I collected. However, it seems you have gathered more accurate intelligence. I am honored." Lafitte chuckled, flicking his wrist as if performing magic, producing a permanent pointer, and said, "The Iron Wall pirates purchased a permanent pointer leading to Alcaria in the underground world, and I conveniently got one as well." "Well done." Rods nodded at the permanent pointer in Lafitte's hand. With the permanent pointer, there was no need to go island by island. They could directly reach Alcaria, and there was no need to continue waiting in Alpha Port for the magnetic power to fill up. After basically confirming the route of the Iron Wall pirates, Rods and the three returned to the ship, hoisted the sails fully, and with the fastest speed of the Ghost Shadow, they headed towards Alcaria at full speed. A regular cargo sailing ship would take at least 15 days for the journey, but under the Ghost Shadow, which surpassed all sailing ships in speed, it was forcibly compressed to 6.5 days. Finally arrived. Standing at the front of the deck of the Ghost Shadow, Roz took a deep breath, hoping that the heads of the Iron Wall pirates wouldn't be snatched away by Crocodile. If that were to happen, he might just take his anger out on Crocodile. Buzz. Gazing at the distant Alcalia, Roz suddenly raised his right hand and made a gripping motion towards the sea below. The power of distortion, under Roz's control, quickly spread into the water, stirring up a wave that propelled the Ghost Shadow rapidly towards Alcalia. With the ability to create waves through his fruit power, he accelerated the ship without damaging its hull. Roz was capable of this now, though it did consume quite a bit of stamina, which is why he rarely did it. Splash! The already fast Ghost Shadow left a white trail on the surface of the sea, swiftly darting towards the island ahead, covering a distance that normally took 10 minutes in just 2 minutes. As they neared the shore, Roz withdrew his power, while Lafitte and Robin quickly lowered the sails to slow down, finally docking the Ghost Shadow at a certain spot on Alcalia. "Hopefully it's not too late. If my prey gets stolen, then you better pray Crocodile." Roz leaped onto the island, his gaze calm and indifferent. Alfea Island. This was a large island where the kingdom of Alfea was located, and this country was not a pirate nation. Instead, it belonged to one of the 170 allied nations under the world government. On a street, atop a building, Roz and Lafitte stood, looking at a group of fierce-looking individuals at the end of the street. Undoubtedly, the Iron Wall pirates were the ones Roz had set his sights on. After leaving Robin to guard the ship, Roz, along with Lafitte, disembarked to search for the Iron Wall pirates, who were also on the lookout for Crocodile. In this search, Roz and Lafitte quickly discovered the personnel of the Iron Wall pirates, and then found their main force. With a bounty of 180 million berries, there was the Iron Wall Lavero and the wrestler Hanu with a bounty of 70 million berries. Their main members were all here. Lafitte turned to Roz. "Shall we go in, Captain?" "Of course." Roz stood with his hands clasped behind his back at the edge of the roof, his expression flat as he gazed down at the gathered members of the Iron Wall pirates, as if observing a group of seasoned wild monsters. Whoosh! In the next moment, Roz leaped from the roof, landing on the street and striding directly towards the Iron Wall pirates. The direction the Iron Wall pirates were moving was right towards Roz, and many people on the street recognized them, fear evident on their faces as they hurriedly stepped aside. "That's the Iron Wall pirates." "Hiss! Is it the Iron Wall pirates that destroyed 13 towns? I heard their total bounty exceeds 300 million. What are they doing here?" The captain of the Iron Wall pirates is the Supernova with a bounty of 180 million berries. And the total bounty of the entire pirate crew is indeed as high as 300 million, undoubtedly renowned in the first half of the Grand Line. However, when Roz jumped down from a roof and approached the Iron Wall pirates, countless gasps quickly filled the air around him. "No way, that person looks a bit like..." Yes, it's Ghost HandRoz's. Although many present had not seen the newspaper about Roz, they had heard of him to some extent. Even so, a pirate with a government bounty of 200 million berries appearing on the street made everyone involuntarily retreat in panic. "I heard the Ghost Hand pirates never plunder civilians?" "Who knows about that? But it seems there's some commotion over there. It looks like the Iron Wall pirates." Someone turned to look at the other side of the street, their pupils dilating in horror, their hearts trembling. The Iron Wall pirates. Although their recent notoriety wasn't as great as the Ghost Hand pirates, the infamous reputation of having slaughtered 13 towns still sent chills down one's spine, and importantly, the Iron Wall pirates and Ghost HandRoz's were now on the same street. Coincidence? No, if memory serves, the ghost hand pirates seemed to hunt down other pirate crews. Someone realized this, their breath catching. A terrible thought flickering in their mind. Could the ghost hand pirates clash with the iron wall pirates here? Under countless shocked, tense, and fearful gazes, the street between Roz and the iron wall pirates had somehow completely emptied. The members of the iron wall pirates saw Roz and one by one halted their steps. Ghost hand, Roz. The captain of the iron wall pirates, Lavero, stood there, gazing at Roz across from him, slightly squinting as he said, "Making such a big scene, you dare to show up so casually?" "No, it's not a casual appearance. It's a deliberate one for you, with a bounty of 180 million berries, Lavero. I've heard. You're quite strong." Roz took 2 more steps forward, stopping just 10 meters away from the iron wall pirates, his tone calm as he spoke. Lavero's lips curled slightly as he replied, "You took down a naval branch. Your strength is quite impressive. However, blocking my path isn't a wise move. I'm currently looking for someone to settle a score and have no time to play with you." "Is that so?" Roz lightly lifted his foot and said, "I actually want to play a game with you. A game where only one person can survive." Boom! Roz's lifted foot abruptly stomped down, causing the ground before him to twist violently, presenting a terrifying ripple like a wave, sweeping towards the members of the Iron Wall Pirates. "Looks like you're tired of living." Lavero's expression instantly turned icy. His reputation for revenge was well known. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come here to retaliate after being played by Crocodile. Anyone who dared to provoke him had been sent to hell. Defense. Barrier. He brought his index and middle fingers together, bending them as a transparent glass-like barrier appeared in the center of the street, forcefully embedding itself into the ground. Boom! The power of distortion surged along the ground, crashing against the barrier, causing it to exhibit strange distortions and depressions, as if it were a piece of soft candy. This was the first time Lavero encountered someone who could shake his barrier, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes, but he remained unfazed and pushed forward with his hand. Iron wall impact. The dented and twisted barrier, like elastic rubber, bounced back to its original shape with a bang, simultaneously unleashing a repulsive force that erupted towards the front, colliding with the distortion power Roz released. Boom! In an instant, the ground before the barrier cracked inch by inch, spreading to the sides, instantly splitting open a deep chasm about 10 meters wide, while the ground right in front of Roz was completely shattered, resembling the aftermath of a magnitude 10 earthquake. The buildings on both sides of the street were slightly affected by the aftershock, collapsing amidst the rumbling and screams, leaving countless people in shock. Is this still human? Without much movement, a large section of the street was destroyed, causing 2 buildings to collapse into ruins. For the many citizens witnessing this scene, it was undoubtedly shocking and left them profoundly shaken. Can it not be destroyed? Roz looked at the barrier that had been twisted and deformed by the power of distortion, but suddenly sprang back into shape, his gaze calm, showing no signs of surprise. Devil fruit abilities often have a relationship of restraint. For example, the surgery fruit can almost overpower the barrier fruit, rendering the barrier completely ineffective. However, if an animal-type user faces the barrier fruit, even if they can unleash a punch strong enough to destroy a town, they cannot break that small barrier. Yet his distortion fruit can affect the barrier fruit. Although it cannot destroy the barrier, it can twist and deform it like kneading rubber. That really surprised me. You were the first person to shake my barrier. But this is where it ends. Lavero looked coldly at Roz, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he raised his hands and swung them violently. Iron wall collision. Swish. 2 barriers silently appeared as Lavero's hands moved towards each other, trapping Roz in the middle, rapidly pressing inward to crush him into a pulp. Facing the incoming barriers, Roz placed his hand on the barrier and pushed outward. Buzz. The glass-like barrier, which was nearly impossible to break, instantly warped under the influence of the distortion power, creating a massive dent. The distortion fruit and barrier fruit do not have a strict hierarchy. Their strength is purely determined by the level of development of the fruits. If the barrier fruit is developed strong enough, it can withstand the power of the distortion fruit. Conversely, if the distortion fruit is stronger, it can easily twist the barrier. As for the level of development of the fruits, a mere Lavero cannot possibly compare to Roz, who has been diligently training since acquiring the distortion fruit. The fruit is quite good, but unfortunately, its development is too poor. After forcibly twisting and tearing open the barrier, Roz charged straight at Lavero, his figure flickering as he appeared right in front of him. Lavero was startled and quickly retreated. Although he was cruel and vengeful, he was not a fool. Since Roz could turn his barrier into dough, he could surely do the same to him. While retreating, Lavero raised his hands and shouted angrily, "Iron wall hammer." A fluid-like barrier emerged from his palms, transforming into a massive glass-like hammer that came crashing down towards Roz under his control. Roz remained expressionless, raising his fist towards the sky. Boom! His fist collided with the barrier hammer, instantly erupting with a loud bang, sending a shockwave radiating outward from the point of impact. Ordinary citizens who had already retreated several streets away were still shaken, their eardrums ringing from the sound. And even the members of the Iron Wall pirate crew felt a buzz in their heads, slightly unsteady. How is this possible? That guy actually destroyed the boss's barrier and withstood the boss's Iron Wall hammer. Many pirates of the Iron Wall crew displayed incredulous expressions as they watched the brief confrontation between Roz and Lavero. Since they began following Lavero, they had never seen his barrier destroyed. Whether it was a powerful swordsman, the spring man with the spring fruit, or a marine vice-admiral, everyone had been helpless against Lavero's barrier. Not to mention twisting and deforming the barrier. They couldn't even leave a trace on it. Ghost HandRoz's. No wonder he's called Ghost Hand. He really has some strength. Can those hands even break the captain's barrier? The first mate of the Iron Wall pirate crew, the wrestler Hanu, watched the battle between Roz and Lavero, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes as he suddenly shouted to his subordinates, "Everyone, aim for Ghost HandRoz's." They were ruthless pirates who roamed the seas. One-on-one battles didn't exist for them, and when facing enemies, they would naturally do whatever it takes to eliminate them. At Hanu's command, the crew members of the Iron Wall crew, who were still in shock, quickly regained their focus. Each grabbing their weapons, some drawing swords, others pulling out firearms, their faces showing fierce expressions. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly came from a nearby building. "Ho ho ho, please don't rush, don't disturb our captain's battle." Lafitte appeared seated on a sign of a shop, holding a mahogany cane. A strange smile on his face as he looked down at the members of the Iron Wall crew. As a bounty of 80 million berries, Lafitte was the second in command of the Ghost Hand pirate crew, second only to Roz, and his name was naturally quite famous. The Devil Sheriff. Lafitte. Hanu recognized Lafitte, and his expression darkened instantly. He flexed his arms, muscles loosening and tightening again, revealing a fierce gaze as he said, "How about a wrestling match?" While Lafitte faced off against Hanu and the other members of the Iron Wall pirate crew, the battle between Roz and Lavero had already turned almost one-sided. Whoosh! Roz flickered and appeared beside Lavero, his right hand clenched into a fist as he swung it towards Lavero's head. Lavero did not hesitate to activate his barrier fruit ability, creating a small barrier between his face and Roz's fist. However, Roz's fist struck that small barrier, distorting and denting it like dough, and it slammed hard into Lavero's face. Crack! Blood sprayed from Lavero's mouth, 2 teeth flew out, and the entire right side of his face swelled up significantly from the punch. And that was still with the barrier absorbing most of Roz's power. Otherwise, Roz's punch would have completely transformed him. Bastard, die! Lavero, furious to the extreme after losing a few teeth to Roz's punch, roared and pushed hard towards Roz. In an instant, countless fluid-like objects appeared in the air. These did not form a barrier, but instead transformed into glass-like swords and knives, floating in the air and then wildly stabbing at Roz. Given the barrier's toughness, which was nearly unbreakable, able to withstand even the king's punch that shattered a supersized rock giant, the sharpness of the weapons it formed was needless to say. However, in the face of Roz's distortion fruit, or rather, the distortion power that was developed to a greater extent than Lavero's, the barrier's toughness was non-existent to Roz. Crash! Roz reached out with his large hand, casually gathering the swords and knives together, then rubbed them between his hands until they formed a glass ball, tossing it back to scatter the remaining weapons. Immediately after, Roz stepped forward and charged at Lavero once more, his right hand once again clenched into a fist, swinging it out. Boom! Although Lavero created a barrier once more between Roz's fist and his chest. But that barrier, under the influence of the twisting power, still turned into something like dough, distorted and deformed, collapsing entirely and crashing into his chest. Lavero's whole body flew backward, the ribs in his chest cracking with a crunch, blood spewing from his mouth. Even though the barrier absorbed most of the force, his ribs were nearly smashed to pieces by a single punch. I take back what I said earlier. This fruit you developed is quite impressive. However, it still doesn't compare to my strength. Roz calmly spoke to Lavero, who was spewing blood and flying backward. Just judging by the techniques Lavero was employing now, he was much stronger than a certain green-haired guy a decade later. The 180 million berry bounty seemed a bit low in Roz's eyes. Lavero's back crashed into a distant building, but the moment he touched the structure, A barrier appeared between his body and the building, absorbing most of the impact. He fell to the ground, coughing violently while clutching his chest. "You are the first person to hurt me." Lavero lifted his head, his chilling gaze locking onto Roz, his tone icy. "But if you want my head, you'll need the courage to gamble with your life." Buzz. He raised his leg, taking a step forward, and a fluid-like barrier emerged from beneath his feet, rapidly expanding. He pushed the size of the barrier he could currently activate to its limit. In almost an instant, a barrier giant about 3 meters tall appeared in the arena, a glass-like barrier enveloping Lavero completely. Watching this scene, Roz narrowed his eyes slightly. A simplified version of Susanu. He roughly understood why Crocodile had been unable to take down this iron wall Lavero before. Boom! Lavero took a step forward, and the glass shell made a barrier stomped on the ground, cracking it with every step, resembling a fully metallic mech warrior. "This is my absolute defense." Lavero's voice came from within the barrier. Though it had weakened somewhat, it still clearly reached Roz's ears. Then despair. A cruel smile spread across his face as he charged at Roz. His massive fist wrapped in the barrier aimed to smash Roz's head into a meat patty with terrifying might. Roz looked at the descending fist, his brows gradually furrowing as he retreated backward. "What's wrong? Weren't you hitting me quite well just now?" Lavero sneered, continuing to chase Roz, throwing punch after punch, while Roz constantly swayed his body to evade, revealing a hint of unwillingness on his face. Slash! After pushing Roz back with his fist, Lavero brought his hands together, and the barrier flowed into a glass-like long sword, violently slashing down at Roz. Roz stepped aside, and the sword struck the street, instantly creating a crack over 10 meters wide, sending debris and dirt flying. Not far away, members of the Iron Wall Pirates, engaged in battle with Lafitte, saw Lavero unleash his ultimate ability, forcing Roz to retreat, and their morale surged. "It's out. The captain's absolute defense. No one has ever been able to break it, crushing all enemies." Many pirates showed expressions of awe. Once, Lavero had relied on this move to make a fleet led by a branch vice admiral flee in panic. Unable to resist, on the battlefield, Lavero swung his sword fiercely, slicing through a building, and with a grand momentum, he approached Roz, muttering, "What's wrong? Are you already in despair?" With a hint of a cruel sneer, he controlled the barrier armor, raising the transparent long sword, intending to end this battle once and for all. But at that moment, Roz spoke. "What a big loss. Finally realizing that provoking me, Iron Wall Lavero, was a mistake." Lavero maintained his high sword-wielding posture, looking at Roz with a cold smile, saying, "Unfortunately, it's too late." At the moment his words fell, he maximized his power, striking down with a sword enveloped in unprecedented terrifying might, aimed straight at Roz. This time, it really is a big loss. Watching the might of Lavero's descending sword, Roz repeated his earlier words, slowly closing his eyes, his fingers clenched into fists, trembling slightly. Such strength, with a bounty of only 180 million berries, is simply too much of a loss. Roz's fist swung upward, and with a bang, he twisted Lavero's sword into a deformed steel pipe. This Lavero's strength qualifies for a bounty of over 300 million, yet now it's only 180 million berries. A full 2 tiers too low. Filled with anger, Roz bent the barrier sword, grabbed it with his other hand, and yanked, pulling the whole barrier along with Lavero toward him, and smashed down with a punch. Boom! This punch struck the glass-like barrier, directly creating ripples like water. The entire barrier was forcibly turned into a mushy state by the twisted power that Roz unleashed. Boom! Roz kicked back, hitting Lavero's barrier armor at the side waist, sending him crashing into a nearby building. Whoosh! Roz vanished from sight, reappearing right in front of Lavero, his fist crashing down hard, hitting the mushy armor that had yet to recover. With a crisp sound like shattering glass, the barrier shattered from the center, and the twisted power passed through the barrier, hitting Lavero and causing him to feel as if he had been struck hard. Blood spewing from his mouth, and a series of cracking sounds of broken ribs emanating from his chest. The series of attacks left him completely unresponsive, his face displaying a mix of shock and disbelief. Thud! All barriers instantly vanished, and Lavero's body slumped down, falling onto the rubble-strewn street. The wrestler Hanu remained expressionless. The members of the Iron Wall Pirates were also expressionless, and the air fell into silence. Lafitte was momentarily stunned, then gently smiled, tipping his top hat. Cough! Cough! Lavero was not dead yet. He coughed violently, struggling to get up, but the intense pain in his chest made even rolling over impossible. Roz approached Lavero expressionlessly, step by step, and placed a foot on his chest, saying, "Why is there only an 180 million berry bounty?" Cough, cough. Lavero coughed up blood violently, blood oozing from his nose and mouth as he looked at Roz's face, listening to Roz's nonsensical words. A sense of fear gradually spreading within him. What is this person saying? Is he insane? But how could a madman possess such strength? Your strength deserves a much higher bounty. Even an additional 20 million would be acceptable. Roz muttered to himself, listening to Roz's murmurs. The fear in Lavero's heart continued to spread, gradually taking over his entire being, and he suddenly coughed violently, shouting at Roz, Don't kill me. If you want money, I have something more precious." Roz looked at him with pity. Lavero cried out, No, I have a map of ancient weapons." His eyes were filled with fear. Perhaps he would not be afraid of a ruthless pirate, but a madman who easily defeated him and spoke in a language he couldn't understand. He did not possess the awareness that losing meant waiting for death. Lavero barely lifted his arm, reached into his clothes, and pulled out a very old, somewhat tattered blueprint. "If you find the ancient weapons, you can have whatever you want." Watching this scene, Roz showed a hint of surprise for the first time. Ancient weapons. The three ancient weapons that existed before the world government was established, the Uranus, Poseidon, and Pluton, among which Pluton is a ship that can destroy an island with a single cannon shot. Poseidon, on the other hand, communicates and commands all sea kings, while Uranus remains unknown to this day. Roz reached out and took the old map from Lavero's hand, slowly unfolding it. But after just one glance, a strange color appeared in his eyes. An ancient weapon, a map of Poseidon? Yes, Lavero replied tremblingly. Roz continued to look at it expressionlessly for a moment. The twisted power within Roz activated, instantly tearing the old map into countless tiny fragments that scattered everywhere. Watching this scene, Lavero was stunned. That was a map of ancient weapons. Once it got out, countless people would fight for it. Crocodile would come after him just for this map. He wanted to eliminate Crocodile precisely because Crocodile knew he had this map. But such a precious thing was actually destroyed by Roz. Was he really a madman? Fool! Roz spoke expressionlessly, the twisted power sweeping away, without any blood splattering. It was as if Lavero's body was silently twisted apart, like it was cut by a surgical fruit. Looking at Lavero, whose body was torn to shreds and wore an expression of despair, Roz spoke in a voice only he could hear. "My eyes have the ability to see through all truths. The mermaid princess Shirahoshi, who lives in Fishman Island, is the true form of the ancient weapon Poseidon. As for this treasure map, it could very well be a doodle drawn by some ancient person hundreds of years ago. I fear countless people have been played around by it, unable to find any ancient weapons and unaware of the truth. A bounty of 180 million berries, Iron Wall Lavero, has been hunted down, reward received. 80 points of talent proficiency, 1 point of free talent points." The familiar synthesis sound of the system rang in his ears, and Roz, who had previously felt somewhat frustrated that the bounty for Iron Wall Lavero did not match his actual strength, finally shook his head. The height of the bounty undoubtedly affects the level of the reward. Bounties in this world are not issued casually, but are the result of discussions in government and Navy meetings based on the level of harm. Perhaps a bounty of 150 million could still be defeated by one of 180 million. But a bounty of several tens of millions obviously cannot be compared. The bounty does not necessarily represent strength. However, to a certain extent, there is still a standard of strength involved. Of course, the warlords of the sea are exceptions. Their bounties are fixed when the agreements are signed. Roz had also considered whether there would be special rewards for the warlords, but the unusually aloof system did not provide him with an answer. Now he could invest points in a twisted gravity. A smile reappeared on Roz's face. He had also considered developing the ability of twisted gravity himself, but he could not grasp the essence of gravity at all. Perhaps without the talent system, the twisted fruit developed to its limit would be similar to Whitebeard's tremor fruit, only able to cause pure material distortion effects. This is a limitation of the world. After all, even Whitebeard, with his strength, found it difficult to shatter space. On the other side, just as Roz dealt with Lavero, Lafitte seized the moment when the wrestler Hanu was distracted, accurately stabbing the red wooden staff into the opponent's heart. Lafitte's strength was originally stronger than Hanu's, and even when facing a group of pirates, he handled it with ease. In the midst of many pirates being distracted, he naturally would not engage in any heroism by waiting for them to regain their senses, but rather seize the opportunity to strike suddenly. The Iron Wall pirates collapsed after Hanu fell. Roz did not rush to count his gains, but turned to look in Lafitte's direction. Leaping into the air and waving his hand, the shattered ground instantly crushing 7 or 8 pirates. Leave none behind. For those ordinary Navy soldiers who only attacked because of orders and did not attack him, Roz rarely slaughtered. He was not a bloodthirsty butcher. But for pirates, especially those who had slaughtered over a dozen towns, Roz felt no emotional turmoil. Yes, Captain. Lafitte had no objections to taking lives, smiling as he darted back and forth on the street, sending one Iron Wall pirate after another to hell. The strongest captain and vice-captain of the Iron Wall pirates had already perished, and even if the others were also pirates with bounties in the tens of millions, they were not a match for Roz and Lafitte combined, being easily cut down. Roz's spring joy pierced the heart of the last pirate. Should the Iron Wall pirates still have others? Looking at the last pirate falling to the ground, Lafitte smiled at Roz and asked, "The cleanup work should be left to the Navy." Roz shook his head. His goal had already been achieved. Clearing out the pirates present was just a matter of convenience. As for continuing to hunt down the remnants of the Iron Wall pirates, that did not fall under his scope of work. He withdrew Spring Joy, shaking off the blood on it, and returned it to its sheath, planning to signal Lafitte to head back. However, at that moment, he suddenly shifted his gaze, turning to a nearby street. Drip, drip. At some point, a slight dust cloud appeared on that street, being swept by the wind from an unknown place. And in the next moment, a shadow emerged from the depths of the street, slowly walking toward the outside. He wore a gray fur coat, had a cigar in his mouth, and a scar running across his cheek below his eyes. Warlord of the Sea, Crocodile, arriving a bit late. A group of incompetent fools. Crocodile walked onto the street, looking at the tragic scene, the already extinct Iron Wall pirates. A hint of indifference flashed in his eyes. After scanning the area, his gaze fell on Roz. The Iron Wall pirates came to trouble Crocodile, of course, would not swagger in through the port, but, like the ghost shadow ship, secretly landed on some edge of Alabasta. By the time Crocodile's subordinates discovered the Iron Wall pirates, Roz had already engaged in battle with them. Upon receiving the news, he immediately rushed over, but still arrived too late. The battle between the Ghost Hand pirates and the Iron Wall pirates ended much faster than he had anticipated. Warlord of the Sea, Sand Crocodile, Crocodile. What brings you here? Roz looked at Crocodile and spoke in a calm tone. Crocodile gazed at Roz coldly, the tip of the cigar in his mouth releasing a thin wisp of smoke that spiraled up, dispersing above his head. Not far away, next to the corpse of Iron Wall Lavero, sand quietly flowed into his clothes, rolling around and probing both inside and out. Nothing. Crocodile's gaze at Roz gradually turned cold. He knew that something like an ancient weapon map would definitely not be placed anywhere, but carried on Lavero's person. After all, his title was the Iron Wall that would never be breached. And Lavero had nothing on him now. The map. You must have taken it. Crocodile stared at Roz, speaking in a cold tone. No wonder you would brazenly appear in the current situation. You were after that kind of power. Upon hearing Crocodile's words, a glimmer of understanding appeared in Roz's eyes. No wonder Crocodile would target the Iron Wall pirates. No wonder the Iron Wall pirates would come knocking again. Both sides probably didn't want the news to leak out. What a pity. That map is fake. If it were the Pluto or Uranus, it might be real. But Poseidon is something you wouldn't even think twice about. Moreover, Crocodile's plan to go to Alabasta to scheme for the ancient weapon Pluto years later evidently confirmed this. Are you referring to that fake map? I've already torn it up. Crocodile squinted, revealing a dangerous expression. If you want to fool him, at least come up with a better excuse. Who would believe such nonsense about tearing it up? The government notified me not long ago to take your head. I originally didn't plan to bother, but unexpectedly, you came to my territory and took something you shouldn't have. His tone turned cold and indifferent, as if he were speaking to a corpse. Knowing about ancient weapons could lead to countless unforeseen events. Even if Roz handed over the map now, it wouldn't change the outcome. He was destined to die here. Rustle. Sand continuously spread from under Crocodile's feet, and the shattered ground gradually transformed into fine grains of sand under his power. Looking at Crocodile, who was filled with hostility and murderous intent, Roz's gaze remained calm. He could completely guess Crocodile's thoughts, but he wouldn't explain. He had already given his answer, and whether the other believed it was their business. Just a mere crocodile couldn't make him go to the trouble of explaining the ancient weapons qualifications. Your strength is impressive. You've made the Navy suffer repeatedly and annihilated the Iron Wall pirates. However, I'm not one of those fools from the government and Navy. Crocodile walked slowly toward Roz, leaving a layer of dust in his wake. Just as he finished speaking, a cold glimmer flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly lunged forward. His right arm, turning to sand, swinging violently at Roz. Crescent-shaped sand dune. A crescent-shaped sand blade suddenly materialized with the swing of his arm, sweeping horizontally toward Roz. This sand blade contained a dangerous aura. It wouldn't slice through a person's body, but would drain the moisture from all living things it touched. Facing this move, Roz's response was simple. He merely clenched his fist and punched out against the incoming crescent-shaped sand dune. Twisting fist. Boom. Roz's punch struck the crescent-shaped sand blade, instantly shattering it to pieces. The desiccating force of the sand blade hadn't even penetrated Roz's body before it was blocked by the twisting power. He sighed. Why is it that when I tell the truth, no one believes me? After shattering Crocodile's sand blade with a punch, Roz's gaze gradually calmed, saying, since you've made a move, let's bet our lives on it. Since the truth isn't believed, then whoever has the bigger fist will determine the truth. Muscle is the only measure of truth. For such a thing, life is indeed a good bet. It seems you're already prepared. Crocodile was not surprised that Roz had blocked his attack. Someone who could make the Navy suffer repeatedly and annihilate the Iron Wall pirates certainly wouldn't be that simple. He extended his right hand and slammed it down. Boom! The power of the sand fruit erupted fully. The already shattered ground instantly cracked in countless places, spreading outward from where he pressed. The moisture-laden black soil visibly changed from black to brown, and finally to yellow, turning into dried dust. In almost an instant, the ground within a radius of several dozen meters transformed into dust, wrapping Roz in it and violently constricting him. Changing the terrain, trying to create a more advantageous battle environment, Roz looked calmly at the street that had turned to sand in an instant, his eyes showing no fluctuation, saying, however, the ability to control sand is not unique to you. Boom! In the next moment, Roz stomped his foot, and the sand rushing toward him instantly crumbled under the twisting power. Then, Roz raised his hand toward Crocodile, clasping it from a distance. The sand beneath Crocodile's feet suddenly surged uncontrollably, wrapping around him and then squeezing tightly. Bang! Crocodile's body turned to yellow sand under the pressure, scattering, but soon reformed not far away, returning to his human shape. Using your ability to control sand? He stared at Roz, showing no signs of surprise in his eyes. Instead, he wore a slight cold smile, saying, are you trying to compete in elemental control against a Logia user? The moment the words fell, Crocodile raised his arm and waved it toward Roz. In an instant, the sand beneath Roz surged toward him like a bolt from the blue, transforming into sharp sand blades aimed to cut Roz in half. Facing this strike, Roz's observation hockey had already clearly sensed it. He raised his hand to press down as if he had been waiting there all along, directly striking the sand blade. Bang! Roz's twisting power could no longer control the sand, but with the explosion of the twisting power, Crocodile also could not maintain the form of the sand. The entire sand blade exploded, scattering into countless grains of sand. As the dust scattered, Roz stepped forward, transforming into an afterimage, charging toward Crocodile with a tightly clenched fist, delivering a powerful punch. Oof! Crocodile snorted coldly, unafraid, and also threw a punch. His fist instantly turned to sand, becoming a massive sand fist nearly double Roz's size. Imposing in its presence. Boom! The two fists collided violently. The giant sand fist composed of dust exploded under Roz's twisting power, revealing Crocodile's arm and fist within. Roz's punch did not stop, continuing to collide with Crocodile's fist. A cold glint flashed in Crocodile's eyes as he prepared to unleash his power to drain the moisture from Roz's body, turning him into a desiccated corpse. But before his power could invade, a violent twisting force had already surged down his arm. Boom! One of Crocodile's arms was instantly blasted into yellow sand under the explosion of the twisting power, splattering everywhere, and he was sent flying backward. Quite capable, huh? But I'm a Logia user. Such tricks won't work on me. Crocodile transformed into sand in midair and reassembled in another location, his exploded arm recovering in an instant. Not far away, Lafitte squinted slightly at this scene. That is, the elementalization of a Logia devil fruit user, known as the strongest among all devil fruits. Indeed, a remarkable response. As the yellow sand reformed into Crocodile's figure, he let out a low shout and pressed his hand down onto the ground, unleashing the full power of the sand fruit. Erosion. Reincarnation. The earth around him once again turned to sand, spreading in all directions. Whether it was soil, stone, or buildings, everything was collapsing and turning to dust under the erosion of the sand fruit, becoming a sea of yellow sand. Lafitte watched this scene with a change in expression, leaping back a few times to land on top of a building farther away, observing from distance. Whoosh! Roz did not give Crocodile the chance to freely unleash his abilities. The moment he released the erosion reincarnation, Roz stepped forward, using the moonwalk to propel himself into the air and charged over. Facing the incoming Roz, Crocodile snorted coldly, raising both hands, and the sand instantly began to spin violently around him, forming a terrifying sandstorm. Sandstorm! Boom! Boom! Roz was caught in the wide-ranging sandstorm released by Crocodile. But he did not get swept away. Instead, he used the moonwalk to force his way out, launching a punch at Crocodile. Crocodile's expression darkened slightly. This brief exchange allowed him to gauge Roz's abilities. His physical strength was extraordinary, and his devil fruit powers were exceptionally developed. Almost no technique could hinder Roz's advance. Even though he was a Logia user, defeating Roz would not be easy. However, as someone with elementalization capability, he believed he could remain undefeated. In a battle of endurance, Crocodile did not think his Logia powers would lose to a Paramecia user. After all, the energy consumption of using a Logia power was lower than that of a Paramecia. As Roz's punch approached, Crocodile shaped his right arm into a blade and struck down fiercely with a sand blade. However, just as Roz's fist was about to collide with Crocodile's sand blade, a strange force suddenly surged forth from his fist, instantly condensing and covering it. Armament. Crash. This punch, despite not unleashing the power of distortion, still shattered Crocodile's sand blade with the hardened strength of armament hockey and his well-trained physical capabilities. Crocodile had been to the New World and even challenged Whitebeard. He naturally recognized armament hockey. Startled, he could not dodge in time and had to clench his fist, enveloping it with sand, and met the blow head-on. Boom! Roz's punch shattered Crocodile's hastily formed sand fist, colliding directly with Crocodile's fist. Even though the attack power of his armament hockey was far from the full explosive force of distortion, this punch still caused intense pain in Crocodile's fingers, leaving them numb. Damn! Hockey? Roz using armament hockey was clearly unexpected for Crocodile. As he was shocked, all his previous underestimations of Roz vanished, replaced by an extremely serious expression. Knowing how to use hockey and not knowing how to use it are almost two different concepts in front of a Logia user. Without armament hockey and unable to find the weaknesses of a Logia user, no matter how strong one's strength is, one could easily be worn down by a Logia user. But once one knows how to use hockey, they possess the basic power to counter any Logia user. Even the weakest armament hockey can still grasp the physical form of a Logia user. Did you think that being a Logia user would allow you to always control the situation? Unfortunately, you know nothing of my power. The armament hockey on Roz's fist disappeared as he dodged Crocodile's counterattack with a sand blade, and suddenly, a surge of distortion power erupted. As his fist came crashing down, it instantly turned Crocodile into a pile of scattered sand. If not for the fact that Roz's hockey could not yet be applied to his distortion power, this strike would have been enough to severely injure Crocodile. Whoosh! Crocodile sank into the yellow sand and reformed dozens of meters away, his expression gradually returning to calm. The earlier surprise completely gone. It seems he still cannot fully utilize hockey. He had once challenged Whitebeard and was severely injured by a single punch. The force of that impact was somewhat similar to the power Roz displayed. But clearly, Roz could not attach hockey to his devil fruit powers. After all, Crocodile quickly discerned Roz's weaknesses within a few exchanges. This is enough to deal with you. Roz did not deny Crocodile's statement. He indeed lacked proficiency in using hockey. However, Crocodile was not a marine admiral capable of easily destroying islands with his devil fruit powers. Whoosh! Roz's figure flickered, and the next moment, he appeared beside Crocodile. His right hand clenched into a fist, and he struck down with a punch, unleashing distortion power again, turning Crocodile's body into a pile of scattered yellow sand once more. Immediately after, Roz's left hand was enveloped in black armament hockey, and he activated armament hardening, reaching out to grab the scattered yellow sand, pulling the disheveled Crocodile's physical form toward him. Desert Sword. Crocodile roared angrily, raising his hand to strike down, causing the ground to crack open from the center. It was as if something sharp had sliced through, creating a chasm several dozen meters long. Roz dodged this strike, countering with a punch that carried the force of armament hockey, blasting through the flowing sand and sending Crocodile flying. Boom! Boom! Crocodile continuously unleashed sand blades, cutting through the now desert-like streets, while Roz confronted him head-on, shattering his sand blades with his distortion punches and hammering down on his physical form with his armament hockey enhanced punches. These techniques won't work on me. Crocodile snorted coldly, raising his hand to press down, gathering sand to form a sand shield that blocked Roz's armament hockey punch. Roz did not respond. Instead, he countered with a punch infused with distortion power, shattering the sand shield and continuing to assault Crocodile with punch after punch. Originally, the sandy area only covered about 100 meters, but under their battle, it gradually expanded, stretching to 200, 300 meters. What happened over there? The street has disappeared, turned into a desert. Countless people, choked by the swirling dust, turned to look at the direction of the sand, their faces showing expressions of astonishment, and many even rubbed their eyes. Boom! A loud roar echoed, and waves of sand rose in that area, reaching dozens of meters high, clearly visible from hundreds of meters away. Boom! Another loud roar sounded. The ground trembled, and fierce winds whipped up sand, sweeping in all directions, making it difficult for many to maintain their footing as they had to grab onto nearby buildings. The guards of the Alcalia kingdom had already arrived, but looking at the sea of sand, they exchanged glances, not daring to charge in. As for the commander of the guard, although he has some strength, the source of this sand is undoubtedly Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Charging in to stop him is clearly a joke. Who is Crocodile fighting? This is the power of the 7 warlords of the sea. Many people looked at the area that stretched for hundreds of meters, filled with dust and sand, and couldn't help but feel a pang of fear, their eyes revealing a hint of awe and shock. Boom! Another rumble echoed, and a sand wave dozens of meters high splashed up in the center of the sandy ground. Roz smashed Crocodile's sand blade with a punch, breaking through the yellow sand effortlessly, and struck Crocodile in the chest with another punch. Bang! Crocodile's body once again shattered into a puddle of yellow sand. But when he reformed into human shape, his expression was no longer as calm as before, but rather changed. That last punch felt different from the previous ones before. Roz's power was clearly defined, with the hockey-infused punch capable of hurting him, while the purely ability-based punch had no effect on him. But now, that purely ability-based punch made his chest feel a bit uncomfortable. Is it an illusion? Crocodile's face darkened, while Roz charged at him again, still with that punch infused with strange power. Crocodile did not evade. He had been predicted by Roz in his previous attempts to dodge. Instead, Roz seized the opening, undoubtedly demonstrating his mastery of observation hockey. He shouted angrily, his arms transforming into 2 massive sand weapons, sweeping towards Roz. Boom! Crocodile's sand weapons could not withstand even a second before shattering under the attack of the twisted power. Roz's punch once again landed on Crocodile's body. With his punch, Crocodile's expression finally changed. If the previous time was an illusion, then this time, the slight pain in his chest felt incredibly clear. What's wrong? You seem surprised? Roz calmly looked at Crocodile. It should be a common phenomenon to improve during battle. You wouldn't think I'm wasting my energy for no reason, would you? In this world, battle is always the best catalyst for enhancing strength. No matter how Roz trained before, he couldn't perfectly combine the armament hockey with the twisted power. But in his confrontation with Crocodile, he gradually touched upon the key to coexistence of both powers, one infused with hockey and the other with distortion. Roz originally planned to find an opportunity to exploit the twisted gravity to defeat Crocodile with his new ability. However, using such an advantage against Crocodile would be too unfair and not in line with his straightforward style and principle of relying on himself to become stronger through effort. Thus, he only prepared this temporary boost without implementing it. Crocodile's expression turned ugly. The inability of Roz's hockey and fruit ability to combine perfectly was a significant flaw and weakness, which was also the reason he could hold his ground against Roz until now. But now, this flaw was gradually being overcome by Roz, and the ultimate outcome of this battle was clearly heading in a direction he could not control. Sand Soldier Assault, Crocodile said grimly, fully activating the sand fruit, as countless grains of sand swirled up, gathering in the air into massive weapons, surrounding Roz in the center. Under his control, these gigantic sand weapons suddenly launched an attack on Roz from all directions, attempting to end the battle quickly. Boom! Boom! Facing the incoming giant sand soldiers, Roz showed no fear and didn't even make any evasive moves. He simply swung his fists to meet them, and with each punch, he shattered a sand soldier, rendering them completely ineffective against him. Crocodile guided the sand with his hands, trying to launch sand spears from the ground. But before the sand spears could emerge, Roz stomped his foot, channeling the twisted power into the sand, instantly destroying those unfinished sand spears. In front of the sand fruit, Roz found it difficult to compete for control of the sand. But equally, Crocodile could hardly manipulate the sand on the ground at will. Don't you understand yet? With just a wave of his hand, Roz dismantled Crocodile's offensive and stepped out from the yellow sand, suddenly charging in front of Crocodile. The battle between you and me has always been about honing my abilities from the start. Boom! As Roz's words fell, his fist smashed down, breaking through Crocodile's sand shield, shattering his arms and his head. The crocodile that shattered into yellow sand escaped underground, struggling to coalesce his form a few dozen meters away. This time, when he recovered, blood visibly oozed from his mouth and nose, clearly indicating that Roz's twisted punch had inflicted considerable damage on him. Arrogant fool. Crocodile gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with killing intent. But at this point, he also knew very well that the scales of victory had begun to tilt, continuing to fight Roz. The chances of victory were already very low. Crocodile's thoughts raced, and he ultimately chose to retreat. However, at this point, it was no longer something he could simply walk away from. I seem to have mentioned from the very beginning that since you made a move, it's a gamble for your life. Roz looked at Crocodile with a cold gaze, and with a stomp, he charged after him fiercely. Sandstorm! Crocodile shouted softly, conjuring a sandstorm in his palm and throwing it at Roz, while he himself transformed into yellow sand, flying away in the whirlwind. Roz stomped his foot, shooting forward like an arrow, cutting through the sandstorm with unstoppable momentum. His right hand was instantly covered with dark armament hockey, plunging into the mass of yellow sand and yanking it back forcefully. Whoosh! The natural elementality of the sand fruit was directly captured and held by Roz's dual-color hockey. And as he yanked, a portion of the swirling yellow sand was pulled back, revealing Crocodile's figure. Roz ignored Crocodile's drastically changing expression. After pulling him back, he threw a powerful punch. Boom! This time, Crocodile's body didn't even fully transform into yellow sand before shattering. Instead, only a small part of his body disintegrated, and he flew backward, blood spewing from his mouth. Furious. Sandstorm. Crocodile felt the intense pain in his chest and gritted his teeth. He had been to the New World, faced countless perilous situations, and even challenged Whitebeard. But he had survived them all, and a mere rookie pirate would never take his life. He roared, swinging his hands, causing the yellow sand within 100 meters to explode into a tumultuous storm, attacking Roz with earth-shattering force. In the distance, many civilians and guards of Alcalia watched this scene, unable to hide their shock. If this were in the desert, such a sight would be nothing. But this was Alcalia Kingdom, where just moments ago there was a bustling street. In a place like this, unleashing such a terrifying sandstorm with such power even left those in the Grand Line shaken. But before they could be shocked by the overwhelming sandstorm for too long, a loud roar came from within it, and the raging sandstorm seemed to be frozen in time, instantly settling down and scattering below. About several dozen meters in midair, two figures emerged. Roz's indifferent fist struck Crocodile's chest, causing Crocodile to spit out a mouthful of blood that stained the scattered yellow sand. Upon seeing the scene, many who knew Crocodile couldn't help but feel astonished. In comparison, Roz's notoriety wasn't much lower, and after being recognized by many who were watching from a distance, a hush fell over the crowd. Then, the head of the warlord, I will take it. Roz stepped lightly in the air, not falling to the ground with Crocodile, but instead channeling all his twisting power into his leg, suddenly delivering a fierce kick to Crocodile's back. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed clearly, and Crocodile's eyes still held a hint of disbelief. However, his body had completely lost control and fell towards the ground, eventually landing in the midst of the yellow sand, kicking up a cloud of dust. Darkness enveloped his vision, and his consciousness gradually shattered. Even in his final moments, he found it hard to accept that as the strongest user of a Logia-type devil fruit, he would die here at the hands of a rookie pirate like Roz. Roz looked at Crocodile as he fell into the yellow sand, no longer moving. After hovering in the air for a few seconds, he also descended to the ground. The crowd watching from a distance, after a moment of silence, erupted into an uproar. They had thought that the Phantom Hand pirates, who had thoroughly angered the Navy and the government, would quiet down for a while, but unexpectedly, just half a month had passed, and they had stirred up the seas once again. Not only had they annihilated the Iron Wall pirates, but they had also defeated one of the 7 warlords, Crocodile. Undoubtedly, this would become a major news story that shook the world. At this moment, everyone felt that nothing could stop the rise of the Phantom Hand pirates. On the other side, Roz, who did not care about the reactions of the Arcaria civilians, landed in the sand below, beside Crocodile's gradually lifeless body, but suddenly paused. 2 seconds later, a smile appeared on his face, which had remained calm until now. The warlord of the sea, Sand Crocodile, has been hunted down. Reward obtained: 100 talent proficiency points, 1 free talent point. Killing a warlord indeed comes with hidden rewards, equivalent to a first kill of a Navy Vice Admiral. This was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise for Roz, adding to rewards from defeating the Iron Wall pirates. He now had a total of 180 talent proficiency points and 4 free talent points. The existence of hidden rewards for the warlords also suggests that the hunting rewards granted by the talent system are not solely determined by the bounties set by the world government. However, in most cases, the bounty does correspond to the level of strength. If one thinks about it, the Iron Wall Lavero, with a bounty of 180 million, has strength comparable to the warlords, yet after being hunted down, did not give him any extra rewards. One must be content. Contentment brings happiness. As expected of Captain Roz, he even took down a warlord. Now, one position among the warlords is vacant. Lafitte walked over from a distance, looking at Crocodile's body lying in the yellow sand with a thoughtful expression, saying, "Speaking of which, with the captain's strength, he is absolutely qualified to serve as a warlord. But the government likely already harbors killing intent towards us. So there's no need to consider the position of warlord." Roz nodded. If it weren't for the previous news article, after defeating Crocodile, he would have had a high chance of receiving an invitation from the world government to become a warlord. Now, however, both the government and Navy High Command would wish to kill him as soon as possible, unless he held a leverage that made both the government and the Navy wary. Taking up the position of warlord was completely out of the question. However, even if he couldn't become a warlord, it wouldn't affect Roz's upcoming plans. What he needed to do next was to avoid the limelight. He already had a good place in mind. Roz revealed a deep gaze, as if he had everything under control. "So, soon you have already considered it?" "Captain, you truly put my mind at ease," Lafitte said, tipping his hat with a smile, showing a hint of respect. "Let's go. We should leave here first." Roz did not look back at Crocodile's body and stepped away towards the distance, while Lafitte quickly followed, having taken down one of the 7 warlords. Along with the previous events, Roz anticipated several possible scenarios. First, an assassination from the government as intelligence agency, CP. Second, a siege from the Navy headquarters, with at least 2 vice admirals. And finally, the worst-case scenario, encountering a fresh, wild Navy admiral. Setting aside the encounter with a Navy admiral for now, even with 180 talent proficiency points and 4 free talent points, his strength could see a significant increase. Yet it would be impossible to bridge the vast power gap between him and a Navy admiral. If he were to encounter one, he wouldn't even have a chance to escape. In the first scenario, the entire crew must remain in a state of high alert at all times. No matter which CP unit it is, their strength will not be weak. If there are ambushes or assassination attempts, the situation would be extremely dangerous. He might be able to cope, but Robin's situation would become very perilous unless she stayed close to him at all times. As for the second scenario, it wouldn't be much better. With this recent gain, Roz's strength would certainly surpass that of the vice admirals like Doberman. However, if 2 or even 3 vice admirals teamed up, their combined strength wouldn't simply be a matter of 1 + 1 = 2. Lafitte and Robin together wouldn't be enough to contend against the vice admirals of the headquarters. Although Roz had relied on the talent system to get this far, defeating every enemy he encountered, he had never considered himself like Monkey D. Luffy, who could turn any perilous situation into an opportunity. With the Marine Admiral Kazuru lying in wait and the crazy leniency of Garp, combined with the unyielding nature of the Navy, becoming stronger in the face of danger was not an option for Roz. For him, despite the smooth sailing thus far, encountering real danger could lead to irretrievable consequences. Because no one would save him, everything depended solely on himself. Therefore, from the beginning until now, he had done his best to consider all possible scenarios before each action. The news of the defeat of Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, by the Phantom Hand Pirates quickly reached the Navy headquarters and the world government, simultaneously spreading uncontrollably as the latest news across the seas. In an instant, countless people were moved. Each of the 7 warlords of the sea is a formidable figure known throughout the Grand Line. Most people might not even know the name of a branch vice admiral in the Navy. Yet a warlord, even among the 4 emperor's forces reigning in the New World, would attract attention. Many high-ranking officials of various factions had judged that once the previous news spread across the seas, Roz would be hunted down like crazy by the government and the Navy, silenced for a long time, or even extinguished. But unexpectedly, just over half a month had passed. and Roz made another appearance. Moreover, he defeated one of the supernovas with a bounty over 100 million from the first half of the Grand Line, as well as a warlord of the sea. His momentum seems truly unstoppable, just as the news article stated. Meanwhile, the government and the Navy urgently issued orders, with all eyes focused on Alcalia. The entire sea is in turmoil, while the instigator, Roz, stands alone on a cliff at Alcalia Island, gazing out at the boundless ocean. He was not seriously injured in the two battles against Crocodile and the Iron Wall of Arrow, just a cut on his shoulder from Crocodile, which was not deep. After a little bandaging, he recovered in about 3 days. If only he had a ship's doctor, perhaps the recovery would have been even faster. With a slight tug, Roz pulled at the bandage on his shoulder, tearing it off to reveal a deep brown scab underneath. He wiped it with his hand, and the scab slowly fell away, revealing fresh skin beneath. It seemed that a scar would still remain, so he should consider getting a ship's doctor. As the most decisive and handsome figure in the world of One Piece, having a scar on his body was something Roz could hardly tolerate. Discarding his chaotic thoughts, Roz stretched his arm, feeling that he was completely fine, then focused his mind to summon the TalentSystem interface. So, distorted gravity, it's decided. Roz took a deep breath, made a decision, and instantly allocated 3 free talent points to the second branch of the distortion fruit, distorted gravity. Buzz! A golden light flashed, and the branch of distorted gravity was instantly activated, changing from emerald green to golden yellow. At the same time, a warm current surged from Roz's body. This warm current did not enhance Roz's physique or increase the power of the distortion fruit, but it gave him a strange feeling. Originally, the world before him consisted only of sky and sea, air and earth. But at that moment, he seemed to see something different. Swish! This strange feeling lasted only a few seconds before completely dissipating. However, Roz's perception had already changed dramatically. He could clearly sense the presence of gravity and could directly interfere with it using the power of distortion. With a thought, Roz activated the power of distortion, twisting the direction of the gravity acting on his body from downward to upward, and his body immediately shot towards the sky. In his first activation of distorted gravity, Roz appeared somewhat unaccustomed. As soon as he flew up, he spun in the air like a headless fly, performing a 720-degree spiral. Bang! Roz released the power of distortion, stepped down, and used the moonwalk technique to stabilize his posture, though he still felt a bit dizzy. On the deck of the Ghost Shadow ship, Robin was looking at Roz in the sky with a strange expression, just as their eyes met. Roz paused for a moment and asked seriously, Robin, to the sky? Robin silently withdrew her gaze, not wanting to engage with her now crazy captain. Thinking about how this world lacked certain insect-repellent liquids, Roz gave up on further communication and continued to experiment with his new ability, distorted gravity. A few minutes later, Roz was hovering above the Ghost Shadow ship, flying from left to right and then from right to left. Robin, sitting on the Ghost Shadow ship reading, maintained her expressionless demeanor. If possible, she would really like to use her ability to pull her captain down from the sky. However, the consequences of doing so were likely beyond her capacity, so she could only think about it. After a few more minutes, Roz, using the power of distorted gravity, had fully mastered the ability to fly and began trying to combine this flying ability with the moonwalk technique. Moonwalk is a method of walking in the air, requiring one to constantly bear the limitations of gravity. But if gravity didn't exist, the speed of the moonwalk would increase significantly. Furthermore, if the direction of gravity could be freely altered to match the movement direction of the moonwalk, the speed could be even faster. Relying solely on the moonwalk to engage in aerial battles against figures like Doflamingo or Kizaru would be quite disadvantageous. But if he possessed the flying ability of distorted gravity, it would be an entirely different matter. Whoosh, whoosh. Perfectly combining gravity with the moonwalk in movement was rather difficult. After all, Roz had just acquired the ability of distorted gravity. However, through continuous practice, his aerial walking became increasingly proficient. With the ability of distorted gravity, Roz's moonwalk could be said to have become an upgraded version. Even without investing much proficiency into the moonwalk, his instantaneous movement speed in the air would not be much inferior to those vice admirals who were skilled in the Marine's 6 powers. Huff, huff. After training for about half an hour, Roz's stamina began to wane. Distorting his own gravity didn't consume much stamina, but the moonwalk was indeed a significant drain on his physical energy. Under this double consumption, his current physical capacity was still insufficient. Controlling the gravity, Roz slowly descended onto the deck of the Ghost Shadow ship. Robin held the book in one hand and silently picked up a glass of juice from the table with the other, bringing it to her mouth without drinking or putting it down. Roz calmed his breathing and shot Robin a disdainful glance. What does this gesture mean? Is the captain of the Ghost Hand Pirates going to steal his crew's juice? After resting for a moment, Roz leaped again, jumping back to the cliff on the shore. This time, he did not rush to train his abilities, but once again summoned the talent system interface. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and invested 90 points of talent proficiency into physical enhancement. Buzz. A golden light flashed, and the general talent value changed rapidly. Agility enhancement, 150, advanced enhancement, physical enhancement, 350, top-level enhancement. The maximum value for physical enhancement is 500 points, and it has now reached 350 points. Very close to the maximum, since physical enhancement provides passive percentage increases rather than fixed value increases. Reaching the maximum value means that physical enhancement has reached its peak and can no longer be improved. It also means that Roz's passive talent bonuses have reached a terrifying level. Perhaps his base physical fitness only needs to be trained to the level of a vice admiral. And with a massive boost from maxed physical enhancement, he could directly reach a level close to Garp. Roz allocated all remaining 90 points of talent proficiency to the distortion fruit. Buzz. The addition of 90 points of talent proficiency to the distortion fruit caused the power of distortion within Roz to explosively increase, expanding from 100 meters to over 200 meters. This level of distortion power, while still far from the kind of strength that could easily shake a large island like Whitebeard or a Marine Admiral, was already at a level that countless people would struggle to reach in their entire lives on this sea. Gun shooting, 50 melee combat, 100 warp fruit, 390 Marine 6 style, shave, 0 Marine 6 style, paper drawing, 0 Marine 6 style, moonwalk, 0 observation hockey, 15 armament hockey, 0 looking at the refreshed combat talent skill tree. Roz murmured with flickering eyes, if only I could wash out the talent points for gun shooting. I wonder if there will be an opportunity to wash talent points in the future. When he first arrived in this world, he couldn't contend with firearms solely based on his strength. Mastering firearms was indeed necessary, but now they were almost useless, while the melee combat ability still had significant value even now. One gained, one lost, but combined, it was not a loss. Shaking his head, Roz thought, and the talent interface before him disappeared. He clenched his fist, feeling the power within him, and suddenly lifted his foot to stomp down. Boom! The cliff wall within 100 meters was affected by his warped gravity, instantly showing signs of large-scale collapse. As the stones shattered with a roar, they all floated into the air. Although during the floating process, they no longer had direct contact with Roz's body. The warped gravity did not revert, but remained in a twisted state under Roz's control. Indeed, it had changed. Power would not disappear directly, only weaken gradually. A glimmer appeared in Roz's eyes, and a smile crept onto his lips. Previously, his warping power had to rely on a material medium to transmit. Once there was a break in the material, his warping power would be instantly cut off. It was like holding a knife. If the blade suddenly broke, his warping power would be severed in an instant, unable to act on the broken part of the blade unless he touched it again with his body. But now, after activating the warped gravity, even if the transmitting medium disappeared, his warping power would not be instantly cut off. Instead, it would still act on that part of the material. This meant that even if the blade suddenly broke, as long as it had been affected by his warping power, it would still be under his control. Although this severed power would gradually weaken over time, it was already sufficient for Roz. A hint of uncontrollable excitement appeared on his face as he raised both hands and abruptly clapped them together in front of him. Boom! The completely shattered floating rocks within nearly 100 meters, under Roz's ability, suddenly converged towards the center. With a thunderous roar, they transformed into a massive meteorite with a radius of several dozen meters, perfectly suspended in mid-air, like a work of art. The captain's power had become even stronger. Robin on the ship could no longer focus on reading. She stood up and gazed at the enormous commotion on the cliff, taking a deep breath. To shatter a cliff within 100 meters and gather the debris into the air to form a colossal meteorite, this power was simply incredible, seeming beyond what the warp fruit could achieve. As for the crew members who emerged on the ship, they were already in a state of stupor. Wait, Robin stared at the massive meteorite, her expression gradually changing. She seemed to see cracks appearing on the meteorite, which were growing over time, faintly showing signs of collapsing and falling. If such a large object were to crash down so close, even if it did not directly hit the hull of the Ghost Shadow, the waves it would create could likely capsize the ship, Crack, crack. The signs of the meteorite crumbling grew stronger, with large and clear cracks appearing, and a bead of cold sweat formed on Robin's forehead. Just as the meteorite looked like it was about to shatter and fall, Roz's figure flickered and jumped onto the meteorite, instantly covering it with his warping power. Boom! The meteorite, which was half shattered, closed up once again. After severing the medium, he could control it for about 20 seconds. Roz looked at the giant meteorite beneath him, his eyes revealing a thoughtful expression. After severing the contact medium, his warping power could maintain its effect for 20 seconds. 20 seconds was enough. After all, it was not the float fruit or the gravity fruit, and with further development of the warp fruit, this time could likely continue to increase. Buzz, having determined the time his warping power could maintain after losing direct contact, Roz did not expend more energy to keep the meteorite suspended in the air. Instead, he controlled it to slowly descend toward the ocean below, finally settling bit by bit at the base of the cliff. Even descending slowly, it still stirred up a spray, pushing the ghost shadow nearby with the waves. Captain, could you please refrain from doing such dangerous things near the ship? Breathing a sigh of relief, Robin wore a smile and stared at Roz not far away. As a hint of danger faintly lingered in the air, Roz subtly evaded Robin's question and said, "Call Lafitte back. It's about time. We'll set sail tomorrow." Robin sighed, "Okay." Soon, Robin contacted Lafitte through the transponder snail and called him back from the island. "The recording pointer has only stored a third of the magnetic force. If we leave now, we will lose the navigation marker, Captain." Returning to the ship, Lafitte looked at Roz with some confusion upon learning they would set sail tomorrow. "Don't worry. The place we're going has extremely strong magnetic forces. As long as we get close, it will forcibly take the magnetic force from the recording pointer. By then, the 3 arrows might point to the same island," Roz calmly responded. As a navigator, Lafitte was already quite familiar with the recording pointer and the Grand Line's navigation. However, Roz's words still puzzled him, but he did not doubt them. Since following Roz, all the experiences along the way had proven that Roz's decisions were never wrong. That day, Roz trained the newly acquired warped gravity ability on the coast while familiarizing himself with his enhanced physical capabilities and warping power. By the end of the day, he had mostly adapted and was able to control his power quite skillfully. At 10 o'clock the next day, the Ghost Shadow raised its anchor and lowered its sails. "Captain, which direction are we heading?" Since the recording pointer had not yet stored enough magnetic force, and the destination was solely determined by Roz, Lafitte was unsure of the course and asked Roz. "Anywhere," Roz casually replied as he stood on the deck. As Lafitte and Robin exchanged glances, feeling a bit unsure, he continued, "Just go straight ahead and leave the sight range of Alkelia." Lafitte and Robin looked at each other, both feeling this was somewhat unreliable. But neither questioned Roz's decision, and they controlled the Ghost Shadow to sail away from Alkelia. As Alkelia gradually faded into a blurry silhouette on the horizon and finally disappeared from sight, Roz looked up at the sky while standing on the deck. "So, the next place we're going is Sky Island." As soon as the words fell, Roz raised his arm, his 5 fingers gently coming together in front of him, and the power of distortion rapidly spread, enveloping the entire phantom ship, then reversing the direction of gravity. Splash! The nearly 40-meter-long phantom ship slowly rose from the surface of the sea under Rod's power, creating waves that surged. Everyone on the ship staggered. Several crew members looked around in shock, and Lafitte was momentarily taken aback. Only Robin showed a hint of realization, looking up at the sky. As a PhD in archaeology from O'Hara, she naturally knew about the existence of sky islands. The Sky Island, indeed a good place to take shelter from the storm, but being able to lift an entire ship into the sky was truly unexpected. After steadying herself, Robin smiled softly. She had no doubt that Rods had the ability to send the phantom ship to the Sky Island, because Rods never did anything without confidence. Lafitte showed a strange expression, and after hearing Robin's words, he smiled slightly and said, "The legendary Sky Island? It seems to really exist." Buzz. When the ship rose to about 30 to 40 meters above the sea, Rods gently lifted his hand, and the entire ship suddenly accelerated, rapidly ascending towards the sky, getting higher and higher. The Sky Island had been a buffer zone that Rods had set a long time ago. Once the power of distortion was activated, he would definitely have the ability to enter the Sky Island at any time. Moreover, there was something on the Sky Island that Rods was particularly concerned about, which was the natural type Thunder Fruit. It was March of the 12th year of the Great Pirate Era, and during this period, Enel most likely had not yet obtained the Thunder Fruit, The fruit had either not appeared yet or had already appeared but not been found by Enel. As one of the strongest devil fruits of the natural type, its power was unquestionable. Gaining the power of the thunder fruit might make it difficult to reach the level of a marine admiral. However, with a bit of training, it would be enough to secure a place among the warlords of the sea. Rods had set his sights on this fruit long ago. Knowing it was in the Sky Island and leaving it for Enel was like seeing a stack of money by the roadside and not picking it up. Regardless of whether there was a chance, he had to take a look. Even if he already possessed the distortion fruit, he could leave it for his crew to build a powerful fighting force. And even in the talent system, there was the potential for dual fruit abilities. It's just that the requirement of 5 free talent points was a bit too high. A few days later, in the Alcalia Kingdom, a man riding a bicycle arrived here. After searching around with no results, he scratched his head. I still came too late. Qingji had left the headquarters a long time ago, and upon receiving the news, he immediately rushed to Alcalia, thinking that according to Alcalia's magnetic storage days, he should have been able to arrive before the Ghost Hand pirates set sail, but he still arrived too late. Headache, forget it. I'll just treat it as a vacation. Shaking his head, Qingji rode away from Alcalia. The path the bicycle rolled over silently, freezing into a road of ice. Several days later, the fleet from the nearest marine base to Alcalia Kingdom arrived, collecting Crocodile's corpse and reporting the situation to the higher-ups of the marine headquarters. Couldn't intercept them? After receiving the news, Admiral Sengoku rubbed his forehead while sitting behind his desk and said, "Contact Qingji. Where is he now?" He was naturally aware of Qingji's departure from the marine headquarters. Although it was a bit excessive for a marine admiral to personally take action for a pirate with a bounty of 200 million. Firstly, Rod's influence was too negative. And secondly, Qingji was acting secretly and alone, with no one knowing. Just as Sengoku was about to contact Qingji to inquire, a phone bug on the desk suddenly rang. It was the phone bug connecting to the secret organization of the world government. "Hello, this is Sengoku." With a slight frown, Sengoku answered the call. A deep voice came from the other end. "Admiral Sengoku, the Ghost Hand Pirates matter is now fully under the government's responsibility, and we may mobilize marine warships if necessary. We hope the Marines will cooperate fully." "I understand." After a brief silence, Sengoku replied and hung up the phone bug. He was not surprised that the government took direct control of the Ghost Hand Pirates matter compared to the Marines. The current high-level government had a much stronger desire to kill Rods. Moreover, Rod's situation had already caused a huge uproar, and it was indeed not suitable to make a big fuss. The reason Qingji would act alone was also due to this. Therefore, handing it over to the CP organization for secret handling was indeed a suitable choice in Sengoku's view. Time moved forward slightly, 6,000 meters in the air. The speed of the phantom ship stabilized at a certain level, rapidly ascending towards the sky. The sea below had become somewhat unreachable, and a large amount of mist surrounded them. After crossing the 6,000-meter threshold, looking up, one could see a vast expanse of white clouds hanging in the sky, as if carrying another world. Buzz! The rapidly ascending phantom ship began to slow down. As they got closer to the cloud layer, Rods jumped up to the top of the mast, raised his hand upwards, and reached into the cloud layer. The power of distortion, under Rod's control, was suddenly unleashed towards the sea clouds, and with a sound of crashing, the sea clouds parted to the sides, creating a huge. The phantom ship suddenly accelerated, breaking through the sea clouds under Rod's guidance, continuing to rise higher. Within the sea clouds, one could vaguely see many fish and large monsters. These monsters had discovered the presence of the phantom ship. But before they could approach, the phantom ship surged to an even higher level. Splash! Finally, at the very top of the white clouds, the entire sea cloud suddenly split open, and the phantom ship soared into the air, hovering for a moment before gently landing on the cloud layer. This cloud layer, like seawater, steadily supported the phantom ship. Here was the Sky Island. Lafitte approached the side of the ship, looked at the cloud layer supporting the ship's body, and chuckled. "It's really magical. The clouds can carry a ship." Rods nodded. The existence of the Sky Island was hard for him to comprehend. But different worlds have different rules, and this world indeed has such a magical place as the Sky Island. After looking at the surrounding environment, he asked Lafitte, "Check the record pointer. Has there been any change?" There has indeed been a change. All 3 arrows are pointing in one direction. Lafitte looked at the high-level record pointer on his wrist, revealing a hint of surprise. Normally, the 3 arrows of the high-level record pointer point towards 3 islands. If they point in one direction, it undoubtedly indicates that the magnetic force in that direction is strong to a certain degree. After carefully observing the changed record pointer, Lafitte found that the direction the arrows pointed was still slanting upwards, and he couldn't help but look towards that direction. We need to continue going up. That's right. This is the White Sea, and the Sky Island is still 3,000 meters higher. Let's acclimate ourselves to the environment here. Before we go up, Roz nodded. This was the Sky Island 10 years before Luffy's time. Any situation could exist. The four emperors, Kaido of the Beasts, had even played free fall on the Sky Island. So, to be safe, it was natural to first adapt to the thin air environment of the Sky Island. Half a day later, gradually adapting to the environment of the Sky Island, the impact on his strength becoming negligible, Roz unleashed his abilities once again, enveloping the Ghost Shadow and soaring into the White Sea at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Before arriving at Angel Island, Enel already possessed the powers of the Rumble Rumble Fruit, which means that the Rumble Rumble Fruit is not on Angel Island, but on Burka Island, which he will destroy 4 years later. A few memories flashed through Roz's mind. Following the direction indicated by the compass, they eventually reached the island. Sure enough, it was Angel Island from the original work. If they dropped straight down from here, they would reach Gaia Island, entering another route of the Grand Line, which is the route that Luffy took. However, Roz's goal was not to cross the route, but to go to another Sky Island, Burka. Therefore, upon reaching Angel Island, the only task was to find a map of the Sky Island. Angel Island is currently ruled by Gonfor, and the arrival of Roz and the others did not provoke much hostility from the Sky Islanders, as occasionally sea dwellers would arrive at the Sky Island via several routes. There is something you care about, the historical text stone tablet. Walking along the edge of Angel Island's white cloud shore, Roz admired the surrounding environment and spoke to Robin, who was following him. The task of obtaining the map was entrusted to Lafitte, while he was responsible for taking Robin to find the historical text stone tablet that she cared about. Robin looked at Roz with a strange expression. Not that she didn't believe what Roz said, but she was a bit curious as to why Roz seemed so familiar with the place, and how he knew there was a historical text stone tablet here. Had the captain been here before? No, but there is nothing in this world that can escape my eyes, and the Sky Island is no exception. Roz stood with his hands behind his back and spoke plainly. Robin had grown accustomed to her captain's style. She tilted her head and smiled, saying, "So, does the captain know what happened during that blank 100 years, 800 years ago?" Roz's expression remained unchanged as he calmly replied, "The truth needs to be sought after. If I tell you now, you will lose your motivation to move forward." That makes a lot of sense. Robin covered her mouth and chuckled softly. "Let's go." Roz turned around, came to Robin's side, placed a hand on her shoulder, activated the powers of the twist fruit, and the two instantly broke free from the constraints of gravity, flying towards the sky. The feeling of being enveloped by an inexplicable force was strange. Robin momentarily struggled to steady herself, almost flipping upside down, but Roz controlled her. "Are we going higher?" Robin did not resist, allowing Roz to take her diagonally upwards while she looked up at the sky. Above the sky were deeper clouds, vast and boundless. Roz placed one hand on Robin's shoulder and also looked up at the clouds, saying, 400 years ago, a part of an island on the Grand Line was lifted to the Sky Island by a raging sea current called the ancient city of Shandora, which the Sky Islanders refer to as the Holy Land, Appiato. As he spoke, Roz had already taken Robin out of Angel Island, flying towards the Holy Land, Appiato, which was not far from Angel Island. In midair, they could clearly see a giant vine standing on Appiato, stretching up to an unknown height and piercing into the higher clouds. The captain's understanding of history is truly beyond my expectations. Robin gazed at the colossal vine, her dark eyes flashing with a strange expression. The fact that Roz was so detailed in his knowledge of something so evidently historical made her suspect that he had lived here. However, the Sky Islanders living here all had wings on their backs, while Roz clearly did not. It was unlikely that he had torn off his own wings. Roz smiled lightly and said, "I know more than you think. If you want to know more, we can delve deeper." Robin felt that Roz's words were a bit strange, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Soon, the two flew to the sky above the Holy Land, Appiato. Roz took Robin higher, following the giant vine, ascending to the clouds, and finally stopping on a cloud island. This cloud island was not large, only a few dozen meters in circumference, and in its center stood a golden clock, slanted and untouched for 400 years. Looking at the golden clock, Robin unconsciously walked over. The clock, filled with the aura of ancient and brilliant historical civilization, had a deadly attraction for her. Historical text. Approaching the golden clock, Robin saw the historical text imprinted on the base, or rather, the entire golden clock was built together with a historical text stone tablet. Robin gently brushed her fingers over the words on the tablet, suppressing the emotions surging within her, silently reading the text, her gaze gradually becoming flickering. Roz walked over and asked, "Can you decipher it?" Robin's eyes flickered. After a brief pause, she whispered, "It records the ancient weapon known as the Sea King, the location of the Sea King." Hearing Robin's words, a smile appeared on Roz's face as he took over her words, saying, pointing to the junction of the Red Land and the Grand Line, "Located in the depths of the sea, the island of mermaids." Huh? Robin looked at Roz in slight astonishment. What Roz said was almost identical to the meaning behind the historical text stone tablet. If it could be explained that Roz knew so many hidden histories, being able to read the historical text was something she found hard to believe. In this world, only the scholars of O'Hara should be able to read historical texts, and she should be the only survivor of O'Hara. It's just a historical text, not that hard to decipher. Roz calmly gazed at the historical text stone tablet. The historical text stone tablet of the Sky Island recorded the location of the ancient weapon Sea King, a fact that clearly existed in Roz's memory. His earlier question to Robin about whether she could decipher, it was merely to see if she would tell him the information recorded here about the ancient weapon Sea King. However, to be fair, although Roz knew of the Sea King's existence and that the location of the Pluton was hidden in the historical text stone tablet of Alabasta, he did not intend to touch the ancient weapons too early. Without a certain level of strength, obtaining an ancient weapon would be meaningless. A Navy admiral could easily take it away. At the very least, one must possess the strength to confront a Navy admiral before acquiring an ancient weapon to have real deterrent power. Robin lowered her head in silence. At this moment, countless thoughts surged in her heart. Never before had she felt so confused. Did Roz really know the truth about the blank 100 years? Should she ask Roz? But if she received the answer, as Roz said, her purpose in life would also be completely lost, and she would no longer know what she should do. Look here. Roz walked to the side of the golden clock's base and pointed to another string of words that were crookedly carved there, interrupting Robin's train of thought. Robin looked up and followed the direction of Roz's finger, her eyes once again flashing with astonishment, and her face rarely showing a trace of shock. "I came to this place to bring this text to the ends of the world. GOLD, Roger. One Piece is GOLD, Roger. Did he ever come to the Sky Island? And why did he write such texts?" Robin vaguely felt that a line appeared before her, a line that seemed to connect all the clues together. Yet, she found it difficult to thread this line through the chaotic and tangled thoughts in her mind. Aside from the scholars of O'Hara, there were others who could interpret the true history. All the clues and secrets of the blank history had already been learned by Roger and placed in Laugh-Tale. Roz said calmly. Robin turned her head to look at Roz, a hint of incredulity appearing in her dark eyes, as various clues pointed out that Roz had been to Laugh-Tale. Roz did not speak further, only smiling slightly, leaving it at that. Some people can easily conquer others with their sheer strength, while others, like Lafitte, need a clear mind in addition to strength. As for Robin, with both of these conditions, she also needed a third, to surpass him in knowledge. After all, what Roz wanted was not a partnership like the Straw Hat crew, but a captain and crew relationship. Let's go. Deep within the island below, there are ruins from hundreds of years ago. Roz did not let Robin dwell on her thoughts for long, interrupting her as he walked to the edge of the white clouds, looking down at the holy land, Appiato. After a moment of silence, Robin walked beside Roz, hesitating for a while, but ultimately did not voice her questions. She felt that Roz was right. She should personally seek the truth of everything. Hiss. This time, Roz did not grab Robin's shoulder, but instead, with a thought, tore a piece from the soft island cloud beneath his feet, flying down with Robin. After a moment of silence, Robin, recalling how Roz had brought her up before, asked expressionlessly, "Why didn't you use this method when we came over earlier?" Roz replied without changing his expression, "I'm not very skilled with this newly developed ability." Apayado. On this half-island, washed up to the Sky Island by ocean currents, the sounds of booming and fierce clashes of weapons could be heard as people fought on this land. 400 years ago, Appiato was washed up to the Sky Island, and the Sky Islanders occupied Appiato, treating it as a holy land, driving out and killing all the remaining indigenous Sandians. Since then, the war between the Sky Islanders and the Sandians has continued for 400 years. Boom! The current ruler of Angel Island, God Ganfer, wielded a spear, knocking a charging enemy away with a single thrust, shouting angrily at the numerous Sandians approaching. Appiato is the holy land bestowed upon us by heaven. We will never allow anyone to attempt to touch its existence. Boom! Leading the Sandians was the relatively young warrior, Weber, who carried a cannon made of sea stone, shooting an islander away with one shot. His face cold as he spoke. "You took our homeland's people and dare to say it was bestowed by heaven? Truly laughable. Appiato belongs to us." The numerous Sky Island guards, hearing Weber's words, shouted angrily at him. "Arrogant fool, daring to desecrate the Holy Land, die." A large number of guards surged forward, mixing it up with Weber and others. The Sky Islanders outnumbered Weber and the others significantly, and there was a certain gap in equipment and military quality. However, Weber and the others' individual combat strength was extremely fierce, resulting in a stalemate with the Sky Islanders. Amidst the chaos, two figures emerged from the depths of the jungle. War. Robin looked at the warring Sky Island army and Sandian troops, her dark eyes flickering slightly. Although she had struggled in the underground world for years and witnessed countless darkness, it was undeniable that deep down, she still yearned for peace. Wars often obscure much history, but the war between the Sky Islanders and the Sandians had begun 400 years ago and continued to this day. Roz stood there calmly, hand behind his back, gazing at the distant battlefield. After watching for a few seconds, Roz turned around and walked toward a downward path, saying, "This is the upper part of Appiato. The ruins below have been hidden for hundreds of years without anyone discovering them. We will go below." After glancing at the distant war, Robin also withdrew her gaze. However, before she could follow Roz for a few steps, a sharp arrow suddenly shot in from afar, aimed precisely at her body. Robin's expression changed slightly. The arrow came so suddenly that she had little time to evade. But just as the arrow was about to pierce her, a hand reached out at just the right moment, grabbing the middle of the arrow and stopping it. Looking at the slightly trembling arrow in his hand, Roz shook his head. He had overlooked one thing. The Sky Islanders could use observation hockey. In the Sky Island, observation hockey is also known as the heart net, and the Sky Islanders' talent for it is indeed extraordinary. Some are even born with it. It was strange not to be detected at such a close distance. Who is over there? Is it the Sinner's reinforcements? Don't hide. A Sky Island guard, drawing his bow and knocking an arrow, fixed his sharp gaze on Roz and Robin's position from behind the bushes, shouting. Hearing the cold shout from the battlefield, Roz shook his head. He initially did not plan to involve himself in the war between the Sandians and Sky Islanders, but the sudden arrow nearly injured Robin, causing a trace of indifference to flash in his eyes as he stepped out from the bushes. "I'm going to teach them some manners. You stay here and don't move." A fleeting look of confusion crossed Robin's eyes. Then she sighed. That arrow had truly come out of nowhere. If not for Roz being nearby, she would have likely been injured. She needed to master observation hockey quickly. As Roz's figure emerged from the bushes with a rustling sound, holding an arrow in hand, he walked toward the battlefield and calmly asked, "Who shot the arrow?" In the chaotic battlefield of the Sky Islanders and Sandians, Roz's appearance was particularly conspicuous. Both the Sky Islanders and Sandians had white wings on their backs, while Roz had nothing behind him, making his image starkly different from everyone present. Seeing Roz's appearance, someone furrowed their brow, as if realizing something. A sea dweller? Without wings or feathers, his attire was also quite strange. Coupled with the fact that it wasn't uncommon for sea dwellers to appear in the Sky Island, many quickly deduced Roz's identity. The one holding the bow and arrow was the vice captain of the Sky Island's White Beret troops. He was slightly taken aback, but quickly reacted, his eyes revealing a fierce glint as he said, "A sea dweller sneaking into the Holy Land? This is the Holy Land, Appiato, which is strictly forbidden to enter without permission. This is a level 3 felony." The Sandians nearby looked on coldly. A priest, second only to Gonfor, glanced at the situation on the field and coldly ordered the nearby Sky Island warriors execute him on the spot. Whoosh! At the moment he gave the order, an arrow along with several spears tore through the air, aimed at Roz's body and blocking his escape route. Facing the spear wrapped in a fierce wind, Roz had no intention of dodging. He flicked his fingers lightly, and a spear began to twist from its tip, snapping completely with a crack. The remaining spears all brushed against Roz's body, all missing their target. It seemed there was no need to ask. Roz calmly gazed at the White Beret squad's deputy leader, holding a longbow, stepping towards him while ignoring the chaos around the battlefield. The many Sky Islanders and Shandians, witnessing Roz destroy a spear with strange power, showed expressions of surprise. As Roz approached, a few nearby individuals hesitated for a moment but still charged at him with their weapons drawn. However, before they could reach him, the ground beneath them suddenly rolled like a quagmire, surging upward and wrapping them up, leaving only their heads exposed. Roz's footsteps did not pause at all. He walked forward step by step, with each step taken and each footfall speed nearly perfectly consistent, his calm gaze sweeping across the scene, observing the shocked expressions of the nearby Sky Islanders and Shandians. Generations come and go, yet the earth remains eternal, just like fish in water, unable to live without it. Whether in the Sky Islands or in the blue sea, they cannot escape the earth and soil. Boom! Boom! As Roz advanced, the ground within 100 meters seemed to transform into seawater, surging wildly, embedding Shandians and Sky Islanders alike within it. Gonfer and several priests changed their expressions dramatically. Even the battle demon Weber and others looked on with shock and disbelief. As Roz walked closer, the entire ground seemed to submit beneath his feet, forming a path, while everyone was bound and wrapped by the surging soil and stones. The Holy Land, Apayado? All lands in this world are created by the gods. 400 years ago, I granted it to you, yet you have forgotten to pray and be devout. Roz continued forward, raising his hand to grasp at the priests and Gonfor who were struggling in the surging soil. With a crash, the entire ground suddenly collapsed, then rolled up like ocean waves, wrapping everyone within, twisting and spiraling into a mountain roughly 100 meters wide, where all were ensnared in stones and soil, unable to break free no matter how they struggled. At this moment, everyone's gaze towards Roz changed, revealing shock and fear. Some Sky Islanders trembled and knelt down. A god? No, it can't be. There are no gods in this world. For 400 years of war, the gods have never appeared. Burning cannon. The battle demon Weber gritted his teeth and roared, aiming the burning cannon at Roz and firing. Blue-white flames erupted, crashing towards Roz. Roz showed no intention of dodging, nor did he make any movement. The ground suddenly surged with countless stones and soil, instantly engulfing the burning cannon. Humanity's greed led to the emergence of war. Lasting 400 years, the gods have never been your guardians, just as mortals do not concern themselves with the wars of ants. The beginning of all this was merely a snap of the fingers 400 years ago. Roz stood there calmly, raised his left hand, and gently snapped his fingers. Snap! In an instant, the earth roared and howled, surging upward, countless fragments of rock and soil carrying the battle demon Weber into the air, transforming into a massive meteorite soaring upwards. As time passed, fine cracks gradually appeared on the rising meteorite, and ultimately, amidst the stunned gazes of countless people, it suddenly shattered. Weber's figure entangled in countless fragments, falling down, having already lost consciousness. This is a punishment for your foolish actions. Roz's gaze swept over the entire scene, then turned away. Not looking back at the situation behind him, stepping into the depths of the distant jungle, disappearing from sight. In April of the 12th year of the Great Pirate Era, the Earth God descended upon the Holy Land Apayado, punishing the greed of mortals. Gunvor, the leader of Angel Island, and the chief of the Shandians awakened, repenting and praying for their respective wrongs, building a statue for the Earth God, and jointly signing a peace treaty. This 400-year-long war was thus declared over. After Robin thoroughly explored the ruins of the ancient city of Shandora, Lafitte also found the map of the Sky Islands and returned to the ship. The Sky Islands are concentrated in the skies above the Grand Line. Although their number does not compare to the densely packed islands on the Grand Line, there are still many. Just from the few maps Lafitte found, 7 or 8 islands were recorded. Baika, let us go here. Roz carefully examined several maps, pulled out one, and pointed to an island drawn on its edge, saying, "The navigation to the Sky Islands is no different from normal sea areas." Understood, Captain. Lafitte nodded while leaning on his cane, not asking Roz what purpose he had for going to Baika. Since stepping onto the Sky Islands, Roz's image had become even more mysterious in his eyes. What purpose Baika holds might involve his captain's secrets. Roz would naturally speak if he wanted to, and if he didn't want to, he certainly wouldn't ask. With the maps in hand, Roz and the others headed towards Baika. During this time, both the Navy and the government on the Grand Line were frantically searching for the Ghost Hand Pirates' whereabouts. However, the Ghost Hand Pirates seemed to have vanished after leaving Alabasta, completely losing their trail. Some suspected that Roz and the others had encountered a storm and been destroyed at sea. But such a thought was too exaggerated. With the strength of the Ghost Hand Pirates, how could normal weather possibly wipe them out at sea? The Navy and government's frantic search did not last long. As time passed, it gradually slowed down. There were more matters at sea that required their attention, and they couldn't afford to devote all their intelligence resources to finding the Ghost Hand Pirates for an extended period. No information at all. Completely missing after leaving Alabasta? If that's the case, the mission cannot be completed. On a ship of the world government's intelligence agency wandering near Alabasta, a black-haired man with a pigeon on his shoulder put down the transponder snail, gazing at the sea with a frown, murmuring. A month later, the ghost shadow arrived at Baika. In just one day, Roz defeated the local tribal chief and all warriors occupying Baika, and instructed Robin and Lafitte to secretly search for the devil fruit that might be hidden in some corner of the island. 2 months passed, but the rumble fruit did not appear. However, Enel was found by Roz, but he had not eaten the rumble fruit, and Roz was completely uninterested in him. 3 months passed, and the rumble fruit was still not found. As time continued to pass, news about the ghost hand pirates on the Grand Line fell into silence. Many who occasionally thought of the ghost hand pirates shook their heads in secret. The ghost hand pirates have not appeared for a long time. Could it be that they have already been secretly wiped out by the government and navy? A bounty hunter sat in a tavern, shaking his head as he spoke. Who knows? Probably not. The bounty hasn't been revoked yet. For this tumultuous sea, Roz is a huge wave that has emerged from it. However, this wave did not continue to bloom, but was gradually covered by the rolling tides. Red-haired Shanks lost an arm. The strongest swordsman of the Siska Kingdom challenges Mihawk. The Beast Pirates clash with the Bigman Pirates. One big news after another keeps emerging, pushing the era forward, while the Ghost Hand Pirates are gradually forgotten as time passes month by month. 7 months later, on Skypiea Baika. Here, white clouds float, and all the buildings are made of clouds, resembling paradise at a glance. In the center of the island, in a vast and huge garden, sounds of battle can be heard. Whoosh, whoosh. Roz's figure flickers back and forth, slapping, pressing, or pushing, his palms continuously striking towards Robin. Robin, with her eyes closed, continuously captures Roz's movements, dodging his palms by leaning to the side or lowering her head. Roz slightly speeds up, and a bead of sweat appears on Robin's forehead, but she still manages to evade, occasionally brushing against his hand. Observation hockey, you have almost mastered it. Roz's last hand presses towards Robin's chest, but after she twists to avoid it, he stops moving, retracts his hand, and nods slightly at her. During these 7 months, aside from studying the history of Baika and Skypiea, Robin has been training her observation hockey. The training route for observation hockey, or the mind web, in Skypiea is much clearer and easier to learn than what Roz organized. Robin has a very high intellect and a calm heart that can remain composed in most situations. She learns very quickly when it comes to training observation hockey. Robin opens her eyes and says, with the captain often testing me, it's only natural to learn faster. She deliberately emphasizes the word test. Roz's expression remains unchanged as he calmly replies, then you should thank me. I really should thank the captain, Robin says, a dangerous curve forming at the corner of her mouth as she smiles at Roz. 7 months have passed. Roz looks up at the sky and murmurs softly, having stayed on Skypiea for 7 months. For him, this is somewhat longer than expected. He originally planned to stay for 3 to 5 months. But the Thunder Fruit has not been found yet, and time has been continually extended. He was somewhat too presumptuous. Even though he deduced possible locations for the Thunder Fruit from memory, obtaining it is not that easy. During these 7 months, he has continued to persist in his training. He has nearly mastered the ability to distort gravity, and his physical abilities have also improved significantly. However, this training speed is clearly far slower than racing through the Grand Line, hunting various pirates, and defeating naval commanders. It's time to leave. Roz exhales lightly. 7 months without combat, just repetitive training, has been somewhat unbearable for him. Fortunately, with Robin around, he can be tested at any time, and the scenery on Skypiea is still quite nice. Blackbeard has clung to the Whitebeard pirates for over 10 years for the dark fruit, but Roz would not go to such lengths, because the Thunder Fruit does not hold that much value for him. Moreover, if the Thunder Fruit were to appear years later, and it just so happened to fall into the hands of someone on Skypiea who directly consumes it, he would have wasted time here for nothing. For him, who possesses the Distortion Fruit and a talent system, the Thunder Fruit is not something he must obtain. Furthermore, with the ability to distort gravity, he can come back to Skypiea anytime without having to bind himself here. And the final and most important point is that he does not want the name Ghost Hand to disappear from the ears of those high-ranking Navy officials for too long. Meanwhile, Robin, hearing that Roz is finally leaving Skypiea after more than half a year, can't help but have a flicker of emotion in her eyes. Life on Skypiea is much more peaceful than on the sea. There is no need to consider the Navy's pursuit, nor the need to gather intelligence. However, Staying here means he cannot gather the historical text stones, and it is even more impossible to uncover the truth of the blank century. It is indeed time to leave. Ho ho ho, are we leaving? Lafitte still has the same demeanor as before, smiling as he slightly tilts his hat after being summoned back by Roz. For him, the 7 months on Skypiea have been quite boring, and he has not seen any sign of the devil fruit Roz asked him to search for. Of course, the main purpose of coming to Skypiea was to avoid the extremely dangerous situation that could arise from the government's and Navy's fury. So even though Lafitte is very bored, he understands the reasoning. 7 months without sailing. Your sailing skills shouldn't have declined, right? Roz smiles lightly at Lafitte. Lafitte's strength has improved slightly during these 7 months. Although he still isn't a match for the headquarters rear admiral, he can still handle an ordinary branch rear admiral for a while. As for Robin, her current strength is probably even stronger than the one who stepped into the new world in Roz's memory. Even if she can't match Lafitte, she still has the ability to contend with ordinary captains. Ho ho ho, the captain will see soon. Lafitte spreads his arms slightly while holding his cane, revealing a smile. Issue an order for me to let the Bika tribe continue searching for the devil fruit. If found, they should immediately hand it over to the chief for safekeeping, Roz instructs. The Bika tribe has been well managed by him and Lafitte for these 7 months, especially the chief and many priests, who have all been deeply hypnotized and brainwashed by Lafitte one by one. Even if the thunder fruit appears, as long as it falls into the hands of these priests and the chief, it will be immediately hidden by them in fear, waiting for his return. Understood. Lafitte performs a noble gesture and turns to walk outside. Roz thinks carefully again, confirming that there are no omissions, and then walks with Robin towards the edge of the island, quickly arriving at the dock to board the Ghost Shadow again. There are few sailors on the ship. Roz selected 3 Scipians to board from Bika, 1 male and 2 females. The male is robust, second in strength only to the chief and priests of Bika, while one of the females is an exceptional chef, and the other is a 17-year-old candidate for the priest attendant, resembling an elf. Roz feels that it is a waste for her to serve the priest, so he changes her fate. Although Robin is very capable, it is ultimately good to have someone to share the burden. On the ship now, Roz's authority is unshakable, followed by Lafitte and Robin, both of whom are officers on the ship, while the others hold equal status. Soon, after Lafitte issues Roz's orders, he returns to the Ghost Shadow. The next stop is the North Sea. After Lafitte returns, Roz calmly states, it's time to have a ship's doctor on board. Long ago, Roz had been considering candidates for the ship's doctor, wavering between the poisonous Q from the Blackbeard pirates and the death Dr. Trafalgar Law. Since Roz was too young before, he had been searching for information on poisonous Q, but never found any. Ultimately, he decided to change candidates and go to the North Sea to look for Trafalgar Law. Roby Luffy should be about 15 years old, just the right age to transition from childhood to adolescence, making it the perfect time to recruit him. The location has been determined, and it seems the captain has already been chosen. A smile appeared on Lafitte's face. Having a ship's doctor on board would alleviate concerns about encountering strong enemies and sustaining fatal injuries that couldn't be treated, ensuring they could handle everyday minor injuries and illnesses while sailing. More importantly, Roz's standards are incredibly high. Anyone chosen by him is likely to be a reliable presence in terms of strength. Let's go. Roz nodded, then lightly stepped forward. The Ghost Shadow ship roared and trembled as the sea clouds below silently parted, revealing a massive crack spanning over 100 meters across the ocean. The Ghost Shadow ship plunged into the crack and vanished. A few days later, on a ship sailing the sea under the world government flag, a man in a top hat, with a man standing on his shoulder, was connecting a transponder snail to the other side. He was Rob Lucci, claimed to be the strongest in CP9 in 800 years under the world government. More than half a year ago, the world government had assigned him the task of secretly assassinating the ghost HandRoz's and capturing the devil child Nico Robin. 7 months. It finally appeared, but how could it be in the North Sea? Lucci frowned slightly as he listened to the information being reported from the transponder snail, revealing a hint of contemplation. Has that damned ghost hand pirate crew finally shown up? Standing next to him, Spandam listened to Lucci's conversation with the transponder snail and displayed a trace of irritation in his eyes. The tasks assigned by the government cannot simply be completed because the ghost hand pirate crew went missing. They would remain a burden on CP9. As the current commander of CP9, being delayed by a task for over half a year without any credit made him extremely frustrated with the ghost hand pirate crew. In the past, with the efficiency of Lucci and others, achievements came rolling in, which was also why his father had specially exerted his influence to appoint him as commander of CP9, as long as he stayed in CP9 for 10 or 8 years. It would be a natural progression to rise to a high position within the government. At that time, he could look down upon the entire sea from a lofty height. Lucci's disdain for Spandam far exceeded that for the pirates he had defeated. He believed in the dark justice that the weak are guilty. Yet, since Spandam was the commander, he had been trained since childhood to obey orders and could only suppress his dislike for Spandam. He hung up the transponder snail, turned to Spandam, and said, "The Ghost Hand pirate crew has appeared in the North Sea. I think we should head there now. What do you think?" Spandam hesitated for a moment, but ultimately gritted his teeth and nodded. Although he didn't want to travel such a long distance, the task assigned by the world government, which required swift execution, had been delayed for half a year. Now that the Ghost Hand pirate crew had appeared, if the government found out he was doing nothing, he would likely face a reprimand. Prepare the North Sea Navy fleet for support. No, let's have the branch base in the Grand Line directly dispatch warships to the North Sea. Spandam was fully aware that Ghost HandRoz's had wiped out the elite of the Navy branch and defeated the warlord Crocodile. While he trusted Lucci and the other strength, for someone like him, who was cowardly and feared death, it was always better to be cautious. Lucci subtly shook his head, unimpressed by Spandam. However, as the commander of CP9, Spandam's decisions were CP9's decisions. Unless Lucci wanted to betray the world government, he had no choice but to comply. Unable to vent his frustration on Spandam, Lucci quickly redirected his emotions toward the culprit responsible for their aimless wandering at sea for over half a year. There were only 4 months left until the 1-year task deadline. They better not go missing again. The Ghost Hand pirate crew, the era of great pirates. January 13 years ago. North Sea, on a large island. The center was where the nobility and upper-class individuals resided, while the outskirts were slums and garbage heaps, separated by a massive wall. In a corner of the outer slum, or rather, deep within the shadows of this country's dark underworld, a boy wearing a hat was walking forward with a package on his back. Trafalgar D. Waterlaw, a paramecia-type surgery fruit user, the second-generation heart of the Don Quixote family, had left the Don Quixote family at 13 and was now mingling in the North Sea's underworld, with 3 months left until he turned 16. After walking a few steps, Law suddenly stopped and looked ahead. Has he been discovered? In the depths of the alley ahead, upon noticing that the boy had stopped moving, a voice filled with surprise emerged. Soon, 7 or 8 shadows appeared from the depths of the alley, moving toward Law's position. At the same time, more people emerged from behind the alley, blocking his path. Young Law, facing the crowd's encirclement, did not show any signs of panic. Instead, he calmly said, "I'm sorry, but I'm not seeing patients today. If there are any injuries, try to hold off until tomorrow." The slums in this country were chaotic, with gangs rampant and deaths being commonplace, let alone injuries like broken arms and legs. Law had been here for more than half a year, having treated someone with a severed arm and collected a hefty fee, and had been living in this underground world since then. However, the people who appeared today were not there to seek treatment. Dr. Rado, no, Trafalgar Law, that must be your real name. You're quite impressive to have such excellent medical skills at such a young age. However, unfortunately, I'm not here to seek treatment. The first person in the darkness revealed his face, which was scarred and fierce, with only one eye, that I fixed on Law, as if looking at some precious treasure. He grinned, revealing a smile that, while seeming friendly, looked exceptionally menacing, and said, "The Don Quixote family has offered a bounty of 100 million berries for you in the underground world. So, to avoid suffering, you should come with us obediently." The moment Law heard the word Don Quixote, his face slightly lowered, the brim of his hat casting a shadow over his expression, which had turned cold and oppressive. One hand reached for the demon sword Kikoku strapped to his back, saying, "I see, but this 100 million berries won't be so easy to take." TCH, the one-eyed scar-faced man clicked his tongue, not taking the young boy seriously, and directly waved his hand at 2 subordinates beside him. The 2 subordinates grinned and walked toward Law, excited at the prospect of splitting a bounty of 100 million berries, which can mean tens of thousands of berries for each of them. However, just as they approached Law, he swiftly drew Kikoku with one hand, while with the other, he spread his fingers open, and a translucent dome appeared from his palm, suddenly expanding. Room, butchery, sizzle. In an instant, Law's body suddenly exchanged positions with one of the people present. The cursed sword, Oni Kuri, was mercilessly swung, instantly slicing several people around him into pieces. Strangely, no blood flowed from the dismembered bodies, and those who were cut apart screamed in terror, horrified at the sight of their own bodies being torn apart. "I'm dead. I'm dead. My body has been severed. What is happening?" Amid the screams, Some realized they still seemed to retain consciousness, but could not control their dismembered bodies. The terror faded slightly, replaced by sheer horror. No wonder such a small ghost could make the Don Quixote family put a bounty of 100 million berries on him. The devil fruit. Watching his subordinates suddenly become dismembered, the one-eyed scarred man was also shocked, his pupils slightly constricting as he murmured in a low tone. No wonder the Don Quixote family would offer 100 million. It turns out he is a devil fruit user. But even as a user, he is just a small ghost. He snorted coldly, pulling out a bizarre, three-bladed weapon from who knows where. And in a flash, he charged at Law, thrusting the weapon toward Law's shoulder. He intended to incapacitate Law first. After all, the Don Quixote family wanted living people, not dead ones, since dead bodies couldn't earn 100 million berries. However, when Law faced his thrust, he turned his gaze coldly and suddenly swept Oni Kuri horizontally, brushing past him in an instant. Silent and without a sound, his upper body separated from his lower body and fell heavily to the ground. Hiss! Hiss! Before the remaining people could react further, Law moved at extreme speed, flickering multiple times in the area, dismembering the rest into chunks of limbs and scattered body parts. After defeating all 10 or more people present, Law stopped, a trickle of sweat forming on his forehead. For someone not yet 16, using the Ope Nomi was clearly not easy. I hope you can hold on until the doctor arrives. Law glanced indifferently at the pile of dismembered limbs and the faces filled with terror, then slashed Oni Kuri against the walls on both sides of the street, cutting through the base of a nearby building. He then sheathed Oni Kuri and calmly turned around. Boom! The sound of collapsing buildings came from behind, and the various screams and cries abruptly ceased. Law did not look back. Before being surrounded by those who had heard the news, he left the street calmly and entered another dark alley. Just as he was about to cross this dark alley, a strange voice suddenly came from behind him, almost brushing against his body. I found you. In an instant, a chilling sensation engulfed Law's entire body, sending a shiver down his spine and making his hair stand on end. His pupils constricted violently, and without hesitation, he lunged forward, rolling several times and covering a distance of 10 meters before turning to look back. There, in a spot slightly behind where he had been standing, was a bizarre man with pale skin, wearing a top hat and holding a red wooden cane, smiling at him. Who are you? Law displayed unprecedented vigilance, regarding Lafitte as a formidable enemy, one hand pressing against the hilt of Oni Kuri, slightly drawing it out. How did this man appear? He had sensed nothing at all, and he was so close that if this person had done anything to him just now, he wouldn't have had any power to resist. Who I am is not important. What matters is, our captain wants to see you. Lafitte shrugged, still wearing that strange smile. Luo stared at Lafitte, and after a few seconds of silence, he coldly asked, "What if I don't go?" Lafitte casually shrugged, a slight smirk on his lips, and replied, "If you don't go, it will put me in a difficult position because this is a task assigned by the captain." He had doubts about the young ship's doctor that Luo had his eyes on. But if this young man was a user of the surgery fruit, then there would be no problem at all. The surgery fruit, even without understanding the abilities of this fruit, just hearing its name indicates that it is related to medicine. Seeing that Luo remained unmoved, still in a state of high alert, Lafitte chuckled softly, leaning slightly forward, and said, "There's no need to be so wary. Judging by your appearance, you shouldn't be unable to assess the strength gap between us, right? Besides, you just dealt with a group of people, and it seems your stamina has been quite depleted." Lafitte narrated in a slightly eerie tone, and as these words fell, Luo's expression darkened a bit more. Just a moment ago, he had used the abilities of the surgery fruit, yet he had not noticed Lafitte lurking in the shadows, and even now, he hadn't realized that Lafitte had followed him here. "What do you want?" After a few seconds of silence, Luo spoke in a deep voice. Even though he knew he was likely no match for Lafitte, he couldn't just follow an unknown person. Lafitte smiled at Luo and casually replied, "You." Upon hearing Lafitte's answer, Luo's expression darkened again, his grip on the hilt of his sword tightening slightly, already prepared to strike. But Lafitte just stood there, exuding an overwhelming pressure. The stealthy way he had appeared behind Luo earlier still sent chills down his spine. Luo's sword was drawn halfway, but he dared not act rashly. Don't show such hostility. We're not in cahoots with those people from earlier, and the bounty of 100 million means nothing to us. Seeing that Luo didn't intend to obediently follow him, Lafitte shook his head and chuckled lightly. "Strictly speaking, we just want to make a deal with you." "What deal?" Luo saw that the other party finally showed a hint of sincerity in the conversation, rather than pure mockery. His suppressed expression finally eased a little as he asked in a deep voice. Lafitte recounted Luo's words verbatim. "We can help you take down Don Quixote Doflamingo, and in return, you will need to become one of us." Luo's pupils constricted violently, and even his breathing became unsteady. The information revealed in that one sentence was overwhelming. He had never said he wanted to take down Doflamingo. How did they know he sought revenge against him? Moreover, if they knew this, it meant they were fully aware of his past. How did they know, and what connection did they have with Doflamingo? Countless questions flooded his mind. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Time gradually passed, and the dark alley was silent. After an unknown amount of time, Luo finally spoke. He didn't ask any of the questions that had surfaced in his mind, but instead said in a deep voice, "Are you serious about taking down Doflamingo?" He knew all too well who Doflamingo was, the core of the Don Quixote family, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Even before becoming a warlord, his bounty had reached 340 million berries. Ever since Corazon died, he had been biting his teeth, hiding the thought of revenge against Doflamingo deep in his heart. He knew his power was too weak. Doflamingo and the Don Quixote family loomed over him like a mountain. To truly seek revenge on Doflamingo, he would have to wait at least 10 years. Hearing Luo's words, Lafitte, who had been standing calmly, finally revealed a smile again. He knew this task was already complete. He didn't answer, but instead flicked his wrist, producing a yellowed piece of paper from nowhere and casually tossed it to Luo. It was a bounty notice, Luo's bounty notice. No need for further words. A bounty of 200 million berries could prove whether they had the power to shake the Don Quixote family. So it's him. The moment Luo saw the bounty notice, a glint of light flashed in his eyes. Although he was in the underworld of the North Sea, he couldn't be completely ignorant of the news and information from the Grand Line. There were only 7 warlords of the sea, and Doflamingo was one of them. More than half a year ago, one of the warlords had fallen in the Grand Line, and he still remembered that clearly. The one who took down the sand crocodile was the person on this bounty notice. Trafalgar Law, to eliminate Doflamingo. He did not care about his own life. If he could exchange his life for Doflamingo's, he would be willing to perish together with him. The only problem was that his life was worth far less than Doflamingo's. So this deal seemed somewhat unreal. He didn't believe his existence was worth the other party starting a war with the Don Quixote family. If it weren't for Lafitte's overwhelming pressure, he would have activated his powers and left this place long ago. Who knew whether they had some collusion with the Don Quixote family and intended to sell him to Doflamingo through some sort of deal? Only when the value of the chips was equal could it be considered a trade. Luo's gaze shifted from the bounty notice back to Lafitte as he spoke in a deep voice. "I do not have an equivalent chip to trade with you." "That's right." Lafitte nodded. "Even if you were a user of the surgery fruit, you cannot be compared to a warlord of the sea. However, this is the captain's decision. He seems to believe that your value exceeds that of the warlord. Moreover, this is a deal you cannot refuse, unless you are willing to destroy your own chip." The moment those words fell, Lafitte, who was standing there, suddenly seemed to merge into the darkness and vanished, silently appearing at Luo's right side. His red cane lightly resting on Luo's shoulder. Luo's grip on the sword loosened slowly. It wasn't that he didn't intend to resist. It was just that by the time he reacted, Lafitte had already appeared less than a foot away from his right side, leaving no room for resistance. Therefore, resistance became meaningless. Besides, it was just at that moment that Luo thought of a chip he indeed had, one that he completely controlled and could use for trading, a chip derived from the surgery fruit. That was the immortality surgery, which could grant eternal life after the fruit's abilities were developed to the extreme. On the coast, Lafitte walked ahead while Trafalgar Law silently followed behind. The two arrived at the phantom ship, docked at the shore. Lafitte leaped onto the ship's railing and turned to look at Luo. "Do you need help?" "No need." Luo's 5 fingers grasped, and a strange hemispherical shield emerged, expanding to a range of about 10 meters. His figure flickered and appeared on the phantom ship. Even though Lafitte had secretly witnessed this ability before, he still clicked his tongue. This ability, which was almost akin to spatial movement, was extraordinarily powerful in battle. "Captain, the person you wanted to see has been brought here." Lafitte turned around and looked at Roz standing at the front of the deck. Roz responded and turned to Trafalgar Law. With no intention of beating around the bush, he calmly said, "Become the ship's doctor of the Heart Pirates, and I will handle the Don Quixote family for you." Law looked at Roz, who stood there in a plain shirt with an autumn cloak draped over him. Took a deep breath. After all, Roz had defeated a warlord of the sea. Even just standing there, he exuded an unprecedented pressure. After a few seconds, Law spoke in a low voice. "Doflamingo is not so easy to deal with. The influence and spies of the Don Quixote family have infiltrated the Navy and the government. Roz smiled faintly and replied, "Indeed, he is not easy to deal with. Even for me, taking down Doflamingo requires careful planning. However, no matter what, it will definitely be much easier for you than having to deal with him yourself." Law was silent for a moment and asked, "When will you take action?" After returning to the Grand Line, it had come to this point, and Law had no choice, since he was already on Roz's ship. Even if he refused, he probably wouldn't be able to get off. Even if Roz had no intention of dealing with Doflamingo, he had to agree first and plan later. Just as Law took a deep breath and was about to agree, a series of bubbling sounds suddenly came from Roz. "This is Roz." Roz took out a din-din mushy from his pocket, and after connecting, Robin's voice came from the other end. Her voice was low and carried a tone of seriousness. "I encountered government agents. They seem to be coming for us." Hearing Robin's words, Roz's expression changed slightly, and his tone became serious as he asked, "What is your status? Where are you?" "I exchanged a few moves with one of them and managed to evade for now, but I'm not sure how many there are. I'm currently at a Bellow Street in the East District." "Okay, try to ensure your safety." Roz was not overly worried about Robin's safety. Her current abilities made her hard to capture, and the government agents would likely want her alive. However, he didn't want to encounter any clitch situation where someone got captured and threatened him. After hanging up the din-din mushy, Roz walked down the ship and said to Lafitte, "Let us go to the East District." "Understood." Lafitte nodded and followed Roz. Law watched as Roz and Lafitte went down the ship without paying him any mind, feeling a bit dazed, as if he had been forgotten. Just as he was about to ask something, he heard Roz's voice. "My crew is in trouble. I need to excuse myself for a moment. You can stay here and wait, or leave at any time." This was not a negotiation, but rather, "I will be responsible for every crew member I acknowledge. That's all." The echo of his words lingered, and Law was slightly stunned as he looked towards the shore, where Roz and Lafitte's figures had completely disappeared. Being coerced by Lafitte to come here, he had long since made up his mind. He was not afraid of death. But if he died, no one would be able to take revenge for Corazon. So he could not die. Even if Roz proposed some harsh conditions, he would ultimately play along. However, Roz's attitude towards him was different from what he had imagined. So, should he stay or leave? Law fell into deep thought. East District, a Bellow Street. This was a relatively prosperous area in the outer slums of the Agesta Kingdom, considered an entertainment district where many gangsters and pirates often roamed. In a dark alley of the street, Robin put the din-din mushy into her pocket and calmly used her abilities to spy on the situation outside the alley. The intelligence agents sent by the government were entirely different from the Navy. In most cases, they operated secretly under hidden identities. It was extremely difficult to identify them from the bustling crowd, putting her in an unfavorable position of being in the dark while the enemy was in the light. Furthermore, she had briefly exchanged a few moves with one person earlier, recognized the use of the Navy's 6 powers, and immediately found an opportunity to shake that person off. However, that person undoubtedly confirmed her presence in this area. Robin did not act rashly. In such a situation, revealing herself would be too dangerous. It was better to stay put and wait for Roz and Lafitte to come and meet her. 1 minute, 2 minutes. As time gradually passed, the tension in Robin's heart did not ease. Instead, it grew stronger because in these few minutes, she had not spotted any intelligence personnel from the world government among the flowing crowd outside. The only advantage she had was that she was currently hiding and could use the powers of the Hana no Mi to observe the situation outside the street discreetly. However, around 7 minutes later, an unsettling event occurred. A young man wearing a baseball cap with a long nose appeared at the entrance of the alley, staring into the dark interior, and suddenly spoke. "You're there, aren't you, demon child?" "Nico, Robin." The air fell into silence. After a moment of stillness in the alley, Robin's voice came from within. "How did you find me?" "The sound. I can hear your breathing. Being able to fight Bruno and nearly injure him. Your strength is stronger than the intelligence suggested." CP9 Agent Kaku stood at the entrance of the alley, calmly addressing the interior. "Who are you?" Seeing that the other party had no intention of attacking immediately, Robin did not rush to act, but instead tried to gather more information. She also wanted to know exactly who the government had sent. Kaku was absolutely confident in his strength and did not mind revealing information to Robin. In fact, at this point, there was no need to hide anymore. As he walked toward the alley, he calmly stated, "World Government Intelligence Agency, Intelligence Agent Kaku." So it is indeed the CP Intelligence Agency. Robin did not show any surprise. Seeing the other party walking toward her location, she stopped hiding and crossed her arms in front of her. 30-petal flower bloom, grappling claws. Amidst the fluttering petals, Kaku suddenly sprouted multiple arms from his body, tightening around his neck and body, attempting to snap his neck in an instant. However, Kaku did not panic. He stood his ground, allowing the emerging arms to exert force while calmly whispering, "Iron block." In an instant, the muscles on his body tensed up, transforming him into a statue of iron, making it impossible for the 30 arms Robin had summoned to move him even slightly. Kaku calmly looked at Robin's position and said, "This move almost injured Bruno, but it won't work on me. My physical strength is 3 times his." Robin also noticed that Kaku's level was not comparable to the person she had encountered before. She could still twist the iron block that person had used, but Kaku was completely immovable. Whoosh! Without hesitation, she decisively leaped, using the power of the Hana no Mi to flip over from one side of the alley and disappeared. Kaku, seeing this, was not flustered and jumped up, stepping in the air to perform the jep, quickly crossing the alley, locking onto Robin, and chasing after her. With a flurry of flowers, numerous arms gathered together, resembling the arms of a giant, twisting Kaku's head, about to snap his neck. There were indeed many tricks. Feeling the binding force, Kaku's expression changed slightly. Even if his iron block could withstand it, his muscles would still suffer some strain, just like what happened with Bruno before. After violently breaking free from the entangling arms, Kaku leaped, his legs swinging wildly in the air, instantly kicking out 6 or 7 slashes towards Robin. Raging foot. Chaos. Robin's eyes flashed. Her kin Bunchaku Haki fully activated, clearly capturing the chaotic trajectory of the slashes. Her slender waist twisted gently, avoiding all the slashes unscathed. Paper drawing? Kaku was slightly taken aback when he saw Robin dodge the raging foot, but quickly reacted, charging at Robin, attempting to engage her in close combat. However, Robin did not intend to fight Kaku. She crossed her arms in front of her, using her ability to trip him, causing him to stumble as she ran towards the street, directly into the crowd. "You can't escape." A flash of irritation crossed Kaku's eyes as he chased after her, crashing into the crowd, knocking down everyone in his path, be they ordinary citizens or nearby gangsters. He couldn't use Jep to pursue her. He had just tried to use it to launch the raging foot, only to have Robin forcibly trip his leg, causing him to fall from the air. Whoosh! Whoosh! Robin used her Kinbunchika Haki to track the movement of the crowd, nimbly darting left and right, making it so Kaku couldn't catch up to her, and she even gradually increased the distance. But just as she thought she could shake off Kaku, a gust of wind suddenly surged towards her from the front. Like a bullet, a finger piercing through. 6 powers, finger gun. Whoosh! At the critical moment, Robin seemed to sense it beforehand, her entire body leaning back violently, her slender waist bending as if it would snap, showcasing her flexibility. After avoiding this strike, her expression turned somewhat ugly. She had made too much noise. Sure enough, she had attracted the attention of the opponent's companions, and this person was not Bruno, the one she had initially fought, meaning there were at least 3 people coming. "Hey, Kaku, chasing a woman almost let her get away. You're really not doing a good job." Gabra, having blocked Robin's attack with a finger gun, mocked as he rushed towards Kaku. When Kaku stopped after arriving, he glared angrily at Gabra and said, "Shut up. I was the one who found her." If I hadn't come, she would have escaped. What's the difference between you finding her or not?" Gabra snorted lightly, his arms crossed over his chest. Kaku looked furious, and the two were about to argue. Robin glanced around and quietly began to back away, trying to slip into the chaotic crowd. But before she could retreat a few steps, a voice suddenly came from behind her. "You two should stop." Lucci stepped out from the crowd, looking at Kaku and Gabra. Capturing the Devil Child is just one of the tasks. There are more troublesome things to do. Although Kaku and Gabra continued to glare at each other defiantly, they stopped their argument, and the 3 formed a triangular formation, surrounding Robin in the center, leaving her with no escape. "Do you have the Sea Prism Stone handcuffs?" Lucci glanced at Robin and spoke to Kaku. Kaku shook his head and replied, "They're with the head hawk. Notify him to come over." Lucci said calmly, then looked back at Robin, his gaze indifferent. "I advise you not to make a move. Although the order is to capture you alive, injuries cannot be guaranteed." Robin raised her arms halfway, pausing in midair. However, after a slight gritting of her teeth, she crossed her arms again, her fingers tightening. 30 petals bloom. Finger gun. Almost at the moment Robin activated her ability, Lucci stepped forward, extending his right index finger like a bullet, piercing through the air towards Robin. Forced to abandon her ability, Robin sidestepped to avoid Lucci's finger gun. Avoided. Finger gun. Yellow Lotus. Lucci's expression remained unchanged, his arm muscles tensing. one arm suddenly turning into an afterimage as his fingers repeatedly jabbed at Robin, unleashing dozens of finger guns in an instant. Using her kinbunchika haki, Robin twisted and turned her slender waist, continuously avoiding Lucci's strikes. However, despite her mastery of kinbunchika haki, her speed was far inferior to Lucci's. After dodging over a dozen finger guns in succession, even though she could still clearly capture the trajectory of subsequent attacks, her body could no longer respond with extra movements. At this critical moment, the ground of the street suddenly shook under some unseen force, causing everyone to stagger momentarily, losing their balance. Lucci's finger guns were forced to stop as he had to steady himself. CP9, don't sneak around. Be dealing with my crew. At the end of the street, Roz stepped forward slowly, his gaze indifferent as he swept over the scene. That's too much. It's excessive. He had never even used his finger to poke at Robin. Hearing Roz directly reveal their CP9 identity, a strange look flashed in Lucci's eyes. There are 10 intelligence agencies under the world government, 8 of which are exposed to the public, namely CP1 to CP8. The hidden ones are 2, CP9 and the CP0, directly under the Celestial Dragons. Logically speaking, apart from the high-ranking government and Navy officials, no one should know about the existence of CP9. Lucci glanced at the now deserted street, no longer making a move against Robin, but standing there indifferently, watching Roz approach. It seemed that the assassination plan was no longer feasible. The original plan was to capture Robin first, then launch the assassination plan. Even if it failed, they could still attempt to use Robin as a hostage. But unexpectedly, capturing Robin turned out to be so troublesome, dragging on until now. However, it didn't matter that the assassination plan failed. After all, the assassination was merely a means to minimize the impact, quietly erasing the ghost hand pirates from existence. Since we have run into each other here, and with the main combat forces Kaku and Gabra present, the assassination plan will be changed to direct combat, annihilate the Devil's Hand pirates, and capture the Devil's Child Nico Robin. Ghost HandRoz's, we finally meet. The task of hunting you down was handed over to us more than half a year ago. Where have you been during this time? Lucci looked calmly at Roz, his expression slightly cold. Guess, Roz replied, walking over to Robin's side. Seeing that she had no visible injuries, he shifted his gaze back to Lucci and the others. At this moment, Lucci, Kaku, and Gabra stood together, with Lucci at the forefront, Kaku and Gabra on either side of him, all three wearing indifferent expressions. I am not interested in where you have been, but your disappearance has greatly reduced the time we have for this task. A coldness seeped into Lucci's tone. Roz gently took off his hat and said, That's truly unfortunate because this is a task destined to fail. With a flick of his fingers, he tossed the hat onto the top of a wooden post by the street. The scene fell into silence. Robin stood to Roz's left, while Lafitte remained at Roz's right, creating a one-on-one confrontation with Lucci and Kaku. I know all about you, and I regret your initial experiences. However, later opposing the government and wantonly killing Navy officers, you should have no objections to that charge. Lucci reached for his chest and tore away a layer of disguised cloth, revealing a fitted black coat underneath. Calmly gazing at Roz, and said, No matter how fierce a pirate you are, or how powerful your methods, a mere pirate crew cannot possibly compete with the government. Whoosh! The moment Lucci finished speaking, he moved like a black flash, displaying a speed far surpassing Kaku and Gabra, instantly appearing in front of Roz, launching a powerful kick aimed at Roz. Raging Gale Kick. The strength of that kick, many times greater than that of an ordinary person, unleashed a massive slash aimed at Roz's chest and abdomen, even including Lafitte and Robin within its attack range. Now, less than 9 years remain until Luffy sets sail. In the original story, Lucci and the others hid their strength and infiltrated Water 7 for 5 years without training for the Pluton blueprint. Their current strength is not much different from what Roz remembers. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lafitte and Robin quickly reacted, retreating to the side and back. Roz stood still, showing no intention of dodging. His indifferent gaze raised his right hand, grasping the air as if to catch the slash capable of cutting through a building. Z. The invisible slash touched Roz's palm, as if it instantly transformed into a tangible substance, emitting a sizzling sound, continuously bursting, attempting to tear apart Roz's palm and the layer of twisted power on it. However, no matter how the slash erupted, it could not advance an inch. Held at bay by Roz's single hand in midair, and then casually tossed aside like a small snake. Whoosh! The slash thrown by Roz landed on the upper part of a nearby building, cleanly cutting off the entire top section, which then collapsed with a loud crash onto the street, shaking the surroundings. Whether or not you can compete with the world government, I do not know. But what I do know is that with just you few, you are not enough to be our enemies. Roz slowly lowered his right hand, having not moved an inch throughout. Lucci stared at Roz, and upon hearing Roz's words, he did not show anger, but instead said with a smirk, "Is that so? Everyone can talk big." Whoosh, whoosh. As Lucci and Roz faced off, Kaku and Gabra argued for a moment before charging towards their respective opponents. Kaku, seeing Robin was a woman, chose to take on Lafitte, while Gabra, frustrated that Kaku failed to catch Robin, aimed to capture her to embarrass Kaku. Kaku drew his twin swords, treating Lafitte as a true opponent rather than being careless as he would with Robin. Devil Sheriff, Lafitte. Lucci chose the strongest. And I didn't want to deal with a woman, so you'll have to be my opponent. Haha, it turns out the government has a hidden department called CP9. I find it quite interesting, so please go easy on me. Lafitte twirled his wooden cane, a hint of a smile on his lips, politely speaking. He specializes in infiltration and concealment, so naturally he was curious about the secret intelligence agency members under the world government and wanted to see their true caliber. On the other side, Robin stood there with a cold expression, staring at Gabra. In a one-on-one situation, she had no fear of facing a CP9 member. Ha ha ha. If I easily capture the woman that Kaku chased for so long and fail to catch, that guy 1T be able to lift his head. Gabra grinned mischievously at Robin. Whoosh, whoosh. As if they were in sync, at almost the same moment, Robin and Gabra, Lafitte and Kaku, Roz and Lucci all made their moves. When Lucci realized that his previous attack had no effect on Roz, he immediately revealed his powers without hesitation. His body rapidly expanded, instantly transforming into a gigantic form towering over Roz, muscles bulging, skin covered in leopard patterns, and fingers turning into claws. The Zoan-type cat fruit. Leopard form. Compared to the countless chaotic devil fruits, the leopard form is one of the strongest Zoan-type fruits, second only to mythical Zoan and ancient Zoan. Raging kick, bird of prey. Lucci roared, leaping into the air, fully unleashing the fierce power of the leopard form, his legs slashing like blades towards Roz's position. Buzz. In an instant, a massive slash nearly 100 meters long erupted, crashing down on Roz, capable of instantly destroying a large warship. Kaku and Lafitte, who were about to engage, were forced to leap back to a safer distance due to the tremendous power of this strike. Such overwhelming power. Robin watched as a terrifying chasm was torn open in the street, her expression shifting slightly. She had sensed that Lucci's level was not on par with Kaku and the others, and now it was evident. Not far to her left, Gabra let out a sly laugh, and although he didn't want to admit it, Lucci's strength was indeed the strongest among them. Moreover, that guy was the strongest in CP9 in 800 years. The Great Pirate Era, April the 13th year. Boom! The massive slash instantly carved a nearly 100-meter-long chasm in the street. However, standing in the air using moonwalk, Lucci did not show a relaxed expression. Instead, he coldly stared down. Amidst the swirling dust, the center of the street, where Roz had previously stood, gradually became visible. Roz was still standing in place, and a crack nearly 100 meters long was perfectly split into two segments with him at the center, while the ground beneath his feet showed no signs of change. At this moment, Roz raised one arm, making a gesture as if to grasp something, and as the dust slowly settled, he gradually retracted his arm. Roz gazed calmly at the sky. It was a miscalculation. In that fleeting moment, the attack had come too quickly and covered too wide an area. Therefore, the instant it touched his palm, it manifested a broken state from the center, falling down on both sides of his body. It was as if a whip had struck a nail, leaving marks on both sides, while the small area where the nail was located remained completely unharmed. He had intended to counterattack, but instead, it had broken. You are stronger than the vice admirals I've encountered, but I am stronger. Roz spoke calmly. Then suddenly his figure flickered and he vanished, reappearing above Lucci, delivering a kick downwards. Lucci's gaze sharpened, and instead of dodging, he also kicked upwards to meet the attack head-on. Boom! The two legs collided mid-air, with Lucci's kick enveloped in a fierce wind, maximizing his formidable strength. This strike concentrated the immense power of the earlier Gale kick into a single point. In terms of physical strength alone, Lucci in his leopard form was stronger than Roz. But Roz's strength lay not in his physique, but in his devil fruit ability. The two forces clashed in the air, producing a tremendous sound that shook the surroundings for miles. Those who had already fled the area heard this terrifying noise and couldn't help but be shaken. Was that an earthquake? No. Someone is fighting. Are you stupid? Can a fight make such a loud noise? Countless people, in shock and terror, fled to safer distances, covering their ears against the overwhelming sound. Boom! Moments later, the strength of the clash between Roz and Lucci became apparent. As the force concentrated at a point by Lucci was forcibly shattered by the twisting power. As Roz's kick descended, Lucci could no longer remain in the air, and he crashed down to the ground like a meteor, smashing into the earth with a resounding bang. Nearby, Kaku and Gabra watched this scene, both taken aback. It was the first time they had seen Lucci at a disadvantage in a direct confrontation. Although Roz was attacking from above, while Lucci was countering from below, with the latter relying on gravity as a factor. The fact that Roz could forcibly knock Lucci from the sky indicated that his strength was the strongest they had encountered so far. Cough, cough. Lucci, having been smashed into the ground, suffered only minor injuries. Long before hitting the ground halfway, he activated Iron Block, making his body even harder than ordinary steel and endowed with flexibility that steel lacked. You're quite capable, aren't you? Lucci jumped out of the pit created by his own body, looking up at Roz hovering in the air, letting out a chuckle. For him, encountering a powerful opponent stirred his bloodlust and fighting spirit. Roz remained expressionless, his figure flickering as he charged towards Lucci below, a fist already descending from midair. Whoosh! Lucci did not meet Roz's falling punch head-on, but instead flickered away a distance, then bent his fingers, repeatedly flicking towards Roz. The air was compressed into small air bullets that shot towards Roz's body. Roz did not dodge in midair, allowing the small air bullets to hit him. These bullets merely pierced some holes in his clothing and then disintegrated under the effect of the twisting power, having no effect whatsoever. Such tricks are ineffective against me. Roz landed on the ground, his expression indifferent as he looked at Lucci, then raised both hands and gently brought them together in front of him. Boom! The ground of the entire street shook violently, and under the astonished gazes of Gabra and Kaku, it split open like two massive doors. The ground around Lucci's position suddenly cracked apart and then violently pressed inward. Lucci's eyes flashed with danger as he attempted to evade this large-scale attack, but to his shock, the twisting power emanating from the ground directly penetrated his feet, causing a slight numbness that made him a step too slow to dodge. It was this one step that caused him to be suddenly caught between the rising earth, like a small mosquito trapped between two massive iron walls. With Roz's current twisting power, he could reach through the ground and directly touch his opponent's body. Although distance and multiple layers of medium would greatly weaken this effect, it could still cause some impact in a sudden situation. Boom! The force of this strike was far greater than Lucci's previous full-force gale kick, as the 100-meter-wide street cracked open from the center and rolled like waves, pressing inward with a momentum that could be heard deafeningly even from miles away. Lucci, too late. Is that guy's ability? The rest of CP9, arriving late, finally reached the battlefield at this moment. They looked at the rising mass, which stood like a hill, towering dozens of meters high and nearly 100 meters wide, and couldn't help but gasp. Although they had undergone rigorous selection and training by the government, making their physical abilities countless times greater than those of ordinary people. Almost superhuman, this force that suddenly lifted a street of 100 meters in diameter like a tidal wave was something they had never encountered before. Crack, crack, in the silence. The top of the small hill made of earth and stones emitted cracking sounds before suddenly exploding, and Lucci's figure leapt out from within, landing on the ground. Cough, cough. Lucci coughed violently, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, looking extremely disheveled. Fortunately, his physique was incredibly tough, and, combined with the defense of Iron Block in his leopard form, his injuries were not severe. Roz remained expressionless, although he had used less than half of his twisting power to perform the earth technique. The fact that Lucci could withstand it with his half-beast form and Iron Block showed that his physique was strong enough. If he could train his physical body to the extreme, it would be quite terrifying. If he could reach a certain level, even a punch from Whitebeard would be unable to withstand the twisting vibrations. Zing! Lucci extended a finger to wipe away the blood from the corner of his mouth, looking somewhat serious as he gazed at Roz in the distance, saying, "It seems the intelligence on your strength was inaccurate. However, if your strength only reaches this level, you won't win against me. That clumsy move won't hurt me a second time." The author has said a bit too much, so let's open a new chapter. First of all, the timeline of this book should be very clear. I have marked it throughout. It is now the end of April in the 13th year of the Great Pirate Era, while Luffy set sail in the early second year of the Great Pirate Era, which is more than 8 years before the original timeline. Additionally, Lucci had not trained for 5 years due to a covert mission, and no one knows if his strength could be maintained during that time. Furthermore, Lucci's strength during the original work was at least that of a headquarters vice admiral, which should be indisputable. Just looking at the attitude of the headquarters vice admiral when mentioning Lucci makes it clear. As for Lucci's age, he was 28 during the original work. So now he should be just over 19, close to 20, which is slightly older than Luffy, who enters the New World 2 years later. Finally, Lucci fought to a standstill against Sabo, who has the Mera Mera no Mi, and reprimanded Admiral Akainu 2 years later. It is not reasonable to expect such a huge increase in strength from 28 to 30. It can only be said that he appeared too early. I set Lucci's current strength to be slightly stronger than a branch vice admiral, which means slightly stronger than a headquarters rear admiral. As for being stronger than a headquarters vice admiral in 8 years, and comparable to an admiral in 10 years. That is all set in the original work and seems to meet the conditions. Regarding the hockey setting issue, this bug was caused by hockey being added later. Some people even believe that Whitebeard cannot use hockey. In fact, considering that even the lieutenant-level officers in the New World can use hockey, there is no reason why Lucci and Crocodile, who belong to this group, would not be able to use it. As a government intelligence agency, they cannot be unaware of hockey. If they know about it and their physical abilities meet the standards, they would definitely practice it, as it is the only means to deal with ability users. Of course, to avoid greater controversy, I can only ask Oda to erase this bug to prevent such contentious descriptions. That being said, Crocodile was indeed the real Crocodile from 10 years ago. Many people thought it was a bit outrageous for the protagonist to defeat someone stronger than Crocodile. When fighting Lucci, it became even more outrageous that Lucci was stronger. Lucci probably only appeared in the later stages in the movies and had lower popularity, so he didn't gather much fanbase. Personally, I feel that Lucci is stronger than Crocodile. After all, Luffy won against Crocodile without even getting a scratch, whereas Lucci should not lose even with a scratch, as Zoan-type powers in terms of strength and speed are faster than Crocodile. Moreover, considering that later Lucci can match Sabo with the Mera Mera no Mi and challenge the admirals, Crocodile would mostly not be able to do that. With assistance from Kaku and others, it's reasonable for Lucci to feel confident dealing with Rob Lucci as well. If the protagonist is in the same state as when he fought Crocodile, Robin hasn't trained her observation hockey, and there was no 7-month training on Sky Island. This battle clearly has Lucci's side at an advantage. Many people also doubt the Devil Fruit, saying that Xiaofeng didn't put any effort. I want to point out that during the Enies lobby arc, he only consumed 2 Devil Fruits. One was Caliph's Bubble Fruit, and the other was Kaku's Giraffe Fruit. The others had already been obtained long ago. The original work does not mention when Lucci ate the Devil Fruit. Since it wasn't mentioned, fanfiction can set that Lucci obtained the Leopard Fruit early on. To write One Piece fanfiction, Xiaofeng has watched the manga and anime more than 10 times. And he checked the encyclopedia daily while writing, so there shouldn't be any major mistakes in the settings. Lastly, this book will be launched at midnight on June 1st. And from today onwards, updates will be moved forward to facilitate the launch. The launch will be explosive, and I'm asking for a wave of subscriptions in advance here. Lucci. When Bruno and the others saw Lucci burst out from the soil that had cracked open and then closed again, they sighed in relief, and someone shouted at him. Lucci glanced at Bruno and the others and said in a deep voice, "You don't need to help here. Go to Kaku's side and quickly capture Nico Robin. Don't let her escape." Bruno and the others had a lot of confidence in Lucci. After exchanging glances, they rushed towards the battlefield where Robin and Lafitte were located. "Don't be so oblivious. Designate a combat plan." Roz stood calmly, speaking in a tone devoid of emotion, as the power of distortion suddenly erupted. The entire street shook violently, and dirt and stones rolled like waves, pressing towards Bruno and Lucci, directly pulling everyone into the attack range. The momentum of this strike was even more formidable than before. "Fall back," Lucci shouted steadily, leaping up and using the moonwalk to flash several times before soaring through the air to kick at Roz. Stormfoot, Gale Fury. In an instant, 7 or 8 slashes struck towards Roz, attempting to force him to stop his actions. Roz no longer controlled the rolling street, raised his hand to press against the descending slashes, and in a flickering motion, caught all 7 or 8 slashes in his hand, transforming them into a glowing sphere under the pressure of the distortion power. Whoosh, whoosh. The distorted gravity was unleashed, and, at the same time, stepping with the moonwalk, Roz's figure shot towards the sky, pressing the glowing sphere directly towards Lucci's body. Lucci didn't intend to clash directly with Roz, but instead flickered and appeared to Roz's right side, kicking fiercely. Roz anticipated this, rotating his arm and continuing to press the sphere towards Lucci. Boom! Lucci's kick, carrying the slash and fierce wind, collided violently with the sphere, producing a thunderous roar that shook the surroundings. The slash was shattered by his kick, crashing onto the already damaged street and severing the tops of several buildings. Roz's palm did not stop. The moment the sphere shattered, he clenched his fingers into a fist and continued to swing it down towards Lucci. Whoosh! Just as Lucci was about to collide with Roz, he used a moonwalk to flash and disappeared to Roz's side, suddenly appearing behind him. Finger gun. He thrust his finger towards Roz's heart. Lucci's speed was much faster than the rear Admiral Dalmatia that Roz had encountered before. After all, it was the animal-type leopard fruit, and his body was significantly stronger than Dalmatia's. However, even though Lucci was extremely fast, Roz, equipped with observation hockey, could still respond calmly while catching Lucci's movements. Whoosh! Roz's body suddenly shifted to evade Lucci's finger gun and counter with a punch. In mid-air combat, the distortion gravity greatly enhanced his agility and speed, making his speed not far off from Lucci's. Seeing Roz react to his several attacks and counterattack, Lucci's gaze flickered slightly. He gave up on continuing the attack, leaping onto a rooftop. Not bad at reacting. Roz retracted his fist, looking indifferently at Lucci on the distant rooftop. Bruno and the others were weaker compared to Kaku and Gabra. Even though they had reached the battlefield near Robin, they were easily entangled by Lafitte. However, Kaku, who was on the verge of defeat, was barely able to contend with Lafitte with the support of Bruno and the others, resisting Lafitte's elusive techniques. Your ability is too troublesome. Lucci's gaze darkened. It seemed that he was competing with Roz using speed, but in reality, he had to rely on his speed to avoid Roz's direct attacks. Fortunately, Roz was slightly slower. Otherwise, if their speeds were equal, Lucci's chances of winning would drop to nearly zero. Without hesitation, Lucci focused his thoughts, and his body, which had been muscular, suddenly shrank significantly as he used the technique of life return, sacrificing strength to enhance speed. Whoosh! Roz stopped speaking, his figure suddenly flashing as he dove towards Lucci, his right hand forming a fist and swinging down violently. Lucci dodged Roz's punch, flashing to his side to retaliate. Roz reached for Lucci's wrist, and the two exchanged dozens of blows in the blink of an eye in midair. Bang! Although Roz was slower than Lucci, his flying ability, due to distorted gravity, combined with the moonwalk speed, allowed him to keep up with Lucci's pace during the aerial battle. After dozens of exchanges, Lucci was forced to confront Roz directly, plummeting once again towards the ground. Roz did not pause. He stepped forward, diving down after Lucci, aiming to press down on his head. The distortion power gathered in his palm could almost be seen with the naked eye as a faint distorted arc in the surrounding air. Whoosh! Lucci forcibly changed direction in midair, crashing down dozens of meters away, avoiding Roz's palm, but Roz landed on the ground the next moment. Almost instantaneously, the soil around Lucci began to surge wildly, piling up and compressing towards his position. Cracks appeared in the ground as if a piece had been forcibly removed, forming a sphere centered on Lucci's location. Oh! Lucci roared, his arms shaking violently as he broke free from the state of life return, tearing through the compressing stones and soil, struggling to burst out. Almost the moment he broke free, Roz was already waiting outside, his gaze calm and indifferent, fingers clenched into a fist, raising his hand to strike down. This strike was unavoidable for Lucci, but he remained unflustered. Instead, he darkened his expression, bringing his fist together in front of him, aiming at Roz's incoming punch. Six Powers' secret technique. Six Kings gun. Boom! The impact, nearly surpassing the destructive power of the Sky Island's rejecting shell, concentrated at a single point and erupted against Roz's distortion power, colliding together. This was the Six Powers' secret technique, condensing all power into a single point, which would not generate any residual waves, but would unleash an extremely terrifying destructive force at that point. However, when this concentrated impact encountered the chaotic distortion power, it could not maintain stability. Instead, it shattered amidst the fierce conflict. The figures of Roz and Lucci froze simultaneously, as if time had stopped for a moment. Then, the entire street erupted with a terrifying shockwave centered on their clash, the air rippling like waves, surging in all directions. This earth-shattering roar drew the attention of Kaku and others, hundreds of meters away in combat, causing them to look over, their movements synchronously halting. Did he use the Six Kings gun? It was the first time Lucci had been pushed to such an extent. CP0, which was above all CP organizations, And the secret organization CP9, which was second only to CP0 and above all other CP organizations, was said to have the strongest in 800 years. Lucci, possessing absolute strength. Kaku and Gabra currently had no devil fruits. Without the devil fruit, the two individuals' combat power is only half of Lucci's. However, once Lucci utilizes the abilities of the devil fruit, his physical strength will surge to several times theirs. Even if they all teamed up, they would not be a match for Lucci alone. Boom! Amid the reverberating shockwave, a loud bang echoed, and the dust in the center dispersed, revealing Roz standing still, completely unmoved. Only the ground beneath his feet showed spiderweb-like cracks. In contrast, Lucci, facing Roz, was unable to stabilize his stance. The impact of the six-king gun was directly shattered by Roz's distortion power, sending him flying backward, crashing through one building and smashing into a second. Stopped! Lucci's six-king gun. How is that possible? Seeing this scene, Kaku and the others had their pupils constrict violently, their expressions somewhat dazed. Given the intensity of the battle Roz and Lucci had just fought, there shouldn't be such a huge gap when Lucci unleashed the six-king gun. After crashing through a building and into a second one, Lucci spat out a mouthful of blood, struggling to walk to the broken wall, looking towards Roz's position. He couldn't understand. How could Roz's power have increased so much? When he used the Gale Kick earlier, he was only slightly inferior, and just now, he unleashed the six-king gun, intending to clash with Roz and create an opportunity to end the battle. But unexpectedly, his full-strength attack ended up losing to Roz. You didn't use your full power before, did you? Lucci's expression became extremely oppressive and gloomy as he looked at Roz standing on the shattered street. To deal with someone like Lucci, who was faster than him, Roz's battle plan was simple. First, engage in a normal fistfight, then use the abilities of the distortion fruit to create a situation Lucci couldn't evade with his speed, unleashing a thunderous strike to heavily injure him. That's right. Roz calmly looked at Lucci. In the initial battle, he had used less than half of his power. Even in that last punch, he had only used about 70 to 80% of his distortion power. Roz was still somewhat cautious about Lucci and CP9's intelligence capabilities. If he could recruit them, that would be great. Not using his full power was also to avoid accidentally killing Lucci with a single blow. Whoosh! In the next moment, Roz's figure flickered, transforming into an afterimage, rushing toward Lucci's position. Lucci's body was assaulted by the distortion power. Even though he mitigated most of it with the impact of the six-king gun and his physical strength was formidable, he still suffered serious injuries. Especially under the influence of the distortion power, he couldn't use iron block, and when he flew backward, his back crashed through a building, resulting in severe impact damage. There's no way out. Feeling the injuries to his body, Lucci knew that even if he tried to avoid it with speed, dragging it out would surely lead to defeat. He took a deep breath, determination showing in his eyes, and instead of choosing to evade, he once again stacked his fists. Using the ability of life, return, he forcibly suppressed his internal injuries. Not planning to drag it out any longer, that's fine. Seeing this, Roz's gaze was calm, his fingers curling into a fist, and the distortion power within him was fully activated once again, completely converging in his fist, the air around his fist faintly taking on a distorted shape. Distortion fist. At the same time, Lucci decisively struck, ignoring his injuries and concentrating all his power into a single point. This was Lucci's strongest attack, unleashed even in a near-injured state. But thanks to the ability of life return, its power was nearly on par with that when unleashed in peak condition. Six forms ultimate, maximum cycle, six-king gun, boom. Lucci's all-out strike collided violently with Roz's serious punch, as if time had been frozen in that instant. The explosive force of this strike far exceeded the 8 punches of Old Kai from the 8 Treasure Navy that Roz had encountered before. It erupted wildly, like an incredibly resilient bullet trying to force its way through the blockade of distortion power and pierce into Roz's body. However, Roz's distortion power, under his control, also fully concentrated at a single point, directly colliding with the impact of the six-king gun. Lucci's six-king gun still couldn't contend with Roz's distortion power. After only a second of stalemate, it completely shattered apart. Crash! The aftermath of the six-king gun and the distortion power dissipating almost instantly destroyed the upper part of the building where Roz and Lucci were, and then spread downward, completely demolishing the entire structure into countless flying debris. Lucci's figure was sent flying backward amidst the shattering stones, crashing through 3 buildings in succession before violently hitting the ground. Blood pouring from his mouth, unable to maintain his leopard form, reverting to his normal human shape. Kaku and the others had no time to assist, or rather, even if they did, it would have no effect. They could only watch helplessly as Lucci utterly collapsed in his final clash with Roz. Lucci lost? How could this happen? That person's power is something even Lucci can't contend with. Before taking action, Kaku and the others had made countless judgments, even considering that Lucci might fall into a disadvantage, especially since the opponent had taken down a warlord. But no one expected Lucci to be defeated so quickly. What seemed like a stalemate battle had, in an instant, completely determined the outcome, with no chance of recovery. A silence fell, an eerie stillness. Lucci's defeat, and such a rapid one, was something they had not anticipated, nor had they made any preparations for. If they had foreseen this situation, it wouldn't have been them there, but rather a rear admiral from the Navy headquarters or CP0. Above the collapsed building, Roz floated in midair, seemingly unaffected by gravity. After calmly glancing at the unconscious Lucci, he turned to look at Kaku and the others. That glance made Kaku and the others feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. This is bad. In the rubble-strewn street, Lucci, Kaku, Gabra, and many other CP9 members lay scattered, all having lost consciousness and severely injured. After Lucci was defeated by Roz, the outcome of the battle could no longer be reversed. Spandam, who had been on the ship, learned of the situation and unhesitatingly abandoned Lucci and the others, directly ordering his subordinates to set sail, even giving up on going ashore to scout the detailed battle situation. Is it hard to hypnotize deeply? Looking at the CP9 members lying everywhere, Roz asked Lafitte. Regardless of CP9's combat capabilities, their intelligence-gathering abilities were indisputable. If he could recruit many members of CP9 to form an outer intelligence network for the Ghost Hand Pirates, then in the future, gathering intelligence wouldn't require him and Robin to exert effort to investigate. They must have been selected and trained from a young age. Brainwashed until they officially joined the government's intelligence agency, it would be very difficult to perform deep hypnosis on them. Lafitte showed a helpless expression, even with his abilities. It would be difficult to brainwash members from an organization like CP9, and even the weakest among them would be hard to achieve. Roz looked at the CP9 members lying all over the ground, a thoughtful expression on his face, and suddenly asked, what if such loyalty collapses? Is there a possibility of deep hypnosis? Lafitte thought for a moment and replied, that could be tried. I have some confidence. Roz nodded and said, I see. Robin asked, what do you plan to do? She could tell that Roz intended to subdue CP9. But getting these secret intelligence agents of the government to betray their allegiance would not be easy. A smile appeared on Roz's face, as if he had everything under control. Doing nothing. Once intelligence agents who know too much are defeated, from the perspective of the world government, there is a high possibility they will choose to erase their existence. Moreover, the commander of CP9 is incompetent. He would surely shift all the blame for this failed operation onto these people. Upon hearing Roz's words, a look of realization flashed in Robin's eyes. So that's how it is. No wonder you let the government's ship leave here. She was unclear how Roz knew about the commander of CP9's situation. But since Roz said so, it was likely not wrong. He always seemed to know things he shouldn't, if not for their daily interactions. And if she hadn't seen no signs of Roz communicating with others, Robin would have suspected that Roz had connections with some top intelligence agency outside. Holy Land, Mariehua. This is the core of the world government. At the top of this grand and elegant building, in a very spacious hall, 5 people, some sitting and some standing, all wore serious expressions. They're the highest power core of the world government. One person furrowed his brows and slammed his fist on the table. It's that Ghost Hand Pirates again. Is this pirate crew really so hard to deal with? Even CP9, anger showed on everyone's faces. For those in high positions, the Ghost Hand Pirates had caused such a huge uproar before it even reached their ears. But after the Ghost Hand Pirates stirred up a significant commotion, even taking down the warlord Crocodile, they found themselves troubled by this newly risen force. Unlike the Yonko, the Ghost Hand Pirates have no fixed base, wandering aimlessly at sea, and had inexplicably gone missing for 6 to 7 months, leaving no trace, not even allowing Admiral Akiji to succeed in his pursuit. Each admiral is an extremely important combat force. They must handle various affairs of the Navy, protect the Celestial Dragons, and deal with the Yonko, and cannot constantly keep an eye on a pirate crew in the first half of the Grand Line. The small hole has turned into a big one. This Ghost Hand Pirates must be dealt with quickly. Their dangerous activities cannot continue to grow, or the consequences would be unimaginable. Ghost Shadow. After dropping off the severely injured and unconscious CP9 members and having Lafitte monitor them in secret, Roz took Robin back to the ship. It seems you've made your decision. Looking at Law, who was standing on the deck, Rod spoke calmly. With his current strength and status, Law was not an absolute necessity as the ship's doctor. However, with the potential of the Ope no Mi, he undoubtedly had the greatest potential. Law said solemnly, "If you can take down Doflamingo, I can work for you." Rod smiled slightly, but did not respond. After signaling to Robin, he turned and walked into the cabin, disappearing from sight. Robin watched HandRoz's back vanish at the entrance of the cabin, then turned to look at Law, resting her chin on her hand with a smile. "So, you can now call him Captain." Law let out a breath. He didn't know if today's decision was right or wrong, but since he had made a decision, he could only take it one step at a time. As Rod's expected, Spandam, in order to minimize his own mistakes, pushed all the responsibility onto Lucci and the others. Coupled with his father, Spandane, a high-ranking official of the world government, through internal machinations. The government ultimately issued an extermination order against Lucci's group. CP9 itself was an independent hidden organization outside of CP1-8. Now that they had not only been completely exposed, but had also failed in their operation, the existence of Lucci and the others naturally lost its significance. Soon, the CP9 group was pursued by the Navy of the North Sea, due to Lucci being severely injured in the battle with HandRoz's, and the others also being seriously wounded. They were unable to resist the pursuit of the North Sea branch of the Navy, and could only rely on Bruno's abilities to keep escaping. Although they had been brainwashed by the government since childhood and were extremely loyal to it, that did not mean they were willing to be disposed of by the government, especially after being betrayed by Spandam. Regarding HandRoz's, they harbored no hatred. They felt that being able to survive was a fortunate thing, and all their anger was directed towards Spandam. That bastard Spandam will pay for it sooner or later. In a dark corner of a certain island, the battered and beleaguered CP9 group was resting there. Gabra gritted his teeth and spoke. Lucci sat silently. The defeat to HandRoz's hit him hard. He believed in dark justice. In his eyes, weakness is a sin, and yet he was weaker than HandRoz's. This can't go on. We need to find a place to heal. Khalifa looked at Lucci's condition and the injuries of the others, speaking with worry. Although they all knew some first aid techniques, they were ultimately not doctors, and their injuries could not be effectively alleviated or treated while being relentlessly pursued by the Navy. Especially Lucci, who had the heaviest injuries and had not yet recovered any fighting capability. Just a few days ago, he even needed assistance from others and had only gradually been able to walk by himself in the last couple of days. If their combat capabilities were restored, not to mention Lucci, even Kaku and Gabra would have no fear of the Navy's pursuit in the North Sea and could easily defeat them. In our current state, once we show ourselves, we will be hunted by the Navy. The Eagle shook his head. The group was not very familiar with the environment of the North Sea. Kaku said solemnly, "The pursuit by the government and the Navy will not be made public. Ordinary civilians won't know about our situation. The only problem is how to gather funds for treatment." They were not pirates or bandits, and although they secretly executed countless disobedient people for the government, they were only following orders. Just as the group was deep in thought, a voice suddenly came from the end of the alley. "To get treatment, you don't need to gather any funds." This voice made the CP9 members present change their expressions, especially Lucci, who had been sitting there with his head down, suddenly looked up, his gaze sharp as he turned towards the source of the voice. There stood HandRoz's, who had appeared there without them noticing, his expression calm as he slowly walked towards the CP9 members hiding deep in the alley. Each step he took made the hearts of the CP9 members tremble. "It's you." Kaku and Gabra, along with the others who still had combat ability, instinctively stood up, adopting a defensive stance, warily watching HandRoz's. However, recalling the recent battle, where HandRoz's had defeated Lucci and easily crushed them, they couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. HandRoz's stature was not tall, but as he walked over and stood there, he gave them a somewhat suffocating sense of oppression. The scenes lingering in their minds were unforgettable. "What are you doing here? Mocking the losers?" Lucci slowly walked to the front of the crowd, his gaze calmly directed at HandRoz's. HandRoz's chuckled lightly and shook his head, saying, "No, I have only one purpose for coming here, which is to give you two choices." "What choices?" "First, work for me. Second, die here. You may choose." HandRoz spoke in a calm tone, his voice echoing in the dark alley. Kaku and Gabra, upon hearing HandRoz's words, were momentarily taken aback and then showed a hint of gritted teeth, saying, "What kind of joke is this? How can we work for pirates?" "The choice is yours." HandRoz stood there calmly, not even raising his eyelids, and said lightly, "I want to remind you that you are no longer the CP9 under the government, but fugitives hunted by the government. Moreover, regarding my information and that of the Ghost Hand Pirates, you should be quite clear. My purpose has never changed, which is to hunt pirates. Hearing Roz's words, Kaku and Gabra fell into silence. Indeed, they were no longer the CP9 under the government, but fugitives being hunted by the government. Strictly speaking, their status was not much different from Roz's. As for the second point Roz mentioned, they naturally knew all about Roz and the ghost hand pirates, who had never plundered civilians but had been continuously hunting various pirates. As for the navy they had killed, it was merely a counterattack in the face of pursuit. If Roz were the kind of pirate who plundered civilians and did evil at sea, there would be no possibility of them accepting him at all. But the fact was that Roz's actions, to some extent, were not fundamentally different from theirs. The reason you have fallen to this state is not our captain. Who that person is, I believe you know much better than we do. Lafitte's figure appeared silently. Roz did not intend to win over CP9 with words. That was impossible, and most it would cause some inner turmoil in CP9, while Lafitte's task was to gradually pull them into the abyss when CP9's hearts began to waver. Spandam. That bastard will pay the price sooner or later. Under Lafitte's psychological guidance, the members of CP9 showed anger on their faces. However, this anger was not directed at Roz, but at Spandam, who had shifted the blame onto them and added fuel to the fire. Afraid of death, hiding on the ship without coming down, asking the Navy to protect himself, and after failing the mission, turning to escape without any intention of saving them and shifting all the responsibility onto them. Ho ho ho. But dealing with him is equivalent to directly opposing the world government. Lafitte's voice seemed to have some sort of magic, gradually breaking down the beliefs of the wavering CP9. However, not everyone was gradually guided by Lafitte. There was one person who remained silent with his head bowed the entire time. Neither Lafitte's words nor the reactions of Kaku and others being gradually influenced made him show any other expression. Rob Lucci, weakness is a sin. That is your view, right? Roz said. Lucci's was even more steadfast than he had anticipated. Even now, he seemed to show no signs of wavering. Otherwise, he would have long been influenced by Lafitte. If Lucci were to influence Kaku and others at this moment, it could very likely lead to Lafitte's guidance failing, resulting in an irreversible situation. However, it was a pitiful thing that a person so weak became your superior, controlling your fate. While Lafitte continually guided Kaku, Gabra, and others, Roz continued to converse with Lucci, using what he knew to shake Lucci's heart. Compared to the other members of CP9, Lucci's potential and means were on a completely different level. In the original work, after being defeated by Luffy's group and hunted by the government, he was still able to turn the tables and become the commander of CP0, fighting evenly with Sabo, who had eaten the burn fruit. With such strength and potential, even if he became an official member of the Ghost Hand Pirates, Roz would recognize him. I will not interfere with their choices. Lucci remained silent for a moment and suddenly spoke calmly. He knew what Roz was trying to do and what Lafitte was doing. This could not change him nor influence him. He was still Rob Lucci, the strongest of CP9 in the past 800 years. He would not submit to pirates or work for them, but he would not change Kaku's choices. I am Rob Lucci. Weakness is a sin. If one day you can become stronger than the government, then you are justice. But at least for now, you are not. I can pledge loyalty to justice, but I will not pledge loyalty to enemies. Lucci spoke calmly, and as he said this, he focused his thoughts, and his body suddenly swelled, somewhat struggling to enter his leopard form, saying, "You're the only truly qualified enemy I have encountered." Roz looked at Lucci, a flicker passing through his eyes. Somewhat regrettably yet with a hint of melancholy, he said, "If you had met me a year earlier, it would have been a very suspenseful battle. Is that so? What a pity." Lucci smiled slightly, and suddenly lunged toward Roz. Bang! Lucci's body abruptly stopped, frozen in place, as Roz's fist pressed against his chest. Lucci, Kaku and Gabra exclaimed in unison, both shocked and confused. Lucci's body quickly reverted from leopard form, falling to the side. There were no new wounds on him, but his internal organs had already been shattered. This is really... Lafitte shook his head. Fortunately, he had nearly completed the guidance and initial hypnosis. Lucci had also made a choice voluntarily. Otherwise, it could have truly failed. Even so, he had to continue applying pressure. Although Kaku and others have been affected, their hearts also showed greater vulnerabilities, providing him opportunities to invade. On the other side, Roz slowly withdrew his hand, shaking his head. At the same time, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. The strongest in CP9 in 800 years, Rob Lucci has been hunted down. Reward obtained, 100 talent proficiency, 1 free talent point. Looking at Lucci's corpse, Roz murmured to himself, "Whether in life or death, you have value. You are indeed a qualified opponent." Unfortunately, Your timing of encountering me was a bit too late. Lucci's death added hatred to Kaku and others' hearts. But this hatred was not directed at Roz, but rather at Spandam, and there was no need for Lafitte to guide them. When Roz initially defeated them, he had not killed Lucci. That was a straightforward defeat. A moment later, then, welcome everyone to join the Ghost Hand Pirates. Lafitte completed the final guidance, giving a slight smile to Kaku and the others. What followed was a long period of brainwashing and deep hypnosis, perfectly timed with Law healing Kaku and the others to synchronize and maximize their loyalty. Kaku and the others didn't speak. Although they had decided to join the Ghost Hand Pirates, the death of Lucci had left them all feeling downcast. Soon, Kaku and the others returned to the Phantom ship with Law, who was responsible for healing their injuries, while Lafitte proceeded with deeper brainwashing and hypnosis. A month later, the Phantom ship carried Kaku and the others back to the Grand Line and placed them on a large island, providing them with communication snail devices. The Ghost Hand Intelligence Organization officially began its operations. Meanwhile, the world government adjusted the bounty for the Ghost Hand Pirates, raising Robin's bounty to 80 million berries and Lafitte's to 120 million berries. As for Law's bounty, it was increased to 300 million berries, a bounty of 300 million berries. Before Law, the highest bounty for a supernova in the first half of the Grand Line was 280 million berries for the pirate Bartolomeo. Now, Law's bounty had surpassed him, making him the highest bounty among supernovas, over 100 million in this era's first half of the Grand Line. In the first half of the Grand Line, a supernova with a bounty over 100 million looked at the bounty notice for Ghost Hand Law handed over by his subordinate and couldn't help but blink. Oh wow, 300 million. What kind of big deal did he do? On Sabeti Archipelago, another supernova with a bounty over 100 million looked at a bounty notice floating down from the sky and grinned slightly. One impressive guy, completely pissing off the government and the Navy and still alive. That's because he hasn't run into us yet, said a man beside him, holding a cigarette. But we're heading to the New World soon, if that guy can survive until then. In a certain sea area, a bald man in blue clothes, touching his bald head, wore an angry expression. Damn brat, always running around. I will find you sooner or later. For supernovas with bounties over 100 million in the first half of the Grand Line, there are often people paying attention from around the world. Because those who can have a bounty over 100 million in the first half can at least become ordinary officers in a Yonko pirate crew if they survive to the latter half in the New World. In contrast, there are many pirates with bounties over 100 million in the New World, but not many people pay attention to them. Ghost Hand Law's bounty has reached 300 million. Didn't he fall into the sea? What did he do? Many were shocked when they saw Law's bounty notice change from 200 million berries to 300 million berries, due to the government's complete cover-up of CP9's affairs. The news of Law defeating CP9 in the North Sea did not leak out, and few knew the inside story. Although there wasn't too much news about Law, the change in his bounty still stirred some ripples in the Grand Line, drawing the attention of those who believed that Law had been secretly dealt with by the government. Compared to other pirate crews, the Ghost Hand Pirates were undoubtedly seen by the world government as a thorn in their side, one that had yet to be removed. The government and the Navy would definitely not let it go easily. With the bounty raised, they would likely continue to pursue them with full force. No pirate crew had ever made the world government and Navy lose face multiple times before even stepping into the New World. Nor had any pirate crew managed to anger the government and Navy thoroughly and still survive the first half of the Grand Line to reach the New World. On the Phantom ship, after placing CP9 and the others on a large island in the Grand Line, Law issued them their first task, which had two parts. First, gather intelligence on all supernova pirates with bounties over 100 million in the first half of the Grand Line, especially their locations and specific routes. Second, gather intelligence on all the 7 warlords of the sea, with a focus on their locations as well. Once the prey in the first half was harvested, they would need to head to the New World quickly, as the government and Navy might take action next, either through CP0, the Demon Buster Order, or with an admiral personally involved. Law stood on the deck, gazing at the undulating sea, murmuring to himself. He was not clear on the specifics of CP0, but from his memory of Lucci joining CP0, his strength being comparable to Sabo, who had eaten the Mara Nomi, it seemed that the top combat power within that organization was likely not much weaker than an admiral. The Demon Buster Order, consisting of 10 large warships, 5 Marine Headquarters Rear Admirals, and at least 10 Marine Headquarters Captains, represented a combat force just below that of CP0 and the direct involvement of the Marine Admirals. As for the Marine Admirals, encountering a Marine Admiral would be the worst-case scenario for Law. Although his current strength was enough to surpass seasoned rear admirals, there was still a significant gap between him and the admirals. Even after killing Lucci and gaining some talent proficiency, he couldn't erase that chasm. Marine admirals, whether in physical combat or hockey, stood at the peak with no absolute weaknesses. Even Kizaru, who was criticized by Zephyr for overly relying on his devil fruit, had the absolute capital to rely on, as the speed of the Pika Pika no Mi was terrifying. Unlike Luffy, who could cheat his way to strength, could Law really reach the level of a Marine Admiral in just a year or two? Law pondered for a moment. His situation seemed carefree, but in reality, he was on the edge of a cliff. At any moment he could fall into the abyss. To truly possess the ability to protect himself, he at least needed the strength of a high-ranking officer in a Yonko pirate crew, or even that of a Marine Admiral. After thinking for a while, Law shook his head and summoned the talent system. He used the 100 points of talent proficiency he gained from killing Lucci, and after glancing at the semi-transparent talent system interface, he thought for a moment and allocated 50 points of proficiency to agility enhancement. Speed was currently his weak point and shortcoming. Had he not hidden his strength and created an opportunity to severely injure Lucci, he might have won in the end. But Lucci was intent on escaping, and it would have been difficult for him to chase. Lucci's speed was already significantly faster than his, let alone a Marine Admiral. If he encountered Kizaru, the latter could easily toy with him using just speed. Buzz. A golden light flashed, and the universal panel changed. Agility enhancement, 200 top-level enhancement, physical enhancement, 350 top-level enhancement. After decisively investing 50 points of talent proficiency, agility enhancement rose from 150 to 200, crossing the threshold of top-level enhancement. After a wave of heat surged through his body, Law could almost clearly feel his body becoming incredibly light. Yet this lightness did not lose its power. Whoosh, whoosh. He stepped forward, executing moonwalk, and in a flash, circled around the phantom ship quickly before returning to his original spot, with his speed increased by at least 50. This explosive increase in speed instantly closed the gap between him and Lucci, and he could even slightly surpass him. If he faced Lucci again, it would be a complete and utter domination, with the remaining 50 points of talent proficiency. Roz pondered for a moment and allocated 35 points to observation hockey and 15 points to the distortion fruit. Buzz. A golden light lit up from the bottom of the combat talent tree, flashing and surging forward. Firearms shooting, 50, close combat, 100, distortion fruit, 405. Navy 6 styles shave, 0. Navy 6 styles paper drawing, 0. Navy 6 styles moonwalk, 0. Observation hockey, 50. Armament hockey, 0. The proficiency of the distortion fruit broke through the 400-point barrier, reaching 405 points, perfectly matching the physical enhancement gained during the past 7 months on Sky Island. As for observation hockey, it also reached the milestone of 50 points, surging significantly. Under full activation, he could easily sense Robin's movements while she was bathing in the bathroom. However, he could only perceive the movements, not see the images. He wondered if his current observation hockey could capture Kizaru's movements. It should still be quite difficult. While adapting to the enhanced observation hockey, Roz muttered to himself in thought. At the Navy headquarters, in an office on the highest level of the fortress, Akiji was sitting there yawning, rubbing his forehead, and said, "Ah, it's happening again? The Ghost Hand Pirates, what a hassle." Previously, he had gone out to sea specifically for the Ghost Hand Pirates, staying outside for a month, but found nothing and returned empty-handed. A Navy admiral spending a month outside alone had left him with a pile of tasks to handle, and it took him a long time to finish them after returning. Akiji shook his head, thinking of Garp. Garp had repeatedly refused to be promoted to admiral and remained a vice admiral. Compared to the position of admiral, being a vice admiral was much easier. He did not have to be responsible for the safety of the celestial dragons, maintain their power, or oversee countless Navy personnel and approve various trivial matters in a sea area. However, at this moment, compared to the original storyline, he had not yet become so lazy. He still hoped to make a significant impact in the admiral position, otherwise he wouldn't have taken the position at all. The Oikichi Sea was a bit far. Akiji took out a sea chart and stared at it in deep thought. As a newly appointed Navy admiral, he had to deal with a lot of trivial matters just after the Navy's shift change. If he kept going out repeatedly for a pirate crew, the Navy would be thrown into chaos. But since CP9 was wiped out by Roz, and the Warlord Crocodile was also taken down by the Ghost Hand Pirates, even the vice admirals in the branches couldn't suppress the Ghost Hand Pirates. Even if a vice admiral from the headquarters led a team, it would be hard to handle. It would probably require a military force close to that of a demon-slaying order. The vice admirals at the headquarters also had a lot of responsibilities. Mobilizing 5 vice admirals at once to lead troops away from the headquarters to deal with a pirate crew would also have a significant impact. This is a bit of a headache, Akiji thought, one hand holding a pen, the other supporting his chin, deep in thought. Finally, he took out a din mushi and calmly issued a few orders. Soon, under Akiji's command, the Navy headquarters sprang into action, with a total of 6 large warships departing from the headquarters, forming a fleet. It was Vice Admiral Doberman and also Vice Admiral Squirrel. 6 warships, along with the Vice Admirals. Were they going to launch a demon-slaying order? Or were they preparing to go to war with some major pirate? A Navy ensign at the headquarters watched this scene with a shocked expression. Although the Navy headquarters often dispatched large warships, deploying 6 at once under the leadership of Vice Admirals to form a fleet was rather alarming. It was clearly a large-scale war. On one of the warships, in an oppressive atmosphere, Vice Admiral Doberman walked to the front of the deck, resting one hand on the hilt of his sword, his cold gaze fixed on the sea ahead, with a surge of killing intent in his eyes. The mistakes of the past, I will make up for. This time, I will personally execute you. Vice Admiral Doberman of the Navy headquarters, along with several other Vice Admirals, set off from the Navy headquarters, targeting the Grand Line and the Ghost Hand Pirates. Half a month later, in the Oikichi Sea, this area is located on the Grand Line, covering 2 routes and consisting of 5 islands, also known as the Sea of Cherry Blossoms, where the cherry blossom trees on the 5 islands grow exceptionally lush. At the edge of one of the islands, the Ghost Shadow ship was briefly docked. A pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million was within this sea area, but it was unclear exactly which island he was on. Kaku and others were gathering intelligence through various channels in the underworld. In the training room of the Ghost Shadow ship, 2 figures were exercising. One was Roz, and the other was Law, who had boarded Roz's ship and, after seeing the effort Roz put into his training, quickly joined the training team. Although he had already become the ship's doctor of the Ghost Hand Pirates, and Roz had confirmed they would deal with Don Quixote Doflamingo, he wouldn't put all his hopes on others. Naturally, he needed to quickly improve his strength to take down Doflamingo himself. Huff. Law, who was a few months shy of turning 16, was far behind Roz in terms of physical fitness. Currently, he could only bear the lightest weight that Roz had, doing physical training. Meanwhile, in another corner of the training room, Roz was not only lifting a massive weight that was more than 10 times that of Law, but was also using distortion gravity to double the weight on himself. After reaching 400 points in proficiency with the distortion power, Roz had reached a new level in distorting gravity, able to directly affect its magnitude. Of course, there was still a significant gap compared to something like the gravity fruit. Even at full power, he could only stack gravity up to twice its normal weight. Far from Fujitora's level, let alone pulling a meteor down from the sky. With the ability to double the gravity, Roz noticed a significant improvement in the effects of his physical training. The specialized flooring in the training room could withstand Roz's maximum weight, plus an additional doubling. Roz and Law, one big and one small, were doing almost synchronized movements, performing weighted squats. However, with each squat Roz did, he could feel the mountain-like heavy pressure. While Law appeared somewhat clumsy, the only thing nearly identical was their expressions. Their gazes were extremely similar, both having their own goals and an unwavering determination within. And if one had to say, Roz's gaze had a slightly different nuance, containing an indescribable meaning amidst his steadfast eyes. Boom! Roz completed a set of squats, released the distortion gravity ability, set the weights aside, and plopped down, panting heavily without any regard for his image. Almost at the same time, Law could no longer hold on, tossed aside the weights, leaned against the wall, and began to breathe heavily as well. At that moment, Robin, after receiving the latest information from the intelligence organization led by Kaku, found Roz in the training room. Captain Roz, the intel is in. We have confirmed the location of the mobile weapon Cresbatra with a bounty of 160 million berries. Oh, Roz stood up, regulated his breathing to maintain his composure, and looked at Robin with a calm expression. Robin first reported the location information, then asked Roz, should we contact the navigator now? Roz nodded and said, notify Lafitte. When the magnetic storage of the pointer is full, come back and set sail. The target is Spring Island. Don't let the prey escape. Pirates with bounties between 100 million and 200 million, even if the second hunt reward is halved, still yield 40 points of talent proficiency, which is a significant boost. Moreover, there is a chance to obtain free talent points. Currently, I have 2 free talent points and don't plan to spend them recklessly. The distortion fruit has already reached 405 points, and 600 points isn't too far away. By then, the free talent points needed to activate the distorted space will probably be no less than 3 points. For Roz, the first half of the Grand Line is an extremely free map. Even if he recklessly hunts pirates, he won't provoke the Yonko powers. However, once he enters the New World, the rampant pirates will either be the Shichibukai or those under the Yonko. Even if one can safely step into the New World amidst the Navy and government's relentless pursuit, one will still face the fragmented situation of the Yonko powers in the New World. To rise, one must inevitably confront a Yonko. Before that, Roz must safely break into the New World under the bloody suppression and merciless pursuit of a Navy and government. This road is incredibly difficult, but as long as he gets past it, he will be very close to the pinnacle of this sea. Spring Island. This is one of the 5 cherry blossom islands of Oichi, and it is also the most prosperous one. The climate of the entire island is spring year-round, which is why it is also called Spring Island. On a street in Spring Island, the atmosphere here is starkly different from the fluttering cherry blossoms. Tense, oppressive, and fearful. What are you doing? This is the greatest cherry blossom estate on Spring Island. You can't do this. An emaciated old man fell to the ground, looking at the vicious group of pirates that appeared in the estate, gritting his teeth and struggling to speak. Bang! A foot stepped on the old man's chest, knocking him back down to the ground. The owner of that foot was a ferocious pirate with a face full of flesh and sharp teeth. He looked down at the old man beneath his foot and sneered, "I heard that you don't welcome pirates here?" The old man was unable to breathe under the pressure and could not answer. The pirate grinned maliciously and said, "What a joke. Do you know what era it is now? The Great Pirate Era. All beauty and peace have been terminated more than a decade ago. Since this is the greatest estate, you must have quite a treasure here. If you don't want to die, hand it all over obediently." Another pirate, holding a portable cannon, walked over and grinned. The old man gasped for breath and with great difficulty uttered word by word that the most precious treasure here is these cherry blossom trees. Huh, cherry blossom trees are precious treasures? The two pirates exchanged glances and couldn't help but scoff. At this moment, dozens of pirates were wandering in the estate. Some rushed into the central villa of the estate, and the sound of shattering porcelain echoed from inside. Soon a few of them came out, cursing, "There's nothing here, not even a single gold coin. Where are the treasures hidden?" After the many pirates rampaged through the cherry blossom estate and found nothing, they quickly gathered under a cherry blossom tree at the entrance of the estate. Captain Moving Weapon Batla looked at the old man, guarding the estate with a fierce expression, grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up, saying, "You bastard, where did you hide the treasure?" There's nothing you want here." The old man spoke with great difficulty. "I said, the most precious thing here is these cherry blossom trees that have grown for hundreds of years." Bang! A hint of anger appeared on Batla's face. He had specifically inquired about the most famous places on this island, and the answer he got was this cherry blossom estate. Yet when he came over, there was nothing but a bunch of cherry blossom trees. "I see, you don't want to live anymore." His gaze turned incredibly cold as he threw the old man to the ground, his arms suddenly transforming into a silver fluid, instantly solidifying into a long sword. Pressing against the old man's neck, the old man gasped, his eyes showing no fear, just lying there weakly, showing no intention of resisting against the sword at his neck. Batla stared at the old man for several seconds, suddenly grinning. "Very well. The most precious thing is the cherry blossom trees? Then I will take the most precious thing away." As soon as the words left his mouth, he looked at his subordinates around him and shouted, "Burn it. Set all the trees on fire, not a single one left." The old man, who had been resigned to death upon hearing this, instantly felt his eyes about to burst with anger. He struggled to get up, grabbing the long sword that Batla's arm had transformed into, saying, You can't do this. This estate is..." "Shut up." Batla transformed his arm back and did not stab the old man to death, but kicked him away, sending him crashing helplessly to the side, watching helplessly as Batla's men began to destroy cherry blossom trees in the estate. Boom! A cherry blossom tree was hit by a cannonball and ignited by flames, quickly engulfing it in fire. The pink cherry blossom petals turned into a golden red hue in the flames, resembling a fading sunset. The old man struggled to get up to stop it, but his frail body, after so much turmoil, found it hard to even stand, leaving him to watch helplessly. "Devils, you are devils." Just as the old man was about to collapse, a voice suddenly came from afar. What a beautiful sight! Roz and Lafitte walked in from outside the estate. He revealed a hint of appreciation in his eyes, sweeping over the entire cherry blossom estate before landing on the burning cherry blossom tree. As Roz and Lafitte entered, Batla and the other pirates looked over. They were not part of the Straw Hat crew. They had some knowledge of the supernovas with bounties over 100 million in the first half of the Grand Line and quickly recognized Roz's identity. You are Demon HandRoz and the Devil Sheriff. Upon recognizing Roz's identity, Batla and the others' expressions instantly became serious. In the current first half of the Grand Line, Roz was indeed a prominent figure among the supernovas. Nobody expected to encounter Roz here. After lingering for a few seconds on the burning cherry blossom tree, Roz looked at Batla and the others, saying, "This will be just right as your funeral, though it seems a bit too extravagant." Upon hearing Roz's words, Batla's expression instantly darkened. He was somewhat aware of the intelligence regarding the Demon Hand Pirates. This group of pirates engaged in black-on-black activities, and their appearance here likely meant they had completely targeted them. They are targeting us. Wanting to take the head worth 160 million berry is not that easy. Be careful not to break your teeth. Roz smiled faintly. Whoosh. In the moment before, Roz stood there with his hands behind his back, but suddenly he vanished. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Batla, his palm lightly pressing against Batla's chest. The power of distortion erupted suddenly. Boom! Batla's chest instantly turned to mush, twisting and collapsing along with his entire being. However, strangely, no blood flowed out. Instead, it transformed into a pile of light silver liquid. After flowing for a while, the liquid quickly rose and gathered, again taking on a human form. Captain, not a single hair was harmed. Seeing the scene, the many pirates who were initially startled by Roz's speed all breathed a sigh of relief, showing a few sinister smiles on their faces. So far, among the enemies they had encountered, only one had managed to injure Batla, but he was still defeated by Batla. And even though Roz had a bounty of 300 million, they still had absolute confidence in their captain's terrifying abilities. What is this? With such a big reputation. Turns out this is all he can do. Spiral flying blade. Batla grinned maliciously, suddenly swinging his arms, and in an instant his body flew out, liquefying in mid-air, transforming into two spinning hook blades that sliced towards Roz's body. Clang! Roz raised his hand and swept it aside, sending the two hook blades flying back. He looked at Batla, slightly squinting his eyes, and said, "A paramecia-type metal fruit? That's quite an interesting ability." In the information that Kaku and others had gathered, Batla's specific abilities were naturally included, but Roz had not paid attention, only hearing about metal fruit. Now it seemed that this fruit was like a higher version of the Chop Chop fruit, resembling the Machi Machi fruit of Katakuri from the Big Mom Pirates, turning into liquid metal, somewhat approaching a Logia-type form. This was indeed a very good ability. If it could awaken, it would become incredibly powerful, possibly surpassing Logia types. Hearing Roz's words, Batla grinned, catching the spinning hook blades with his arms, and rushed towards Roz with a sinister smile, saying, "Interesting? You'll soon witness. Despair. Buzz." His fist suddenly liquefied, transforming into an incredibly sharp spear, and with a punch, he thrust it violently towards Roz's chest. Facing Batla's strike, Roz's fingers closed together, and he lightly swung a punch. Boom! The fist collided with the spear, and the scene Batla had imagined, where the spear pierced through Roz's fist, did not occur. Instead, the spear began to shatter from the tip, breaking apart all the way down, returning to the form of an arm. Immediately afterward, his arm was twisted and shattered by the force, blood and shattered bones flying everywhere, and he was sent flying backward. Batla let out a terrible scream as he looked at his instantly shattered right arm. The atmosphere suddenly became incredibly tense. The faces of the pirates, who had been grinning maliciously, all froze in place. In the next moment, they all transformed into expressions of disbelief, with many showing fear. The captains are, "How is that possible? Hey, this must be a joke, Captain. You can definitely recover instantly, right?" A few pirates reached out to Batla, who was rolling on the ground in agony, trying to approach, but their bodies were all stiff in place, unable to take a step forward. In the arena, Roz's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment as he walked towards Batla. "Is this all you can do? It's a pity that this fruit fell into your hands." "No, this is impossible." Looking at Roz approaching, Batla's eyes revealed horror and fear. Roz's fist could actually shatter his metal form, which was harder than steel, and it had struck his physical body, completely destroying one of his arms. How'd he do that? A frog at the bottom of a well. Roz said the final words in a flat tone and stepped down. No matter how Batla's whole body melted into silvery liquid metal, it was still useless. As Roz's foot directly crushed it, blood and shattered bones splattering everywhere. With a bounty of 180 million berry, mobile weapon battler has been hunted, rewards obtained, 40 points of talent proficiency. Haha, he probably doesn't even know what hockey is, right? And he won't have the chance to find out. Not far away, Lafitte watched this scene, grinning, and walked towards the remaining pirates. The other pirates, seeing their captain taken down in just a few moves, already felt a chill down their spines, as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. After realizing what was happening, they dared not stay in place, turning around and fleeing. Whoosh, whoosh. Lafitte's figure flickered in the arena, instantly killing 7 or 8 pirates. The remaining pirates scattered, trying to escape, but Roz gently stepped down, causing the ground to roll and surge, instantly transforming into a giant earthen stone ball, wrapping all the others inside and crushing them all. Crash! After annihilating all the pirates, Roz waved his hand. The earth rolled, throwing all the corpses and blood outside the manor. At the same time, he rushed towards the burning cherry blossom tree to stop the fire from spreading further. Cough! Cough! The old man guarding the manor watched this scene, his dry eyes becoming somewhat moist. He coughed twice with difficulty and managed to stand up. He recognized Roz and knew he was a pirate, but Roz had eliminated Batla and others and stopped the fire from spreading, regardless of Roz's identity. He was a benefactor who saved this cherry blossom manor with a history of hundreds of years. Thank you. You're welcome. Roz looked at the cherry blossom tree that was gradually burning down and casually asked, "Are you the only one guarding here?" "Yes, I'm the only one left." The old man nodded and sighed softly. Reaching out to gently catch a falling cherry blossom petal, Roz shook his head and turned to walk out of the manor, with Lafitte quickly following. Watching Roz leave, the old man let out a long sigh and sat back down. Although a tree was destroyed, he ultimately managed to keep the manor safe. Ghost HandRoz's is completely different from the image portrayed by the government. Instead, it resembles the rumors that circulated a while ago. Thinking of this, the old man smiled bitterly, shaking his head and sighing. What on earth does the Navy and government want to do with this world? Having eliminated Batla and his crew, the main objective of this trip had been accomplished. Additionally, since the magnetic recording pointer needed to stay for at least 10 days, Roz temporarily dispersed from Lafitte and the others. The scenery on this island was rare to see, and even Lafitte seemed to have some interest in the cherry blossoms, as if he had some whimsical ideas. 5 days later, while strolling along the cherry blossom street, admiring the scenery and the occasional beautiful girl in a cheongsam, Roz's phone bug suddenly rang in his pocket. After answering the phone bug, a rare, somewhat serious voice from Lafitte came through. "Captain, it seems we have trouble. There are 6 naval warships on the west coast. Large warships from the headquarters, and they seem to have been docked for a while. 6 large warships, and they are from the Navy headquarters. Such a deployment of forces is not something any branch of the Navy can compare to. Their appearance on this island undoubtedly targets the Ghost Hand pirates. So, the headquarters Navy has finally come." Hearing Lafitte's words, a flicker of emotion passed through Roz's eyes as he stopped and murmured softly. Even with people like Kaku as an external intelligence network, and even with the speed of the ghost shadow surpassing that of the sea, it is impossible to forever evade the Navy and government, who have eyes on almost every island. "Do you need me to investigate the specific situation?" Lafayette whispered on the other end of the den mushy. "No need." Roz shook his head, his gaze deep as he looked toward the end of the street, saying, "They've already arrived. This time, our intelligence was a step behind. I hope we won't encounter a Marine admiral." Roz was at a 3-way intersection, and the entire street had become deserted without anyone noticing when the cherry blossoms fell silently. Step, step. No one spoke, and from 3 directions, the sound of dense footsteps came almost simultaneously, growing louder and louder like the last signs before a tsunami, heavy and oppressive. After a few seconds, on the street directly in front of Roz, a naval officer appeared, draped in a Navy justice cloak, embroidered with the insignia of a vice admiral, and sporting a deep purple mohawk. Almost at the same time, on the street behind Roz, a naval officer in a brown jacket, also wearing a Navy justice cloak and holding a cigar, led a group forward. It was Vice Admiral Squirrel. Mozambique. Roz stood still with an indifferent gaze, watching the Navy gather silently, and slowly said into the den mushy, "Lafayette, you and Robin go meet up at the Ghost Shadow. Don't let the Navy damage my ship." After saying this, he hung up the den mushy and put it in his pocket. A few seconds later, from the last direction, the Navy parted to the sides, and a scar-faced naval officer stepped out, forming a triangular formation with Squirrel and Mozambique enclosing Roz in the center. 3 vice admirals of the Navy headquarters gathered on the Cherry Blossom Street, and no one spoke. But the atmosphere on this street had become incredibly oppressive, suffocatingly so. Amidst this oppression, the last to appear, Dauberman, broke the tense and frozen atmosphere. He slowly spoke to Roz, his right hand pressing on the sword hilt, slowly drawing the blade from its sheath. Finally, we meet. Ghost Hand, Roz. Meanwhile, news of 6 naval warships appearing at Spring Island quickly spread around the world, drawing the attention of countless forces. 3 vice admirals and 6 large warships. What did the Navy intend to do with such a terrifying military force? Soon, these uncertain forces began to gather intelligence from various channels, ultimately learning that the Ghost Hand pirate crew had appeared on Spring Island days ago. So that was it. They aimed to eradicate the Ghost Hand pirate crew. 6 large warships from the headquarters. This military configuration was a bit excessive. The Navy was serious this time. The atmosphere among the major forces that received this news was heavy. No matter how much chaos one stirs up at sea, one must never completely provoke the government and the Navy. This is a hard rule. Once violated, if you anger the Navy and the government, unless you are one of the 4 emperors, there is no escape in the entire sea. The most terrifying forces in this sea, the government and Navy that rule this world, after being repeatedly humiliated by the Ghost Hand pirate crew, finally revealed their might. This is the 3rd fanfiction work by Xiaofeng following the Strongest Earth release and God-level Sword Soul system, now published on Chidian. After a bumpy journey, I've returned to write fanfiction, and it's the first time I've written my feelings about the launch at the end of the VIP section. I accidentally forgot after a busy day. June 1st, the day it goes live, a chapter of the official version is only 10 cents, just a piece of candy. And it might not even be worth that. Those who have been following along surely know the difficulties Xiaofeng is currently facing. But this is not an excuse for Xiaofeng to seek anything. As usual, let us see updates based on subscriptions. A burst of updates upon launch. Here, I ask for a wave of monthly tickets and subscription support. I am immensely grateful. I never expected that a pirate hunter from the West Sea could stir things up to this extent, but this all ends here. Dauberman's eyes showed no emotional fluctuations. Roz was the mistake he made, and now he would personally erase that mistake. The many Navy officers standing behind Dauberman were unaware of the truth of the initial incident. They only looked on with strange expressions, not expecting Roz to bring out 3 high-ranking vice admirals. Unlike branch vice admirals, headquarters vice admirals are the true backbone of the Navy, representing the limits of ordinary people. As for the admirals and the fleet admiral, that is already another level. Calling them monsters would not be an exaggeration. Looking at the entire Navy headquarters, aside from the retired and semi-retired ones, there are only a dozen or 20 in active service, far from what branch vice admirals can compare to. 3 vice admirals. This is only second to the legendary demon-slaying order in military configuration. To mobilize 3 vice admirals for Roz, a pirate with a bounty of 300 million, shows how much the Navy High Command values the Ghost Hand pirate crew. They clearly do not intend to give any opportunities. Clang! Squirrel drew his sword halfway, staring indifferently at Roz, while Mozambique also placed one hand on the sword hilt, his gaze icy. The entire street fell silent, and the elite Navy from the headquarters, watching the scene, held their breath. Tension, oppression. In this dead silence, like a volcano about to erupt, Roz stared at Dauberman and slowly spoke. So it's you. Initially, he only wanted to be an ordinary pirate hunter, free from any superior's orders, hunting pirates that will to increase his strength and gradually grow stronger to reach the peak. But it was precisely because of a tumor within the Navy and the so-called face of the Navy that this relatively easy path, which had little danger, was completely severed, leaving no room for maneuver. Indeed, from a Navy standpoint, it seems that face and prestige are very important. Important enough to far exceed that of an ordinary pirate hunter from the West Sea. But that pirate hunter is him, sacrificing life for so-called justice? Don't make me laugh. He is no saint. Roz has never deceived his own heart. Between good and evil, he chose neutrality. Between chaos and order, he chose chaos. He is exceptionally frank about his stance, never claiming to be good or just, nor does he take pleasure in slaughter and brutality. After discerning Dauberman's identity, Roz instead smiled. A smile devoid of any anger, only a hint of faint sarcasm. Didn't he expect that, did you? Just a mere pirate hunter from the West Sea could break out of the Navy base, could take down the branch vice admiral of the West Sea and the headquarters vice admiral sent to the West Sea and the branch vice admiral of the Grand Line. Everything quite surprising, right? Squirrel and Mozambique's expressions darkened, while Doberman's fingers gripping the sword hilt trembled slightly. Even as a vice admiral of the headquarters, having experienced countless bloody battles, he found it somewhat hard to control his emotions at this moment. Roz's tone was very flat, but precisely because of this flatness, his words pierced the heart like a sharp weapon, making Doberman's expression incredibly oppressive. This was the topic he least wanted to face. Do you remember what I said back then? Roz stood there, facing the encirclement of 3 vice admirals and a large number of elite Navy troops. Without any expression of fear or panic, speaking as if no one was around, his tone very calm. Doberman's fingers tightened around the hilt of his sword, almost leaving marks on the steel-forged grip, and the cigar in his mouth was nearly bitten in half. Enough. Everything ends here, Doberman shouted angrily, the broken half of the cigar falling silently to the ground. At the same time, his body turned into an afterimage, gripping the hilt of the sword with both hands. The blade surrounded by armed color hockey, with a faint sharp gleam flashing, fiercely hacking towards Roz's head. It was impossible to shake his heart with words. He was a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters, having arrested and executed countless pirates in his life. And the Peace of the Sea had a share of his achievements that would never be erased, no matter how it started. From a moment Roz cruelly killed the Navy officer, his sins could never be washed away, annihilating the ghost hand pirates in the name of absolute justice. Buzz. Facing Doberman's sword, Roz's gaze was calm and indifferent. He raised his hand, and the armed color hockey surged and gathered, instantly forming black hardening, triggering the power of distortion, directly restraining Doberman's sword in midair with his bare hands. No, you have it exactly wrong. Everything is not ended here, but is just beginning. As for this hypocritical justice, Roz spoke calmly, his fingers gripping Doberman's sword with slight force, the power of distortion bursting forth in full force, spreading upwards. Even though Doberman activated his armed color hockey to the fullest, forming a pitch-black armed color hardening on the sword's edge, under Roz's power of distortion, the entire sword began to tremble, causing his arms and fingers to shake continuously. Whoosh! At that moment, the weasel behind Roz made his move. His speed was extremely fast, almost instantaneously arriving behind Roz, the blade in his hand unleashing a green sword aura that spiraled and shot towards Roz's back. One sword style. Stab. Seeing the weasel's support arrive, Doberman's heart steadied, his gaze cold as he gripped the hilt of the sword with all his might, pressing the blade forcefully against Roz's palm. Not giving Roz a chance to dodge, Roz snorted coldly, pressing down on Doberman's sword with his right hand, while his left hand pushed out in the opposite direction, slanting to grasp the weasel's blade, instantly shattering the sword aura swirling around the weasel's blade. Ziz! The weasel's expression changed slightly, but he showed no intention of retreating. Instead, he completely concentrated his armed color hockey on his palm and sword edge, forming a pincer attack with Doberman. If Roz fully countered his blade, he would have to endure Doberman's slash. And if he countered Doberman's slash, he would have to endure the weasel's sword. The existence of a navy carries the name of absolute justice. The last vice admiral, Mozambique, held a short sword that had not yet been drawn from its scabbard and slowly approached Roz, his gaze cold and stern. For the people who fear the rampant evil forces, our existence holds significant meaning. You, who have no justice in your heart, should not recklessly criticize the Navy's justice, kid. Clang! The moment the words fell, he suddenly drew his sword from its sheath and slashed at Roz. All 3 vice admirals were sword masters of the one sword style. Although their techniques and sword paths were slightly different, their strengths were extremely close. This slash had no fancy sword aura. All the power was concentrated on the blade, enough to easily cut through steel. Step back, watching the 3 vice admirals make their move. The remaining elite Navy troops did not rush forward but quickly retreated under the command of the lieutenants, moving back dozens of meters and completely surrounding the area. In such a battlefield, it was meaningless for them to rush in. Moreover, with 3 vice admirals stationed, no matter how strong Roz's strength was, he would undoubtedly be defeated here. That's right. In my heart, there is indeed no sense of justice. Looking at Mozambique, who was swinging his sword, and Roz, who was being suppressed in the middle by Doberman and the weasel, there was no sign of panic on his face. Instead, he spoke in a calm tone while exerting force with both hands. Buzz! The power of distortion erupted with full force, violently impacting to his sides. Both the weasel and Doberman felt a strange force crazily crashing against their armed color defenses. Their arms trembled involuntarily, and they could not help but step back. After repelling the two rear admirals with one move, Roz retracted his right hand, his fingers folding into a fist with the power of distortion swirling around it, vaguely exuding a sense of rage, and he launched a fierce punch towards Mozambique's sword. However, to bring your Navy's justice down on my head, I can only say, you picked the wrong person. Boom! Rod's fist collided with Mozambique's sword edge in midair, producing a violent roar, and almost instantly, the ground between the two began to crack inch by inch. Under the impact of Rod's power of distortion, Mozambique's expression changed. The explosive slash was forcefully shattered by Rod's power of distortion, and he was sent staggering backward by Rod's punch. Has this guy's power already reached this level? A hint of danger appeared in his eyes. No wonder Rods could kill Crocodile, take down Dalmatia, and wipe out the CP-9 sent by the government. To possess such strength in the first half of the Grand Line, Rods is indeed an extremely dangerous existence. Fortunately, they are blocked here. Otherwise, if he continues to develop, he might really become a terrifying presence in the future. Arc Moon Slash. After being repelled, the Weasel was the first to stabilize his form and charged fiercely at Rods. At the same time, Doberman also coldly swung his sword for a slash. This was not a duel, nor a contest of swordsmanship, but an act to suppress a vicious criminal in the name of justice. No matter the process, as long as they could win, it mattered not. The three rear admirals launched a fierce siege. The occasional aftermath of the sword energy instantly cut through dozens of meters of street, severing the cherry blossom trees on both sides, scattering countless cherry blossoms in the air. Whoosh! The Weasel's body created an afterimage, instantly appearing behind Rods, with a blade in his hand, faintly revealing a light green sword energy, tracing a circular arc in the air and slashing towards Rods. Rods leapt into the air, avoiding the Weasel's sword, while his right hand coiled into a fist, delivering a punch to Doberman, sending him staggering back 5 or 6 steps, leaving several deep footprints. Hiss! Mozambique swung his sword, unleashing a blood-colored sword energy, which vaguely carried a strong sense of bloodiness, filled with the intent to kill, attacking Rod's lower body in midair. Rods raised his hand to grasp the blood-colored sword energy, rubbing his hands together, transforming it into a red spiral sword ball, and then turned to press it against the Weasel, who was attacking from behind. Clang! The Weasel's sword struck fiercely against the blood-colored sword ball, producing a sound like metal clashing, with sparks flying. He forcibly cut the blood-colored sword ball in half. However, under the explosion of Rod's power of distortion, the Weasel was instantly sent flying out. Cutting strike, blood funeral. Doberman and Mozambique struck at the same time. The two combined their sword strikes, crossing in the air to form a diagonal cross sword energy that swept towards Rods. Rod's expression remained unchanged as he stepped onto the intersection of the cross sword energy, the power of distortion erupting violently, warping the diagonal cross sword energy into a spiral, causing it to shatter in midair. Gravity fist. He stepped into the void, diving down towards the Weasel. His right hand clenched into a fist, and the power to distort gravity erupted suddenly. The Weasel, unable to react in time to swing his sword, could only hastily raise his sword horizontally, fully activating his armed color hockey to block Rod's fist. Boom! As Rod's fist descended, a heavy pressure, different from the previous destructive force, suddenly fell, causing the Weasel's entire body to sink as if bearing an immense weight. His legs instantly sank into the ground up to his knees. Seeing this, Doberman and Mozambique both shouted angrily and charged in, their dual swords crossing in the air, unleashing two lightning-like sword lights that attacked Rod's body. Whoosh! Rods performed a flip in midair, transforming his right hand from fist to a palm, grabbing the Weasel's sword edge. With a thought, the direction of gravitational distortion abruptly changed from downward to upward. The Weasel, who was resisting the heavy pressure, suddenly felt his body lighten. Rods forcibly seized the sword upwards, and he immediately realized something was wrong. In a moment of panic, he shouted and advanced instead of retreating, using the altered direction of gravity to fiercely slash up at Rods with his sword edge. Rods remained expressionless as he shook his right hand, which grasped the sword edge to the left, tossing the Weasel along with his sword away towards Mozambique, while simultaneously stepping onto Doberman's sword edge. The strengths of the three rear admirals were almost on par, since none of them were ability users. They were slightly weaker in physicality compared to Lucci in his leopard form. However, their hockey strength and swordsmanship far surpassed Lucci's. Moreover, since a swordsman's attack is more refined than pure physical strength, in terms of pure attacking power, the three rear admiral slashes were significantly stronger than Lucci's. Among Doberman, the Weasel, and Mozambique, any one of them had a considerable strength gap compared to Rod's. Even if the two teamed up, they would still be easily suppressed by Rod's, who had significantly increased his speed after killing Lucci. However, when the three teamed up, they almost made up for most of their shortcomings and were very flexible in their cooperation. Rod's could blast one person away with a single attack, and the power of distortion could break through their armed color defenses, causing their arms to go numb. But against the attacks unleashed by the two working together, Rod's could not crush them with a single blow. One sword style Iado, Blood Moon Falling Slash, Deathblade. After being repelled one after another, Doberman the Weasel and Mozambique lined up in a row, simultaneously drawing their swords. Three sword lights intersected in the air, weaving into a net of sword energy that fiercely enveloped Rod's, sealing off all directions. Rod's eyes surged with waves. He stepped forward, using Moonwalk to charge directly into the sword energy net, clenching his fist and pushing the power of distortion to its limit. Buzz! Rod's fist directly struck the core of the sword energy net, and under the wild eruption of distortion power, it barely held back the entire sword energy net. After a slight stalemate, the violent power of distortion shattered the sword energy net into pieces. The scattering sword energy splattered everywhere, shredding the branches and petals of the cherry blossom trees. And deep ravines appeared on the ground. After shattering the sword energy net, Rod's took a couple of steps back. The power of the sword energy was ultimately weaker than the substantial sword slash infused with armed color hockey. Even though the three combined their sword energy net, Rod's was still able to break through, though it was somewhat strenuous. They coordinated well. After breaking the sword energy net, Rod's gaze returned to a calm state. He had nearly grasped the strength of the three rear admirals. If he had faced the three rear admirals before receiving Lucci's reward, he would have found it extremely difficult, if not nearly impossible, to win. But after his speed increased, he was now a bit faster than the three of them. With the observation hockey, he could clearly capture their movements, and combined with the full explosion of the distortion power, his attack power was 5 or 6 times stronger than any of the three. In a one-on-one situation, he had comprehensive suppression. In a one-on-two, he held a significant advantage, and in a one-on-4, he would just turn and run. As for a one-on-3, well, that would have to be tested. Just surrender. Mozambique coldly looked at Roz. In fact, Roz's strength shocked him somewhat. Under the combined assault of the three of them, he could still charge left and right. If only 2 people had come this time, not to mention defeating Roz, it would have been difficult for them to retreat unscathed. When Qingji had called for the 3 of them to act together, he thought it was somewhat too much. But now it seemed that this decision was undoubtedly correct. You have no chance at all. Stop struggling. The Dormouse also stared at Roz, trying to influence him with words. If they could make Roz show even a slight flaw, this battle would almost be over. Otherwise, if they continued like this, even if they could win in the end, it wouldn't be easy. Doberman remained silent, but the sharpness in his eyes expressed his emotions without reservation. He would not give Roz any chance. The entertainment is over. Roz, with a blank expression, looked at the 3 headquarters generals surrounding him. Since he had nearly figured out their methods, the real battle should begin. Boom! In the next moment, Roz stepped down, channeling the distortion power into the ground, shaking the streets within 100 meters, causing everyone to lose their footing. The many Navy officers encircling the area several dozen meters away could hardly stabilize themselves, thrown into chaos and stumbling back in horror. Roz ignored the other minor characters. The distortion power spread from the earth, concentrating on the 3 of them, causing their bodies to sway as he suddenly shot out. Whoosh! At an incredible speed, leaving behind a blur, Roz appeared in front of Doberman, his fist clenched tightly, and he struck out. Doberman activated his armament hockey, stepped forward to barely stabilize himself, and simultaneously gripped his sword with both hands, his expression serious as he executed his sword technique, slicing toward Roz's fist. Although his heart was filled with killing intent, he wouldn't let it cloud his mind. Roz's strength was vividly apparent in this brief exchange, and he was not someone he could match alone. Boom! As Roz's fist landed, Doberman's sword blade was immediately held back at the knuckle of Roz's punch, the entire sword vibrating and humming. Even with the dark armament hockey, it still bore tremendous pressure, and the air on both sides of the sword's edge showed signs of distortion. After half a second of stalemate, the ground beneath Doberman's feet cracked, and his legs sank into the earth, veins bulging on his forehead as he shouted in a desperate attempt to resist. Sword that cuts iron. Once the Dormouse stabilized himself, he immediately gripped his long sword and charged at Roz, his body soaring through the air, the blade in his hand slicing through the void, leaving a trail of white sword light. Ding! Roz's left hand spread the distortion power, reaching out to intercept the Dormouse's sword. When the sword met his palm, it produced a sound like metal striking metal. The blade, wrapped in fierce sword light, was forcefully halted in mid-air, vibrating and trembling, unable to advance an inch. After blocking the Dormouse's strike, Roz pressed down hard with his fist, forcefully driving Doberman's body halfway into the ground, and then leaped back to avoid Mozambique's stabbing sword from another side. Boom! After landing, Roz let out a low shout, and the distortion gravity was suddenly unleashed, causing the whole earth to tremble around him like a terrifying tidal wave. The elite Navy officers who had retreated over 100 meters were still affected by the residual force, struggling to maintain their balance as they watched the massive chunks of earth and stone rise and shatter, revealing their shock. The ground split open, nose flying up. This is the power of Ghost HandRoz's. It's terrifying. Even though they were elite members of the headquarters, in the face of such power, they were still shaken. At least against such force, they had almost no means of resistance. They can't see it. The generals have been engulfed. Fall back. Don't panic. Maintain formation. Prepare the cannons and sea stone. Don't let that pirate escape. The generals cannot lose to a pirate. A colonel from a Navy headquarters shouted loudly. Under his command, the somewhat chaotic Navy regained order and retreated to a safer distance. In the arena, massive chunks of earth with a radius of 10 meters or even several tens of meters soared into the air, the cherry blossom trees rustling, scattering countless petals in the area. After these massive chunks of earth flew up, they began to crash around the area, colliding with each other. 2 10-meter diameter dirt stones collided, instantly producing a sound like an avalanche, with countless mud and stone fragments bursting out along with cherry blossoms. Swoosh! Swoosh! The Dormouse's expression was tense as he swung his sword 3 times, slicing through the massive rock chunks heading toward him. But at that moment, Roz's figure suddenly appeared, charging at him with a punch. Bang! The Dormouse raised his sword to block, but could not withstand the force of Roz's punch. While in mid-air, he was sent flying backward, crashing against a 10-meter diameter dirt stone. The stone instantly rolled and surged, as if alive, attempting to engulf the Dormouse's body and making a chewing sound, trying to crush him directly. Crack! Crack! In the next moment, cracks appeared on the stone, blue light spilling out from within, spreading throughout the stone until it completely shattered, revealing the Dormouse's disheveled form. This guy's ability can even manipulate gravity. Be careful. He wiped the dirt and sand off his face and shouted warily. At this moment, Doberman was already in big trouble. He had been half buried in the mud by Roz's punch. When Roz unleashed his power, he was the first to be engulfed by the crumbling earth. Although he had armament hockey protecting him, it prevented him from being harmed by the distortion power in the soil. But after breaking free from the stone that had trapped him, he was immediately met with Roz's strike. Boom! In a rush, Doberman could only cross his sword to defend, and he was slammed down by Roz's punch, crashing into the already pockmarked ground that looked bombed, creating a human-shaped pit. Don't be too arrogant. Mozambique shouted angrily as he watched Roz charge toward the falling Doberman and rushed over to assist, swinging his sword at Roz. Roz countered with a punch, sending Mozambique staggering back a few steps. Immediately after, the Dormouse also descended from above, stepping down with the moonwalk, slashing at Roz's back with his sword. Clang! Roz sidestepped, his figure tracing an arc as he charged toward the ground, and with a foot infused with distortion power, he struck the earth hard. The numerous chunks of earth began to lose control, continuously shattering and crashing down to the ground. Meanwhile, Roz's distortion power surged once again into the earth with a rumble. The Doberman, struggling to break free from the earth, was engulfed by massive chunks of soil, soaring towards the sky, colliding with the falling mud and stones above. Boom! Boom! The sound echoed like heavy artillery, reverberating in the air as dirt splattered everywhere, and cherry blossoms mixed with dust filled the sky. The faces of the flying squirrel and Mozambia looked grim as they charged towards Roz from both sides. Roz turned around, throwing punches with both hands, forcefully colliding with the attacks from the left and right by the flying squirrel and Mozambia. Bang! Enduring the blows from both, Roz staggered backward, flying out for more than 10 meters before barely stopping. 2 fine lines of blood appeared on his fists, but they were not serious, just superficial wounds. Suddenly, the massive stones in the sky finally shattered and crashed down again, forcing the flying squirrel and Mozambia to retreat to the sides. From within the giant stone, a chilling sword energy erupted, tearing it apart, and the Doberman emerged, his justice cloak already tattered, a trickle of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Looking extremely disheveled. Damn it! A fierce expression appeared on his face as he gritted his teeth and glared at Roz. Fingers tightening around the hilt of his sword, charging towards Roz. Seeing this, the flying squirrel and Mozambia also rushed towards Roz from the left and right, teaming up with the Doberman once again. After unleashing a wide-ranging ability to distort gravity, the twisting power within Roz was boiling, recovering at that moment. He let out a soft hum, his figure turning into an afterimage as he retreated, the bloodstains on his fists visibly healing at a rapid pace. The enhancement of physical abilities not only boosted his physical strength, but also some self-healing capabilities. Of course, within the general system, there was also a talent called tenacity corresponding to self-healing abilities, but Roz did not activate it to save his free talent points. After continuously dodging the attacks from the three and tearing apart the sword energies they released, Roz calmed his breathing, his eyes flickering as he stopped retreating and charged fiercely towards the three. The twisting power was released once more, spreading in all directions. This time, it was not distorting gravity, but distorting light and sound, a self-developed ability of Roz. Let the insects cry out. Buzz. In an instant, a 50-meter radius area around Roz was suddenly covered by a dark canopy, light completely vanishing. The flying squirrel and the Doberman lost all sight, and a continuous buzzing filled their ears, as if countless crickets were chirping beside them. What is that? The entire area turned pitch black, and they couldn't hear anything. The naval soldiers who had retreated further back looked at the suddenly appearing dark canopy of nearly 50 meters in radius, showing signs of shock, not knowing what was happening. In that dark prison with a radius of 50 meters, the three, caught off guard, were slightly startled. They could see nothing, and their ears were deafened. While the three were troubled by Roz's ability having so many troublesome variations, they immediately focused and activated their observation hockey to catch Roz's movements. Completely losing sight and hearing, relying solely on observation hockey, they could capture Roz's movements, but it was still somewhat troublesome, especially since there were three of them. Thus, the observation hockey had to capture not only their own actions, but also their companions' actions. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to coordinate effectively. However, even so, trying to form a perfect coordination like before became extremely difficult. Under the cover of the dark prison, Roz moved like a fish in water, constantly darting around while attacking the three without restraint. It seemed as though the three were teaming up against Roz, but in reality, they were being surrounded by him alone. Bang! Bang! In the absence of timely support from the flying squirrel and others, Mozambia took 2 punches from Roz, his arms going numb, forcing him to retreat and stand between the flying squirrel and the Doberman. After knocking Mozambia back, Roz opened his eyes in the darkness, suddenly gripping the hilt of his famous sword, Chunla, drawing it from its sheath and swung it out. Watch out! The flying squirrel sharply caught Roz's movement and immediately shouted, but his voice was completely drowned out by the incessant buzzing of crickets, failing to reach the ears of the Doberman and others. Fortunately, both the Doberman and Mozambia possessed observation hockey and caught Roz's movements. However, Roz drawing his sword still made their heads ache instantly. Observation hockey also had levels. Most people's observation hockey could only capture the enemy's movements and could not truly replace sight and hearing, unless one could predict the future, which the three clearly could not achieve. Moreover, their abilities were not entirely similar. The flying squirrel was proficient in both observation hockey and armament hockey, while the Doberman was better at armament hockey, and Mozambia was more skilled in observation hockey. This difference made it impossible for them to form effective coordination in this situation of complete loss of sight and hearing, and even their movements began to lag, fearing that their attacks might be exploited by Roz, potentially harming their companions. Clang! Clang! In the chaos, it was hard to tell whose sword clashed with whom. In this complete absence of sound and vision, all the three could rely on was their observation hockey. Roz wasn't particularly skilled in swordsmanship. He didn't rely on the sword either. Drawing it was merely to create greater chaos and trouble for the flying squirrel and the others. Damn! In the confusion of no sound and no sight, with buzzing in his ears, the flying squirrel narrowly avoided a sword energy from the Doberman aimed at his back. Although he managed to dodge it, he was still in a very awkward position and was caught off guard by Roz, who punched him back, nearly causing him to lose his sword. This couldn't continue. They had to form a back-to-back defense. Mozambia felt a bit anxious, but in the current situation, He couldn't communicate with the Doberman and the flying squirrel at all, being in a state of complete inability to communicate. The three found it almost impossible to form a back-to-back defensive formation and were continuously separated by rods in the chaos, exposing their weaknesses and were momentarily suppressed by rods alone. This ability shouldn't directly affect our eyes and ears. The flying squirrel forced himself to calm down, thoughts flashing in his mind. Gritting his teeth, he quickly retreated backward, soon feeling a brightness before his eyes and the buzzing in his ears fading. Having left the dark prison, it was indeed just a range. A glimmer of light flashed in the flying squirrel's eyes. Whoosh, whoosh. After realizing that the flying squirrel had retreated far away, the Doberman and Mozambia also came to their senses, quickly retreating to even farther places. The three of them successively retreated outside the dark prison's range. However, they soon discovered that exiting the dark area had no effect. The dark prison was centered on HandRoz's position. Even if they left the prison, the dark prison continued to move in accordance with HandRoz's position. To fight HandRoz, they had no choice but to enter. Moreover, HandRoz's speed was faster than theirs. Even if the three retreated in different directions, HandRoz only needed to pursue one of them and attack continuously, which would create even greater openings. Indeed, they must form a horn-like defense. In the continuous clashes, Doberman, Weasel, and Mozambique all learned how to fight. However, HandRoz would not sit idly by as they formed that kind of defensive position. Instead, he kept charging left and right, disrupting their alliance. Boom! Boom! The arena was filled with booming sounds, and many sailors were left speechless, staring at the occasional sword energy that tore through the ground. Appearing in the sky, after an unknown amount of time, the dark cage gradually dissipated, revealing the figures within. Doberman, Weasel, and Mozambique stood in a horn-like formation. Despite the chaos and clashes, they ultimately managed to establish a defensive stance to counter HandRoz. Because of this, HandRoz no longer expended energy to maintain the dark cage and allowed it to dissipate. Both Doberman and the others, as well as HandRoz, were panting. At this moment, HandRoz had torn clothing, a wound about 10 centimeters long on his left shoulder, blood staining his shirt. And his fists were also covered in blood, though most had coagulated into scabs, with no particularly deep wounds. In contrast to HandRoz, Doberman and the others were in a much worse state. Weasel looked at HandRoz with a serious expression, his left hand hanging by his side, his entire arm shaking continuously, seemingly unable to be used for a short time. "How are you?" he asked Mozambique. Mozambique looked at his bloodied right arm, from which bone spurs were protruding, and shook his head, saying, "I can't use my right arm for now. My swordsmanship has significantly decreased." Cough, cough. Doberman coughed violently,